Chapter 1, Farewell to Fu Zhiqin. A worthless life, how can it endure so much? After all this torment, she still clings to life. In fact, there were many opportunities each time she was on the brink of death. Enough. A woman clad in a hospital gown shot a vicious glare at the speaking doctor. This time, I want her to die at the hands of the man she loves most. On the large bed in the ICU, Fu Zhiqin lay, her body riddled with tubes, listening to the conversation swirling around her. Her breaths were faint without the oxygen mask. Her demise was inevitable. The very person responsible for her current state stood beside her bed, conspiring with the Dr. Songqin. This woman was also the white moonlight in her so-called husband Gu Yuhan's heart. Fu Zhiqin realized that Songqin was once again plotting her demise, yet she could not succumb to death just yet. The male doctor cast a glance at Fu Zhiqin, and upon noticing her eyes open, he subtly nudged Songqin's sleeve as a reminder. Turning around, Songqin regarded Fu Zhiqin, her expression devoid of fear. After all, Fu Zhiqin had long since uncovered her true nature. What did it matter? Each time a choice had to be made between the two of them, Gu Yuhan invariably stood by Songqin without hesitation or rationale. In his eyes, Songqin was the innocent victim, while Fu Zhiqin was merely a jealous shrew. Songqin's gaze towards Fu Zhiqin grew increasingly malevolent. Leaning closer, she whispered coldly into her ear, "Fu Zhiqin, farewell." As those words left her lips, the sound of the lock on the door echoed ominously. Before Fu Zhiqin could process the situation, Songqin suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest in distress. Coincidentally, the person who burst in was Gu Yuhan. Seeing Songqin faint, he rushed forward to catch her. The woman appeared to be struggling for breath, managing to utter, "Yuhan, I came to bid farewell to Qin. Yuhan, fortunately, before I leave this world, I can see you once more." With that, she closed her eyes and fell unconscious. "Doctor," Gu Yuhan shouted in a frenzy, entirely oblivious to Fu Zhiqin's need for rest. A group of specialists quickly gathered, and after placing Songqin on the bed, Gu Yuhan rushed out without so much as a glance at Fu Zhiqin. The woman, who had been disregarded from the beginning, lay motionless, her heart heavy with despair. She understood Songqin's insidious intentions. Songqin had returned to explain her past departure. She had been afflicted with a heart condition. Now, with little time left, she merely wished to see him once more. However, since her arrival, Gu Yuhan had devoted himself entirely to her, forgetting that Fu Zhiqin was his rightful wife at home. As for why Songqin had fainted in her hospital room, it was because Fu Zhiqin was the only one whose heart was compatible with Songqin's, yet she was undeniably Gu Yuhan's wife. To directly remove her heart to save Songqin would weigh heavily on Gu Yuhan's conscience. Outside the emergency room, Gu Yuhan paced anxiously, awaiting news. The operating room door swung open, and Songqin's attending physician emerged. "The patient requires a heart transplant urgently, however." He paused. "As of now, we have yet to find a suitable donor besides Fu Zhiqin." Chapter 1, Farewell, Fu Zhiqin. Such a wretched existence, how can she endure so much? Despite all the torment, she still clings to life. There were numerous opportunities, but each time she neared her last breath. Enough. A woman garbed in a hospital gown interjected, casting a fierce glare at the speaking physician. "This time, I want her to meet her end at the hands of the man she loves most." In the intensive care unit, confined to a large bed and ensnared by a labyrinth of tubes, Fu Zhiqin overheard the clandestine exchange. Her respiration was feeble. Severance from the oxygen mask would assuredly lead to her demise. The architect of her current state was none other than Songqin, the woman colluding with the doctor at her bedside. This woman was also the ethereal ideal in the heart of Gu Yuhan, her husband in name only. Fu Zhiqin surmised that they were, once again, plotting her demise. However, she could not succumb just yet. The male physician glanced furtively at Fu Zhiqin, and upon noticing her open eyes, he nudged Songqin's sleeve as a cautionary gesture. Songqin pivoted, and upon meeting Fu Zhiqin's gaze, she betrayed no hint of trepidation. After all, Fu Zhiqin had long been privy to her true nature. But what did it matter? In every instance where Gu Yuhan was compelled to choose between them, he invariably sided with Songqin without hesitation or justification. In his perception, Songqin was perpetually the innocent, wronged party, while Fu Zhiqin was merely a shrew consumed by envy. Songqin's gaze towards Fu Zhiqin grew increasingly malevolent. She leaned in, whispering a chilling farewell into her ear. "Fu Zhiqin, this is goodbye." As she uttered these words, the lock on the ward door clicked audibly. Before Fu Zhiqin could react, Songqin abruptly collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest in apparent agony. Serendipitously, the individual who had barged in was none other than Gu Yuhan. Upon witnessing Songqin's collapse, he rushed to her aid. The woman appeared to struggle for breath, uttering with difficulty, "Yuhan, I came to bid farewell to Qin." Yuhan, fortunately, before I depart this world, I could see you one last time. Having spoken these words, the woman closed her eyes and fainted. Doctor, Gu Yuhan roared anxiously, oblivious to the fact that Fu Zhiqin on the bed required tranquility. A contingent of specialists swiftly converged, and after placing Song Qin on the bed, Gu Yuhan followed them out anxiously, casting nary a glance at Fu Zhiqin. The perpetually overlooked woman watched the unfolding events with utter despondency. She understood Song Qin's machinations. Song Qin had returned to Gu Yuhan, divulging the reasons for her previous, compelled departure. She suffered from a cardiac ailment. Now, with her days numbered, she sought only to see him once more. Yet, since her reappearance, Gu Yuhan had become utterly fixated on her, seemingly forgetting that he had a lawful wife, Fu Zhiqin, at home. As for why Song Qin had fainted in her ward, it was simply because Fu Zhiqin was, to date, the only individual whose heart was a compatible match for Song Qin. However, she was, after all, Gu Yuhan's wife. To directly extract her heart to save Song Qin was a prospect that Gu Yuhan found, to some extent, unconscionable. Outside the emergency room, Gu Yuhan paced back and forth, awaiting news with bated breath. The doors to the operating theater swung open, and Song Qin's attending physician emerged. The patient requires an immediate heart transplant, but as of now, apart from Fu Zhiqin, no suitable heart donor has been found. Chapter 2, Let it go. As he spoke, the doctor meticulously observed Gu Yuhan's expression. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he dared not make a sound, awaiting Gu Yuhan's decision. After all, Fu Zhiqin was Gu Yuhan's wife. From the perspective of a man, he could comprehend the concerns that plagued Gu Yuhan. With a furrowed brow, Gu Yuhan deliberated for a long time, unable to reach a conclusion. Moments later, a figure rushed out of the operating room. Doctor, it's bad. The patient's blood pressure is dropping. She may not hold on much longer. What? The doctor raised his voice, urgency lacing his tone. Mr. Gu, there is no time left. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuhan felt as though his heart had been wrenched from his chest. His pupils constricted and, ultimately, with a resolve forged in desperation, he declared, "Use Fu Zhiqin's. Take it out." Though there was a considerable distance from the emergency room, it felt as though Fu Zhiqin could see and hear everything with crystal clarity. The ICU door swung open once more, and several nurses and doctors entered simultaneously, wheeling her away. Fu Zhiqin's heart sank, for she understood Gu Yuhan's decision. Yet, even at such a critical juncture, a sliver of hope lingered within her heart. She wondered if he might, as he had before, rescue her from the torment that rendered her existence unbearable. As the surgical lights illuminated the room, Fu Zhiqin's tears soaked the pillow beneath her. And she awaited a voice of reconsideration from Gu Yuhan that never came. As the anesthetic coursed through her veins, her consciousness began to dissolve. Just before surrendering to sleep, she seemed to hear Song Qin's venomous words once more. "Fu Zhiqin, do not blame me. Remember, it is your beloved man who has declared the removal of your heart." In despair, Fu Zhiqin closed her eyes. "Miss Song, what shall we do with her heart post-surgery?" a doctor inquired softly. Song Qin reclined on the bed she was meant to occupy, glancing indifferently at the ailing Fu Zhiqin. "Just feed it to the dogs," she replied nonchalantly. "Yes." The doctor wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, how ruthless. Yet, who could blame her? After all, she was their benefactor. And with Gu Yuhan's backing, she felt invincible. Fu Zhiqin had long since realized that Song Qin was not truly ill. She merely exploited Fu Zhiqin's heart condition as a pretext to ensnare her and achieve her own ends, successfully usurping Gu Yuhan from her life. It was undeniable. Song Qin had triumphed. Fu Zhiqin, a pampered heiress sheltered by her parents, ultimately found herself outmatched by Song Qin. In this instance, she lacked even the strength to voice a retort. Song Qin was correct, regardless of how malevolent she was, without the power Gu Yuhan conferred upon her. How could she have succeeded time and time again? Had Gu Yuhan not given his explicit consent? How could they have dared to unilaterally decide to replace her heart with Song Qin's? From the onset of her university years, Fu Zhiqin had devoted herself to Gu Yuhan for a full decade. Yet, her love ultimately failed to elicit even a modicum of warmth from him. Indeed, her naive affections had led her to a path of ruin. Time and again, opportunities arose for her to awaken to the truth. Yet she stubbornly clung to the belief that she could warm the heart of the man she adored. In return, she only faced his escalating violence, fueled by his infatuation with another. She was weary, no longer wishing to continue loving him. Although remnants of her past attachments lingered, she now felt powerless to change her fate. All she could do was lament her inability to recognize the reality of her situation sooner. The surgical lights dimmed, and with their extinguishing, Fu Zhiqin's consciousness descended into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 3: The unrelated brother. Fu Zhiqin's consciousness awakened. She discovered herself to be the protagonist of a tragic novel. The first half of this narrative detailed the life she had already traversed. She encountered Yuhang, accompanying him through his struggles of poverty as they embarked on a joint venture. Eventually, as his company began to take shape, he formally proposed to her. Initially, Fu Zhiqin's parents vehemently opposed their union, but through her unwavering determination, she ultimately won their consent. It was only after their marriage that Fu Zhiqin's life underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The Fu family faced bankruptcy, and Yuhang's first love returned. Stripped of the Fu family's support, Fu Zhiqin fell victim to various machinations and attacks from Song Qin, culminating in Yuhang's declaration that she had been heartlessly discarded. Yet, she was, after all, the heroine of this tale. What astonished Fu Zhiqin was that against all odds, she found herself once more beside Yuhang. This marked the conclusion of the novel. Fu Zhiqin not only grasped these events but also understood that readers of this story were infuriated to the brink of heart failure. The comments section was a cacophony of outrage, with everyone condemning her, asserting that even if her heart were truly extracted, it would be her just deserts. As Fu Zhiqin opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the sight of an ornate European-style crystal chandelier. "Mr. C, Miss Fu has awakened," came an unfamiliar voice in English. A splitting headache assailed her, and she struggled to turn her head towards the source of the sound. Instantly, she beheld a towering silhouette. The man exuded such an overwhelming presence that those conversing with him scarcely dared to lift their gaze to meet his. Upon receiving the news of Fu Zhiqin's awakening, he did not rush over immediately. Instead, he confirmed the subsequent matters with the doctor before allowing the others to leave temporarily. He then turned to look in Fu Zhiqin's direction. At the moment their eyes met, a jolt of electricity surged through her, compelling her to retreat. Yet, she did not avert her gaze, for she understood that this man would be pivotal in her quest to expose Song Qin and reclaim what was rightfully hers. Fu Zhiqin began to speak, but the man interrupted. "Let us not engage in trivial conversation. The doctor has indicated that your condition is fragile and requires gradual recuperation. Therefore, feel free to express your needs. As for everything else, we shall discuss it when you are well." His tone was resolute, embodying the powerful impression he left on others, leaving no room for dissent. Fu Zhiqin recognized the value of her life being spared was a rare gift. She refrained from any pretense and simply requested water. During her hospitalization, although Yuhang had arranged for caregivers, they were merely puppets to Song Qin's whims. Not only was it difficult to obtain a sip of water, but even a proper meal was a challenge. Yuhang believed he had secured her in the ICU. Yet during that time, she endured relentless torment. Upon hearing her initial request, the man promptly poured warm water, thoughtfully providing a straw and gently advising, "Drink slowly." One could not deny that his considerate actions easily warmed Fu Zhiqin's heart, a woman who had just suffered inhuman treatment and lacked compassion. However, fully aware of the underlying motives, Fu Zhiqin recognized that his gestures were merely acts of atonement. After all, he held a particularly unique identity, Song Qin's unrelated brother. Chapter 4: No wonder Mr. C treasures her so dearly. Just as Song Qin and her companions were preparing to extract Fu Zhiqin's heart, it was Siyu's people who rescued her from the jaws of danger. During this time, Siyu had been keenly observing the actions of his so-called sister, Song Qin. He had never intervened, yet he also refrained from obstructing her. His decision to save Fu Zhiqin stemmed from his understanding that Song Qin's actions had crossed the threshold of legality. He could no longer remain a passive observer. As for Song Qin's ailment, Siyu was well aware that she was in perfect health. Fu Zhiqin's mind wandered, preoccupied with these thoughts. She gazed intently at Siyu, as if attempting to pierce through him with her stare. A man accustomed to reverence and distance now found himself unsettled by the unabashed scrutiny of a seemingly fragile woman. After providing Fu Zhiqin with water, he turned away, maintaining a stoic expression. Nevertheless, within him stirred an inexplicable sense of turmoil. Perhaps it was the deep-seated feeling of indebtedness to Fu Zhiqin that made him feel so vulnerable under her gaze. Furthermore, she had always possessed a fearless spirit. Since that day, Siyu had not made another appearance. Fu Zhiqin was no longer in critical condition, however. Due to the significant blood loss she had suffered and her lack of proper recuperation, she now needed to invest additional time and energy into her recovery. Presently, her days were filled with ease, as she was attended to with every need, far more comfortably than during her time at the Fu residence. Even the servants remarked that her complexion had improved considerably since the first time they met her. They even jested, saying that Miss Fu's rosy complexion could rival that of any star. No wonder Mr. C cherished her so much. Such remarks were uttered only in Siyu's absence. Fu Zhiqin smiled awkwardly, aware of the true reason behind Siyu's attentive care for her. Noticing her stiff smile, Aunt Wang, the housekeeper who tended to her closely, couldn't help but divulge, Miss Fu is the first female friend Mr. C has brought home. This was a statement Fu Zhiqin believed wholeheartedly, especially since even his so-called sister, Song Qin, had never set foot in any of C's residences. What are they discussing so merrily? Just as the household staff gathered around Fu Zhiqin's bedside, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing it, they fell silent without needing to turn around. Only Fu Zhiqin, her face filled with confusion, looked towards the entrance. There stood Siyu, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing tall at the threshold of the room. Though his inquiry seemed to hint at a desire to join them, none were willing to respond. "Sir, we shall begin preparing dinner now," Aunt Wang suggested, lowering her head. "I will dine here tonight." Siyu's expression suddenly turned frosty. "Understood," Aunt Wang replied, ushering the maids out of the room. Once they had departed, Siyu spoke up, "I heard your health has improved significantly. So I came to check on you." Fu Zhiqin, contemplative, replied with a soft "I am quite well now." Siyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, as he ascended the stairs, he had heard the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the room. It seemed she had been faring well during this time. Fu Zhiqin was acutely aware of Siyu's true purpose for returning today. He was simply concerned that upon regaining her strength, she might foolishly contemplate returning to Yuhang, thereby causing trouble for Song Qin. Chapter 5, I have complete trust in you. In the book, upon learning that she had miraculously survived, Fu Zhiqin insisted on returning. However, after having been heartlessly told by Yuhang that her heart had been removed, she had genuinely lost all hope in him. Her sole concern was to ascertain whether her brother, Fu Yunxian, who remained bedridden, was safe and sound. Additionally, she hoped to find a way to rescue him from Yuhang's watchful eyes. Siyu promptly dismissed her thoughts. Since the bankruptcy of the Fu family, Fu Zhiqin had found herself utterly isolated. Even her closest friends had distanced themselves from her due to Yuhang's influence. Given her current state of vulnerability, attempting to rescue someone right under Yuhang's nose was nothing short of a fantastical delusion. Naturally, Fu Zhiqin would not act foolishly again. If her life were to unfold as written in the book, she would rather have perished on the operating table. By the way, Mr. C, I have yet to express my gratitude to you. Regardless of your motives for saving me, you ultimately preserved my life. Otherwise, I would be utterly unaware of my current whereabouts or the fate of my heart. A mere trifle, Siyu responded nonchalantly. Miss Fu may feel free to reside here at her leisure. I rarely come by and shall not intrude upon you. Most individuals would likely question whether they had unwittingly fallen into a scam. Once she had regained her strength, would they intend to dispose of her? Had she been oblivious to Siyu's identity, she might have shared such thoughts. Yet, at this moment, she felt a profound sense of trust in him. She recognized that Siyu, aside from being Song Qin's nominal brother, held a uniquely significant identity. If Miss Fu harbors any doubts or concerns regarding me, she is welcome to voice them. Noticing Fu Zhiqin's prolonged silence, Siyu grew concerned that she might be reluctant to articulate her thoughts. Mr. C, I have complete trust in you, Fu Zhiqin replied earnestly, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. For a fleeting moment, Siyu felt as though his heart had been struck with an undeniable force. An indescribable sensation welled up within him. Once again, he found himself wishing to evade her penetrating gaze. Fu Zhiqin displayed an astonishing lack of wariness towards strangers. The very term stranger left Siyu feeling somewhat uneasy himself. Fu Zhiqin couldn't suppress a laugh. Mr. C, how can you call a woman with whom you share a betrothal a stranger? You truly are heartless. Previously, Fu Zhiqin had been unaware of their engagement. This information was meant to be revealed when she met Siyu's parents. However, circumstances had changed. Now that she was privy to the truth, she was determined to seize the initiative. A flicker of astonishment crossed Siyu's face. He had not anticipated that Fu Zhiqin was already aware of his identity. It seems Miss Fu is quite informed, he remarked, testing the waters. Fu Zhiqin chose not to respond. She understood his suspicions and suspected that he was now concerned about whether she knew of his connection to Song Qin. Before marrying Gu Yuhan, my father mentioned our betrothal, Fu Zhiqin succinctly explained. Indeed, her father had brought it up, but he had not revealed the identity of her fiancé. Thus, the Fu Zhiqin in the book was entirely unaware that Siyu was the very person with whom she had been betrothed. Furthermore, at that time, her infatuation with Gu Yuhan had consumed her entirely. It was likely that her father had deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Chapter 6, What a stunning figure. Seeing Siyu's previously furrowed brows gradually relax, Fu Zhiqin felt an internal sigh of relief. Now, as a guest in another's home, she would need to rely on Siyu for much in the days to come. Although this place was not riddled with traps as her homeland, Siyu proved to be even more challenging to navigate than Song Qin. That night, Fu Zhiqin experienced an extended dream. In it, Gu Yuhan had captured her and demanded that she donate blood to Song Qin. She resisted vehemently, but her struggles were in vain. As she watched her blood slowly fill the bag, despair enveloped her. Gu Yuhan's voice echoed in her ears, Fu Zhiqin, this is what you owe to Qin Qin. What could she possibly owe Song Qin? Was it a man whose success had been bought at the cost of the entire Fu family? Yet, after realizing that Gu Yuhan did not love her, she had sought a divorce. Gu Yuhan had dismissed her with the rationale of what right do you have to claim half of my wealth? However, Fu Zhiqin had never mentioned wanting any of his money. It was his selfishness that had subjected her to such torment. After countless declarations of her desire to leave him, he finally revealed his true feelings. Without you, who will save Qin Qin? Indeed, Gu Yuhan did not love her. How could he possibly bind her with such a flimsy excuse regarding property? Ultimately, he kept her close solely for the sake of Song Qin's illness. In her nightmare, Fu Zhiqin was engulfed by darkness. Just as she was about to plunge into an endless abyss, a name suddenly pierced her mind, Siyu. She cried out. Awakening. Fu Zhiqin found herself surrounded by darkness. She slowly sat up in bed, the vivid images of her dream still fresh in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Fu Zhiqin swallowed hard, attempting to calm her racing heart, but her throat burned with discomfort. Parched and restless, sleep had completely evaded her. Turning on the bedside lamp, she threw off the covers and stepped out of bed. She navigated her way through the dark, recalling the path Aunt Wang had taken her to the dining room. Proceeding cautiously. Despite her carefulness, she could not avoid bumping into something. Concerned about disturbing others' sleep, she decided to turn back, suppressing her thirst. Just as she was about to pivot, she heard the sound of a doorknob turning, followed by a beam of light flooding in. Unaccustomed to such brightness, she instinctively averted her gaze. When she looked back, she saw Siyu standing there in a dark gray bathrobe, illuminated by the light. Fu Zhiqin instinctively surveyed him, her heart silently admiring, what an exquisite figure. Noticing her furtive demeanor, Siyu asked, where are you headed? His tone suggested he feared she might attempt to escape while he was unaware. I'm just thirsty and was looking for water, Fu Zhiqin explained. Siyu, observing her guilty expression, clearly doubted her claim. I'll take you, he said, stepping out of the room and confidently walking forward. He pressed a switch. And with a snap, the hallway was suddenly illuminated. Fu Zhiqin was at a loss, she genuinely had no idea where the switch was. And she hoped he would believe her. From now on, you need not walk in darkness at night, this floor is occupied solely by us. So you need not worry about disturbing anyone, Siyu advised her like a concerned elder. Chapter 7, Wrapping around 2 fingers as they descended the stairs following Siyu. Both maintained a harmonious silence. Upon reaching the dining area, Fu Zhiqin hesitated over which glass to use for water. Siyu passed by her. approaching a glass cabinet filled with an array of cups, and casually selected an exquisitely carved crystal glass. Instead of handing the glass directly to Fu Zhiqin, he thoughtfully poured her a drink, testing the temperature before presenting it to her. Observing such nobility in his actions, Fu Zhiqin stared in disbelief as he served her tea. Trembling slightly, she reached out to accept the glass, but in her nervousness, her fingers inadvertently wrapped around two of Siu's. The unfamiliar sensation startled her, causing her to retract her hand hastily. Just then, Siu released his grip as she grasped the glass, resulting in the unfortunate shattering of the cup on the floor. Fu Zhiqin quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the splashes of water that threatened to dampen her trousers. As she bent down to address the mess, Siu's slightly anxious voice halted her. "Don't move, be careful of the glass shards." She looked up to meet his gaze and noticed his furrowed brow focused on the broken cup. A thought crossed her mind. Did he harbor any resentment towards her for this mishap? It was her first day here, and she had already caused such an incident. "I'm sorry, I wasn't steady," Fu Zhiqin murmured apologetically. "It's nothing," Siu replied, devoid of any irritation. "Stand back, I'll pour you another glass. The shards can wait for the servants to clean up tomorrow." Fu Zhiqin refrained from being obstinate. She understood the value of not complicating matters or becoming a burden. Siu approached the cabinet once more, retrieving an intact crystal glass and refilling it with water. This time, Fu Zhiqin remained focused. She carefully accepted the glass, sipping it slowly, even though her thirst was desperate enough to down an entire bucket. She felt compelled to maintain her composure in front of Siu. "Is it hot?" he inquired suddenly. Caught off guard, Fu Zhiqin shook her head, the water still in her mouth. Siu chose not to pursue the matter further. Fu Zhiqin, no longer pretending, drained the glass in one go and returned it to him. "May I have another glass, please?" Her thirst had intensified, leaving her parched beyond measure. Moreover, she felt somewhat anxious, perhaps due to the intensity of Siu's gaze upon her, which she was still acclimating to. Siu did not refuse. He took the glass, refilled it, and after ensuring she had quenched her thirst, they ascended the stairs together. Upon reaching the threshold of Siu's room, Fu Zhiqin noticed he showed no signs of stopping. "Your room, we've arrived," she reminded him gently. "I know," Siu replied with an impassive expression. "I'll escort you back." Fu Zhiqin hesitated. "That's unnecessary, it's just a few steps." Did he truly worry that she might slip away after he returned to his room? Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, it was Siu's residence, and he was free to act as he pleased. Upon reaching Fu Zhiqin's room, Siu did not immediately turn to leave. "Thank you, Mr. C. Good night," she expressed her gratitude politely. With that, Fu Zhiqin hurried into her room, shutting the door behind her. Siu exhaled slowly, his gaze lingering on the potted plants adorning the hallway, relieved that she hadn't stumbled in the dark earlier. The following day, as Aunt Wang accompanied Fu Zhiqin downstairs for breakfast, they overheard the maids whispering among themselves. Chapter 8. Who could have acted so thoughtlessly? Could it be? I personally tidied up this morning, surely there can be no doubt about it. In fact, we all saw it this morning, yet no one dared to touch it. Thinking it prudent to leave evidence for the master. Evidence of what? The master does not care in the slightest, does he? The maids, engrossed in their cleaning, engaged in spirited discussions, completely oblivious to Fu Zhiqin and Aunt Wang passing by. In response, Aunt Wang cleared her throat heavily to signal them. This was not the first time Fu Zhiqin had witnessed such antics. Whenever Siu was absent, they relished gossiping in private. "What are they discussing, Aunt Wang?" Fu Zhiqin inquired, curiosity piqued. Aunt Wang had no intention of withholding information. "This morning, we discovered that a crystal cup from the master's collection had shattered. We are unsure who acted without thinking. All the cups in that cabinet are strictly forbidden to be touched, as the master has repeatedly emphasized. And that particular cup was worth a staggering 5 million. Fu Zhiqin was taken aback. 5 million for a cup? She had initially contemplated admitting that she was the thoughtless one, but reconsidered. Fortunately, the master had not blamed anyone. Ordinarily, such an incident would warrant a thorough investigation. Aunt Wang remarked. "Is it possible that the one who shattered the cup was himself?" Fu Zhiqin countered. "Upon reflection, She realized that the mishap involving the glass cup was not her sole responsibility. Had Siyu not let go so swiftly, the precious 5 million cup would not have met such an untimely demise. Absolutely not, Aunt Wang asserted. The master seldom uses those cups. Why would he touch them for no reason? Fu Zhiqin remained silent, wary of inadvertently revealing her complicity in the matter. However, I believe the master refrained from expressing his displeasure out of consideration for you, Miss Fu, Aunt Wang added. Fu Zhiqin regarded her with mild skepticism. Flattery does flow smoothly. Upon arriving at the dining room, Fu Zhiqin had barely taken a few bites of her breakfast when she heard Siyu's voice resonating from a distance. Aunt Wang, having heard it too, promptly signaled for the servants to prepare a chair for him. To Fu Zhiqin's surprise, Siyu was accompanied by someone else. As they entered the dining room, Fu Zhiqin happened to glance toward the entrance. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the person Siyu had brought, she immediately recognized their identity. Once Siyu took his seat, the individual stood behind him. Fu Zhiqin chose not to dwell on this person for long, instead focusing on her breakfast. It was only when she had nearly finished that Siyu spoke. Miss Fu. Before he could continue, Fu Zhiqin interjected. How much longer does Mr. Si intend to address me as Miss Fu? Siyu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Given our familiarity, shall we not dispense with such formality? Fu Zhiqin suggested, casting a glance at Siyu's companion. As she had anticipated, that person's expression contorted in frustration, as if they wished to slap her twice. This solidified her certainty regarding their identity. You may call me Qin Qin or my full name, whichever you prefer, Fu Zhiqin continued. Siyu was about to respond but hesitated. Qin Qin? That feels difficult to articulate. Fu Zhiqin seems too stiff. After a prolonged silence, he finally said. This is Qin Yuan, you may also call her Xiao Wu. From now on, she will accompany you closely, ensuring your safety. Chapter 9, The Second Him Qin Yuan. A strikingly beautiful mixed-race woman was at odds with Fu Zhiqin in the original narrative. It was this very woman who added considerable trouble to Fu Zhiqin's life in the Si household, solely because of her affection for her employer, Siyu. Fu Zhiqin, being the only woman who had cohabited with Siyu under the same roof for so long, was a source of irritation for Qin Yuan. Miss Fu. Qin Yuan greeted Fu Zhiqin with a stern expression. Fu Zhiqin gazed at her for an extended moment without offering a reply. Naturally aloof, Qin Yuan was nonetheless skilled in her endeavors, as Siyu readily pointed out. He surmised that Fu Zhiqin might be concerned about their future interactions. However, his decision to place Qin Yuan alongside Fu Zhiqin stemmed not only from her gender but also from his unwavering trust in her capabilities. Having never been disappointed by her diligence over the years, he felt assured in assigning her the responsibility of safeguarding Fu Zhiqin. Upon shifting her gaze to Siyu's face, Fu Zhiqin noted the striking resemblance in the expressions of the master and his subordinate. It was evident, as previously mentioned in the book, that Qin Yuan had endeavored to mold herself into a second version of Siyu to draw nearer to him. Little did she realize that a man of Siyu's caliber would never be attracted to a mere reflection of himself. In the narrative, Fu Zhiqin sensed Qin Yuan's animosity towards her role as a bodyguard, which she firmly rejected. Moreover, her desire to escape was compounded by the realization that with Qin Yuan's watchful eye, her chances of fleeing were significantly diminished. Fu Zhiqin's attitude, as depicted in the text, inadvertently made her existence in the Si household more torturous. This time, script in hand, she acquiesced to Siyu's arrangements. In a faint show of concern, she asked, If you assign Qin Yuan to me, what will you do? Do not fret, Siyu replied nonchalantly. Fu Zhiqin was well aware that there were individuals besides Siyu who were even more formidable than Qin Yuan. However, her words were deliberately intended for Qin Yuan's ears. Following breakfast, Siyu departed for work. After finishing her milk, Fu Zhiqin stifled a yawn and remarked, Aunt Wang, I shall take a nap now. During her recuperation, her previously disciplined routine of rising early had long since been abandoned. Were it not for her current circumstances and her desire to avoid giving others fodder for gossip, she would have preferred to forego breakfast altogether. Before exiting the dining room, Fu Zhiqin cast a glance back at Qin Yuan, leaving her with the remark, Little 5. Feel free to do as you wish. Qin Yuan, upon hearing herself addressed in such a manner, momentarily lost her composure. In truth, she did not wish for Fu Zhiqin to call her that, as Little Five was a title reserved for those she felt a sense of intimacy with, such as Siyu. Fu Zhiqin was undoubtedly aware of this, having never addressed her in such a way in the original text. Now, it was merely a tactic to provoke Qin Yuan. When Fu Zhiqin finally awoke, the sun was high in the sky. Estimating the time, she concluded it was time to rise. After dressing, she approached the door, only to find Qin Yuan standing outside like a statue. Ignoring her presence as if she were air, Fu Zhiqin descended the stairs. Upon seeing her awake, Aunt Wang hurriedly approached with an inquiry, "Miss Fu, would you like me to prepare a meal for you?" Fu Zhiqin, feeling only slightly hungry, nodded in affirmation. "Now that you mention it, I suppose I am a bit peckish." "Very well, I shall prepare it at once," Aunt Wang responded, summoning the maids to attend to the meal. Observing Fu Zhiqin commanding the household staff as if she were the mistress of the sea residence, Qin Yuan narrowed her eyes with jealousy. Chapter 10. Finding the way. After finishing her meal, Fu Zhiqin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "I'm a bit full. I think I'll take a stroll to aid digestion." This statement was not merely directed at Aunt Wang. Rising from her seat, Fu Zhiqin made her way towards the exit of the dining hall, with Qin Yuan closely trailing behind. This marked Fu Zhiqin's first venture outside the imposing gates of the villa since her return with Siyu. Having long known that this abode was no ordinary residence, she was nonetheless awestruck by its grandeur upon witnessing it firsthand. This was not merely a villa, it resembled a castle, a domain fit for nobility. As though straight from the pages of a fairy tale. Observing Fu Zhiqin's astonishment, Qin Yuan could not help but internally scorn, labeling her a country bumpkin. This was merely a temporary haven for Siyu. Should she ever set her eyes on the ancestral castle of the Xi family, she might very well be left speechless. "Aunt Wang, would you take me for a walk, so I can familiarize myself with the surroundings?" Fu Zhiqin enunciated the last 4 words with particular clarity, ensuring that certain individuals could not overlook her request. Aunt Wang, having been granted special treatment by Siyu, regarded Fu Zhiqin as the future mistress of the estate and was thus eager to comply with her wishes. Qin Yuan remained silent, trailing behind them. Yet as Fu Zhiqin expressed her desire to explore the estate, she observed the latter's earnest attempts to memorize every corner of the manor. Ever vigilant, Qin Yuan harbored suspicions. Prior to encountering Fu Zhiqin, Siyu had instructed her to keep a close watch on this woman. Knowing Siyu as she did, his words stemmed from concern that Fu Zhiqin might seize an opportune moment to escape unnoticed. Hence, regardless of how Fu Zhiqin portrayed herself as the lady of the manor, Qin Yuan perceived her merely as a woman whom Siyu sought to confine, a designation far removed from that of the future matriarch of the Xi family. After a while, Fu Zhiqin grew weary from her stroll and returned to the villa to rest. The maids had prepared refreshments in anticipation of her return. "You may all attend to your duties, I will call for you if needed," Fu Zhiqin instructed, eager for them to depart. For she knew the real drama was about to unfold. The maid shared Aunt Wang's sentiments, naturally acquiescing to Fu Zhiqin's every command. Once the household resumed their tasks, Qin Yuan could no longer contain her irritation. "Miss Fu, given your seclusion, I presume you have no need for a bodyguard?" Upon hearing Qin Yuan's remark, Fu Zhiqin, with her back turned, could not suppress a slight smile. In the narrative, during the first day Qin Yuan spent by Fu Zhiqin's side, she had been quick to criticize her, noting her propensity to eat and sleep. "What do you mean by that, Xiao Wu?" Fu Zhiqin turned to face her, feigning innocence. Qin Yuan looked down condescendingly. "Do you not grasp the implication? A woman of your caliber hardly deserves the esteemed Mr. C." Internally, Fu Zhiqin scoffed, was Qin Yuan truly worthy? If memory served her right. While Qin Yuan hailed from a well-to-do family, she was not the legitimate daughter of the family's head. Her mother was merely one of the man's mistresses. The moniker Xiao Wu stemmed from her being the 5th child in the Qin lineage, a title she despised. Had it not been for her perceived utility in helping the family business, she might have been married off to someone else long ago. In the novel, upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Fu Zhiqin refrained from retorting. At that time, she was disinterested in everything, lacking the spirit to engage in disputes. In this moment, She remained unresponsive, her expression one of profound melancholy, her tone laced with self-doubt. You are right. Chapter 11, Has Mr. C found a woman? Fu Zhiqin returned to her room, and Qin Yuan did not immediately follow. Initially, she had no intention of defying Siyu's orders. For the first time, she developed her own thoughts. She fervently wished for Fu Zhiqin to vanish from Siyu's world, leaving her as the sole woman by his side. In the original narrative, the infatuated and naive Fu Zhiqin felt utterly humiliated upon hearing Qin Yuan's remarks. Although she harbored no romantic feelings for Siyu, she understood that her presence here was merely a burden to him. Their relationship was not yet strong enough for Fu Zhiqin to depend entirely on him. Reluctant to remain in this place any longer, she resolved to leave. She did not want to escape the abyss of Gu Yuhan only to plunge into another unfathomable pit. While contemplating how to elude Qin Yuan's gaze at the door of her room, Fu Zhiqin happened to overhear footsteps indicating that someone outside had temporarily departed. Seizing this opportunity, she donned the maid's uniform she had prepared long ago and stealthily slipped out of the room. However, she was taken aback to encounter Qin Yuan returning just as she stepped outside. To her astonishment, Qin Yuan seemed oblivious to her presence, as if blind, and walked past her, instructing the working maids, "Ladies, please prepare the snacks Miss Fu will have after her nap." Fu Zhiqin realized that Qin Yuan was doing this deliberately. She must have noticed Fu Zhiqin's disguise as a maid. Indeed, without her, the advantages for Qin Yuan outweighed the disadvantages. Gratefully, Fu Zhiqin followed the maids downstairs and successfully escaped the villa. As Fu Zhiqin's figure disappeared into the distance, Qin Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. To satisfy her own desires, she was willing to risk disappointing Siyu once. After calculating the moment of Fu Zhiqin's complete departure, she promptly called Siyu to inform him of Fu Zhiqin's escape. However, she did not anticipate that Fu Zhiqin was unfamiliar with the layout of the estate. In the expansive garden, she became lost, and before she could exit the manor, Siyu apprehended her. Despite the fact that it was Qin Yuan's oversight that provided Fu Zhiqin with an opportunity, Siyu still instructed her to continue protecting Qin Yuan, granting her a chance for redemption. However, for Fu Zhiqin, this incident eroded Siyu's trust in her, complicating her future endeavors to become stronger. Upon returning to her room, Fu Zhiqin once again donned the maid's attire she had borrowed earlier. Timing her exit precisely, she encountered Qin Yuan, who, as in the previous instance, chose to ignore her. Fu Zhiqin smoothly followed the maids downstairs and made her way out of the villa. In the conference room of S Group, Siyu and a host of shareholders were deliberating the promotion of the upcoming fragrance line. As the shareholders took turns offering suggestions, Siyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Once the report concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Just as everyone braced themselves for the impending storm, Han Che, Siyu's assistant and bodyguard, leaned in to whisper in his ear. Subsequently, Siyu took the phone from Han Che's hand. Moments later, a woman's voice emanated from the device. And everyone held their breath in disbelief. As they listened intently to the call, their eyes widened in astonishment. Once Siyu hung up, he stared at the phone for several seconds before abruptly standing up. "The meeting is cancelled," he declared hastily, leaving without hesitation. It was not until a while later that anyone dared to exhale. Meanwhile, murmurs circulated among the attendees. "Has Mr. C found a woman?" Chapter 12, Do You Loathe Me? Upon arriving home, Siyu found Qin Yuan standing in the hall with a look of deep remorse. She had likely anticipated the confrontation that awaited her. Lowering her head, she humbly addressed him, "Mr. C, I sincerely apologize, it is my negligence." It seemed that Fu Zhiqin had already managed to escape, and Siyu had yet to apprehend her, otherwise, he would not have entered the house accompanied solely by Han Che. A sense of relief washed over Qin Yuan as she secretly hoped that the woman would never return. In an effort to appear more composed, Qin Yuan dared not lift her gaze to contemplate Siyu's expression, thus failing to notice the shadow of disappointment on his face and the look of frustration on Han Che's. "Go upstairs," Siyu uttered with a hint of disillusionment. Curiosity gnawed at Qin Yuan as she wondered why Siyu had not ordered anyone to immediately pursue Fu Zhiqin. After their figures rushed past her, she hastily followed suit. In the study, Siyu sat in a chair while Han Che remained standing beside him. Only Qin Yuan stood anxiously across from them. "Qin Yuan, recount today's events once more," Siyu commanded in a low voice. A flicker of disbelief crossed Qin Yuan's eyes. She even questioned whether her ears had deceived her. She had encountered Siyu expressing such emotions before, yet he had never referred to her as anything other than Xiao Wu. Not daring to linger too long. Despite her inner turmoil, she recounted the escape of Fu Zhiqin, a narrative she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. She believed her account to be flawless. For she understood Siyu well. She knew precisely how to phrase her words to leave no room for doubt. Furthermore, Fu Zhiqin was clever. Dressed as a maid and feigning a submissive demeanor, it was indeed challenging to discern her disguise. Though Qin Yuan was astute, she was willing to act foolishly for Siyu's sake. However, after several minutes of silence post her recounting, Siyu did not respond. He appeared to be deep in thought, leaving Qin Yuan perplexed about his intentions. Even Han Che, who typically showed her much concern, now seemed to deliberately avoid her gaze, concealing any hint of Siyu's next move. It had been a long time since she felt such suffocating tension. Qin Yuan pondered whether Fu Zhiqin held an extraordinary significance to Siyu. If that were the case, why did he remain unfazed upon learning of her escape? At last, Siyu broke the silence. Qin Yuan, focus on your responsibilities, the rest is not your concern. With that, he cast not a single glance in her direction before leaving the study. Qin Yuan stood there, bewildered, until Han Che made to depart, prompting her to grasp his arm. Che go. The disappointment in Han Che's eyes was palpable. Xiao Wu, you should not deceive Mr. C. Qin Yuan replied, huh? Han Che then recounted the events that had transpired in the conference room that day. The call made during the meeting had been placed by Fu Zhiqin using Aunt Wang's phone. When Siyu answered, a playful voice resonated throughout the conference room. Siyu. Do you loathe me? Siyu paused for 3 seconds before replying, no. You are lying. Fu Zhiqin's voice, now tinged with displeasure, echoed back. If you do not loathe me, why would you send your female subordinate to humiliate me? If you believe I am unworthy of residing here, then allow me to leave. Chapter 13, I can still afford coincidentally. As the phone call came to an end, Qin Yuan sent news that Fu Zhiqin was missing. After leaving the conference room, Siyu contacted Aunt Wang and learned that Fu Zhiqin was safe and sound at home. Once Han Che finished speaking, he also exited the study. Upon discovering that she had been played by Fu Zhiqin, Qin Yuan's chest heaved in anger. She narrowed her eyes dangerously and muttered in indignation, wretched girl. After descending the stairs, Siyu fortuitously encountered Fu Zhiqin and Aunt Wang, who were joyfully returning from outside in their maid attire. Upon seeing him, Fu Zhiqin eagerly rushed forward, proudly declaring, Aunt Wang and I just cleared all the weeds in your garden. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Siyu was struck by the thought of her leaping into his arms. Seeing her radiant smile, he couldn't help but smile back, albeit briefly, responding with a simple, His succinct reply did not dampen Fu Zhiqin's exuberance. She added, rest assured, I will not take advantage of your hospitality. Fu Zhiqin's words made it evident that she still harbored feelings regarding her altercation with Qin Yuan. Though such behavior might seem petty to others, she was determined to let it be known that she would not shy away from asserting herself. I sincerely apologize for this matter, Siyu expressed. I have said before that you can stay here without any reservations. I can still afford to support you. These words were not solely directed at Fu Zhiqin. He intended for everyone present to grasp her standing in this household, thus preventing any future insubordination. With Siyu's reassurance, Fu Zhiqin chose not to dwell on the past. I'll go take a shower, I've worked up quite a sweat, Fu Zhiqin remarked, fanning her slightly flushed face. Siyu's handling of the situation exceeded her expectations. Initially, she had merely intended to use this incident to lower his defenses and quell his suspicions about her desire to leave. To her astonishment, his recent statement implied that Fu Zhiqin was becoming the mistress of the house. Whether it was her imagination or not, the Siyu she had come to know seemed far less formidable than the one depicted in the books. As she watched Fu Zhiqin's figure vanish around the corner of the staircase, Siyu turned to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, were you present when Qin Yuan and Miss Fu had their altercation this afternoon? Aunt Wang did not hesitate for a moment, replying, Mr. C, I apologize. But I was indeed not at the scene. I oversee all the household matters, and when Fu Zhiqin instructed them to step down, I left as well. However, Aunt Wang continued, I vaguely overheard some private discussions suggesting that Miss Jean accused Miss Fu of being unworthy of you, implying that asking her to protect her was redundant. Aunt Wang's stance was clear. While she favored Fu Zhiqin, she refrained from infusing her personal feelings into her observations of Siyu's inquiries. Matters concerning the master of the house were ultimately their own to judge. She believed that Siyu was a person capable of discerning right from wrong. After absorbing Aunt Wang's words, Siyu had a clearer understanding of the situation. Please prepare dinner, Siyu instructed calmly. After Aunt Wang departed, Han Che, who had witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but interject, Mr. C. Are you seeking to intercede for Qin Yuan? Siyu did not wait for him to finish and directly inquired. Han Che paused before continuing, Mr. C, this time, Xiao Wu acted impulsively. But she did so with your best interests at heart. Chapter 14, He knows where his bottom line lies. Siyu remained silent, gesturing for Han Che to continue. Han Che reflected on the fact that he and Qin Yuan had been by Siyu's side for many years. He was certain that Siyu could discern the importance of each individual, including Fu Zhiqin. Thus, he boldly advised, Mr. C. There is some merit to what Xiao Wu has said. Miss Fu, in your case, is indeed more harmful than beneficial. Upon hearing Han Che's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Siyu's face. Han Che observed Siyu's expression, speculating that his words might have made an impact. He secretly exhaled, feeling a mixture of relief and anxiety about his impulse to protect Qin Yuan. What harm does Fu Zhiqin pose to me? Siyu inquired. Han Che inwardly rejoiced and responded without a hint of hesitation, not to mention that Miss Fu's background is wholly incompatible with yours, she is also a married woman. If word were to spread, it would not reflect well on you. His understanding of Fu Zhiqin stemmed from the moment Song Qin returned to Gu Yuhan's side, during which he was assigned to monitor their movements. He had witnessed Fu Zhiqin being cast aside by Gu Yuhan, yet she continued to selflessly donate blood for Song Qin. How could a woman, so devoted to another man, ever be wholeheartedly committed to his boss? Therefore, he did not believe Fu Zhiqin's presence beside Siyu to be advantageous. Siyu could certainly sense Han Che's genuine concern for him. However, he found the reasoning presented to be overly simplistic. Such arguments were insufficient to persuade him. Without a moment's hesitation, he countered, Han Che, as long as you remain silent, these matters will not be disseminated. Han Che was taken aback, easily detecting the authoritative tone in Siyu's words. He dared not respond further. Having been with Siyu the longest, he understood where his boundaries lay. Fu Zhiqin could not pinpoint what exactly felt amiss. In the matter of Qin Yuan's deliberate attempt to release her, her demeanor had shown no signs of flaw. For several days thereafter, Siyu returned to the very house she occupied after work. Yet she distinctly remembered that in the narrative, Siyu had granted Qin Yuan an opportunity to continue safeguarding Fu Zhiqin, ensuring she did not leave, while he himself seldom visited, as he had previously stated. Could it be that her plan had diminished Siyu's trust in Qin Yuan, prompting him to supervise personally? As Fu Zhiqin pondered her predicament, Aunt Wang hurriedly burst in. Miss Fu, please change your clothes immediately. The master and mistress are waiting for you downstairs. Aunt Wang stammered. The master and mistress? Fu Zhiqin exclaimed in surprise. If her conjecture was correct, Aunt Wang was referring to Siyu's parents, Mr. Si Ming and Mrs. Ai Mei. Yes. Aunt Wang nervously stood by, and after answering Fu Zhiqin's query, she added quietly, I have already informed Mr. Si. Miss Fu, do not be anxious. I will be by your side for support. As Fu Zhiqin changed her attire, she meticulously calculated that it was not the appropriate time for her to meet Si's elderly parents. In the story, Qin Yuan had only brought Fu Zhiqin before Si's parents after realizing she could not force her out. The Si elders had assumed that Siyu was leading an unruly life, maintaining some improper relationship, which was why they had come seeking her. Recently, how had Qin Yuan managed to find the time to inform on her while remaining inseparable from her side? Chapter 15, The Bewildered Son of Lust. As time shifted, Fu Zhiqin found herself consumed with concern about the potential repercussions of her meeting with the esteemed elders of the Si family. Upon descending the stairs, she immediately beheld the two venerable figures seated in the parlor, attended to with great caution by Aunt Wang. Beside her stood Qin Yuan, the woman designated by Siyu to remain ever close, as if she had found a sturdy pillar of support. Upon sighting Fu Zhiqin, Qin Yuan promptly alerted Si Ming and Ai Mei, saying, "Elder, Madam, Miss Fu has arrived." Yet, upon hearing her words, neither Si Ming nor Ai Mei hastily turned their gaze towards Fu Zhiqin. Their demeanor was deliberately aloof, exuding an air of indifference as if she were unworthy of their attention. Just days prior, an old stalwart from S Group had divulged to the elders that Siyu had patiently indulged this woman's whims before hastily returning home to placate her. What a jest. Their son, Siyu, a peculiar creature who was only ever averse to women, had supposedly harbored a female in his abode? The couple had been utterly incredulous. As Fu Zhiqin approached, she meticulously observed their every move. Even in the absence of a warm reception, she masked any discontent, remaining composed and unperturbed. Well versed in the narrative of the novel, she understood Si Ming and Ai Mei's dispositions with clarity. It was entirely normal for this couple to assert their dominance, as in their eyes, she was merely a cunning temptress ensnaring their son. However, curiosity often prevails. Despite Ai Mei's attempts to feign ignorance, she could not suppress a fleeting glance at Fu Zhiqin. In that brief moment, her fade crumbled. The haughty demeanor of the aristocratic matron dissipated, replaced by an expression of astonishment. Ah, it seemed that Siu's taste was indeed commendable. Ai Mei whispered to Si Ming, acknowledging that any individual, being a woman herself, could not help but admire Fu Zhiqin's exquisite beauty. She had anticipated encountering a mere seductress covertly kept by Siu but was utterly taken aback by the woman before her. This visage. This aura. Even Ai Mei, who was perpetually lauded by the elite, found herself deeply enchanted. This woman was certainly not a mere ordinary fox spirit, standing a mere meter from the esteemed elders. Fu Zhiqin gracefully inclined her head, offering a warm smile. "Uncle, aunt, greetings to you." Her poise and the respect she exuded left the elders, who had meticulously prepared various barbed remarks, momentarily at a loss for words. They exchanged knowing glances, each sensing a familiarity in her presence that was both unsettling and intriguing. It became evident that Siyu's infatuation with this residence was not without merit. Noticing the shift in the couple's expressions, Fu Zhiqin felt a subtle relief wash over her. Thankfully, the elders had not altered their demeanor due to the temporal shift. Yet, to ascertain whether the woman was merely a master of pretense rather than possessing the distinguished qualities they perceived, Si Ming and Ai Mei resolved to probe into her background. Despite their prior attempts to investigate her, they had come up empty-handed. Clearly, someone had been aiding her in concealing her origins. It went without saying that such an impenetrable veil could only be woven by none other than their bewildered son. "What is your esteemed surname, dear lady?" Ai Mei inquired with a benevolent expression. Chapter 16, I have held you before, a smile concealing a knife. This is not the first time Fu Zhiqin has witnessed the power of this idiom. With Song Qin, she has experienced the essence of this term on multiple occasions. However, the cunning smile that accompanies Song Qin's schemes is easily discernible, her acting leaves much to be desired. It is merely Gu Yuhan, oblivious and blind to the truth, who fails to perceive the duplicity. Alternatively, it may be that he can distinguish right from wrong but chooses to shower his affections solely upon Song Qin. At present, facing Ai Mei, Fu Zhiqin truly experiences what it means to perform with exquisite artistry. Had she not awakened to the intricate personalities within this narrative, she would have remained oblivious to Ai Mei's probing. She genuinely believed that Ai Mei's inquiry stemmed from the concern of a senior. Fu Zhiqin had no intention of concealing her lineage and openly declared, "My surname is Fu, and my given name is Zhiqin." Ai Mei feigned repetition of her name while her mind raced, searching for any past encounters with a family bearing the surname Fu. "Does this name not ring a bell?" Ai Mei inquired, casting a glance at Si Ming. Si Ming, lost in deep reflection, suddenly felt a jolt of recognition and looked up, incredulously fixating on Fu Zhiqin, his gaze flitting across her familiar visage. To bystanders, Si Ming's reaction suggested that Fu Zhiqin was akin to a long-lost daughter, finally reunited with her family. Having been raised amidst the treacheries of elite family rivalries, Qin Yuan, with her unique background, shared the same thoughts upon noticing Si Ming's change in demeanor. It all began to make sense, for she had heard whispers of Siyu having a sister raised away from the family. As for why she was not brought into the Si household, it was common knowledge that the matriarch of the Si family had only given birth to Siyu. Thus, This sister, lost to the world, was merely the illegitimate daughter of the Si family. No wonder this woman was treated as the mistress of the estate upon her arrival. Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. What did it matter if Siyu had a sister? In the hierarchy of high society, who could surpass whom? Fu Zhiqin then. Who is your father? Si Ming's voice grew increasingly choked. Fu Jinglang, Fu Zhiqin replied softly, lowering her head, tinged with a hint of sorrow as she spoke her father's name. If there were one painful reminder she wished to avoid in her awakened state, it was her father, the man who had devoted his life to pampering and protecting her, only to have his life extinguished by her own blindness. Jinglang. She is Jinglang's child. Si Ming trembled, raising his hand, unable to contain his inner joy, excitedly relaying Fu Zhiqin's identity to Ai Mei. Ai Mei mirrored his astonishment, her lips parting as she gazed at Fu Zhiqin, inspecting her closely. It's true. I thought she looked familiar, Ai Mei exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. This revelation left Qin Yuan, who had thought she had grasped the situation, and Aunt Wang, who had been observing in confusion, utterly bewildered. Child, do you remember us? I am your Aunt Mei. When you were born, I made a special trip back home to hold you. Ai Mei exuberantly introduced herself to Fu Zhiqin, shedding any semblance of the aloofness she had displayed upon their initial meeting. Chapter 17, Family Fu Zhiqin. She indeed wished to remember. Yet, as a newborn, what could she possibly recall? And as for me, when I first met you, I was but a chubby little bundle, and in the blink of an eye, you have blossomed into a graceful young lady. Si Ming, unwilling to lag behind, eagerly sought to establish a connection with Fu Zhiqin. Fu Zhiqin. Although I had anticipated the reaction of my elders upon learning my identity, I never expected such warmth, which I found overwhelming. While I possess little memory of what my uncle and aunt have said, I often heard my father speak fondly of you both. Thus, upon meeting you, I felt an undeniable sense of familial warmth. Fu Zhiqin's heartfelt words deeply moved Si Ming and Ai Mei. Perhaps it was the mere mention of family that struck a chord within them. Their joy became increasingly difficult to contain. Indeed, family, could we not consider ourselves your family? Ai Mei promptly affirmed this connection. The Si family had only Siyu as their sole son, who was perpetually engrossed in his work, leaving little time for reunions with his parents. Therefore, Fu Zhiqin's utterance of family undoubtedly brought them an added sense of companionship. Of course, more significantly, was Fu Zhiqin's identity. Had she not been the daughter of Fu Jinglang? Her claim of family would have merely been seen as a sycophantic attempt to ingratiate herself with Siyu in their eyes. Much like Qin Yuan, who stood behind them, observing this touching scene, utterly unmoved, while internally seething with envy, no matter her efforts, she could never penetrate the hearts of Si's parents. How have Jinglang and Shiyu been lately? Si Ming inquired, all the while engaged in this familial recognition, not forgetting to express concern for his old friends. Upon hearing Si Ming mention her parents, Fu Zhiqin fell silent. She was not surprised, they were entirely oblivious to the news of her parents' passing. This, of course, was largely due to the machinations of their beloved son. The narrative had indicated that, wishing to shield his parents from the entanglements of the younger generation's romantic tribulations, Siyu refrained from informing the Si family of Fu Jinglang's demise in prison and the subsequent death of Xia Shuyu, who succumbed to depression from the overwhelming grief. Furthermore, after losing contact with them, he fabricated a so-called benevolent lie, creating a fade of well-being for the Fu family. However, Fu Zhiqin bore no resentment towards Siyu for this. After all, she could not be certain how events would have unfolded had her elders been involved from the outset. Even if they had aided her, she could not reclaim her parents. She was acutely aware that her parents had lost their lives due to her own past selfishness and folly. Noticing her silence, Si Ming's eyelids twitched anxiously, and his unease intensified. Coupled with Fu Zhiqin's sudden appearance in F country, a wave of panic surged within him. Child, please speak. Your aunt and I are not so old that we cannot withstand unpleasant news, Si Ming urged fervently. Fu Zhiqin had never intended to conceal the truth. Eventually, the truth would emerge. Moreover, as the closest friends of Fu Jinglang and Xia Shuyu, they had the right to know the reality. The Fu family has gone bankrupt. My parents, a few days ago, have passed away. Fu Zhiqin solemnly revealed the harsh truth. She did not elaborate further. She hoped that when the day of revelation arrived, the world would seek to understand and judge the details. As for now, the time was not yet ripe. Chapter 18, The First Umbrella of Protection. Initially, upon seeing Fu Zhiqin's troubled expression, I assumed that Fu Zhiqin and Xia Shuyu must have been afflicted by some grave illness, rendering them unable to visit in person. Believing this to be the case, Ximing felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. However, upon learning that Fu Zhiqin would never again be by his side, the weight of despair truly descended upon him. It was inconceivable. The last time he had seen a photograph of him, he appeared so vigorous. Ximing refused to accept this reality. How could a seemingly healthy individual simply vanish? He could not bring himself to believe it. Indeed, even Ximing, who was separated from them by vast distances, could discern Fu Zhiqin's robust health. Fu Zhiqin dared not fathom the inhumane treatment Fu Zhiqin must have endured following the family's bankruptcy and his subsequent imprisonment, which led to his unjust demise within a month. During that harrowing time, Fu Zhiqin had tirelessly sought justice for her father, yet she struggled to find evidence. In a moment of desperation, she even knelt before Yuhang, imploring for his assistance. But what did that man do? He stood idly by, believing Fu Zhiqin could be easily manipulated, obstructing every avenue she might have taken to reverse the fortunes of the Fu family. What deepened Fu Zhiqin's despair was the realization that the instigator of her family's downfall had employed some nefarious means to ensure she never saw Fu Zhiqin alive one last time. The next encounter with her father was merely a cold corpse, lying motionless before her, awaiting her acknowledgement. Fu Zhiqin fought to suppress the pain that surged from memories she could not bear to revisit. Addressing Ximing with heartfelt remorse, "I am so sorry to deliver such dreadful news to you so suddenly, but everything I have said is true." She understood that forcing the elderly couple to accept this tragic reality was profoundly cruel. Yet, it was the only way she could find a moment of peace. At least temporarily. Ximing and Ai Mei were her first line of defense, her protective umbrella. How could this be? Child, with the Fu family's vast estate. How could it simply cease to exist? Is there not some hidden truth behind this? Xinglang and Shuyu. Ai Mei's words trailed off abruptly. As a woman, she could deeply empathize with Fu Zhiqin's sorrow. She did not wish to witness a child who had already endured such pain being forced to reopen her wounds repeatedly while revealing the fate of her parents. "It's all my fault, I should have sensed something was amiss. Had we known earlier what the Fu family was enduring, the outcome would surely have been different," Ximing lamented, burdened with guilt. He could never accept the fact that his closest friend was no longer in this world. He had not even attended the funeral, feeling he had let the Fu family down. "Uncle, trust that my father is watching over you and would never blame you," Fu Zhiqin reassured him. Reflecting on the grim state of her father after his death, she mused that Fu Zhiqin would likely not wish for his dear friend to witness his disheveled form. "You have suffered," Ai Mei said, taking Fu Zhiqin's hand, her face filled with compassion. Fu Zhiqin, displaying maturity beyond her years, shook her head gently and comforted. "Life is inevitably fraught with difficulties. My parents cannot be my refuge for eternity. Since their departure, I believe I have grown considerably, especially after my awakening." Despite the narrative suggesting that the Fu family would inevitably find justice, she could not wait that long. She could not bear the thought of returning to awaken Yuhang's dwindling conscience, relying on him to uncover the truth. She was no longer the naive Fu Zhiqin of the past. This time, she would utilize every resource at her disposal, leveraging her own abilities to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her and the Fu family. Chapter 19, What Wrong Has Qin Done? As the crowd languished in a sea of melancholic reminiscence, a rich, baritone voice resonated through the hall. "What are you all doing?" Upon learning of his parents' arrival, Suyue hurried back, apprehensive that Fu Zhiqin might struggle to cope. Little did he anticipate the sight that awaited him, his parents clinging to one another, weeping uncontrollably. Fu Zhiqin stood opposite them, occasionally dabbing at the tears that welled at the corners of his eyes. The scene before him was truly beyond words. Upon seeing Suyue, Fu Zhiqin's first instinct was a realization: the architect of this turmoil had returned. Had it not been for his deliberate concealment, how would Simi and Aimee have only just learned of the tribulations that had befallen the Fu family? Thus, they would not have been struck down as if by a thunderbolt, reduced to tears. As Fu Zhiqin had anticipated, Simi and Aimei exchanged glances, confirming their mutual sentiments. And turned their gazes toward Suyue with indignation, as if confronting a foe. "Rebellious child!" they exclaimed in unison. After their synchronized outburst, Simi and Aimei shared a knowing look. Deeply moved by the profound bond they had cultivated over the years. Suyue, perplexed, directed his questioning gaze toward Fu Zhiqin. It appeared that no one else in attendance could provoke such ire from his parents. Yet, what power did she possess to incite such a reaction? Initially, Suyue presumed Simi and Aimei had come to confront Fu Zhiqin. However, in this unfolding drama, they regarded their newly arrived son as an adversary. Yet, the presence of Qin Yuan seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope. In the Suyue household, particularly in the presence of Simi and Aimei, she often found herself voiceless. But with Suyue present, the dynamics shifted. No matter the circumstances, he remained her sole master, and he was not one to dismiss wise counsel. Observing Suyue's confusion, Qin Yuan promptly elucidated, "Mr. Suyue, you have finally returned. Had you arrived even a moment later, I fear the elder and madam would have wept themselves to ill health." With the intent of safeguarding Simi and Aimei, Qin Yuan sought an opportunity to compel Suyue to hold Fu Zhiqin accountable. At that juncture, even the protective instincts of Simi and Aimei would be inconsequential, for the true authority within the Suyue family was Suyue himself. Qin Yuan's remarks elicited a disapproving glare from Aunt Wang, who was acutely aware of her ulterior motives. "What is going on?" Suyue prompted her to continue. Sensing a chill in his tone, Qin Yuan eagerly laid the blame at Fu Zhiqin's feet. Miss Fu likely did not intend any harm, she inadvertently disclosed her parents' passing. And the elders may have been momentarily overwhelmed. Qin Yuan was no fool. She had always been known for her straightforwardness, devoid of emotional entanglements. Her accusations could only be interpreted as a candid and unreserved expression of her thoughts. Fully aware of this, she boldly asserted Fu Zhiqin's culpability before the assembly. Fu Zhiqin cast a composed glance in her direction but refrained from defending herself. Instead, she turned her attention back to Suyue. Curious as to how he would navigate this predicament. The man's expression darkened as his eyes darted between the elders and Fu Zhiqin, obscuring his thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained silent. While Aimei interjected with a caustic tone, "What wrong has Qin done?" She merely enlightened the oblivious elders to the truth. "The truly ungrateful one is that foolish dog who deprived me of the chance to see my dear brother one last time." Simi concurred. Chapter 20, He truly desired a daughter. "Oh, sir, you mustn't be so harsh as to scold yourself." Wang Auntie interjected, unable to bear it any longer. From the preceding exchange, she surmised that Siyu's concealment had led the elder Si couple to miss the events concerning Fu Zhiqin's family. It was only natural for them to seek an explanation from Siyu. Si Ming, in his exasperation, had been incautious with his words. Realizing the severity of his rebuke but unwilling to retract it due to pride, he simply waved his hand, declaring, "Anyone who wants this son can have him." Siyu remained impassive, dismissing his outburst as mere raving. Fu Zhiqin, as the instigator of this drama, naturally felt compelled to salvage the situation. She chuckled, "Uncle. If my father knew you were disowning your son for his sake, he might just come seeking you out in the dead of night to argue the matter." Si Ming paused, then mused, "That would be wonderful, I could see Jinglang again." The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Was the old man truly losing his mind? Was this supposed to be a good thing? "Uncle, Siyu kept it from you for your own good," Fu Zhiqin interjected, diffusing the tension. "The Fu family's affairs were far too complex, and he likely didn't want you to be unduly distressed, which is why he chose to keep it to himself." She then turned to Siyu, offering him a look, and inquired, "Isn't that right?" Siyu pondered why Fu Zhiqin was suddenly aiding him. Seizing the opportunity, Si Ming found a means to retreat. "It's still Zhiqin who is sensible. If it weren't for my concern for your mother, I would have insisted on having a daughter." Si Ming, accustomed to his high status, spoke with little regard for propriety. "Sir, madam, you must be famished after expending so much energy," Wang Auntie kindly inquired. It was lunchtime, and upon learning of the Si elder's arrival, she had instructed the staff to prepare their meal. Prompted by her words, Si Ming and Ai may also acknowledge the need to replenish their strength. "Come, Zhiqin, join us for lunch," Ai Mei said, beckoning Fu Zhiqin to her side. Having had so little time to properly spend with her since their reunion, Ai Mei tenderly caressed Fu Zhiqin's hand. Look at this, when I last saw you. Your little hands were so chubby, but now they're so slender. Although they are fair with distinct knuckles, which is quite lovely, I still prefer them as they were before. You must eat more and nourish yourself properly so you can regain your former plumpness, Siming added, doting on the child left behind by his old friend. Watching the trio head towards the dining room, Siyu realized that Siming's earlier words held truth. He genuinely yearned for a daughter. Chapter 21, Qin Yuan. Unlike ordinary women, Siyu did not immediately follow the three individuals into the restaurant. He lingered, causing Han Che and Qin Yuan to wait. As Siyu's most capable assistant, who had been by his side for over a decade, Han Che understood without a second thought what Siyu intended to do next. As anticipated, Siyu cast a frigid gaze towards the woman who had just attempted to tarnish Fu Zhiqin's reputation. Qin Yuan, how long have you been with me? Siyu inquired, withdrawing his gaze and seemingly making a monumental decision as he closed his eyes. Qin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, she remained perplexed. What had she touched that provoked Siyu's ire? Was it merely because of Fu Zhiqin? With an unwavering expression, she replied, 8 years. Since coming of age. She had followed Siyu's path, dedicating herself to him. With her background, few in the aristocratic circles would ever regard her with respect. From a young age, she had borne humiliation and hardship, growing resilient within the Qin family. It was not until she was 17 that she accompanied her family to Siyu's 20th birthday banquet, where she first encountered him. In that moment, he became the beacon of light piercing through her dark existence. Siyu, a distinguished figure among the elite of F nation, stood apart from the many noble families. No matter how proud others were of their lineage, their brilliance faded in his presence, and they eagerly sought his favor. Including those who had once tormented Qin Yuan, the so-called pure-blooded siblings. From that moment, Qin Yuan understood that only someone like Siyu could command respect. Yet, her origins predetermined that she would never shine brightly. Therefore, she resolved to exert every effort to become a person of significance at his side. However, Siyu was not devoid of admirers. The only way to approach him was to prove her worth. To this end, Qin Yuan sought out Han Che's mentor, dedicating 3 arduous years to training herself as a top-notch bodyguard. Through Han Che's introduction, she eventually stood by his side. Although this fell short of her aspirations, she gradually inched closer to him. She firmly believed that one day she would be able to stand proudly as his woman, side by side in the public eye, compelling those who once scorned and bullied her to acknowledge her worth. 8 years. Siyu reiterated, reflecting on the seemingly distant passage of time. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Han Che felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled the time when Siyu had just assumed control of the Si family business, facing myriad threats. Han Che had been concerned that Siyu, alone, could not withstand the forces both overt and covert seeking to undermine him. He returned to his mentor, seeking someone of equal caliber who would vow to protect Siyu with their life. Initially, he did not consider Qin Yuan. In his rigid perception, a mere woman could hardly compete with men. Moreover, he doubted Siyu would permit a woman to intertwine with his life. However, to his surprise, this woman, whom he had initially underestimated, demonstrated remarkable tenacity, ultimately prevailing in the battle for selection. Even his mentor spoke highly of her, declaring, Qin Yuan is unlike ordinary women. Chapter 22, No future. Han Che learned from his mentor that, initially, Qin Yuan had desperately sought to become his disciple, despite his reluctance. Under her relentless pleas, he posed a question, with so many aspirants wishing to be my apprentice, what advantages do you believe you possess over them? At that moment, Qin Yuan's gaze was unwavering. Her tone as resolute and powerful as any man's, as she declared, I fear neither hardship nor death. Han Che's mentor had trained numerous adept assassins like him, consistently supplying strength to elite families and certain clandestine organizations. Accepting her as a disciple was akin to taking in another solitary orphan like Han Che. Although Qin Yuan was merely an illegitimate daughter of a wealthy family, he felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of accepting her. Her declaration of fearlessness resonated with him, ultimately leading to her acceptance into his ranks. Throughout the 8 years that Qin Yuan followed Siyu, she remained diligent and responsible. On several perilous occasions, it was she who stepped forward, risking her life to protect Siyu even more fiercely than Han Che. Han Che felt immense gratitude for having chosen her. However, he now sensed an unsettling shift. Perhaps it was that he and Siyu had never truly grasped the ulterior motives that Qin Yuan harbored. "It seems I have delayed your path for 8 years." Siyu remarked, his tone laced with a hint of regret. Though he appeared self-reproachful, it was difficult to perceive genuine remorse in his words and demeanor. "No." Qin Yuan immediately countered, "To be by President Xi's side is my honor." Despite the fact that this honor had cost her dearly on multiple occasions, it was still 100 times better than her previous existence, where she had been deemed unworthy and looked down upon by the elite. "You once made few mistakes. Yet now you repeatedly overstep boundaries. Qin Yuan, I had thought you despised this way of life." Siyu's words brimmed with menace. He had never favored sweeping matters under the rug. Yet, he had previously shown leniency towards Qin Yuan, owing to her self-sacrificing acts on his behalf throughout the years. Though she was merely a subordinate, Siyu had not forgotten her loyalty. Now, however, she brazenly employed underhanded tactics right before him. After much contemplation, Siyu concluded that he could not afford to retain someone whose intentions were not pure. Panic coursed through Qin Yuan. She had anticipated that Siyu would merely caution her to be more prudent in the future and avoid impulsiveness that could disrupt harmony. This was the worst outcome she had envisioned after tarnishing Fu Zhiqin's reputation. To her surprise, Siyu had seen through everything. He had even deduced her special feelings for him. Thus, upon discovering the truth, he intended to dismiss her outright. "Presidency, I dare not." Qin Yuan bowed her head in submission, acknowledging her miscalculation today, assuring him it would not happen again. "There will be no future." Siyu interjected, leaving her no room for negotiation. He had already granted her an opportunity, it was she who had squandered it. If Siyu were to harbor compassion and be magnanimous, he would not have attained his current position. "Presidency, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth and will never leave easily." Qin Yuan expressed her determination. Siyu offered her no glance and chose to ignore her. "Presidency." Qin Yuan attempted to pursue. Han Che swiftly interjected, "Qin Yuan, you have truly disappointed us. Please, help me plead with Presidency." Qin Yuan gazed at Han Che with sincere pleading. Han Che closed his eyes, feeling a pang of regret. Ultimately, she was a gem he had painstakingly selected, and he found it hard to abandon her. Chapter 23, Married, Please Don't Cue. When Siyu arrived at the dining hall, he was greeted by a scene of familial warmth. It seemed he had become an outsider in his own home. He sat down, observing how Siming and Ai Mei continuously moved dishes towards Fu Zhiqin. "Come on, Qin, eat the beef, it helps you grow," Siming urged. "Eat more fish, it's good for your skin," Ai Mei added. "Don't forget the salad, it helps with digestion." The two exchanged banter, swiftly placing all the delectable dishes before Fu Zhiqin. Sitting across from her, Siyu could only grasp the one dish that had not been relocated. The most inconspicuous appetizer on the table. With the dishes cleared away, what was there left to whet his appetite? Siyu set down his chopsticks and instructed Aunt Wang behind him, "Please bring out the backup dishes." Backup dishes were prepared in case the master desired more food and found themselves unsatisfied. Siyu could hardly fathom that one day he, the head of the Si family, would find himself reduced to the necessity of backup dishes within his own home. However, what truly astonished him was that Aunt Wang, upon hearing his request, did not act immediately. She gazed at the table, surrounded by sumptuous delicacies, lost in thought. Siyu followed her gaze. How infuriating. He was stripped of even the right to eat backup dishes. "Apologies, sir, but the master instructed that no backup dishes be served today," Aunt Wang informed him candidly. At that moment, Siming, immersed in showering Fu Zhiqin with affection, shot a glance of triumph at Siyu. Siyu remained silent, observing the elderly couple perform their act of doting on their daughter. Meanwhile, a bewildered Fu Zhiqin, noticing Siyu's calm demeanor, politely began to move the dishes she could not possibly finish back to the center of the table. "What is Qin doing?" Siming inquired, puzzled. "Could it be that she does not enjoy these?" He mused, incredulous. That would be quite unfortunate. Hadn't the servants figured out her preferences after all this time? See you, let's eat together, Fu Zhiqin said, her clear eyes gazing earnestly at him. Her overtures were easily open to interpretation. And the first to misconstrue them were Ming and Ai Mei. The two exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Then Ming cleared his throat and spoke first. Since Qin is staying here, the Si family will now be your family. Oh? Does this mean we truly have another daughter now? Ai Mei chimed in immediately. Have you forgotten? When Qin was born, we had already promised her to Xinglang as our daughter-in-law, Ming expressed his thoughts candidly. Ai Mei concurred. How could I forget? Our son, who has been single for over 30 years, has been waiting all these years for Qin's arrival? See you. Fu Zhiqin. As the couple harmoniously bantered at the dining table, the two directly involved found themselves at a loss for words. Ming and Ai Mei were blissfully unaware of Fu Zhiqin's marital status. Initially, Fu Xinglang and Xia Shiyu had refrained from mentioning this matter to the Si family, feeling guilty over their daughter's marriage. Had the timing been different, Fu Zhiqin would have preferred not to feel guilty and would have disclosed the truth. Married, please don't cue. Chapter 24. The unfaithful man. Certain matters cannot be concealed simply because Fu Zhiqin wishes to hide them. Even though the timing of the meeting between the two elders of the Si family and her changed, in the novel, they nonetheless broached the subject during their first encounter. At that moment, she hesitated over whether to reveal the truth to them. The pure-hearted Siyu, while Song Qin was entwined with Gu Yuhan, still yearned to protect her heart and body, inadvertently disclosing the fact that Fu Zhiqin had been married. This revelation was intended to dispel their aspirations of having Fu Zhiqin as a daughter-in-law. However, the elders' reaction was rather astonishing. Although they expressed shock, they quickly deduced that if Fu Zhiqin were still with her husband, she would not be alone in F country. In the narrative, Ming candidly posed the question, Qin, your husband, hasn't he gone together with Xinglang, has he? Upon hearing Ming's inquiry, Fu Zhiqin's mind went blank. They did not even entertain the possibility of her encountering an unsuitable partner, immediately assigning Gu Yuhan to the path. She, however, had her own thoughts. In Ming's mind, any man accepted by Fu Xinglang must be more formidable than Siyu, otherwise his good friend would not forsake his own son. Yet, he underestimated the power of infatuation. What good was it if Fu Xinglang looked down on Gu Yuhan? Ultimately, he was still concerned for his daughter. In the story, when faced with Ming's question, Siyu remained silent, intrigued to know the current standing of the man who had tormented Fu Zhiqin countless times in her heart. Yes, he was gone. Fu Zhiqin smiled bitterly. In her heart, the man she once adored had become two entirely different personas, indistinguishable from being deceased. With this understanding, the characters Ming and Ai Mei in the novel ceased to press the issue of a betrothal. After all, a woman who had just lost her parents and her husband would hardly have the emotional capacity to engage in a new relationship. When the awakened Fu Zhiqin faced the elders of the Si family again as they mentioned the so-called marriage proposal, her immediate reaction was to glance at Siyu. This scene could easily be retraced as written in the novel. Noticing Fu Zhiqin's gaze shift to Siyu, Ming assumed she had no objections, merely awaiting Siyu's response. What are you hesitating for? A man in his 30s who has never even held a woman's hand, how can you face that? At home, Ming unabashedly pointed out his son's shortcomings. Siyu, however, was innocent of any wrongdoing. He had yet to express anything and was already being chastised as though worthless. Moreover, he had not yet reached 30, why was he being labeled as such? As for a woman's hand? Siyu met Fu Zhiqin's eyes and retorted to Ming, how do you know I have never held a woman's hand? Upon hearing this, Ming sprang to his feet, looking down at Siyu with indignation, what? You unfaithful man, when has anyone touched you? Where did it happen? Wang Yi, quickly. Bring the disinfectant. Wang Yi, is this too much? Siyu, he's gone mad again. Fu Zhiqin, what exaggerated theatrics? Ai Mei, who am I? And where am I? This man cannot possibly be my husband. Observing the double-standard older man panting for breath, Siyu raised an eyebrow, reminiscing, when was it? Perhaps on a quiet night, a girl who nearly lost her way accidentally brushed against someone while lost in thought. Chapter 25. She was not showing off. Siyu's response evoked memories in Fu Zhiqin of that evening when their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, causing her face to flush instantly. Particularly, his lingering tone was suggestive, inciting one's imagination. Fu Zhiqin bit her lip in frustration, fully aware that he was intentionally bringing up that topic, yet she dared not express her feelings. Upon hearing these words, Siming finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Fu Zhiqin with a solicitous expression. Qin, did you hear? It's those flirtatious women who are intentionally making advances. Siyu may be a bit stiff, but he is undoubtedly innocent. Fu Zhiqin replied. There's no need to promote like this. That night, I was not being flirtatious. As I said, it was an accident. Sensing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Fu Zhiqin felt compelled to speak. Uncle. Aunt, I sincerely appreciate that you remember the agreement with my parents. However, they have only recently departed, and according to our customs, it is not appropriate to arrange for joyous occasions at this time. At present, I have no intention of dating or marrying. Fu Zhiqin spoke each word with reason, albeit the justification based on customs felt somewhat contrived. Yet, it was human nature, and the Si family could understand. Siyu, however, wore an inscrutable expression. Well, whether it's a daughter or a daughter-in-law, it makes no difference to us. From now on, you are part of the Si family, and wherever you go, the Si family will protect you. Ai Mei, concerned that Siming might act erratically again, promptly echoed Fu Zhiqin's sentiments. Fu Zhiqin offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Aunt, for your understanding. After the meal, the elders of the Si family and Fu Zhiqin reluctantly exited the dining hall. They had initially come to confront the temptress pursuing Siyu, yet found nothing amiss. Moreover, the theatrical performance they had witnessed had drained their energy, compelling them to take their leave and rest. They could have remained, as it was their own home, but as enlightened elders, they recognized that their presence might hinder the young couple's natural interaction. To allow Siyu and Fu Zhiqin the opportunity to develop their relationship organically, the elders chose to endure the discomfort of missing out on the potential sparks of romance between them. As they passed through the hall once more, it was hard for everyone to ignore Qin Yuan, who knelt conspicuously in the open. The Si family was not oblivious. Qin Yuan's clumsy acting made it difficult to feign ignorance of her attempts to harm Fu Zhiqin. Although she had not yet inflicted any substantial damage, they believed in being cautious. Qin Yuan was affiliated with Siyu, and despite their reservations, the Si elders would not intervene. They trusted that Siyu would exercise his own wise judgment. The Si elders averted their gaze and continued to express their reluctance to part with Fu Zhiqin. We truly wish to bring you back to stay for a while, but... Siming struggled to find the words. Now completely calm, he could not continue to bring up the idea of pairing Fu Zhiqin with Siyu. He cast a pleading glance at Ai Mei, who shot him a disapproving look and responded, however, the journey is arduous, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, there's no need to rush. Her words sounded formal, and it was clear that she was deliberately finding excuses to deflect. Fu Zhiqin understood their underlying intentions. However, she chose not to highlight her own cleverness but instead responded with empathy, yes, we will meet again in the future. After all, I will not be leaving here just yet. After bidding farewell to the elders and returning to the hall, Qin Yuan remained kneeling. Although she was ostensibly admitting fault, her face was still etched with resentment. Chapter 26. Two oblivious fools. Fu Zhiqin was unaware of the conversation between Siyu and Qin Yuan after they had gone to the restaurant with the elders of the Si family. She did not need to deliberate, it was evident that with Siyu's temperament, he could hardly tolerate Qin Yuan any longer. In the narrative, it was indeed Qin Yuan who had summoned the elders of the Si family. She was uncertain what unforeseen circumstances had prompted their early arrival. Fortunately, this matter did not significantly affect her. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's demeanor was consistent with the descriptions in the book. Fu Zhiqin recalled that Qin Yuan's actions had led Siyu to perceive her as insincere, prompting him to dismiss her. Consequently, in the hearts of Han Che and Qin Yuan, Fu Zhiqin became the woman who sowed discord between them and Siyu. As his confidante, their disdain for her undoubtedly presented her with additional obstacles. President Si, Xiaowu truly acknowledges her mistakes. Could you possibly? Han Che began, interceding on behalf of Qin Yuan. He believed that Qin Yuan was not an individual devoid of discretion. In essence, he and Qin Yuan were aligned against Fu Zhiqin. This woman was genuinely ill-suited to remain by Siyu's side. Do you not comprehend my words? Siyu's voice was low and restrained. I dare not, Han Che replied, lowering his gaze. Witnessing Han Che's rapid capitulation to Siyu's pressure, Qin Yuan felt a pang of urgency. President Si, this time I have indeed failed in my duties. You may impose any punishment you see fit, but please do not dismiss me. Dismissing? She had chosen a rather severe term. Siyu had no intention of expelling her. If she insisted on staying, he would merely treat her as if she were invisible. His true desire was to never employ her again. I never coerce others. Siyu defended himself. Did Qin Yuan not understand? Yet, his cold indifference inflicted upon her a suffering far greater than outright expulsion. President Si, please trust in my loyalty. Qin Yuan implored. Han Che silently observed, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. She was Qin Yuan, an operative who remained unfazed even in the face of death. Yet now, due to Siyu's frosty demeanor, she was willing to forsake all dignity. All of this stemmed from the presence of this foolish woman, who had nearly met her demise. Fu Zhiqin, who had remained silent for a considerable time, could easily sense the palpable animosity directed toward her from the two before her. What had she done to deserve such contempt? Should they not be protesting, showing Siyu a semblance of defiance? However, these two oblivious fools only knew how to remain foolishly loyal. She let out a deep sigh. Upon hearing her exhale, Siyu felt the tension within him dissipate. Do you have something to say? He inquired with an air of composure. Feigning contemplation, Fu Zhiqin responded, from your conversation, are you planning to dismiss Xiao Wu? Do you truly wish to let her go? Do you care? Siyu countered. Fu Zhiqin shrugged, I have no particular affection for her, why would I be reluctant? You. Han Che wished to chastise Fu Zhiqin for her brazen audacity but swallowed his words, hindered by Siyu's presence. After all, Qin Yuan had stood by her for many days, how could she be so ungrateful? However, if you dismiss her, who will look after me? Another one of your confidants? Fu Zhiqin raised her chin, gesturing toward Han Che. Han Che gritted his teeth. Why should he be the one to protect her? He was incapable of doing so. Siyu cast a glance at Han Che, pondering the implications. That would likely present numerous inconveniences, he replied. There are other female bodyguards, then? Fu Zhiqin inquired further. Siyu. Was she attempting to plead for her retention? At this point, even Han Che and Qin Yuan discerned Fu Zhiqin's intentions. Chapter 27 Of course. I actually do not require a bodyguard, Fu Zhiqin said solemnly to herself. As she uttered these words, she did not forget to cast a glance at Qin Yuan. This phrase originally came from her lips. Initially, Qin Yuan, who believed Fu Zhiqin was interceding on her behalf, felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, upon hearing the underlying implication behind her words, her face flushed even more. Yet, she did not feel an increased sense of guilt, rather. She inwardly chastised herself for having been moved too soon. How could she have thought that Fu Zhiqin would genuinely speak well of her? It was merely an opportunity for her to report on her. How petty. Upon hearing Fu Zhiqin's declaration of wanting no bodyguard, Siyu instinctively understood her intentions. He resolutely rejected Fu Zhiqin's suggestion, no. Setting aside his concerns about her potentially sneaking back to the country, the Si family had numerous enemies. It was impossible to guarantee that one day, someone with ulterior motives would target Fu Zhiqin. That won't do, nor will that, then. Perhaps you should find another female bodyguard, Fu Zhiqin shrugged, passing the dilemma back to Siyu. Qin Yuan was taken aback by Fu Zhiqin's suggestion. Indeed, her intentions were far from benign. After reporting her, the next step was to eliminate her from the equation. However, this posed a challenge for Siyu. Not to mention the discomfort of hiring a stranger to work for him, finding someone as dedicated as Qin Yuan was exceedingly rare. Yet, Qin Yuan had repeatedly defied his wishes, rendering her unsuitable for further service. Han Che, you handle this, Siyu decided, no longer troubled, but instead delegating the task to another trusted aide. Understood, Han Che replied, though hesitantly, adding that it would likely take some time. Fu Zhiqin was also aware of the mysterious base where Han Che and Qin Yuan had been dispatched. She understood that suggesting Siyu handle it himself stemmed from the realization that finding a female bodyguard of equal caliber to Qin Yuan was no simple task. Moreover, even if such a talent existed, earning Siyu's trust in a short span would be nearly impossible. Han Che's words caused Siyu to furrow his brow slightly, as he pondered the situation, casting a resigned glance at Fu Zhiqin. She perceived his predicament. Look at you, clearly in need of personnel, yet you insist on dismissing them. Fu Zhiqin admonished Siyu, her tone reminiscent of a wife chastising her extravagant husband about the necessity of frugality. Siyu felt a mix of amusement and irritation at Fu Zhiqin's condescending demeanor. Did he really seem incapable of affording a bodyguard? If it weren't for her aversion to male bodyguards, he could have easily assigned Han Che to stay by her side for a few days. The present circumstances indicated that it was not solely his decision to exclude Qin Yuan. The way the elders of the Si family had regarded Qin Yuan upon their departure and the attitude they displayed towards him had also been taken into account. Understanding Siyu's concerns, Fu Zhiqin was more than willing to make the decision on his behalf. Since there were currently no suitable candidates available to assist Mr. Si, it would be wiser to retain Xiaowu for the time being, and discuss the matter again when a more fitting individual emerged. After speaking, she glanced at the three individuals beside her. Apart from Qin Yuan, who appeared stunned, the other two seemed to have anticipated her intentions, their responses rather subdued. Fu Zhiqin added, as for uncle and aunt, should they inquire, I will personally explain that it was my decision to keep Xiaowu. This was indeed something she was willing to address directly, making the situation much easier to resolve. Then, as you wish, Siyu acquiesced readily. Thank you, General Manager Si. Qin Yuan expressed her deep gratitude upon learning she could remain by Siyu's side. You should thank her, Siyu gestured towards Fu Zhiqin. Reluctantly, Qin Yuan lowered her head and mumbled, thank you. Chapter 28, The Cures found Fu Zhiqin's willingness to keep Qin Yuan close was not born out of compassion or kindness. Throughout the narrative, Qin Yuan never truly inflicted any substantial harm upon her. Instead, Fu Zhiqin merely exploited Siyu's trust in her, employing some clever tricks. The text illustrates that her disdain for a woman she considered unworthy of being her opponent allowed Qin Yuan several opportunities to clandestinely undermine Siyu's trust in her. However, this time, Qin Yuan found herself without any chances. Just two missteps not only stripped her of her status in Siyu's eyes but also fostered suspicion from the elders of the Si family. Rather than allowing Siyu to surround himself with someone unknown to Fu Zhiqin, it was wiser to retain someone she had long seen through. Perhaps, in the future, this individual might prove useful to her. Upon awakening, a multitude of trivial matters cascaded upon Fu Zhiqin, compelling her to address each one and even preemptively resolve unnecessary troubles. It was only after meeting with the elders of the Si family that she felt emboldened enough to slightly lower her guard. In her leisure time, she installed several popular domestic applications that provided timely access to various news updates. Registering an account with a new number arranged for her by Aunt Wang a few days prior, the first piece of news she sought was regarding the Gu Group. The headline revealed the tragic news of the passing of Gu Yuhan, the chairman's wife. Upon reading this, Fu Zhiqin felt as though her heart had been laden with lead, rendering her breathless. Her hands turned icy, and with trembling fingers, she clicked on the news featuring a video. On her screen, the image of Gu Yuhan in a black suit filled the entire display. The video captured him standing before Fu Zhiqin's memorial, bowing respectfully to each individual attending the farewell for Mrs. Gu. None of these attendees were familiar to Fu Zhiqin, even those she could name were mere acquaintances. A cold smile crept upon her lips as she mused, what a perfunctory ceremony this was. When one's heart is no longer invested, even the most solemn moments can be treated with indifference. Habitually, Fu Zhiqin scrolled through the comments on the video. Dear friends, take care of your health. Once afflicted by a terminal illness, even the wealthy are helpless. Although this world has gained another eligible bachelor, as long as my parents are alive, I cannot falter, I seek protection. The commenter above, who mentioned the addition of a single man, did you not notice the beautiful woman behind Gu Yuhan? It certainly does not pertain to you. Teacher, I vehemently disagreed with your departure from the realm of aesthetics. First glance, how pitiful, Mrs. Gu was only in her 20s. Second glance, Fu Zhiqin? Could she be the daughter of that unscrupulous Fu Zhiqin? Third glance, confirmed by eye contact, I retract my sympathy. There is no need for speculation. Allow me to clarify, I am merely a lowly employee of the Gu Group, and indeed, Mrs. Gu is the daughter of the heartless Fu Zhiqin. Do not like this post, I fear for my livelihood. The overwhelming majority of netizens, upon discovering that Fu Zhiqin was Fu Zhiqin's daughter, erupted in applause. Fu Zhiqin trembled with rage. She admitted her inability to confront these baseless slanders with composure. Continuing to scroll, she found an image that piqued her urgency to click. At last, she spotted the woman standing behind Yuhang. Enlarging the image, it was evident that Song Qin now bore a vibrant complexion. No longer resembling the frail figure she had once presented to the world. It seemed that the heart she believed she had discarded had indeed found its remedy. Chapter 29, An unusual situation for Siyu in the evening. Siyu returned home, and Aunt Wang hurried to him, exclaiming, "Sir, you have finally returned. Have you not eaten?" Siyu frowned. Indeed, it has been a whole day. I wonder what has transpired. Aunt Wang was both puzzled and anxious. Siyu glanced upstairs and instructed, "Reheat the dishes, they have been prepared." Aunt Wang promptly responded. Following that, Siyu hurried upstairs. Recently, he had been exceedingly busy with the launch of the company's new perfume. While he was in a meeting with department heads, Han Che informed him that Aunt Wang had called, stating that Fu Zhiqin had not eaten for an entire day and had not even left her room. Worried about her state, Siyu specifically instructed the staff to keep a close watch, fearing that she might take advantage of the situation and slip out of the estate. After all, since Fu Zhiqin had awakened, she had neither cried nor made a fuss about returning home, which was entirely unexpected for Siyu. Her unusual calmness led him to speculate whether she was concocting a significant move to catch him off guard. Today, he believed she was about to act. Arriving at Fu Zhiqin's room, Siyu observed Qin Yuan standing guard, displaying no sign of relaxation. He refrained from inquiring directly and, instead, stood before the door and knocked gently. "Aunt Wang, I truly have no appetite." "It's quite late, you should rest," came Fu Zhiqin's voice from within. "It is I," Siyu replied unhurriedly. There was silence from the other side. Typically composed, Siyu now found himself lacking in patience. He contemplated what to say next when the door suddenly opened. "What is it?" Fu Zhiqin appeared untroubled. As if her declaration of not eating was merely due to a lack of appetite. However, Siyu believed that something unusual must have transpired. "Let us converse," he stated. Stepping inside without awaiting permission, Fu Zhiqin suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and exhaled softly. As she closed the door, she noticed Qin Yuan curiously craning her neck. Her gaze fixed on Siyu as he entered. Fu Zhiqin mused that once the door was shut, someone would likely find it difficult to sleep tonight. The scenario of a solitary man and woman in a room often leads to complications, particularly in the presence of a man like Siyu, who radiated palpable tension. Ignoring Qin Yuan's thoughts, she firmly shut the door. Once inside, Siyu casually leaned against the desk. Noticing Fu Zhiqin had followed him, his gaze synchronized with her pace. "What shall we discuss?" Fu Zhiqin inquired first. The sensation of being scrutinized was rather peculiar, and Siyu's unabashed examination made her feel uneasy. "What are you planning?" he asked directly. Fu Zhiqin was momentarily at a loss for words. She sensed an indescribable feeling. The Siyu before her seemed a different person from the one portrayed in the novels. It was apparent that as long as she refrained from mentioning her desire to return, he was reluctant to involve himself in her affairs. Moreover, this man, whose heart was clearly occupied by Song Qin, would typically maintain a deliberate distance, striving to clarify any potentially misconstrued relationship. Yet, he did not do so. The servants blatantly regarded her as the future matriarch of the Xi family. He could not possibly be oblivious to their perceptions, yet he chose not to clarify. On the day the elder Xi couple arrived at the estate, when the topic of childhood betrothal arose, he should have revealed her marital status in keeping with the narrative. Instead, he deliberately guided the conversation toward ambiguous remarks. All these signs led Fu Zhiqin to entertain a chilling thought: could it be that he, too, had awakened? Chapter 30, Siyu's overwhelming comprehensiveness. Siyu's scrutiny of her has intensified, and he has begun to harbor suspicions, contemplating an intrusion into her plans. Is he fearful that the outcome will mirror that of the novel, where his beloved Song Qin ultimately met a dismal fate? Fu Zhiqin felt a chill in her heart. In this moment, anxiety enveloped her. Should Siyu awaken to the truth, she might not stand a chance against him. Despite having hoped he could serve as a tool for her vengeance, Fu Zhiqin continually reminded herself to remain composed. She had fought hard for survival and, with the fortunate foresight of future events, she must not allow her efforts to be in vain, nor could she afford for Siyu to discover her awakening. Siyu, do not employ your business negotiation tactics against me. Fu Zhiqin endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Siyu paused, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Very well. My approach may have been misguided, I shall adopt a different method. Siyu conceded, feigning acquiescence. Can you truly reside here peacefully for the remainder of your days? Fu Zhiqin's heart tightened, further solidifying her suspicions. Uncertainty lingered as she refrained from providing a definitive answer. Siyu was astute, and his suspicion ran deep. If she were to respond affirmatively, he would be even less inclined to believe her words. What compels your return home? Is it absolutely necessary? Siyu furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with Fu Zhiqin's reply. Have you taken leave of your senses? Fu Zhiqin remained unperturbed by Siyu's sudden emotional outburst, responding with poise. Aware of his own rising agitation, Siyu averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. I do not have an obligation to return to my homeland. Yet I cannot assure you that I will remain here for all eternity. Fu Zhiqin elucidated. Someone whose life was taken by their most trusted companion cannot rely on anyone else for survival. Her intention was to inform Siyu that in the future, she would undoubtedly strive for independence and resilience, regardless of her location. Thus, even if she were to leave this place and return home, she would never again seek refuge with Gu Yuhan. After a few seconds of silence, Siyu fixed his gaze upon Fu Zhiqin. Your so-called plan of independence involves scheming against Qin Yuan to escape her surveillance, and then ingratiating yourself with my parents to lower the vigilance of the Si family. What are your subsequent intentions? One could not deny that Siyu was exceedingly perceptive. It became clear that he was aware of her subtle machinations over the past few days. Although she had not strictly adhered to the narrative of the original story, he had still discerned her strategies. Fu Zhiqin chuckled helplessly and leisurely replied, why not share what you believe my next plans entail? Siyu's eyes were fathomless. With a hint of warning, he spoke, I care not for your ambitions, provided you do not maliciously harm others. Of course, those who inflict harm upon others shall inevitably pay the price for their actions. This sentiment Fu Zhiqin mirrored back at him. It seemed Siyu had not awakened. Were he aware that they were merely characters in a novel and cognizant of the story's trajectory, he would not permit her to act unrestrainedly. After all, he was ruthless enough to expel Qin Yuan without hesitation for straying from his wishes. Fu Zhiqin finally exhaled in relief. Siyu voluntarily terminated the negotiation and inquired with concern, are you now willing to dine? He had not forgotten his true purpose for seeking her out. Fu Zhiqin replied without a moment's thought, is it possible that I simply wish to lose a bit of weight? Siyu. Although he was not particularly drawn to women, countless others had attempted to entice him with their beauty over the years. Celebrities renowned for their stunning appearances, who had collaborated with the S Group, were numerous. Yet, in comparison to the woman before him, they all paled in insignificance. Thus, what weight did she truly need to lose? Chapter 31, Did I just witness an unparalleled beauty? Are you truly not going to eat? I distinctly saw that Aunt Wang prepared the braised pork you devoured in one sitting last time. A smile danced at the corners of Siyu's mouth. This was an irresistible temptation for Fu Zhiqin. Although the household staff primarily consisted of locals, they adapted to the customs of the land. Thus, her daily meals predominantly featured Western cuisine. The last time the elders of the Si family visited, the sumptuous spread of Chinese dishes left her craving without restraint. With so many people at the table, she assumed they would not specifically notice her appetite. To her surprise, Siyu caught her in the act. However, as she gently patted the soft layer of flesh on her abdomen, no, she decided against it, it was late in the evening. Fu Zhiqin resolutely declined, wishing instead for some pickles to nibble on. Siyu was momentarily at a loss, unable to conjure such a thing on the spot. Since that was the case, he decided not to press the matter further. I shall ask Aunt Wan to keep your meal warm, should you feel hungry. No. Please do not leave any behind, Fu Zhiqin interrupted Siyu immediately. Siyu, taken aback, thought to himself that anyone unaware might assume she was on the verge of entering the entertainment industry, so fervently dedicated was she. Very well, then, do rest early. Siyu, unable to resist her, allowed her to send him out of the room, watching him depart until his figure vanished from her sight. Only then did she finally feel a sense of relief. Upon regaining her composure, she noticed Qin Yuan, whose gaze lingered in the direction Siyu had disappeared. Seemingly reluctant to withdraw, she coughed lightly and casually remarked, "It's getting late, you should also rest." Qin Yuan glanced at her but offered no response. I am now so famished that my stomach is pressed against my back, with no strength left to escape. It's pitch dark outside, where could I possibly go? Fu Zhiqin understood Qin Yuan's concerns. If she seized this opportunity to leave the sea residence, it was likely that Qin Yuan would never earn Siyu's forgiveness again in her lifetime. Of course, Fu Zhiqin was not overly concerned about Qin Yuan. She merely wished for her not to squander her energy on futile matters. For, when the day came that she genuinely needed her, she might find herself incapacitated. Very well then, Qin Yuan acquiesced. In truth, after the last incident, Han Che had offered her guidance. Although Fu Zhiqin had once schemed against her, she bore no malice. It was precisely because she spoke up that she gained the chance for self-redemption and to remain in the sea household. Consequently, since that event, she had not resorted to desperate measures to force Fu Zhiqin's departure. This woman appeared to possess more worth than she and Han Che initially imagined. The following day, Fu Zhiqin awoke to the pangs of hunger. Despite knowing that such extreme dieting was detrimental to her health, her time was running short. Previously subjected to mistreatment in her homeland, she had withered to a state of near illness. Even in the novel, after being brought to the sea residence by Siyu, despite his lavish care, her heart remained desolate, and she had scarcely gained weight. Now, however, she relished her meals and enjoyed significantly better sleep quality. When she gazed into the mirror, the change in her figure was apparent, with a newfound roundness. This simply would not do. She could not allow her own indulgence to jeopardize her forthcoming plans. After all, a person is made of iron, and rice is steel, even while dieting. One cannot truly refrain from eating altogether. Having completed her morning routine, Fu Zhiqin ventured downstairs in search of food. After hearing Siyu mention the braised pork the previous night, she had dreamt of it, salivating at the thought. Rising early that day, Fu Zhiqin arrived at the dining area to find Siyu still at home, his workaholic nature evident as he conducted a video conference even during meals. Upon noticing Fu Zhiqin's arrival, he displayed a momentary look of surprise before signaling a greeting with his eyes. Just as Fu Zhiqin settled down, an exclamation erupted from his tablet. The person on the other end of the video exclaimed in French, "Oh! President C, am I beholding an unparalleled beauty?" Chapter 32, knowing when to retreat. Siyu cast a blank glance at Fu Zhiqin, and by coincidence, she looked back at him. Once a paragon of the social elite, Fu Zhiqin was fluent in 8 languages. When someone complimented her beauty, she recognized it immediately. Curiosity piqued, she wondered how Siyu would respond. The man's demeanor was indifferent. After a fleeting glance at Fu Zhiqin, he returned his focus to the tablet before him. He then replied in flawless French. You must commend everyone you meet as a rare beauty. Fu Zhiqin? Siyu did not explicitly state his thoughts. Yet Fu Zhiqin could discern that he was dismissing the other's praise. No, I. Before she could finish her sentence, Siyu interrupted the conversation, suggesting they return to the matter at hand. Though Fu Zhiqin did not listen closely afterward, she was aware of the subject being discussed. Furthermore, she recognized the man in the video call with Siyu. Provided that everything proceeded smoothly, they would soon meet. Once Aunt Wan had set the table for Fu Zhiqin, she emerged from the kitchen with a small dish. Miss Fu, do give this a try, it is something your gentleman specifically asked me to procure last night. The supermarkets abroad do not always stock our domestic products, so I'm unsure if you will like this brand. At her words, Fu Zhiqin beheld a small plate of pickled vegetables before her. The extent of her astonishment was beyond description. When she glanced at Siyu again, He had already put away the tablet and was preparing to depart. "Thank you," she expressed her gratitude just as he stepped out of the dining room. Siyu paused momentarily, not turning around, and simply replied, "Enjoy your meal." Reflecting on those 4 words, Fu Zhiqin felt a blush rise on her cheeks, accompanied by a smile. Even the maid nearby could not suppress her laughter, while Aunt Wang looked on with a face full of satisfaction at the scene that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, who had maintained a stony expression throughout, felt a tumult of emotions within. In her pursuit of Siyu, she now wished to withdraw. Aside from her, perhaps everyone failed to notice the flicker of pride that graced Siyu's face when Fu Zhiqin was complimented. His subsequent reply seemed as if he were humbly acknowledging the praise directed at himself. Some individuals strive tirelessly for their aspirations, while others grasp them effortlessly. Qin Yuan had defied Siyu's wishes twice and narrowly escaped expulsion from the Si family. Yet, when Fu Zhiqin tested his boundaries once or twice, he acted as if oblivious, allowing her to revel in her delight. He even seemed willing to invest a modicum of thought into her, however little that may be. Yet that faint gesture of goodwill was something Qin Yuan could only yearn for. Jealousy consumed her, but she dared not express her feelings openly. The path ahead felt insurmountably difficult, if not utterly hopeless. Fu Zhiqin began to adorn herself. She donned the latest outerwear updates from Aunt Wang's weekly selections. While sculpting her figure, she diligently cared for her skin, maintaining a routine of cleansing and hydration. She also matched her makeup to her various outfits. The members of the Si family found themselves captivated by the ever-evolving presence of Fu Zhiqin. The adage, "clothes make the man," aptly applied to her. Originally, her bare face was already breathtakingly beautiful. However, with her meticulous grooming, she became a vision that left one in awe of the breathtaking beauty that exists in this world. Unbeknownst to Siyu, this was merely another step in her grand design. Yet, she was indeed transforming, becoming increasingly enchanting, nearly impossible to look away from. It was no wonder that even the typically aloof Simon praised Fu Zhiqin's beauty upon seeing her. Chapter 33, You Shameless. After nearly a month of meticulous preparation, Fu Zhiqin finally decided to step out as autumn approached, simply donning a white shirt and jeans. As she slung her shoulder bag, Aunt Wang followed closely. Expressing her concern, "Miss Fu, where are you off to? The weather is delightful today." "I have researched a place online and would like to visit it," Fu Zhiqin replied, showing Aunt Wang the map she had meticulously marked on her phone. "However, it's quite far from the manor, and we currently have no driver at home," Aunt Wang said, feeling somewhat uneasy. Whenever Siyu traveled, it was always Han Che or Qin Yuan accompanying him. Aside from the elderly Si couple, the manor had never employed a dedicated chauffeur. Typically, Aunt Wang would handle errands herself, but the destination Fu Zhiqin had in mind was distant, and she feared her driving skills might not suffice. Fu Zhiqin glanced back at Qin Yuan and inquired, "You can drive, right?" Qin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "It's fine. She can drive me," Fu Zhiqin assured Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang cast a wary glance at Qin Yuan, recalling the previous incidents where Qin Yuan had acted against Fu Zhiqin's interests. "How about postponing this for another day?" she suggested. "We can wait for Siyu to return and arrange it then." "Come on, Aunt Wang, look at me. I've even dressed up for this outing." Fu Zhiqin pouted playfully. Unable to resist Fu Zhiqin's charming demeanor, Aunt Wang relented. "Very well, be careful on the road." "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Fu Zhiqin exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she turned to Qin Yuan. "Let us go." "Wait." Qin Yuan, more discerning than Aunt Wang, maintained her boundaries. "I need to inform Mr. Si first." Though Fu Zhiqin now held a status equivalent to that of the lady of the house, she had yet to step out since her arrival. Furthermore, Qin Yuan remembered her primary duty was to protect Fu Zhiqin as per Siyu's orders, while also overseeing her actions. As Siyu was unaware of Fu Zhiqin's plans for the day, it was Qin Yuan's responsibility to inform him and seek his approval. Upon hearing Qin Yuan mention contacting Siyu, Fu Zhiqin quickly interjected, "We can discuss things?" With her experience, Qin Yuan immediately sensed Fu Zhiqin's ulterior motives. She was not in a hurry to report to Siyu. Instead, she wanted to ascertain what scheme Fu Zhiqin was concocting. "Aunt Wang, please go prepare the car." Fu Zhiqin urged, wishing to avoid any delays caused by this minor friction. Aunt Wang, feeling apprehensive, glanced at the two of them, thinking that since they were at home, nothing untoward would transpire. She proceeded to the garage to fetch the car, bringing it to the entrance. Once Aunt Wang had left, Fu Zhiqin turned her attention back to Qin Yuan, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Qin Yuan, you must understand for whom you are currently working. Qin Yuan was puzzled, believing that her sole allegiance was to Siyu. Siyu assigned you to protect me, so you must heed my commands. It was also because of me that Siyu chose to overlook past grievances and retained you. Fu Zhiqin dissected the bond between them for Qin Yuan. I don't care whether you believe me or not. If you defy my wishes today and refuse to let me pass through that door, I cannot guarantee I won't say something unfavorable to Siyu about you, Fu Zhiqin threatened. You are shameless, Qin Yuan retorted, her emotions ignited by Fu Zhiqin's words. It was as if Fu Zhiqin understood her well enough to know precisely how to strike at her heart. Chapter 34, Am I someone who lacks this little money? Fu Zhiqin conceded that her actions towards Qin Yuan were rather despicable. However, she felt compelled to proceed this way. If she let this opportunity slip by today, she could not guarantee that another would present itself to fulfill her ambitions. In truth, she was also engaging in a gamble. She wagered that Qin Yuan would yield to her words. After a prolonged standoff, Qin Yuan finally withdrew her hand, which had been reaching for her phone, and said, "Let us go, the sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Fu Zhiqin let out a quiet sigh of relief. In the original narrative, Fu Zhiqin spent her days in a state of melancholy, and it was only upon the urging of Aunt Wang that she ventured outside the estate to clear her mind. It was then that she seized the chance that could potentially alter her fate. Yet now, she found it impossible to feign her despondency. Nor did she have any reason to appear as someone who would never smile again. Nevertheless, she had no intention of revealing her destination to Siyu. That man was exceedingly astute. She feared that before her plans could come to fruition, he would discern her intentions and thwart her efforts. Fu Zhiqin's attire today was not overly conspicuous, although she had chosen it from a dazzling array of options. Clutching her phone, she meandered through a sea of blossoms, occasionally capturing selfies or scenic views, embodying the essence of a tourist. Noticing her taking photographs, Qin Yuan, concerned about intruding into the frame, maintained a respectful distance, observing from within her line of sight. As they traversed the floral expanse, Fu Zhiqin's eyes were drawn to a nearby setup of filming equipment and a group that appeared to be professionals engaged in a shoot. She feigned curiosity and approached. Sensing this, Qin Yuan hurried to catch up and cautioned her, "There are too many people over there, perhaps we should avoid it." "I just want to take a look." "Is that filming?" "I am quite curious about how foreigners make films," Fu Zhiqin replied, disregarding Qin Yuan's warning and quickening her pace. Understanding Fu Zhiqin's determination, Qin Yuan knew she could not dissuade her and dutifully followed. Fu Zhiqin vaguely recalled that in the book, Aunt Wang had also approached the scene out of mere curiosity, believing it might lighten her mood. Thus, she drew closer to the gathering, which ultimately led her to encounter a pivotal figure in her life. She pondered how she might attract the attention of that individual. Suddenly, an irate voice pierced the air, "Go to hell. With this kind of condition, do I look like I could be your spokesperson?" The team showed no signs of clearing the area, and with the hustle and bustle of both passers-by and team members, she could not discern the source of the voice. Following that, another voice, seemingly pleading, emerged. "After all, this is someone arranged by Group S, can we not extend a courtesy to this wealthy client? Damn it. Do I look like someone who lacks a bit of money?" The furious voice resounded once more. The dialogue was exchanged in French. The voices grew closer. "Simon. My God. My Lord. I beg you. You're begging for a stunning beauty?" At the mention of this term, Fu Zhiqin, who had been pretending to fiddle with her phone, looked up, her expression puzzled, and turned towards the man. "Oh. There is my spokesperson. The man named Simon." Upon truly seeing Fu Zhiqin's face, opened his arms wide and approached her with a look of sheer joy. The anger that had characterized his voice moments before had clearly dissipated, and his tone began to rise in enthusiasm. However, he quickly realized that she might not comprehend his words and promptly instructed those behind him, "Quick, find a translator." Hello, Fu Zhiqin greeted him in impeccable French. Chapter 35, Her mentor stop right there. Simon called out to his assistant, turning to Fu Zhiqin with a look of curiosity. Do you speak French? Fu Zhiqin smiled modestly, indicating that she knew a little. The man's expression transformed as if he had encountered a savior, had it not been for the fear of making Fu Zhiqin uncomfortable. He would have embraced her on the spot. Wonderful, Simon exclaimed, brimming with pride. He continued. Might I have the honor of inviting this beautiful lady to be the leading actress in my new work? Fu Zhiqin's small face was painted with disbelief and confusion. Simon hastily clarified, Are you familiar with S Group? At his words, not only did Fu Zhiqin display astonishment, but even Qin Yuan, who stood beside her, could not conceal her shock. Especially since she had just learned that Fu Zhiqin could indeed speak French. During their time together, Qin Yuan had witnessed how Fu Zhiqin gradually revealed her intelligence and capabilities, piece by piece dismantling their initial rigid perceptions of her. It was through Fu Zhiqin that Qin Yuan experienced firsthand the folly of underestimating others. After a few seconds of surprise, Fu Zhiqin shifted her gaze to Qin Yuan, uncertain of her companion's thoughts. Yet, Fu Zhiqin suspected that Qin Yuan would not easily discern her true purpose for being out today. Just as Fu Zhiqin was about to respond, Qin Yuan tugged at her sleeve. Miss Fu, please be cautious in your words and actions outside. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. Simon, noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation, worried they might misinterpret his intentions. He hurriedly fished out a business card from his pocket. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Simon, he said, pointing to the embossed gold lettering on the card that bore the name of his studio. Fu Zhiqin glanced at it, thinking to herself, indeed. We are set to launch a new product in collaboration with S Group, which is currently in the preparatory stages. However, we are in search of a leading actress, the sole global spokesperson for this new product. Simon expressed his sincerity without reservation. Hearing Simon's proposal, the man beside him exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Miss Isabella is waiting over there, and you dare to. He scrutinized Fu Zhiqin with disdain, his brow furrowed. You want to recruit a complete stranger? Despite their backing from S Group, he seemed incredulous that Simon would choose to carve a different path. Did he not want this investment? What does S Group matter? Simon responded nonchalantly. If it means letting Isabella, who gives me no spark, ruin my work, I would rather see it buried forever in this world. The man fell silent, while Fu Zhiqin stood speechless. He indeed resembled the characters from literature, proud and eccentric. How else could he possibly be her mentor? Upon receiving Simon's invitation, Fu Zhiqin did not exhibit overwhelming excitement, particularly as she was acutely aware of the numerous obstacles that lay ahead. For instance, there was the man beside Simon who looked down on her. And the fact that Isabella, who was waiting for her audition and had already set her sights on becoming the sole spokesperson for Simon's work, was still in the picture. Furthermore, there was the ever-watchful Siyu, who might well know her intentions and would likely do everything in his power to thwart her. Chapter 36, withstood the pressure apologies. But upon witnessing the impending conflict between the two, Fu Zhiqin interjected, First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Mr. Simon for your kind invitation. However, I fear I may have to disappoint you. As she spoke, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Upon hearing her refusal, Simon's demeanor wilted. Yet, being adept at discerning the subtleties of others' expressions, he quickly sensed the underlying truth. Madam, do tell me, is there a matter weighing heavily on your heart? Rest assured. I shall do everything within my power to clear any obstacles for you, Simon vowed earnestly. Despite operating a modest studio, Simon held a position of considerable prestige throughout Country F, particularly among the elite families, who eagerly sought collaboration with him. Across the entirety of Country F, if he claimed to be the second-best perfumer, none would dare assert otherwise. In truth, it was not so much a matter of great secrecy. It is simply that I am not a citizen of Country F, Fu Zhiqin responded composedly. Should Mr. Simon seek a long-term spokesperson, I fear there may be complications in the future that could affect your product. Oh my goodness! Madam, what you propose does not concern me in the least. Simon exclaimed, extending his hands in a gesture of utmost sincerity. As long as you are willing, name your conditions. Fu Zhiqin was utterly astonished. So was Qin Yuan. She had no inkling of the allure she possessed that made Simon so intent on her. Much like a narrative within a book, he too had steadfastly advocated for her, enduring immense pressure, ultimately elevating her to become the most sought-after fragrance spokesperson in the nation. In turn, he had emerged as the most renowned perfumer globally. "Shall we give it a try?" Simon exclaimed excitedly. "Come with me." The man beside him regarded Fu Zhiqin with a look that suggested she was quite oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As Simon prepared to escort her for an audition, he kindly reminded her once more, "Even if you do not favor Isabella, countless actresses worldwide are clamoring to be your spokesperson. Must you insist on choosing someone with an Eastern visage? And what of it?" Simon found his assistant's comments increasingly vexatious. "You are aware that so many actresses are vying to be my spokesperson, you must trust my judgment. After all this time, do you not understand? My current status is not built on sycophancy or pandering to the aristocracy, but rather on my ability to elevate those I choose to support." Upon hearing Simon's words, the assistant's face flushed crimson. Fu Zhiqin, too, regarded Simon with newfound admiration after he spoke. In the original narrative, when Simon was fervently intent on having Fu Zhiqin as the spokesperson, various factions attempted to thwart him. Yet he withstood the pressure, consistently persuading Fu Zhiqin until ultimately she was moved by his sincerity and indomitable spirit. This time, he need not be so obsequious, for she had taken the initiative to seek him out. Qin Yuan, still reeling from accompanying Fu Zhiqin for a leisurely stroll, finally comprehended the situation when she saw Fu Zhiqin being called by Simon for the audition. As Fu Zhiqin prepared to leave with Simon, she spoke once more, "Miss Fu, this was not part of today's plan, and besides, Mr. C." But now, there was no turning back. Rest assured, did they not mention a connection with Isabella? Ultimately, the final decision rests with Siyu, does it not? Even if Simon selects me, Siyu will likely eliminate me anyway. Fu Zhiqin expressed her indifference, as if she were merely a companion for the day. Chapter 37, Awakening with Confidence. Isabella, upon hearing that Simon had casually sought someone to replace her as a spokesperson, stormed over to confront him, brimming with indignation. As the young lady stepped out, a procession of maids and bodyguards trailed behind her, creating quite a spectacle that startled many crew members on set. "Simon, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can find someone to take my place?" When Isabella found Simon, he was engrossed in explaining the audition requirements to Fu Zhiqin. The commotion of her arrival drew his attention, and he shot a weary glance in Isabella's direction, visibly annoyed. As Isabella stood imperiously before him, Simon merely glanced her way before resuming his conversation with Fu Zhiqin. It was then that Isabella noticed the woman beside Simon, whom she scrutinized with disdain, scoffing, "An Eastern woman? The greatest advantage of Westerners is their height." In her country, Fu Zhiqin's height of 1.7 meters was considered average, yet when compared to Isabella's 1.78 meters, she appeared to fall short by a significant margin. Faced with Isabella's condescending gaze, Fu Zhiqin did not falter. Instead, she exhibited a resilience that was commendable. To Isabella, Fu Zhiqin might seem unfamiliar, but to Fu Zhiqin, Isabella was akin to an old adversary. This woman, sharing the same lofty aspirations as Qin Yuan, had made Fu Zhiqin her target in numerous encounters chronicled in her writings. As the sole female heir of the Martin family, Isabella was unencumbered by the consequences of her actions, unlike Qin Yuan. Thus, her methods of tormenting Fu Zhiqin were far more sophisticated than Qin Yuan's easily discernible tactics, often veering into ruthlessness. Upon her second glance at Fu Zhiqin, Isabella swiftly noted Qin Yuan standing behind her. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, her expression shifting to one of complex emotions. The mere thought of this woman being intertwined with the man she cherished ignited a fierce jealousy within her. Simon was bewildered, unaware of the connection between the woman behind Fu Zhiqin and Isabella. However, Isabella soon crafted a perfect rationale for Qin Yuan's presence. Given that Fu Zhiqin was to audition alongside her, she surmised that Siyu must have been concerned about the public's contentious views on the spokesperson selection, thus opting for an uncompetitive contender to feign a rivalry. With this realization, Isabella felt a wave of relief wash over her. "All right. I understand you're merely here for the formality. But rest assured, I won't let you lose too embarrassingly," she consoled. patting Fu Zhiqin on the shoulder before turning to Simon. "Isn't that right, Simon?" Simon merely responded with a noncommittal expression. Fu Zhiqin remained silent, bemused by Isabella's unabashed self-adoration, reminiscent of the so-called average men who exude unwarranted confidence upon waking. Watching Isabella's haughty departure, Simon sighed and chuckled wearily. Don't pay her any mind. Just standing in front of the camera, you could walk a few paces and outshine her. Trust me, I am entirely impartial. Fu Zhiqin remained silent, feeling as if Simon's tone implied someone was forcing him to be fair. After briefing Fu Zhiqin, Simon instructed her to wait there. Once alone with Qin Yuan, the latter stepped forward, offering a surprisingly kind warning. The second young lady of the Martin family is not someone we can contend with. Chapter 38, The Madwoman by the Seine. Had it not been for Fu Zhiqin's prior knowledge of Isabella's identity, she would have suspected that Qin Yuan was attempting to intimidate her in this moment. Yet, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze as she languidly turned to face her. Are you afraid? Logically speaking, Qin Yuan was aligned with Siyu and had no reason to fear Isabella, whose familial standing paled in comparison to the Si clan. However, her words, "I cannot provoke," betrayed an evident concern that Isabella might seek to trouble Fu Zhiqin. Thus, was she genuinely concerned for her? Qin Yuan found herself momentarily stunned. Realizing she had been somewhat hasty, she averted her eyes and replied, "No. If you aren't afraid, why should I be?" Fu Zhiqin remained unconvinced. "Miss Fu, although Mr. C has entrusted me with your protection, if you insist on recklessly exposing yourself, failing to evade potential dangers, even in collaboration with Che Guo, we cannot guarantee your safety." Qin Yuan was not jesting. The Martin family wielded immense influence throughout Country F, to the extent that even the Si family dared not confront them openly, let alone someone as defenseless as Fu Zhiqin. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, a smirk crept onto Fu Zhiqin's lips, a smile tinged with coldness. Seeing her disdain, Qin Yuan felt a surge of indignation. She had overestimated her. Fu Zhiqin remained oblivious to her own insignificance within the vast landscape of Country F. Indeed, she was emboldened by misplaced favoritism. Rest assured, I value my life greatly. If I do nothing and merely exist under the protection of Siyu, I would be unworthy of your guardianship, Fu Zhiqin clarified. She had no desire for prolonged dialogue with Qin Yuan, yet she found herself in need of her. Should Qin Yuan become disenchanted and abandon her, when danger loomed, she would indeed face an insurmountable predicament. Qin Yuan truly struggled to comprehend this woman. Was her desire to not merely dwell under the Si family's protection solely based on this so-called representation? Yet, she had just declared her intent to participate. Was she deceiving her once more? However, she recognized the absence of an escape route. The only course of action was to keep a vigilant watch over her and strive to prevent her from entangling herself in inextricable troubles. Should calamity inadvertently befall them, she could only muster her utmost strength to shield her. For this was the task entrusted to her by Siyu. The S Group, in collaboration with the Simon Studio, has officially launched a women's fragrance named The Wife's Revenge. The thematic advertisement narrates the tale of a protagonist who, after marriage, dutifully becomes the woman behind her man, only to unexpectedly discover her husband's infidelity. Heartbroken, she undergoes a rebirth from despair, embarking on a quest for vengeance against the betrayer. Today's audition required the spokesperson to portray the wife's reaction upon witnessing her husband's betrayal. The first to stand before the camera was none other than the presumed frontrunner for the role, Isabella. As the camera rolled, she closed her eyes, appearing to gradually enter the scene. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, instantly exhibiting a look of bewilderment. Clutching her head with both hands, she began to shake violently, repeatedly exclaiming, "No! No! No!" The onlookers exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe. Simon, initially skeptical, soon wore a look of distaste as he observed her descent into madness. "Okay. Stop." Simon gestured towards the camera, unable to contain his urge to halt the proceedings. Isabella quickly emerged from her role. "What's wrong, Simon? Are you so overwhelmed by my performance that it has become unbearable?" Simon, rolling his eyes, retorted. "Who on earth bestowed upon you such confidence? You do realize that what you just portrayed bears no resemblance to a heartbroken wife, but rather resembles a madwoman by the Seine." Chapter 39, The Chosen Destiny. Isabella swore that in all her years, no one had ever dared to humiliate her so. Upon hearing Simon's audacious remarks, the staff, who had been amused by her performance, could no longer contain their laughter. Ha ha ha, I can hardly breathe. Simon truly is my voice. Articulating my innermost thoughts. Indeed, with a wife as mentally unstable as that, I too would stray. The Martin family was known for their perfume business. Why would they seek to represent the S Group? Alas, it was inevitable, for she had set her sights on our esteemed CEO. Westerners have never been one to whisper behind your back. For them, there's a certain thrill in confronting one another openly. Isabella's face contorted in rage. Were it not for her regard for CU, she would have had her bodyguards tear these jesters apart today. To look down upon me only reveals your lack of discernment, Simon. I shall eagerly observe how you justify this to the S Group. Unfazed, Isabella maintained her haughty demeanor as she withdrew from the limelight. Simon, undeterred by her barbs, chose to ignore her and instructed Fu Zhiqin to prepare. The scene that had just unfolded did not escape Fu Zhiqin's notice. She displayed no trace of triumph as she coolly approached the camera. When the visage of the Eastern woman graced the audience's gaze, silence enveloped the room. Then, someone murmured in French, "Well, it would be better to choose Isabella." Once one voice of dissent arose, a chorus of skepticism followed. Is she really going to play the role of a beggar by the Seine? If it were me, I would choose the madwoman, at least she is somewhat presentable. Who was this person to dare oppose the second daughter of the Martin family? That woman accompanying her. She bore a striking resemblance to the CEO's bodyguard. Could it be? At that moment, Simon recalled the first time he had seen Fu Zhiqin. Beyond her beauty, there was an unsettling familiarity. She was indeed the stunning woman who had appeared on the screen during CU's video call that day. What a fateful encounter. God! Simon exclaimed in awe. In the days that followed, he relentlessly pursued CU for the identity of the beauty. But his inquiries were met with a silence more impenetrable than the strongest adhesive. Fortune favors the diligent, and now, the beauty had presented herself. Yet, the surrounding murmurs filled Simon with trepidation. The exquisite woman he had finally encountered must not be frightened away by the foolish words of others. Just as he was about to intervene, he caught Fu Zhiqin's prepared gaze directed towards him. Momentarily taken aback, he decided to hold his tongue. Fu Zhiqin remained unfazed by the cacophony around her. Standing before the camera, she calmly awaited the cue to begin. Once everything was in order, Fu Zhiqin did not indulge in the theatricality that Isabella had displayed. She delved straight into the essence of her performance. In the park, she observed her beloved husband frolicking with his mistress, akin to a couple deeply in love. Reflecting on her own past with this man and the years of devotion following their marriage, her heart grew heavier with each passing moment. She made no grand gestures, merely standing still for an extended period. Her eyes, filled with a complex array of emotions, transitioned from disbelief to resentment, ultimately dimming into an abyss of despair. She took a few tentative steps forward, but for reasons unknown, retreated in weakness. Clutching her chest, she closed her eyes in desperation. A single tear trickled slowly down her cheek. Chapter 40, The Art of Romance. No one knows what thoughts occupied Fu Zhiqin's mind while she performed this scene. For her, it was a vivid reenactment. In that moment, it felt as though Song Qin and Gu Yuhan, that ill-fated couple, reappeared before her, flaunting their happiness. Once, upon discovering their intimate encounters, she had contemplated asserting her claim in front of Song Qin. Yet, she faltered, fearing that she might be labeled as unreasonable and, in turn, lose the invaluable marriage she once cherished. Ultimately, this led to her repeated disappointments with that man, even driving her to the brink of despair. Simon clenched his fists, bringing them to his lips, striving to suppress the urge to exclaim in delight. Perfect. Simply perfect. This was the sensation he had yearned for, the exquisite torment of feeling utterly desolate yet miraculously alive. Initially, he had harbored doubts. Despite Fu Zhiqin's beauty, she appeared to lack the depth of experience necessary to convey the emotions he sought. To his astonishment, she proved to be a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. Those who had questioned Fu Zhiqin's capabilities were now silent, unable to undermine Simon's discerning eye for talent. After the scene concluded, Simon approached Fu Zhiqin and enveloped her in a long-awaited embrace. You are extraordinary. Is there anything in this world that you cannot do? He praised. Indeed, there is. Fu Zhiqin replied, having extricated herself from the depths of sorrow. I cannot engage in romance. It is this inability to comprehend the intricacies of human emotions that has condemned me to the hell of a false marriage. Simon assumed she jested and shrugged. Then, I suppose no one is capable of it. Fu Zhiqin offered no response. Well, undoubtedly, you are the ideal spokesperson for this role, Simon declared, determined to secure Fu Zhiqin's collaboration. Fu Zhiqin casually surveyed her surroundings, noticing Isabella's absence. Simon, sensing her unease, inquired, Are you searching for Isabella? She has embarrassed herself beyond measure and is unlikely to remain. Fu Zhiqin responded, Perhaps she is not lacking the courage to stay, but rather crying for assistance. I can agree to your terms, but I have conditions, Fu Zhiqin stated, shedding her pretense. Having already showcased her acting prowess before Simon, she deemed it unnecessary to continue feigning modesty. Seeing success within reach, Simon readily acquiesced. I told you, present your conditions. I wish for my collaboration to be with Simon's studio, not S Group, and furthermore, it must be ensured that I am your sole spokesperson, Fu Zhiqin articulated plainly. She understood that unforeseen changes might arise, thus she needed to eliminate all potential obstacles from the outset. Having you as my sole spokesperson is entirely agreeable. We are in perfect alignment. However, Simon puzzled. I find it perplexing that the benefits of being tied to S Group far exceed those of signing with my studio. Why would you? Because I trust you, Simon, Fu Zhiqin asserted, gazing steadfastly into his eyes with sincerity. Receiving her affirmation, Simon felt elated. Very well, await my news, he replied eagerly. After a brief farewell, Simon seemed to awaken from a magnificent dream. To confirm its authenticity, he promptly arranged for the playback of the earlier filming and sent a copy to see you as well. Postscript, a rare beauty, secured. Chapter 41, Your heart is large enough. Fu Zhiqin pondered deeply, feeling that simply returning would likely place her at a disadvantage. As Jin Yuan started the car, she declared. To the C family. Jin Yuan hesitated for a moment and glanced at Fu Zhiqin. To see you's parents, Fu Zhiqin clarified. Jin Yuan slowly maneuvered the vehicle out of the parking spot, a cold smile gracing her lips. So now you know fear? It was only upon hearing Fu Zhiqin, seemingly having anticipated this, negotiating conditions with Simon, that she realized she had been outmaneuvered. A wave of annoyance washed over her. How had she been so easily swayed to allow him to attend some audition? Now, upon stepping out of the C family's door, she was to become the global ambassador for S Group's new product. Noticing Qin Yuan's competitive demeanor, Fu Zhiqin chuckled lightly, If Sister Qin isn't afraid, she can certainly take me back. However, if Siyu becomes angry with me, will you not face the consequences? It was clear that Qin Yuan understood the implications of responsibility. If the person Qin Yuan was protecting were not Fu Zhiqin, the situation might have been different. But she had witnessed this woman's ability to twist the truth. The elderly couple had been living in seclusion for many years, and such a bold intrusion worried Qin Yuan. That's true, Fu Zhiqin conceded, then took out her phone, typing as she spoke. I'll send a message to your aunt to inform her. If all is well, just head to the C family. Qin Yuan remained silent, recognizing Fu Zhiqin's determination not to return to the manor, and pressed the accelerator firmly. The ancient castle where the elderly C couple resided was somewhat remote. After a drowsy nap, Fu Zhiqin awoke to find it was already dark outside. Are we not there yet? She asked, her voice softly laced with fatigue. Almost. Qin Yuan replied. Fu Zhiqin rubbed her eyes and yawned, instinctively glancing at Qin Yuan. The difference in physical endurance between individuals was stark. While Fu Zhiqin had succumbed to sleep, Qin Yuan remained focused on driving. Once Fu Zhiqin was fully awake, she noticed the worried expression on Qin Yuan's face. Do you have something to say to me, or are you holding back your feelings? Fu Zhiqin asked directly. Qin Yuan shot her a brief glance, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, frowning as she replied, Miss Fu, you acted impulsively today. Oh? Fu Zhiqin gestured for her to continue. Isabella is backed by the Martin family, you should have considered the consequences before provoking her. Qin Yuan's frown deepened. I warned you earlier. Fu Zhiqin was well aware of Isabella's connections. She understood that if she were to seize this endorsement, she would inevitably face Isabella's fierce retribution. Yet she felt compelled to proceed. Even with the script in hand, she had to take this path. Only by positioning herself in a place where others could not easily displace her could she hope to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Fu Zhiqin gazed out of the window and sighed softly. "Qin Yuan, you do not seem to care for Siyu as much as I had imagined." "What?" Qin Yuan's tone became tense. Fu Zhiqin could distinctly feel the car accelerating. She observed the swiftly passing scenery outside and casually analyzed, "If you truly liked him, could you tolerate Isabella, a formidable rival in your eyes, lingering around him?" "Qin Yuan, your heart is indeed vast." Qin Yuan responded. "To love yet remain unexpressed. To not fight for him while watching various women flit around him, does that not pain you?" Fu Zhiqin leaned her neck against the seat, her tone languid. Chapter 42, Fu Zhiqin can be quite annoying. Regarding Fu Zhiqin's remarks, Qin Yuan found herself unable to refute. Indeed, Isabella posed the greatest threat among the women who had previously been by Siyu's side. Yet, what could she do? The other party was Isabella, the most cherished daughter of the formidable Martin family, capable of wielding immense power in the entire F nation. Meanwhile, she was merely the illegitimate child of the Qin family's matriarch, lacking significance even within her own household, and held no standing among the elite sons and daughters of affluent families. Qin Yuan chose not to respond to Fu Zhiqin's words. She silently smiled bitterly, contemplating that if Siyu ultimately chose to marry a woman, and that woman happened to be Isabella, she would have no words left to say. The Martin family was currently the only clan in F nation that could rival the Si family. Not hearing a reply from Qin Yuan, Fu Zhiqin turned curiously, eager to discern her reaction. She gently placed her hand on Qin Yuan's shoulder in a comforting gesture, saying, "Qin Yuan, regardless of whether you can remain by Siyu's side in the future, I hope you live well for your own sake." Qin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zhiqin, a strange feeling stirring within her. Despite their long-standing discord, this gesture seemed to offer her solace. Understood. Qin Yuan often found Fu Zhiqin somewhat bothersome, her words abundant. Nevertheless, she committed her sentiments to memory. Fu Zhiqin herself was unaware of the reason for her sudden impulse today, as if having endured the rain, she felt compelled to shield another with an umbrella. Observing Qin Yuan's dedication to Siyu, she was reminded of her own past, the Fu Zhiqin who had lost herself for Gu Yuhan. Knowing that Fu Zhiqin was on her way, the elderly Si couple had prepared well in advance, coordinating with the household staff to await her arrival at the castle entrance. Finally, upon spotting the headlights of a vehicle approaching from a distance, Si Ming and Ai Mei excitedly descended several steps. Behind them, the butler, old Lu, followed closely, cautioning, "Master, madam, please take it slow." Having heard of their old friend's daughter visiting F Nation and staying at their young master's estate, they were eager to finally meet her. From the moment she entered the Si family estate, Fu Zhiqin's gaze remained fixed outside the window. She almost believed she had arrived at a renowned resort. After an additional 10 minutes of travel, she caught a glimpse of a grand castle. "Are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn?" Fu Zhiqin exclaimed in astonishment. She had anticipated the Si family's opulent residence, yet witnessing it firsthand rendered the term extravagant an understatement. Upon exiting the vehicle, she immediately spotted the elderly Si couple hurrying down the staircase to greet her. Concerned for their mobility, Fu Zhiqin quickly ascended the steps, exclaiming, "Uncle, Aunt." She swiftly reached their side, promptly enveloped by their warm embrace. Ai Mei, with a loving expression, inquired, "Has the journey been arduous for you, Qin? You must be exhausted." Si Ming echoed her sentiments, "Indeed, indeed. After dinner, make sure to rest here, your room has been prepared in advance." "Thank you, uncle and aunt," Fu Zhiqin replied, assisting them. Just before entering the castle, she recalled Qin Yuan, who had accompanied her, and added, "Uncle and aunt, she will be staying with me tonight, so we may need an additional room." Upon noticing Qin Yuan's presence, the smiles on Si Ming and Ai Mei's faces abruptly froze. Hadn't that rascal Siyu promised to handle this matter? What, was he unable to part with her? Ai Mei whispered. Si Ming snorted in response. "I shall call him shortly to inquire how he intends to resolve this." Chapter 43, I would never allow myself to be wronged. Fu Zhiqin nearly forgot the events that transpired at Siyu's estate. She quickly clarified, well. It was my request to see you to allow Qin Yuan to remain by my side. Si Ming? Ai Mei? Both were perplexed by Fu Zhiqin's response. However, Ai Mei soon reacted, Qin, you must tell me honestly, was it my unworthy son who threatened you into saying this? If that is the case, I shall certainly discipline him. Si Ming made his stance clear as well. Fu Zhiqin. Seeing Siyu's status in the eyes of the elders diminish to such an extent due to her presence, Fu Zhiqin felt a surge of concern for him. No. It was genuinely my decision to keep Qin Yuan. Why, though? Ai Mei questioned, unable to comprehend. Fu Zhiqin glanced towards Qin Yuan to ensure she was at a safe distance before speaking. Although she harbors disdain for me, it cannot be denied that as a bodyguard, her skills are irreplaceable, both in her field and in her role beside Siyu. Si Ming and Ai Mei considered her words and found them reasonable. They were already aware of Qin Yuan's heroic deeds in saving Siyu's life on several occasions. Coupled with their understanding of their son's fastidiousness, they acquiesced. Well, since Qin is willing, let her stay. However, should she cause you any distress, do not hesitate to stand your ground. Ai Mei expressed her affection for Fu Zhiqin. Fu Zhiqin smiled gratefully, rest assured, Auntie, I would never allow myself to be wronged. Have you noticed, I seem to have gained a bit of weight recently? Ai Mei playfully pinched Fu Zhiqin's cheek, exclaiming, indeed, your skin feels much better than before. Fu Zhiqin. Seeing this, Si Ming chose not to comment further. Fu Zhiqin supported the two as they entered. Please, feel free to treat this place as your own. If you need anything, just call for them, they all speak Chinese. So don't worry, Ai Mei thoughtfully arranged, her affection for Fu Zhiqin evident in her eyes. Yes, indeed. Si Ming gestured to the butler, Lao Lu, signaling him to come closer. This is our butler, Lao Lu, a fellow countryman. If you feel shy, just approach him. Miss Fu, greetings. Lao Lu bowed, gazing at Fu Zhiqin for a moment before adding, indeed, as the master and madam have said, you are a true beauty. Hello, Lao Lu. I may have to trouble you for your guidance in the coming days, Fu Zhiqin replied politely. Not at all, Lao Lu chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight. In the future, I shall rely on you. Mississippi Lao Lu had heard the elders of the Si family mention Fu Zhiqin and Siyu's betrothal more than once. Now that she had come to Country F, cherished by the Si elders and sheltered by the usually indifferent Siyu within his estate, it was not far-fetched to consider her the future mistress of the Si family. Qin Yuan observed the Si family's treatment of Fu Zhiqin with keen interest. This was a level of hospitality she had never witnessed before. Even Isabella from the Martin family had to tread carefully around the elders. Moreover, Lao Lu, who had served the Si family for most of his life, had never shown such favor to Isabella. Qin Yuan recalled the words Fu Zhiqin had spoken to her on the way here. She suddenly felt a stirring within her, realizing that perhaps Fu Zhiqin truly had the potential to stand as a rival to Isabella. Chapter 44, Fu Zhiqin, you have grown bold in the stillness of the night. Siyu hurriedly arrived at the Si residence, having arranged the tasks for the following day. Old Lu was about to retreat to his room for rest when he caught sight of Siyu in the grand hall. For a fleeting moment, he thought his eyesight was failing him. Upon closer inspection, it truly was him. Young master, you have returned. Have you had your dinner? I shall prepare it for you right away, Old Lu exclaimed, turning promptly towards the kitchen. There's no need, Siyu quickly called out to stop him, then inquired. Which room is Fu Zhiqin in? Upon hearing the mention of Fu Zhiqin, Old Lu couldn't help but smile knowingly. Surely, the young master must have missed her dearly since he hadn't seen her upon his return to the estate. In the dead of night, he rushed over here, clearly eager to see her. Please follow me, Old Lu said, not daring to waste a moment as he led the way. As he turned his back to Siyu, he discreetly signaled a maid to inform the master and madam, for such juicy gossip was surely not to be missed. Old Lu escorted Siyu to the door of Fu Zhiqin's room. After watching him enter, he hurried off towards Si Ming and Ai Mei's room, anxious that the maid might fail to deliver the message and they would miss out on the unfolding drama. The Si family's castle was so vast that even a single room felt like a spacious apartment. After dinner, Fu Zhiqin returned to her quarters. The first thing she did was to confirm with Aunt Wang whether Siyu had come home, only to find that he had not yet returned. As she suspected, he had left again after arriving. She imagined that this man must be seething with anger as he approached. During dinner, she had refrained from sharing her audition and her imminent role as a global spokesperson with the elders of the Xi family. After all, she did not wish to reveal her intentions so soon and hurt their feelings. However, upon further reflection, she realized that with Cuy's arrival, her desire to rely on the elders' protection would inevitably expose her motives. Rather than remain in a passive position, it would be wiser to confess first, allowing them to prepare themselves psychologically. After much contemplation, Fu Zhiqin decided to have a word with Si Ming and Ai Mei. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave the reception area of her room, the sound of hurried footsteps caught her attention. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in her room, startling her to the point of nearly exclaiming in surprise. "What are you?" Fu Zhiqin's words caught in her throat. This person had arrived far too swiftly. He must have been speeding all the way here. "Fu Zhiqin, you have grown bold," Siyu said, arms crossed as he approached her, his expression darkened with displeasure. He had never anticipated that this woman would have such a surprise awaiting him here. "Please, calm down," Fu Zhiqin lowered her tone, attempting to diffuse his anger. "Knowing that it would provoke my ire, why do you persist in testing my limits?" Siyu's tone was no longer the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. His expression was stern, more intimidating than the day she had fasted and he had questioned her plans. Fu Zhiqin continued to appease him. Today's incident was purely accidental. I had no idea I would encounter Simon in the park, nor did I expect him to take a liking to me and insist that I become his spokesperson. Her tone was sincere as she deflected blame. She reasoned that Simon would likely not mind, as he had stated that any conditions would be acceptable as long as she agreed to be his spokesperson. Thus, what harm was there in taking the blame? Chapter 45, The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Siyu had never believed in mere coincidences, particularly when it came to Fu Zhiqin. He found it exceedingly difficult to dismiss the notion that everything was part of her intricate scheme. However, if it were not for sheer luck, how could Fu Zhiqin possibly know that Simon would bring his team to audition at that obscure little park today? Siyu cast a piercing gaze, attempting to breach her defenses, and inquired, "Do you not wish to become the spokesperson for the S Group's new product?" "Of course I do," Fu Zhiqin replied, devoid of any deceit. To claim otherwise would be utterly foolish. What if I were to say I do not approve? Siyu turned his back to Fu Zhiqin, adopting an air of petulance. "I anticipated that," Fu Zhiqin replied, unperturbed, showing no inclination to persuade him. "Then you shall decline Simon's offer and refuse this endorsement," Siyu commanded without glancing back. Fu Zhiqin found his command somewhat amusing. She pivoted, approached him, and tilted her head back, her eyes wide with innocence. "Siyu, you must understand that your approval and my acceptance of this endorsement are two entirely different matters." Siyu responded with a furrowed brow, his expression sour. "Is this your so-called plan? To become the spokesperson for the S Group, standing atop your pedestal, free from dependence on others?" Siyu was astute, with the slightest move. He could decipher her intentions. "Fu Zhiqin, have you ever heard the saying," he intoned, his gaze cast downward, "the higher you stand, the harder you fall? How can you be so certain that I will fall?" Fu Zhiqin countered. As long as he did not intervene, even if she adhered strictly to the script, she would not plummet as Siyu suggested. Yet, was he implying he would create obstacles for her? Fu Zhiqin felt as though she were caught in a vice, constrained and reactive. "Siyu, must you always oppose me? Or do you truly see me as a woman devoid of capability?" Each word she uttered rang with conviction. She was not angered by Siyu's disdain, rather, it further solidified her resolve to prove to everyone that she could attain her desires through her own merit. Siyu was momentarily taken aback. That was not his intention. He had never doubted her abilities. In fact, he believed she was more than capable. Sometimes, however, her brilliance could be a double-edged sword, as evidenced by her current entanglement with Isabella Martin. Observing Fu Zhiqin's indignation and the flush of her eyes, Siyu felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. "There are many ways to ascend, yet you refuse to take the shortcut," he lamented. Fu Zhiqin's expression remained resolute. Then tell me, what is the shortcut you speak of? You could rely on, Siyu hesitated, the C family. Impossible. Fu Zhiqin immediately retorted. I have stated that I refuse to depend on anyone other than myself. She defiantly turned her face away, embodying a fierce determination to resist Siyu at all costs. Siyu remained silent. Chapter 46, Child's Play. But do you truly comprehend the depths of the waters you are about to traverse? Siyu once again issued a warning. No matter how murky the waters, I have waded through them all, Fu Zhiqin resolutely affirmed. It is not the same, Siyu's voice rose significantly as he continued. The path you wish to pursue now is entirely different from those trivial experiences of your past. Trivial experiences? Fu Zhiqin interrupted him, retorting, Siyu. Have you ever been betrayed? Have you ever lost nearly all your loved ones in such a short span? Have you ever had the person you trusted most declare your demise? He dares to label this as child's play? Then what, pray tell, constitutes the significant experiences he refers to? You claim the C family can protect me. If I were to reveal to you my ultimate ambition of reaching greater heights, would you truly lend me your support? Without reservation? Fu Zhiqin pressed, emphasizing the last 4 words with intensity. She was on the verge of directly asking Siyu if he could help her exact revenge, to make Gu Yuhan and Song Qin, that despicable pair, endure the suffering she had endured. Siyu fell silent, sensing that Fu Zhiqin seemed to know far more than he had anticipated. Enough, enough. We can no longer bear to listen. Si Ming's voice echoed from the far side of the parlor. Moments later, he and Ai Mei emerged from behind the screen, their faces etched with displeasure. Father. Mother. Siyu was taken aback by their unexpected presence and was uncertain how much they had overheard. He glanced at Fu Zhiqin beside him, suspecting they might be her summoned allies. Fu Zhiqin felt Siyu's gaze and found herself at a loss for words. Unwilling to defend herself, even if the elders of the C family did not intervene, she would ultimately summon them for a verdict. Siyu. Are you out of your mind? Ai Mei's anger reached its peak, and she could not restrain her fury. Siyu. Simon's already sought us out. Si Ming, perceiving Siyu's suspicion towards Fu Zhiqin's allies, offered an explanation. It is a commendable achievement that Qin Qin has earned Simon's recognition through her own merit. Why must you obstruct her? What nonsense about falling hard from great heights, what child's play? Do you look down upon women? Have we not taught you better since childhood? Are you now to disdain me as well? Ai Mei bombarded him with questions. Siyu. I tell you, we shall take charge of this matter. Simon's global endorsement for that fragrance must belong to Qin Qin. If there are any ungrateful souls who refuse, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Si Ming declared his stance firmly. Indeed. Ai Mei concurred, adding, no wonder Qin Qin dared not return to the estate, had we not overheard your discussion today. Perhaps this endorsement would have been swiftly reassigned? Upon hearing this, Si Ming could not help but add, Simon has stated unequivocally that only Qin Qin is suitable. You impudent boy, do not ruin the S group within a few short years. Fu Zhiqin had not anticipated the unwavering support of the elders, even though they had discerned that her primary motive for coming today was to seek assistance. Siyu understood that he could not stand alone against the collective voices. Before arriving, he had contemplated the possibility that he might not persuade Fu Zhiqin. Even with his firm attitude, he could not override his parents' opinions. It could only be said that Fu Zhiqin had chosen her allies wisely. Your plan is progressing ever more smoothly. Siyu disregarded the elder's admonitions and turned to Fu Zhiqin, conceding. Chapter 47. It was Simon who first recognized my potential. The 2 elders of the C family were momentarily taken aback, but once Siyu relinquished his silence, they eagerly approached Fu Zhiqin. Qin Qin. Simon just shared your audition footage with us, and I must say, you are truly deserving of this global endorsement. Si Ming exclaimed, giving Fu Zhiqin a thumbs up. Ai Mei added, when our Qin Qin stands there, she is nothing short of a superstar. With that stunningly beautiful face, no acting skills are required to captivate the masses. As they crowded around Siyu, he interjected, however, I have conditions. Upon hearing this, Si Ming and Ai Mei's expression shifted instantly. Ai Mei retorted. Even Simon has acknowledged that having Qin Qin as the spokesperson is an honor for our S group. Do you really think you have the right to set conditions? Ming speculated aloud. I bet you're hoping S Group collapses soon so you can retire early. Yu pretended not to hear his parents' complaints. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fu Zhiqin. You must sign the endorsement contract with S Group. Although the reason for Yu's insistence was unclear, this time, Ming and AI Mei did not contest his viewpoint. It was evident that S Group possessed the finest legal team globally, excelling in both rights protection and public relations. Thus, placing Qin within their company brought Ming great reassurance. Indeed, this way, no one will dare to bully Qin, AI Mei concurred with a nod. I disagree. Fu Zhiqin once again rejected Yu without hesitation. This response was entirely unexpected for Ming and AI Mei. They exchanged astonished glances before turning their attention back to Fu Zhiqin, their faces reflecting an unwavering curiosity that demanded an explanation. Fu Zhiqin pondered that perhaps when Simon and Yu mentioned making her the spokesperson, they also inadvertently revealed her intention to sign with Simon's studio. Convincing Yu to accept this notion would likely be more challenging than persuading him to allow her to take on the role of spokesperson. She had already defied his wishes by insisting on the endorsement, and now she sought to completely extricate herself from his control, unwilling to sign with his company. He must be infuriated. The reasons have been laid out by your parents, you have no grounds for refusal. Yu's tone grew firm once more. Noticing his suddenly unpleasant demeanor, both Ming and AI Mei exchanged disapproving glances at him. Yu, he hasn't expressed anything yet. He merely responded in accordance with their sentiments. Is that also a problem? I understand. Fu Zhiqin softened her stance, combining a hint of playfulness with earnestness, yet added. But it was Simon who first recognized my potential. Internally, she thought, I am truly sorry, Simon, after all, carrying one burden is akin to carrying several. It hardly makes a difference. Ming and AI Mei grasped Fu Zhiqin's sentiments. Perhaps she wished to honor Simon's trust. Which is why she was inclined to sign with him. Indeed, one should practice gratitude and reciprocity in life. Ming switched sides once more. Yes. My son, he who gives me a peach, I return with a plum. This is something we often remind you of. AI Mei chimed in to support Fu Zhiqin. Yu, in truth, it matters not whom you sign with. Simon has authorized the product for you, and the essential aspect for me is the product itself. Therefore, signing a product endorsement contract with Simon's studio is tantamount to being bound with S Group. Mr. C, for the sake of the product's success, I hope you will take great care moving forward. Fu Zhiqin gazed intently into Yu's eyes, which seemed to glimmer with light. Chapter 48, Shadows Everywhere in the Deep of Night. Yu had just finished his bath and donned a robe, taking a seat at his desk. His hair, still damp, dripped water down his neck, cascading slowly. The man's alluring complexion, combined with the tantalizing silhouette of his physique beneath the robe, was undeniably captivating. He opened his tablet and effortlessly clicked on a video. On the screen, the slender figure of a woman gradually magnified. The camera shifted, revealing Fu Zhiqin's delicate visage. Her expressions were enigmatic, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Although she was acting, Yu could sense the genuine pain reflected in her gaze. What thoughts occupied her mind while portraying this poignant scene? Fu Zhiqin lingered at the residence of the Sea elders for several days before returning to Yu's estate. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, a call from Yu informed her that her contract with Simon's studio was ready for her review and signature. Ming remarked that the young man must be yearning for her, using work as a pretext for her return. Fu Zhiqin did not believe Yu would jest about such matters, dismissing his comment. Upon her return to the estate, Aunt Wang was the most delighted. Miss Fu, I truly missed you during your absence. This estate is now filled with your presence. Without you, I find it quite uncomfortable, Aunt Wang exclaimed. Tears of joy welling in her eyes. Fu Zhiqin chuckled softly, thinking to herself, what an exaggeration. Unbeknownst to Fu Zhiqin, Aunt Wang discreetly dabbed a small, inconspicuous amount of onion from her apron around her eyes, her tears flowing even more freely. Miss Fu, you must not stay away from the estate for long. I fear I may become lovesick in your absence and lose my ability to work, Aunt Wang lamented. Fu Zhiqin observed the meticulously maintained estate and pondered that if Aunt Wang's feelings were as she claimed, the entire household staff would be in disarray. However, She kept her thoughts to herself and nodded in agreement, saying, I understand. She worried that if she remained silent, Aunt Wang might become overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of the onions. After a long journey, Fu Zhiqin ascended the stairs for a much-needed nap. When she awoke, yawning as she stepped out of her room, she found Qin Yuan standing motionless at her door. Aren't you tired? You really don't need to watch me like that. As someone who works here, I can't possibly sneak away unnoticed, Fu Zhiqin mumbled. Mr. C has returned, Qin Yuan reported. Fu Zhiqin replied. Oh. Then I shall go find him. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Yuan called after her, Mr. C said to wait until you awaken. And I would summon him. Fu Zhiqin felt a chill at Qin Yuan's sudden cold demeanor. Very well, she responded, somewhat disinterested. When you call him, please ask him to come slowly, I'll wash my face in the meantime. With that, she turned and returned to her room. Siyu arrived at her room at precisely the right moment. She had just finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom when she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Siyu. Impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a folder. His posture and demeanor were strikingly reminiscent of Butler Liu, who served the elders. Fu Zhiqin pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. Chapter 49, the surname of the husband. Upon noticing the subtle smile on Fu Zhiqin's face, Siyu's spirits soared even higher. He adjusted his tie with an air of seriousness, yet his voice could not conceal the joy bubbling beneath the surface. Let us go inside. Fu Zhiqin promptly stepped aside, allowing him to enter the room. With a lightness in his step that was hard to overlook, Siyu exuded an unmistakable sense of happiness. She slightly curled her lips and, when Siyu was not paying attention, whispered to Qin Yuan, Is your CEO possessed? Qin Yuan, well acquainted with Siyu, discerned the change in his demeanor and understood the reason behind it. However, faced with Fu Zhiqin's inquiry, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply shook her head. Fu Zhiqin shrugged, attributing Siyu's peculiar behavior to a momentary lapse in judgment. Throughout the narrative, he had never once displayed such an expression towards her. Following Siyu into the room, Fu Zhiqin found him placing a stack of documents on the desk. Originally, Simon was supposed to deliver them personally. But with his recent preoccupations, he had asked Siyu to pass them along. Fu Zhiqin settled into the chair at the desk, diligently reviewing the contract laid out before her. Do you need a translation? Siyu inquired thoughtfully. Fu Zhiqin glanced up, a hint of suspicion growing within her as she considered Siyu's unusually spirited demeanor today. No need, she replied, returning her focus to the contract. Noticing that Fu Zhiqin had grown markedly aloof upon receiving the document, Siyu leaned against the desk and teased, Aren't you worried that I might have swapped the contract? Perhaps changing the first party to S group? Fu Zhiqin remained fixated on the contract, her gaze unwavering as she replied coolly, I can comprehend these matters. Siyu, previously unaware of Fu Zhiqin's proficiency in French, observed her skillfully reading the contract, her lips silently articulating certain clauses in the language. It dawned on him that there were still many facets of her character waiting to be explored. Once she confirmed the contract was in order, Fu Zhiqin prepared to sign her name. Wait. Siyu quickly placed his hand over the spot where she was supposed to sign. Fu Zhiqin lifted her gaze, perplexed by his sudden interruption. Surely, he wouldn't backtrack at this final juncture? His expression suggested otherwise. You haven't forgotten that Fu Zhiqin is technically deceased, have you? Siyu reminded her. His words illuminated her concerns. S Group was poised to announce its spokesperson ahead of the official launch of their perfume. If her name became public, the domestic circles would learn that she was, in fact, alive. There was no need for her to speculate whether Gu Yuhan would seek her out, after all. In the narrative, even under a different name, the scoundrel had traversed great distances to find her once the advertisement aired. Fu Zhiqin chuckled softly, gently taking Siyu's hand and placing it aside. Then, she inscribed her signature, writing the name Si Qingqing, her assumed identity from the story. As she grasped his hand, Siyu felt an unexpected warmth and found himself surprisingly unopposed to her touch. The softness of her fingers and the warmth of her hand felt just right to him. He savored the moment until he caught sight of the name she had penned on the contract, which struck a chord deep within his heart, gradually melting away his defenses. Si Qingqing, he murmured, tenderly articulating the name. Si Qingqing. Siyu was quite pleased with this designation. In F country, it was customary for a woman to adopt her husband's surname upon marriage. Chapter 50, Exercise Caution. Siyu carefully stored the contract and gestured towards a small gift box on the table. This contains samples of the new perfume. You may wish to try it. Fu Zhiqin lifted the box's lid, revealing a card and an exquisite glass vial within. The wife's revenge. Fu Zhiqin translated the French inscription on the card into Chinese. The name of the new product has been finalized, Siyu remarked, observing Fu Zhiqin attentively. Fu Zhiqin picked up the perfume, the blood-red liquid visible through the glass. Curiously, she sprayed a small amount onto her elbow. As the fragrance began to waft through the air, she gently waved her hand and drew it closer to her nose. The top notes revealed a subtle hint of bitter chrysanthemum, quite pleasant. Not wanting to interrupt Fu Zhiqin's contemplation, Siyu prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and said, Fu Zhiqin, regardless of your forthcoming plans, remember to exercise utmost caution. Fu Zhiqin tilted her head, gazing at Siyu's retreating figure. This time, she did not contradict his sentiments but merely responded with a soft She was acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with challenges. She would not only have to contend with the resurgence of Gu Yuhan and Song Qin following her identity's exposure but also face the inevitable trials awaiting her in Country F. Just like the evolving scent of the perfume, it felt akin to traversing icy terrain barefoot. She speculated that the perfume's base notes might hold a promise of sweet relief after bitter struggles. A week later, the filming of the wife's revenge advertisement commenced. Simon did not assign Fu Zhiqin a separate team, her only companion was Qin Yuan. However, that sufficed for Fu Zhiqin. The first scene was set indoors, directly utilizing the office space of S Group's headquarters. As Fu Zhiqin entered the building, she was intercepted by the receptionist. Excuse me, miss, do you have an appointment? The receptionist's tone was somewhat haughty, and her gaze conveyed a complete lack of regard for Fu Zhiqin's status as a guest. Maintaining her composure, Fu Zhiqin replied in fluent French, I am here for the shoot. The shoot you mentioned refers to. The receptionist paused, processing the information, and then inquired. The perfume advertisement? Yes, Fu Zhiqin affirmed. The receptionist scrutinized Fu Zhiqin from head to toe, preparing to call her superior to verify if such a person was expected that day. Just as she was about to dial, her attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion at the entrance. Oh my goodness! The receptionist instantly disregarded Fu Zhiqin, abandoning the phone to rush toward the door. My dear Miss Isabella, it is a pleasure to have you at S Group. If you require anything, I am at your service. Fu Zhiqin's gaze followed the receptionist as she fawned over Isabella, her demeanor a stark contrast to how she treated Fu Zhiqin. Unable to suppress her disdain, Fu Zhiqin rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, Isabella had also spotted Fu Zhiqin, removing her sunglasses as she approached. Standing before Fu Zhiqin with an air of superiority, Isabella remarked. Miss Zhiqin. Fu Zhiqin managed a smile. Isabella, donning her sunglasses once more and crossing her arms, quipped, didn't he expect to see you again, did you? Fu Zhiqin remained silent, fully aware of Isabella's presence. Having failed to secure the endorsement, she had learned that there was a second female role in the advertisement, which Isabella initially resisted. However, upon discovering that the role included a scene where she could humiliate the lead, she quickly acquiesced. Moreover, it provided her an opportunity to get closer to Siyu, two birds with one stone. Chapter 51, You can mention it to Mr. C. Fu Zhiqin continued to disregard Isabella. She craned her neck to glance outside, and upon witnessing this action and Isabella's gaze towards the front desk, it seemed Isabella understood why she stood alone in this place. With a smug huff, she remarked, I apologize, Miss Zhiqin, but this is likely your first visit to S Group, and the staff here may not recognize you. She leaned in closer to whisper into Fu Zhiqin's ear, deliberately lowering her voice to prevent the front desk from overhearing. After her remark, she cast a contemptuous stare at Fu Zhiqin, hoping to discern any sign of discontent from the spokesperson being overshadowed by the secondary character. However, Fu Zhiqin remained unfazed. She shrugged nonchalantly, not sparing a glance towards Isabella, and retorted disdainfully, so what? Isabella was taken aback, her expression betraying her surprise. Although Fu Zhiqin spoke in Chinese, Isabella could not comprehend her words, yet she could unmistakably perceive the disdain in her demeanor. Still being obstinate? She likely remains unaware that Simon has a profound disdain for tardiness. With the filming time approaching, Isabella was curious to see if Fu Zhiqin would still manage a smile later on. "Excuse me, then. I shall proceed upstairs." Isabella continued to flaunt her attitude. Initially, she had considered that if she expressed some kind words today, she could overlook past grievances and bring Fu Zhiqin along. But now, it seemed unnecessary. She could only anticipate the reprimand that awaited her. Under the guidance of the front desk, Isabella and her team successfully entered the elevator. When the front desk returned, she noticed Fu Zhiqin's displeased expression and her evident disdain towards Isabella. However, the name that Isabella had called her rang a bell. Yet, as a diligent front desk attendant, she certainly could not permit such uninvited individuals to pass freely. Soon after, Yuhang, having parked her car, walked in. The sharp-eyed front desk attendant recognized her as a favored bodyguard of Siyu and promptly changed her demeanor. "Miss Jean, long time no see," she exclaimed, almost forgetting that it had been so long that she assumed Yuhang had gone home to marry. Noticing Fu Zhiqin standing beside the front desk, Yuhang ignored her greeting and immediately inquired, "Why haven't you gone up yet?" "You should be asking her," Fu Zhiqin replied, tilting her chin toward the front desk. Although they conversed in Chinese, the front desk attendant could not understand their words, but it was apparent they were discussing something concerning her, and they seemed quite familiar. The front desk attendant felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that this woman possesses some extraordinary status? The next moment, Yuang's reaction confirmed her suspicions. "What are you doing?" Yuang's icy gaze pierced through the front desk attendant. "You are obstructing the spokesperson for S Group's new perfume?" Spokesperson? The front desk attendant recalled Isabella's reference to this woman. Fu Zhiqin. Despite Isabella's clumsy Chinese, she quickly realized that this was indeed the name of the newly announced perfume spokesperson from just a few days ago. Flustered, she lowered her head and apologized to Fu Zhiqin. "I am truly sorry, Miss Fu Zhiqin. I had no idea of your esteemed presence." Fu Zhiqin did not even glance at her, merely checking the time and saying to Yuang, "Let's go, no need to waste time." As the two prepared to leave, the front desk attendant flattered them, offering to escort them to the elevator. "Miss Fu Zhiqin, you bear no anger towards me, do you? It was entirely my fault earlier. I sincerely apologize." Even as they entered the elevator, Fu Zhiqin remained silent. Yuang, however, spoke on her behalf. "Save your words for Mr. C." Chapter 52, The Transformation of Yuang. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Fu Zhiqin could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Yuang, slow to realize, turned her head in confusion. Noticing the question in her expression, Fu Zhiqin decided to inquire first, "Are you truly going to report me to Siyu?" In her memory, Yuang was not the type to covertly undermine others. Yuang admitted that in that moment, she had been overwhelmed, which had prompted her to speak thus. Her typically serene face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, resolutely stating, "I cannot abide her, as the front desk of S Group. Bullying an unfamiliar person and bringing shame to the company." This seemed to be the first instance Fu Zhiqin observed such a flustered expression on Yuang's face. She watched intently, finding it utterly fascinating. Unable to tolerate the scrutiny any longer, Yuang turned away, defensively asserting, "If you truly feel uncomfortable, you can always tell President C yourself." After all, she had never perceived Fu Zhiqin as someone who would silently endure mistreatment. Yuang spoke accurately. In truth, Fu Zhiqin was not in a hurry to ascend. She could easily disregard the front desk's provocations. She lingered there solely to wait for Yuang. Hence, when Yuang noticed that she had not yet gone upstairs, coupled with her vibrant expression of indignation on her behalf, she felt a mix of surprise and delight. Fu Zhiqin had never anticipated that one day, Yuang would come to accept her. Now, she understood that those with soft hearts are often susceptible to pain. Yet, witnessing Yuang's transformation and feeling her support began to alter Fu Zhiqin's perspective towards her. Upon reaching the floor designated for the shoot, as Fu Zhiqin and Yuang stepped out of the elevator, they heard a familiar voice approaching from afar. "My dear Qing. I thought you were going to stand me up." They both turned towards the source of the voice and saw Simon hastening towards them, visibly excited. Fu Zhiqin smiled sheepishly. I took longer than expected to find a parking spot and was worried you might be upset with me for being late. My heavens, how could I possibly blame you? Simon replied, relieved to understand the reason for her tardiness. If it weren't for President Xi's refusal to let me meet you last time, I would have been eager to witness you sign the contract and celebrate our wonderful collaboration. Fu Zhiqin raised an eyebrow. See, you didn't allow it? She distinctly recalled Yu stating that Simon had matters to attend to and could not be present for the contract signing. Is there an issue with the contract? Simon, noticing the gravity of Fu Zhiqin's expression, felt a pang of alarm. Initially, he had noted that the seal on the contract belonged to his studio, so he had not paid attention to any potential discrepancies. Now, reflecting on Ciyu's initial opposition to Qin Qingqing signing with his studio, he wondered if that shrewd businessman had substituted the contract. I'll confront him about this. Fu Zhiqin's silence led Simon to believe that there was indeed a problem, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. No, I just zoned out for a moment, Fu Zhiqin quickly interjected. Simon, nearly overwhelmed, patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Since there's no issue, let us proceed with the shoot. Noting the time, he realized it was getting late. All right. After Fu Zhiqin departed, Simon still felt uneasy and promptly summoned his assistant, instructing him to return and double-check the contract with Fu Zhiqin. Having witnessed Ciyu's cunning firsthand, he remained cautious. Guided by the staff, Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan arrived at the makeup room. Just as they were about to enter, the door of the adjacent makeup room swung open, revealing Isabella, surrounded by a group of girls who had encountered her just moments before. Chapter 53, A hen among roosters. Upon noticing Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan, the laughter of several individuals abruptly ceased. One of them bluntly remarked, "Is this the Eastern woman selected by Group S, as you mentioned? She looks rather ordinary. The perfume is exquisite, the company is prestigious, yet the spokesperson is hard to describe." They believed Fu Zhiqin could not understand, and thus spoke derisively without restraint. The women surrounding Isabella were her friends from the social elite. Naturally, they had heard about Fu Zhiqin's usurpation of Isabella's endorsement. They were eager to witness Isabella's sole scene today, where the second female lead humiliates the protagonist. Isn't the woman beside her the most capable bodyguard of Ciyu? Have you not noticed that Ciyu hasn't brought her along for quite some time? Perhaps he could no longer tolerate her clinginess and dismissed her. No wonder. Ciyu has cast her aside, yet she is still unrelenting, trying to mingle around this so-called spokesperson. I heard that Qin Yuan was present the day that woman snatched the endorsement. I wonder if it was premeditated. Huh. A hen among roosters, truly a perfect match. They openly disparaged Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan, exchanging barbs with impunity. Isabella silently observed, occasionally smirking with derision. Fu Zhiqin remained unfazed. Even if she could comprehend every word, there was no need to let such foul language penetrate her ears. She could effortlessly let it flow in one ear and out the other. Yet for Qin Yuan, she could have disregarded the scornful jibes of these so-called aristocrats. Even the rumors about Ciyu's rejection of her would have been bearable. However, the term hen indeed pierced her heart. Fu Zhiqin keenly sensed this and gently said to Qin Yuan, "Let us go inside for now." "Yes," Qin Yuan replied softly. The group of women found no amusement in Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan. Once they entered the makeup room, the expressions on their faces were all strikingly similar. "I truly cannot comprehend what makes her superior to you," one ventured to console Isabella. Soon after, several other socialites echoed her sentiment. Indeed, are Ciyu and Simon blind? Why would we seek an Eastern face to endorse our nationally developed perfume? But Ciyu is also Eastern. Isabella did not respond to her friend's remarks. Instead, her gaze turned venomous as she fell into deep contemplation. She vowed to ensure that Xi Qingqing would understand who truly deserved to be the spokesperson. Fu Zhiqin's makeup artist was an associate of Simon's. While applying her makeup, she exclaimed, "Heavens, you are the most beautiful Eastern woman I have ever seen. Although I was born in the West and have assisted numerous Eastern women with their makeup, none possess your exquisite charm." After saying this, she glanced at Qin Yuan, requesting a faithful translation. Qin Yuan remained silent, and Fu Zhiqin simply replied with a soft, "Thank you." "Wow, your French is impeccable," the makeup artist praised. When everyone first learned that Simon had chosen an Eastern woman to endorse his new perfume, they all thought he must be mad. No product, no matter how exceptional, should be marketed so recklessly. Yet upon meeting Fu Zhiqin in person and engaging in brief conversation, the makeup artist realized they had all been superficial. Simon's vision was indeed beyond reproach. Chapter 54, The Beginning of Double Standards. As the eye makeup concluded, Fu Zhiqin opened her eyes. Through the mirror, she observed Qin Yuan's sullen expression. "Are you unhappy?" she inquired. Qin Yuan, her eyes dimmed, gazed at Fu Zhiqin in the mirror, remaining silent. Her silence offered Fu Zhiqin an answer. If she truly found their words displeasing, why not voice her thoughts at that moment? Instead, she waited until the opportunity had passed, only to feel despondent. Fu Zhiqin spoke candidly. Qin Yuan found Fu Zhiqin's question rather amusing. Retort at that moment? Did she even have the standing to do so? Just as those socialites had remarked, she was merely a wild chicken of the Qin family. Her mother's lack of a reputable status meant that her identity as an illegitimate daughter of the Qin family would be a subject of ridicule wherever she went. Unfortunately, she could not counter such remarks. If those individuals were akin to the receptionists of a grand establishment, I could have responded as you suggested, she explained. But they are not. Behind them stand figures we cannot afford to offend. Even if Mr. C were present today, they would still dare to utter such unkind words in his presence. That is simply the reality, Qin Yuan patiently elucidated, offering Fu Zhiqin a piece of advice to keep her distance from such individuals and avoid unnecessary trouble. Fu Zhiqin understood Qin Yuan's sentiment and recognized her fears. Of course, her words were not meant to chastise her for being weak, rather, they reminded Fu Zhiqin of her own past when witnessing someone else suffering in silence. She continually urged Qin Yuan to be brave, as a reminder to herself to never repeat those mistakes. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. "Excuse me. Simon asked me to check if you are ready," came the voice. "Almost there, 5 minutes," the makeup artist replied. "Rest assured, I have used only the gentlest cosmetics for you today," she kindly reminded as they approached the end of the session. Fu Zhiqin nodded in understanding. Qin Yuan, oblivious to their exchange, speculated that it was related to the day's shoot. As Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan exited the makeup room, they arrived at the filming location. Isabella and her close friends had been waiting on the side for a while. With one hand holding a cup of water and the other clutching the script for the day's shoot, her eyes looked down disdainfully as Fu Zhiqin approached. The expressions on her friends' faces mirrored her own, all anticipating a spectacle. "My leading lady, you are truly... I can hardly find words to describe your beauty," Simon exclaimed upon seeing the impeccably made-up Fu Zhiqin, his excitement palpable. "I hope I haven't kept everyone waiting?" An apologetic expression flickered across Fu Zhiqin's face. "Not at all, waiting for the star is only fitting," Simon flattered. Those nearby were taken aback. In the past, any tardiness from a collaborator would have led this man to launch a scathing tirade, condemning the lack of professionalism, regardless of whether the individual was the star or a mere supporting role. Yet now, the same standards seemed to evaporate in the presence of Miss Si Qingqing. "That's good," Fu Zhiqin replied, feeling relieved. "Let us begin, all departments in position," Simon commanded, then extended his hand, bowing slightly to clear the path for Fu Zhiqin. "After you, my spokesperson." As Fu Zhiqin proceeded towards the filming area, Qin Yuan intended to follow her to the camera's side. However, amidst the bustling crowd, no one noticed Isabella rising with apparent intent towards Fu Zhiqin. Still clutching the cup from which she had just sipped, she halted beside the camera. As Fu Zhiqin passed by, Isabella abruptly flung her arm, splashing the water with precision. "Ah!" Chapter 55, Understanding and Empathy. The sudden exclamation startled the photographer, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Turning to see what was amiss, Fu Zhiqin encountered the disheveled figure of Qin Yuan, her face glistening with moisture, standing amidst the crowd. The perpetrator of her distress, brazenly brandishing her weapon, fixed an arrogant gaze upon Fu Zhiqin. The socialite entourage behind her reveled in the unfolding drama, their excitement palpable, leaving onlookers with a sense of irritation. "What on earth is happening?" Simon rushed over, his astonishment evident upon witnessing the scene. Could chaos truly erupt on his film set? How reckless. "It's all my fault, I merely wished to rehearse before filming commenced and inadvertently splashed this bodyguard lady. Isabella feigned surprise and grievance, as if she were the one who had been startled. Yet, anyone with eyes could discern her deliberate actions. But what of it? Who among the Martin family could challenge her? Fu Zhiqin saw through her sham performance, remaining silent. Isabella was undeniably exploiting the fact that no one dared confront her, which emboldened her audacity. Simon longed to express his frustration, yet this was not the time to admonish Isabella. With filming about to commence, how could she cause such a ruckus? This wretched woman. Had he known, he would have vehemently opposed her casting as the second female lead. With a heart full of concern for Qin Yuan, Fu Zhiqin remained wordless. Qin Yuan, in turn, met his gaze, subtly shaking her head in a gesture of calm. It's all right, Simon, let us not waste any more time. Fu Zhiqin feigned composure, dismissing the recent incident with a smile. Simon was moved to tears by his grace. How could one individual embody such perfection? Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he was also multilingual and possessed a profound understanding of others' feelings. Isabella realized she had underestimated this woman's capacity for endurance. Were it not for her status as a spokesperson and Simon's unwavering protection of her, the water that had splashed on Qin Yuan would undoubtedly have marred Xiqingqing's makeup. The advertisement segment being filmed depicted the female lead facing provocation from a mistress at her workplace. In a moment when only the two were present, the mistress would hurl water from a cup at the lead. Upon the arrival of the lead's husband, the mistress would feign innocence, attempting to cast the lead in a negative light, leading her husband to misinterpret her character. The thought of Xiqingqing being drenched and wrongfully accused brought a wave of satisfaction to Isabella. At last, the two stood on set, their gazes locked in a silent battle of wills. Fu Zhiqin was already well aware of the scene about to unfold. He vividly recalled how, in the narrative, Isabella had repeatedly exaggerated her acting to Simon's dismay, resulting in numerous takes. Consequently, she had been splashed with water time and again, her makeup running, droplets mingling with cosmetics, nearly blinding her. Although Isabella's methods of retaliation were rather elementary, they undeniably inflicted discomfort. The earlier incident involving Qin Yuan had not been mentioned in the text. She was left wondering what had prompted Isabella to act out against Qin Yuan. The filming commenced. Isabella immersed herself in her role with remarkable speed, seemingly disregarding the fact that this was merely a performance. Her feelings towards Xiqingqing were all too evident, disdain that fueled her desire to destroy. With a smirk playing on her lips, she edged closer to Xiqingqing, each of her cells seemingly clamoring, "What can you do to me?" Stopping at the desk where the cup of water was positioned, Isabella's laughter grew increasingly arrogant. She reached for the cup, only to grasp at emptiness. In that instant, Fu Zhiqin, catching her off guard, splashed the water upon her. Chapter 56, Are you done yet? The entire filming set fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Isabella's piercing screams. "You lunatic, I will kill you!" she roared, charging towards Fu Zhiqin. Her few socialite friends, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that Isabella had been splashed with water, and they too could not resist the urge to confront Fu Zhiqin. However, just as they took their first steps, they were swiftly subdued one after another. Before Isabella's palm could strike Fu Zhiqin's face, her wrist was seized, and she was forcefully pushed away. "Ah, Qin Yuan! You shameless wretch! How dare you lay a hand on me? What do you think you are, you filthy?" Her tirade was abruptly interrupted by a cough. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Isabella turned to see her brother, Dafei. "Brother! Come help me deal with these two harlots." At her words, Dafei's expression darkened instantly. "Are you blind? Can't you see they are bullying me?" Isabella attempted to advance on Fu Zhiqin once more, but Qin Yuan stepped in front of him first. "How dare you block me?" Isabella yelled, reaching out to claw at Qin Yuan's face. "Are you done making a scene?" A deep male voice echoed through the air. Isabella's hands froze mid-air as she turned her head, revealing Suyue standing in a dim, inconspicuous corner, hands clasped behind his back, his face marred by discontent. Fu Zhiqin and Qin Yuan also glanced in that direction. The set was terrifyingly quiet, with everyone holding their breath. Seizing the moment, Simon unleashed his frustration. "Creating chaos in my filming space? Get out. Did you hear that? Simon has spoken, your time is up, spokesperson. Isabella stood with her hands on her hips, feeling triumphant. This blind man had finally regained his sight, perhaps fearing her brother and Suyue would retaliate against him. Simon blinked, regarding Isabella with a look that suggested she was mentally unwell. He pointed to the group of socialites subdued by Suyue's bodyguards. I am referring to this bunch. Isabella's eyes widened in disbelief, her earlier bravado evaporating. She opened her mouth to retort but was interrupted by Simon again. And you, the second female lead? I can replace you at any moment. Isabella was taken aback. Is this the performance you wanted me to witness? Suyue teased. Dafei never imagined that by helping his sister and persuading Suyue to come and witness the stark contrast between Isabella and Si Qingqing, it would lead to such chaos. Now, Isabella's outrageous behavior and reckless words were utterly unfathomable. In this day and age, how could she cavalierly bandy about threats of murder? Observing the expressions on Suyue and Dafei's faces, Isabella finally recognized her earlier lapse in decorum. Yet, this conflict was clearly instigated by Si Qingqing. What was her fault in it? The infuriating Simon continued to show favoritism towards Si Qingqing. I refuse to accept this. Isabella straightened her back defiantly. It is this wretched Si Qingqing who strayed from the script, why should I be blamed? Those present seemed to ponder this, as it indeed appeared to be the case. They all knew that in the scene being filmed that day, Isabella was supposed to splash water on Si Qingqing. However, given the circumstances, witnessing Isabella's insufferable smirk, any reasonable person would be compelled to retaliate. At that moment, no one felt that anything was amiss. Chapter 57, Can the protagonist be so resolute? Upon hearing this, Simon finally comprehended the peculiar behavior of Isabella. For heaven's sake, dear sister, did you not glance at the new script I provided you this morning? Simon felt an overwhelming urge to slap someone. What? A new script? Isabella appeared utterly bewildered. Simon. So. She had been brandishing the script for show all along. At that moment, one of Isabella's maids swiftly handed her a stack of printed papers. Flustered, Isabella rifled through them and discovered that the scene where she splashed water on Si Qingqing had been altered to depict Si Qingqing, unable to tolerate the provocations from her husband's mistress, retaliating by throwing water at Isabella in a fit of rage. No. No, no. Isabella could not fathom how the advertisement script could be so easily modified and demanded. Why? Why was the script changed so casually? This likely traces back to the day before filming commenced. This was Fu Zhiqin's first proactive communication with Simon after adding him as a friend on social media. Simon. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but there is something I wish to discuss. Simon? Simon, wait. Simon, you are not going to stand me up, are you? Simon, I can agree to anything else. Si Qingqing. Simon, did I guess it right? Simon, please, no. Simon, just pretend we didn't communicate tonight, I shall temporarily block you. Si Qingqing, wait, that's not it. After considerable effort, Fu Zhiqin had to retype her message. How could Simon type so quickly? She was truly unaccustomed to typing in French. Si Qingqing, the thing is, I reviewed the advertisement script and found a segment that isn't very good, so I wanted to offer a small suggestion. Si Qingqing, image. JPG. She sent Simon the segment where she was to be splashed with water and then resumed typing. Si Qingqing, from the protagonist's perspective, she appears too weak initially. Being splashed with water and wronged by the mistress feels rather contrived. Wouldn't this late twist in the narrative be rather cliché? Simon breathed a sigh of relief while clutching his phone. What is your idea? Simon, your typing is far too slow, it's making me anxious. Shall we discuss this over video? Alternatively, if that is inconvenient, a phone call will suffice. Fu Zhiqin pondered for a moment. Even typing those few lines had been quite a challenge for her, so she decided to call Simon. Once the call connected, Simon directly stated, Go ahead, Qingqing. Share your thoughts. In my view, the protagonist's suffering could conclude the moment she discovers her husband's infidelity. The confrontation with the mistress could explicitly clarify their triangular relationship, paving the way for subsequent scenes of revenge. After a moment's contemplation, Simon inquired, can the protagonist truly be so resolute? Absolutely. Fu Zhiqin replied confidently. If she were to discover her husband's betrayal and linger indecisively, it would render her unworthy of sympathy, merely inviting her own misery. I believe you are right. Simon affirmed, surprised to find that you possess a talent for screenwriting. I shall make the changes as you suggested. Thank you. Simon did not rush to end the call. The sound of keyboard clattering resonated over the line. However, Simon spoke again. Did your sudden request for a script revision stem from a desire to avoid being splashed with water? Chapter 58, Courage and Insight. Fu Zhiqin chuckled softly. Let us consider this my selfish desire. However, after such adjustments, isn't it even better? The essence of storytelling lies in gradual progression. When filming an advertisement, even the spokesperson must possess a golden touch. In the initial stages, they are subjected to relentless bullying, unable to voice their anger. Yet, in the latter part, they suddenly rise, which is undeniably jarring. In reality, the protagonist of Simon's story finds it exceedingly difficult to turn her fate around. For instance, had it not been for Siyu's timely rescue, her heart would have been lost to some wretched creature, now reduced to mere refuse. Since fate has conspired to make her the spokesperson, she yearns for a narrative that inspires women enduring similar tribulations to bravely stand against the specter of a deceased marriage. Simon replied, I understand. You need not worry. Now that you are my spokesperson, I assure you that you shall not suffer even the slightest indignity. Grateful. She acknowledged his unwavering support. The decision to alter the script was indeed abrupt. Nevertheless, Simon felt no guilt. With this script, I am the one in charge. The essence of creating this fragrance was to empower women enduring hardship. Naturally, I will not permit my spokesperson to face any form of mistreatment, as it contradicts the very purpose of this perfume's launch. Simon's words resonated deeply with Fu Zhiqin. Her request to amend the script was motivated not only by a desire to thwart Isabella's ambitions but also, as Simon articulated, to guide public perception through advertising. She wished to spare women, who had already faced injustice, from enduring further suffering until it was too late to reclaim their dignity. Fu Zhiqin had already paid a steep price as a cautionary tale. Now, she hoped more individuals would swiftly recognize whether those around them were truly virtuous. Isabella was fuming. Not a single person stood by her side. De Fay, concerned that Isabella might act disgracefully, quickly approached and embraced her, whispering, "Mind your composure." Then, with a smile, he addressed the group, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have arranged for afternoon tea. If we delay, it will grow cold. Why not satisfy our appetites before we continue?" Turning to Simon, he inquired, "What do you think?" Simon, ever gracious, would not deny him. However, he discreetly glanced at Siyu beside him. With the formidable boss present, he deemed it prudent to show some deference. Siyu nodded slightly, and the tension eased as everyone surged towards the afternoon tea spread. Having calmed Isabella, De Fay forcibly led her away from the filming site. As they passed Fu Zhiqin, he casually assessed her. She was indeed a woman of allure, possessing commendable courage. It was no wonder that Isabella and the other socialites had lost their composure. Fu Zhiqin returned to the makeup room with Qin Yuan. The water stains on Qin Yuan's face had long since dried. She insisted on fetching a towel for Qin Yuan, saying, "Wipe your hair." Even after being splashed with water, she had not immediately attended to her own needs, steadfastly remaining by Fu Zhiqin's side to ensure her safety. Had Qin Yuan not acted with such swiftness, Fu Zhiqin would likely have borne the brunt of that slap. She had anticipated that Isabella would erupt into a frenzy after being doused. Yet she had not expected her to audaciously attempt to retaliate on the spot. Qin Yuan accepted Fu Zhiqin's kindness and dabbed at her damp hair. "Tioch." "Thank you," she murmured, her voice so soft that only she could hear her own words. Chapter 59, You Are Not So Foolish. Fu Zhiqin believed she must have misheard. A glance at Qin Yuan revealed her slightly flushed ears, indicating she dared not meet her gaze. Only then did Fu Zhiqin dare to confirm that Qin Yuan had just expressed her gratitude. Fu Zhiqin understood that her thanks extended beyond the mere towel. It also encompassed the glass of refreshing water she had provided. Perhaps it was I who ought to be expressing gratitude. Disregarding Qin Yuan's bashfulness, Fu Zhiqin directly addressed the matter, reciprocating her thanks. It was then that Qin Yuan ceased to act like a timid turtle, her gaze shifting awkwardly. If Yuhang intervened and stopped Isabella just now, I fear that no amount of foundation would conceal the marks from her slap, Fu Zhiqin explained. You are afraid too? Qin Yuan inquired, having assumed that Fu Zhiqin would risk anything for the sake of revenge. Am I truly perceived as a reckless individual in your eyes? Fu Zhiqin retorted. Not only had she provoked Isabella, but had those socialites banded together. Fu Zhiqin doubted even Qin Yuan could withstand such an onslaught. Knowing fear, why do you still? If I were to endure everything, then I might as well cease to exist. Enduring bullying would be my fate, Fu Zhiqin replied curtly. She understood that Qin Yuan meant well. Yet she could not heed such counsel. While she valued her seemingly insignificant life, she was equally unwilling to submit in silence. Perhaps she was, in essence, a contradiction. Qin Yuan sighed softly. Indeed, that sounds like you. What do you mean? Fu Zhiqin was puzzled by Qin Yuan's words. Moments later, she bit her lower lip, frowning in displeasure. Do you perceive me as someone unreasonable, one who revels in discord? I dare not, Qin Yuan quickly denied. Since you entered this place, you have endured so much, only to unleash your final strike? From the front desk to being humiliated by Isabella and her entourage, Fu Zhiqin had remained outwardly stoic. Her seemingly subdued demeanor was merely the prelude to an impending storm. Fu Zhiqin nonchalantly gazed at the ceiling, turning away as she remarked, You are not entirely foolish. Qin Yuan responded with a silent pause. Even Xiaowu could discern it. Do you truly believe Isabella is a fool? At some point, the door to the dressing room swung open, and Siyu and Han Che swaggered in. Upon hearing his voice, Fu Zhiqin felt a chill run down her spine. Did you eavesdrop on our conversation? She demanded, her tone irate. Siyu shot a glance at Han Che, reproaching him, of course. It had to be at the moment the door was opened, leading to misunderstandings. Han Che protested, I was about to push the door open. It was clearly Si Zong who signaled for me to stop. This is unjust. At the sight of Han Che's expression, Qin Yuan realized he was taking the blame. The two stepped back in silence, allowing the confrontation between Siyu and Fu Zhiqin to unfold without interruption. What did your previous statement mean? Do you look down upon Qin Yuan? Suddenly, Fu Zhiqin turned to Qin Yuan, saying, Look at your former lord, her insults are less clever than Isabella's. Former lord? Siyu questioned, puzzled by the term. What is amiss with that? Fu Zhiqin defended herself, her indignation rising. He is vocally threatening to dismiss her. Does that not classify her as a former subordinate? Siyu glanced at Qin Yuan's position, recalling the amicable exchange between her and Fu Zhiqin, as well as Qin Yuan's fearless intervention against Isabella on Fu Zhiqin's behalf without any orders from him. Each incident underscored the growing bond between Qin Yuan and Fu Zhiqin. Well, it seems that he and Qin Yuan, after all, are distinctly different in gender. Chapter 60, The Gabby 1. Siyu firmly believed that when Fu Zhiqin referred to him as the former master, there was no fault in that assertion. Seeing that Siyu was left speechless, Fu Zhiqin chose not to press the matter further. Mr. C, did you find today's performance to your satisfaction? She inquired, recalling how he had explicitly stated to Isabella's brother that he was invited merely to watch the show. The script is commendable, but have you considered the consequences? Siyu's expression turned grave. Fu Zhiqin replied, Indeed, Qin Yuan is the female version of you, both of your concerns are remarkably alike. I've already been criticized by Qin Yuan, must you reiterate? Fu Zhiqin muttered. Siyu was undeterred, pressing on. Did you not feel a twinge of fear when Isabella charged at you? But I have Qin Yuan. Fu Zhiqin countered, still attempting to defend herself. What about Da Fei? Should he seek to avenge his sister today, how would you respond? Qin Yuan cannot contend with him. Fu Zhiqin tilted her head, gazing earnestly at Siyu. But you will be there to support me, right? Her voice lacked conviction, barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of guilt. Siyu fell silent, his previously furrowed brow inexplicably relaxing. His heartbeat seemed to falter. It is only because I am present that you can utter such words, he declared, adopting a haughty demeanor reminiscent of Fu Zhiqin. I wager that you would not miss such an exquisite performance, Mr. C, Fu Zhiqin insisted. maintaining her stance that he had a reliable backing. A chuckle escaped Han Che unexpectedly. In the makeup room, both Siyu and Fu Zhiqin turned to him, puzzled. Han Che swore he was earnestly stifling his laughter, but witnessing Siyu left speechless was a first for him, and it was undeniably amusing. Miss C, Mr. C is not one to seek the limelight. Han Che explained. Dafei could hardly compel Mr. C to attend. Thus, Fu Zhiqin's assumption that Siyu would not miss the show was rendered invalid, yet her belief that he would indeed be present held true. Oh? Fu Zhiqin replied with a teasing smile, so you came specifically to support me, Mr. C? Aside from her and Simon, no one was privy to the script alterations. Fu Zhiqin's triumph made Siyu feel somewhat unsettled. Throughout this confrontation, she had maintained the upper hand. Ignoring Fu Zhiqin, Siyu coldly addressed Han Che, mind your words. With that, he turned and headed toward the door. Noticing Han Che trailing behind, he glanced back and asked, are you also switching sides? Han Che, startled, hurried ahead to open the door for Siyu. Fu Zhiqin pondered aloud, why is Mr. C so petty? She kept her gaze fixed on the door, wary of any intruders. Mr. C is looking out for your best interests. Qin Yuan refrained from criticizing Siyu behind his back. Fu Zhiqin was dissatisfied with this response. Pouting, in the future, when I speak ill of Siyu, you must not defend him. Understood, Qin Yuan acquiesced. Make sure you mean it. Otherwise, I might as well have Han Che come to me. I'm certain he would excel at disparaging him, Fu Zhiqin mused aloud. Qin Yuan reflected, she has a point. Han Che, while appearing indifferent like Siyu, is well versed in all the gossip surrounding S Group. Chapter 61, How Dare You Return? The perfume advertisement, including promotional photos and videos, took nearly a month to shoot. There were many scenes that required interaction with Isabella, and she cooperated remarkably well during the later sessions. Everyone assumed she had become compliant out of fear of losing even the role of the secondary female lead. However, Fu Zhiqin held a different perspective. A person's nature does not transform in a brief span of time. Isabella was concocting a grand scheme. In the original narrative, the situation unfolded as follows. The elder members of the C family summoned Siyu and Fu Zhiqin to the ancient C family castle with urgency. The suddenness of the request caught them off guard. Once in the car, Fu Zhiqin pondered the reason behind such haste. She flipped through her calendar and asked her companion, Qin Yuan, when Siyu's birthday was. The 31st of next month, Qin Yuan replied without hesitation. Could it be that their return to the castle was to discuss the arrangements for Siyu's 30th birthday celebration? Yet, in Fu Zhiqin's recollection, this detail was not mentioned in the book. Suddenly, Fu Zhiqin felt a twitch in her right eyelid. An unsettling feeling gripped her, as if something monumental was about to transpire. Embracing the notion of making the best of the situation, she indulged in a serene slumber. Although she couldn't describe herself as particularly fatigued, she had to remain vigilant in her surroundings. For reasons unknown, it seemed that only she had awakened, while those around her appeared to have come to life. Some plot lines were also veering in directions she had not anticipated. Fu Zhiqin and Siyu arrived at the castle simultaneously. Upon their encounter, they exchanged a glance but no words were spoken. They entered the grand hall one after the other, only to find Si Ming and Ai Mei standing with somber expressions, while the surrounding servants, except for the elderly Lu, bowed their heads in trepidation. Faced with this scene, both Fu Zhiqin and Siyu felt perplexed, yet they steeled themselves to approach. At that moment, Si Ming seized the teacup from Lu's hands and hurled it at Siyu. Both were taken aback, and Siyu halted in his tracks, stunned. Despite the cup flying in a direction far from Fu Zhiqin, she instinctively recoiled 2 steps, clutching her chest in fear and daring not to exhale. You wretched scoundrel! How dare you return? Si Ming shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Siyu. Siyu, puzzled, replied, didn't you summon me back? How could I have spawned such a heartless creature like you? Si Ming's anger rendered him speechless, his chest heaving with pain. Just moments ago, he had been concerned for the elderly Lu, who had just shattered a teacup worth tens of thousands, and now he hurriedly offered support, urging, Master, do not agitate yourself. Take a deep breath, deep breath. Fu Zhiqin, also worried about the elder's health, stepped forward to check on him. but was startled into retreat when Siming suddenly cast a look of disdain towards Siyu. Han Che and Qin Yuan were equally bewildered, unaware of what had provoked Siming's ire. The last time he exhibited such fury was at Siyu's estate, upon learning of the Fu family's troubles. What could have triggered this outburst now? As Siming continued to rant without addressing the matter at hand, Ai Mei could no longer contain herself. Siyu. With everyone present today, search your conscience and honestly tell us, did you have a hand in the downfall of the Fu family, in Qin's husband's infidelity? And in her miraculous escape to this place? Upon hearing Amy's words, both Siyu and Fu Zhiqin were taken aback. She distinctly recalled that the Si family elders had investigated this matter after the perfume's launch. Could it be that their earlier encounter had accelerated Siming's investigation? Fu Zhiqin inwardly berated herself for her oversight. Fu Zhiqin began to speak, but Siming preempted her, continuing his tirade against Siyu. That was your Uncle Fu. He was one of your mother and my dearest friends. How could you bear to do this? Siyu remained silent, his emotions inscrutable. Fu Zhiqin anxiously looked at him, puzzled as to why he wouldn't defend himself, as he was innocent. She knew better than anyone who was responsible for the Fu family's misfortune. Siyu was, at most, a lovesick bystander. His greatest fault was his failure to prevent the misdeeds of the woman he loved. Zhiqin, Zhiqin. Siming cried out in anguish. Fu Zhiqin rushed to his side, supporting him. Uncle, what's done is done. No. This can never be forgotten. It's all my fault. I failed to raise him properly. Siming pounded his chest. All because of this unfilial son. He stood by and watched as an outsider ruined the Fu family. Siyu had anticipated that the truth would surface once Fu Zhiqin reappeared. He hadn't deliberately hindered their investigation. He had been summoned home by his parents, ostensibly unaware of the situation. However, when he glanced at Fu Zhiqin beside Siming and noticed her composure, he realized he had been played once again. She likely knew all along who had harmed the Fu family, who had exacerbated the situation, and even the nature of his relationship with Song Qin. Fu Zhiqin sensed Siyu's intense gaze. She met his eyes briefly before averting her gaze. Do you have nothing to say? Do you not feel remorse for what happened to your Uncle Fu, for what happened to Zhiqin? Siming demanded, pointing at Siyu. No, Siyu replied expressionlessly. Fu Zhiqin was taken aback, her eyes filled with anxiety, staring at him. She could not comprehend his actions. Was he still trying to shoulder the blame to protect Song Qin? Very well. Excellent. Siming hissed. You are worthless. I will teach you a lesson today. Or I am no father of yours. Siming's words caused concern among Han Che and Qin Yuan, who stood behind Siyu. Siming then instructed Lao Lu. Bring me my baseball bat. I will discipline this rebellious son today. Master. Uncle. Lao Lu and Fu Zhiqin pleaded simultaneously, attempting to intercede on Siyu's behalf. Go now. Siming roared. Yes. Lao Lu reluctantly obeyed. Seeing Fu Zhiqin's distress, Amy advised, leave him be. He deserves a taste of the rod. Only then will he come to his senses. In the original narrative, the Si family elders did not resort to physical punishment after discovering the truth. Instead, when Gu Yuhan arrived, they prioritized protecting Fu Zhiqin, leaving them with no time to dwell on Siyu's transgressions. Now, the altered timeline had led to an uncontrollable situation. Moreover, Siyu remained obstinate, refusing to offer any explanation. Chapter 63, Why do you still speak for him? Old Lu. After a long absence, the housekeeper returned. And Siming bellowed. I'm here. I'm here. Old Lu hurriedly appeared upon hearing Siming's call. He had intended to feign delay, hoping that by prolonging the time, the master's anger would dissipate and the matter would fade into oblivion. However, he had only tarried for a moment, and Siming could not wait any longer. Old Lu gazed at Siyu with concern, silently wishing for him to be a bit more cunning. At the very least, he should show some humility. Despite sensing the myriad of glances urging him to relent, Siyu remained unyielding, standing resolutely in place. Siming, unable to tolerate Siyu's nonchalance, struck him heavily on the back with a stick. The blow landed with such force that Siyu let out a muffled groan, his upright posture faltering momentarily. Master. Han Che and Qin Yuan exclaimed in unison, kneeling on the ground. Master, if punishment is due, let it fall upon me. Han Che implored, acknowledging his share of responsibility in the affairs of the Fu family. When President Xi assigned me to oversee Miss Song and the Fu family, I was the one who witnessed their downfall. Beside him, Qin Yuan looked at Han Che in disbelief. It turned out that she was the only one who had just discovered these matters today. Throughout this ordeal, she had been kept in the dark, along with the elders of the Xi family. No wonder Han Che had been so elusive during that time. Master, I too am willing to be punished. Even though she had not been involved, Qin Yuan could not bear to watch Siyu endure the beating. Are you too itching for punishment? Siming glared at the two fools, his anger escalating. Once more, he unleashed his wrath upon Siyu. This strike was even heavier than the last. Siyu's face contorted in pain as he fell to one knee. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Siming shouted. Siyu's voice was low, I do. He never believed he was in the wrong. Then tell me, where did you err? Siming's voice softened slightly. Upon hearing Siyu admit his fault, old Lu, Han Che, and Qin Yuan all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only Fu Zhiqin felt an ominous premonition that Siyu was yet to unleash something. My mistake lies in failing to assist the Fu family in time, not preventing Qin from causing destruction. Siyu cast a glance at Fu Zhiqin, adding, her marriage, the true error lies in. Fool. Siming struck again. This time sending Siyu sprawling to the ground. Master, please stop. Young master cannot endure this. Even old Lu knelt down for Siyu. As Siyu's mother, Ai Mei no longer cheered from the sidelines. As a woman, her heart was not as hardened as a man's. She wished to speak up for her son but found herself at a loss for words. She understood Siming all too well, the fire of his rage burned fiercely. Siyu lay exhausted on the ground, remaining silent. It was apparent to all what Siming sought, an admission from Siyu that he had wrongfully aided Song Qin. I see you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Siming raised the stick once more. Uncle. Fu Zhiqin finally could not contain himself, his lips trembling as he spoke. Though Siyu made mistakes, the matters concerning the Fu family, including my marriage, the primary blame does not rest upon him. I can discern right from wrong. Thus, Siming should also recognize that this matter could not be solely attributed to Siyu. Qin. Why are you still speaking for him? Siming's movements halted. Chapter 64, No need for your consent at this moment. Everyone placed their hopes upon Fu Zhiqin, wishing she could persuade the elder to relent. Fu Zhiqin glanced at the crumpled form of Siyu on the ground, unable to rise, and took a deep breath. Uncle. You see it clearly, do you not? Fu Zhiqin's voice trembled with suppressed anguish. I admit, at first, I was enraged upon learning of the relationship between Siyu and Song Qin. As you said, it was not Siyu who conspired against the Fu family, nor who disrupted my marriage, nor who forced me to flee here. Thus, the one who truly owes me an apology is not him. As she spoke, Fu Zhiqin turned her gaze back to Siyu, who, coincidentally, lifted his head, his pallid face fixed upon her. Fu Zhiqin's assertions resonated, and even Siming could discern her truth. Qin speaks wisely. Ultimately, we too bear responsibility in this matter, Siming interjected. Had we been more vigilant regarding that child, Song Qin, she would not have gone astray, nor would Siyu find himself in this predicament at this. Siming's heart brimmed with sorrow. What a calamity! What a calamity! He lamented. Indeed, it is our shortcomings that have inflicted such profound suffering upon the next generation. Those unacquainted with the situation could hardly fathom how this calamity entwined the elder generation. Yet, Fu Zhiqin understood fully. Uncle, aunt. I have stated before that I bear no animosity toward any member of the Xi family, Fu Zhiqin reassured them. However, everything the Fu family has lost, I shall reclaim one day. Her tone was resolute, and her tear-brimmed eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment as she recalled the unhappy memories of the past. From this day forth, you are a member of the Xi family, Qin. Utilize the resources of the Xi family as you see fit. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. Even if it costs the entirety of the Xi family, we shall support you in avenging Jinglang and Shuyu. Siming vowed to Fu Zhiqin. Indeed. Ai Mei concurred. Ming then cast a glance at Siyu, who lay on the ground, sweat glistening on his forehead, and added, "This matter does not require your consent. Just remember what we have said to Qin today and act upon it in the future." Siyu remained silent. It was evident that, despite being the nominal head of the Si family, he was but a figurehead. Ming, who had long expressed a desire to retire, found himself unable to remain idle. As Ming's anger subsided, Fu Zhiqin swiftly addressed Han Che and Qin Yuan, urging, "It is all right now, you should quickly take General Si to receive treatment." Han Che and Qin Yuan leaned forward slightly but hesitated to act, glancing timidly at Ming, awaiting his command. "Get him out of my sight at once. Stop obstructing my view." He waved his hand. "Yes." They complied immediately, rising to assist Siyu. Once they had departed, Ming recalled something and furrowed his brow. Questioning Fu Zhiqin, "Is your brother still in the clutches of your despicable ex-husband? Do you require our assistance to bring him here to reunite with you?" "Indeed. We were concerned when we heard of your parents' misfortune and noticed his absence. We feared AI may hesitated. We feared that Fu Yunxian and Fu Jinglang had departed together. Thank you for your kindness, uncle and aunt." Fu Zhiqin expressed her gratitude. "However, I currently have no plans to rescue my brother." "Why is that?" Ming inquired, puzzled. "If I were to rescue him, Yuhang would undoubtedly trace the matter back to the Si family and discover that I am not dead." Fu Zhiqin articulated her apprehension. Ming and AI may acknowledge the validity of her concern. "I am also preparing to give him an immense surprise." Fu Zhiqin's gaze hardened. Chapter 65, Mr. Si might not wish to see you at this moment. After pacifying the elderly members of the Si family, Fu Zhiqin made her way to Siyu's room. As she approached, she noticed Qin Yuan standing guard at the door. Upon seeing Fu Zhiqin approaching, Qin Yuan braced herself, adopting a stance of fierce vigilance. Fu Zhiqin chose to disregard Qin Yuan's posturing, bypassing her to knock on Siyu's door. "Mr. Si has already retired for the evening. Miss Fu, please take your leave," Qin Yuan said coldly. Her frigid tone evoked memories of their initial encounters, where her disdain for Fu Zhiqin had been palpable. Fu Zhiqin was not taken aback by Qin Yuan's abrupt change in demeanor. However, her desire to see Siyu remained unshaken by a few dismissive words. Ignoring Qin Yuan's obstruction, Fu Zhiqin rapped on the door and stated, "It's me. Does Miss Fu not comprehend the language?" "Mr. Si may not wish to see you at this hour," Qin Yuan retorted, her expression one of disdain. Fu Zhiqin remained silent. Aware that no matter how loyal one's subordinates might be, they could never be fully nurtured. Despite a slight improvement in their interactions of late, Qin Yuan remained steadfastly loyal to Siyu alone. "It is late, Miss Fu, you should really consider departing," Qin Yuan insisted. Her face a mask of sternness as she attempted to usher her away. Fu Zhiqin paid no heed to Qin Yuan's eviction, standing resolutely at the door, neither eager to enter nor disheartened enough to leave. Seeing her persistence, Qin Yuan ceased her attempts at argument. If Fu Zhiqin wished to stand there, so be it. She would steadfastly guard this threshold. Time passed, and the door finally swung open. Han Che emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Qin Yuan anxiously inquired, "Brother Che, how is Mr. Si?" Han Che glanced at Qin Yuan but did not immediately respond to her question. Instead, addressing the silently standing Fu Zhiqin, he said, "Miss Fu, I apologize, I was just assisting Mr. Si with his injuries." He still struggled with the name change, unable to adapt to Fu Zhiqin's new identity. "How is he?" Fu Zhiqin asked with genuine concern. "Please come in," Han Che replied, offering her passage without answering her question directly. Qin Yuan, taken aback by Han Che's concession, could only watch helplessly as Fu Zhiqin passed by them into the room. The door closed once more, leaving Qin Yuan perplexed. Brother Che sensing her confusion, Han Che felt a pang of sympathy. This was the first time the master struck Mr. Si. He was utterly unaware of his own strength and acted solely on impulse. Qin Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Having spent years by Siyu's side, she was acutely aware of his resilience. It was unimaginable for Siyu to be brought down so easily unless Ming had truly exerted excessive force. Moreover, his earlier display of pain had been genuine. If it weren't for Si Qingqing's pleas, do you think Mr. Si could have endured for long? Han Che defended Fu Zhiqin, his loyalty leaning towards Siyu. Although today's events stemmed from Fu Zhiqin's involvement, he could see that she had been protective of Siyu. Qin Yuan remained silent. Xiao Wu. I understand your anger is not solely directed at Si Qingqing, it also stems from our concealment of matters from you, Han Che clarified. However, there are reasons behind it. Mr. Si preferred that fewer people were aware of the situation. I understand, Qin Yuan replied softly. While she articulated her comprehension, her heart still felt a twinge of resentment. Chapter 66, a modicum of conscience, yet insufficient. This was the first occasion that Fu Zhiqin entered Siyu's chamber. The layout of the room bore a striking resemblance to the one she had inhabited within the ancient castle. However, the overall design was predominantly in shades of black, white, and gray, much like Siyu himself, lacking any vibrant hues, both inside and out. As she traversed the corridor of the room and arrived at the sitting area, she beheld Siyu reclining on the sofa, eyes closed in a semblance of repose. Perhaps sensing Fu Zhiqin's approach, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of astonishment at her unexpected presence. What brings you here at such a late hour? Siyu's refined countenance reflected a subtle weariness, suggesting that he was not particularly welcoming of Fu Zhiqin's visit. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Fu Zhiqin quietly mocked him in her mind. What a pretentious act. Clearly, the injuries are not severe. With her arms crossed, the faint sense of guilt she felt dissipated in an instant. Noticing that Fu Zhiqin was unfazed by his facade, Siyu felt a twinge of irritation. As he shifted slightly, he inadvertently aggravated his injury, letting out a pained hiss. Fu Zhiqin promptly stepped forward to assist him in adjusting his posture. Enough with the charade. We both witnessed the severity of your injuries, there is no need for bravado. Siyu remained silent. Indeed, Fu Zhiqin possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit quite meager. She recognized his discomfort yet continued to put on airs to provoke him. Once he was settled, Fu Zhiqin straightened up, her tone softened compared to earlier. I came, naturally, to assess your injuries. Having seen you now, it appears you are in better shape than I had anticipated. Siyu remained reticent, pondering whether her words were laced with malice. Despite his incapacitation, her remarks were unyieldingly harsh. Turning her head away in a display of pride, Siyu dismissed any desire to engage in conversation with Fu Zhiqin. Amused by his demeanor, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips and leaned closer, her voice gentle. If you are indeed well, I shall take my leave. Siyu stiffened, acutely aware of Fu Zhiqin's proximity. As she prepared to rise, he begrudgingly spoke. Do you have nothing else to convey? On the brink of departure, Fu Zhiqin, catching the hint of curiosity in his tone, feigned ignorance. What does Presidency wish to discuss? Siyu retorted, you twist words with such finesse. Fu Zhiqin was certainly not the benevolent visitor she pretended to be. He was wholly skeptical of her intentions. Was she determined to compel him to initiate this dialogue? Reflecting for a moment, Siyu altered his inquiry. What else do you know? The smile that had adorned Fu Zhiqin's face gradually faded. What should I know, exactly? Ever since Fu Zhiqin's thoughts began to unravel before Siyu, he had discerned that she was no ordinary woman. In their several confrontations, he had consistently found himself bested by her. Today, he had witnessed just how extraordinary Fu Zhiqin truly was. She was acutely aware of Song Qin's relationship with the Si family, yet she had managed to endure in silence for so long. Siyu suddenly realized that he might not be able to control this woman. Even if she remained close, she was akin to a landmine, ready to explode at any moment and obliterate everything in her vicinity. Is the entire Si family, including my parents, merely a pawn in your grand design? Siyu inquired. Not at all, Fu Zhiqin replied candidly. I have never intended to exploit your uncle and aunt. Their support had been anticipated. Yet it was not part of her overarching strategy. Chapter 67, The arrow has no turning back, I shall tentatively trust you. As Siyu responded, a sigh of relief escaped him. In your eyes, I have become someone who will stop at nothing, using everyone around me to achieve my goals. Fu Zhiqin inevitably felt a pang of disappointment. She believed her desire for revenge was intense, yet bound by principles. At the very least, she would not harm others. Of course, what had transpired with Siyu today was an unforeseen occurrence. The choice is yours, since you seek vengeance for the Fu family. The path you tread will be one of no return. Siyu lowered his gaze, pondering that perhaps one day, things might spiral out of control, leading to self-destruction. Fu Zhiqin understood Siyu's concerns. Despite knowing the outcome, she continued down an uncertain path. In the narrative, she relied on many individuals. Revenge was not the central theme of her life, yet it had now become her sole conviction. The arrow has no turning back, once drawn, I have resolved myself. Fu Zhiqin declared with unwavering determination. She would not falter. Regardless of the challenges ahead, she would forge ahead resolutely. Siyu recognized her resolute spirit. Knowing that no one could dissuade her. I will assist you, in consideration of your parents. Siyu stated earnestly. Wishing for her vengeance to be fulfilled and that she would not let anyone's expectations down. Fu Zhiqin could scarcely believe her ears. After all, in the original narrative, he had never made such a promise. Then perhaps you should share with me your next plan? Siyu inquired with curiosity. Although he harbored a vague inkling of the answer, he still hoped for transparency from his collaborator. The next step. Fu Zhiqin hesitated, then chuckled softly. I too wish to know how you, Mr. C, will assist me moving forward. Siyu. Is this never ending? In their interactions, he seemed to have never held the reins. Siyu had always felt as though he was merely a puppet in Fu Zhiqin's hands. The S Group plans to enter the domestic market next year. The perfume you endorse will also be launched domestically based on its sales performance. Siyu articulated the company's future plans as if delivering a report. However, he speculated that Fu Zhiqin might have been aware of this all along. After all, how else could she have returned to the country to execute her plans? Fu Zhiqin could not help but marvel at Siyu's astuteness. Her plans were all predicated on the script she held, yet Siyu could articulate her intentions with impeccable precision, which was truly admirable. Fu Zhiqin refrained from expressing her admiration in front of Siyu. Since Mr. C has been forthright with me, I too shall express my expectations of you. Siyu? I do not expect you to heed your uncle's wishes and exhaust every effort to aid my revenge. I only hope that when I confront Songqin, you, Mr. C, do not stand in my way. Fu Zhiqin's gaze was earnest, as if convinced that when it came time for Siyu to choose, he would undoubtedly side with Songqin. Siyu remained silent. Fu Zhiqin did not anticipate an immediate assurance from him. It is getting late, Mr. C. You should rest early. With that, Fu Zhiqin departed without a backward glance. Watching her figure retreat, Siyu fell into contemplation. He could no longer recall how long it had been since he had paid attention to Songqin. It seemed to have begun after rescuing Fu Zhiqin. He was completely unaware of the current state of his so-called sister. It felt as though eons had passed. As if Songqin had merely been a fleeting presence in his life. Chapter 68, Have you ever been married? Upon exiting Siyu's room, Han Che and Qin Yuan were still waiting at the door. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Unlike before, Qin Yuan did not follow Fu Zhiqin closely as she left. Han Che cleared his throat softly, reminding her, Xiao Wu, I am here. Qin Yuan glanced at him, comprehending his unspoken concern, yet remained unmoved. Han Che felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, pondering the potential wrath of Siyu if he discovered Qin Yuan's self-absorbed demeanor, which contradicted his wishes. Fu Zhiqin had already stepped a meter away but turned back, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze on Qin Yuan. Before she could utter a word, Han Che interjected on Qin Yuan's behalf, Xiao Wu is merely worried about President Xi's injury. She will only feel at ease to protect you once he recovers tomorrow. Fu Zhiqin raised an eyebrow at Han Che, realizing why Siyu placed more trust in him. His emotional intelligence clearly surpassed that of Qin Yuan. However, she chose to ignore Han Che's explanation and instead regarded Qin Yuan with a leisurely inquiry, shall we have a chat? Han Che's internal alarm bells rang, filled with trepidation. Both women were formidable in their own right. Qin Yuan neither responded nor declined. Before leading Qin Yuan away, Fu Zhiqin reassured Han Che, do not worry. We shall remain calm. She knew she could not overpower Qin Yuan. Han Che forced a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fu Zhiqin led Qin Yuan to a secluded corner of the staircase, halting her steps. She turned to face the impassive Qin Yuan, I imagine that after today, you shall be less inclined to accompany me willingly. Given Qin Yuan's feelings for Siyu, it was only natural for her to harbor resentment towards Fu Zhiqin. Who had caused her beloved to suffer so grievously? Qin Yuan was not one to forgive easily. You understand that well enough, she replied, frustration evident in her tone. Fu Zhiqin bore no ill will towards her and even managed a smile. Choose whom you wish to be with, the decision is yours. If Siyu forbids it, I shall speak on your behalf. Qin Yuan doubted Fu Zhiqin's sincerity. Given her demeanor, she expected coercion rather than kindness. Rest assured, I do not deceive you, Fu Zhiqin asserted earnestly. During our time together, I have discovered that you are not inherently malicious, merely a bit naive. Perhaps your upbringing or environment has shaped you thus. Initially, Fu Zhiqin found her somewhat off-putting, but over time, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Fu Zhiqin recognized that Qin Yuan disliked being called Xiao Wu, as it served as a constant reminder of her origins. Consequently, she ceased using that name, understanding that every woman deserves respect. Fu Zhiqin's words touched a sensitive part of Qin Yuan's heart, one she had long kept hidden. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her expression softened from its earlier rigidity. Today's events are not your fault. Without your intervention, President Xi might have suffered even more grievously, perhaps even losing half his life. But you. Qin Yuan hesitated. You have been married. Upon hearing Xi Ming mention Fu Zhiqin's husband, Qin Yuan felt as though a fragile belief she had dared to build had crumbled. How could she have ever been married? This implied that Fu Zhiqin had someone she loved, and her devotion to Siyu could not be absolute. Fu Zhiqin responded with puzzlement, and what of it? What does it matter that I was married? She struggled to grasp Qin Yuan's logic. If that is the case, I do not believe you are the most suitable candidate for President Xi, Qin Yuan candidly replied. Fu Zhiqin. Chapter 69, You are the noble person in my life. Fu Zhiqin was taken aback to discover that Qin Yuan, a woman raised in F since childhood, harbored such antiquated notions. Her expression suddenly turned icy. To put it bluntly, you believe I am unworthy of Siyu. That's not true, Qin Yuan instantly refuted. Fu Zhiqin remained silent. Qin Yuan continued, I simply think that since your heart belongs to another, you should not provoke Mr. Xi. Fu Zhiqin was at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, she lacked the full picture regarding the Fu family matters, naturally leading her to assume that Fu Zhiqin had affections for another man. In truth, I sometimes envy you, Fu Zhiqin sighed. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Although you have always considered your background to be unfavorable, you have never succumbed to fate. For Siyu, you have endured hardships that most could not bear. You have grown strong, becoming someone who cannot be easily bullied by others. However, there is one aspect I find troubling. Qin Yuan inquired, what is it? You are soft on the weak but tough on the strong. Fu Zhiqin's tone grew serious. You are so harsh on yourself and on me. When you wished for me to leave the matter, did you not fear that I might become lost on unfamiliar streets? Qin Yuan was rendered speechless. But when facing your formidable rival, Isabella, you have always retreated. Ask yourself honestly, do you truly wish for her to be with Siyu? Fu Zhiqin fixed her gaze intently upon Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan found herself at a loss for words. In the past, her answer would have been an unequivocal yes. If it were not her, it could only be Isabella, for the Martin family's immense power complemented that of the Xi family. Yet now, she hesitated. She had witnessed Isabella's madness on more than one occasion, and having glimpsed her other side, she believed that devoid of her family's influence, Isabella could never truly compete with Siyu. Lastly, I want to assure you that I have never harbored any improper thoughts about Siyu, Fu Zhiqin affirmed with certainty. At least not at present. She could never develop feelings for a man who concealed another woman in his heart, especially since Siyu's affections were directed towards her nemesis, Song Qin. After their conversation, Fu Zhiqin urged Qin Yuan to return to her beloved. Upon returning to her room, Fu Zhiqin pondered for quite some time. She realized that due to her awakening, her interactions with the characters she encountered seemed to alter the narrative of the novel. Recognizing this was disadvantageous for her. Furthermore, the events of the day rendered it impossible for her to remain comfortably at Siyu's manor. Fu Zhiqin promptly contacted Simon, hoping he could urgently find her a place to stay. Upon receiving news from Xi Qingqing, Simon felt perplexed. Initially, I inquired about Mr. Xi's opinion, and he informed me that everything had been arranged for you. Why the sudden change today? Si Qingqing replied, the accommodation Mr. C found for me was temporary. I cannot keep troubling him. Simon responded, that's easily manageable. When do you plan to move? Just let me know. Si Qingqing stated, the sooner, the better. Feel free to deduct the rent from my endorsement fees, she added. No need for that, the rent is unnecessary since it's an unoccupied house. It can remain empty. Simon reassured her. Thank you so much. It is I who should be thanking you. I have a feeling this perfume will sell exceptionally well, Simon remarked. Si Qingqing. You are the noble person in my life. You are too, she replied. The following day, Fu Zhiqin bid farewell to the elders of the Si family early in the morning. She departed from the ancient castle and made her way to the residence Simon had arranged for her. Chapter 70, the entire act has collapsed regarding Fu Zhiqin's actions. The two elders of the Si family did not inquire further. Even in the absence of Qin Yuan, they were not surprised. It seemed that the events of the previous night had left a rift among the three of them. Nevertheless, what of it? With the two of them safeguarding Fu Zhiqin, no one dared to lay a finger on her. The elders arranged for a vehicle from the family to see her off. By the time Siyu realized that Fu Zhiqin was no longer at the manor, he immediately called the estate. Upon learning from Aunt Wan that Fu Zhiqin had not returned, Siyu, nursing his injuries, sought out the two elders of the Si family for answers. To his astonishment, they feigned ignorance. Si Ming lamented, isn't it disheartening that good intentions go unrewarded? Ai Mei echoed, indeed. Who knows where Qin has wandered off to alone? Concern etched on Si Ming's face, he added, all by herself in a foreign land, unfamiliar and unprotected, what if she encounters trouble? They both sighed in unison. Siyu interjected. Enough of this charade. If they truly had no idea where Fu Zhiqin had gone, they would have turned the entire country upside down by now. Rather than remaining in the manor, relishing in their misfortune. Prepare the vehicle. Siyu commanded Han Che. Mr. C, perhaps I should, Han Che hesitated. Worried about Siyu's injuries. Siyu shot him an impatient glance, I said, prepare the vehicle. Yes. Han Che dared not hesitate further. Qin Yuan, too, remained silent, standing to the side. Fu Zhiqin was certainly capable of orchestrating a departure. She should have been on high alert last night. As annoyance washed over her, Qin Yuan also feared Siyu's reproach. However, Siyu paid no heed to Qin Yuan, entirely focused on finding Fu Zhiqin. On the third day of Fu Zhiqin's departure, while still engaged in her rendezvous with sleep, she was roused by the ringing doorbell. Groggy, she opened the door, only to be overshadowed by a looming figure. Fu Zhiqin immediately jolted awake. Without waiting for her response or invitation, three figures clad in black boldly entered her abode. She stood there in her coral fleece pajamas, barefoot, staring at the trio with a perplexed expression. The leading man began to inspect Fu Zhiqin's apartment, while the other two, a man and a woman, stood like statues in the modest living room. Seeing this, Fu Zhiqin hastily followed. I had no idea that Mr. C had a penchant for intruding upon private quarters. Siyu responded with a raised brow. Qin Yuan and Han Che exchanged glances upon hearing Fu Zhiqin's remark, stifling their laughter. What a shameful thing to say. Fu Zhiqin muttered again. At that moment, Siyu snapped back to reality, catching a glimpse of his two subordinates, who were suppressing their amusement. His expression darkened considerably. I merely wished to ascertain the quality of your residence. How splendid it must be that you could no longer stay in the Grand Manor, Siyu remarked, surveying the surroundings with a frown, his lips curling into a disdainful smile, assessing the place as mediocre. Fu Zhiqin was taken aback. He dares to compare a small apartment with a grand manor? Has he lost his mind? Miss Qingqing, you are unaware that after your abrupt departure from the Si family, Mr. C has not even allowed his injuries to heal properly. Scouring the entire city just to find you, Han Che could no longer contain himself. Miss Qingqing, for the past few days, Mr. C has been worried sick about you being alone and struggling out there. He has lost quite a bit of weight from his distress. Han Che had put considerable effort into conveying these words for Qin Yuan to relay. Fu Zhiqin was left speechless. What a colossal misunderstanding. Initially, she had intended to probe for the truth when Han Che spoke, but once Qin Yuan opened her mouth, the entire act fell apart. Chapter 71, In a fit of anger seeing that Fu Zhiqin remained unmoved, Han Che's eyes darted, and he said, Miss Qingqing. Do you not feel the slightest concern for General C? Look at him, his wounds have yet to heal. The moment he heard news of you, he came rushing here without a moment's hesitation. His care for you is as evident as the heavens themselves. Stop, stop, stop. Fu Zhiqin raised her hand, interrupting Han Che. The theatrics were so exaggerated that it had long since lost its credibility. She cast an impatient glance at the bewildered trio and asked, So, what exactly is your purpose for coming here today? What purpose could we possibly have? We simply miss you and hope you will return with us, Han Che continued, trying to persuade her. Fu Zhiqin replied, If that is truly the case, then let us not discuss it any further. Her exasperation was palpable, and she could no longer be bothered to conceal it. Concerned that Han Che might ruin everything, Siyu quickly interjected, Han Che is right. We are indeed here to invite you back. Qingqing, please come back with us, Qin Yuan chimed in. Fu Zhiqin was even more perplexed, have you all lost your minds? Siyu was taken aback, while Han Che and Qin Yuan exchanged glances and shook their heads. Fu Zhiqin's confusion deepened, have you forgotten everything? Siyu maintained his impassive demeanor, and Han Che and Qin Yuan once again exchanged glances before shaking their heads anew. Fu Zhiqin's expression grew serious. What scheme are you plotting? Are you planning to capture me and confine me? Oh my dear Miss Qingqing, what nonsense are you imagining? Han Che felt as though he might go mad from Fu Zhiqin's peculiar thought process. One moment she suspected this, the next she doubted that. Did they appear to be sinister villains? You no longer harbor any hatred towards me? Fu Zhiqin voiced her doubts. Just days prior, after Siyu had been injured by Si Ming, they treated her as an enemy. Now, suddenly coming to her with such amiability, anyone would question their motives. Hate? Siyu retorted, between us, there has never been any enmity, so where does the hatred arise? He then glanced at Han Che and Qin Yuan behind Fu Zhiqin, wondering if they had quarreled, prompting her to leave without a word. Noticing Siyu's gaze, Qin Yuan recalled her conversation with Fu Zhiqin that night. A sudden realization struck her, was Fu Zhiqin upset about what she had said that day? Fu Zhiqin perceived the intimidating expression that Siyu directed at the two behind her and pouted, Stop staring, I'm talking about you. Siyu? He pointed to himself in confusion. Fu Zhiqin straightened her posture, You don't blame me for causing you to be beaten? Siyu. Truthfully, he still held a slight grudge against her. If only Fu Zhiqin had intervened earlier, he wouldn't have taken those extra blows. Seeing his silence, Fu Zhiqin's heart sank. She feigned nonchalance and said to Han Che and Qin Yuan, See? I knew your generalcy was not so magnanimous. See you. He merely recalled that day's events and, in a fit of anger, reacted as he did. Was that too much to ask? Han Che was equally exasperated with Siyu. If he had simply denied it immediately, none of this would have transpired. Yet he insisted on maintaining his facade for a moment longer. All right, since you brought it up, let us be done with it. Miss Qingqing. Han Che, feeling small, interjected, if General C truly cared, would he have rushed about the city, disregarding his injuries, the moment he learned of your departure? Chapter 72, General. Are you all right? Enough, enough. Han Che exclaimed in frustration. In the brief minutes he had stood there, he had already mentioned Siyu's injury several times. Han Che obediently pressed his lips together, falling silent, then cast an expectant glance toward Siyu, seeking approval. Siyu pretended not to notice. Han Che felt deeply wounded. Had it not been for his esteemed boss, he would never have been so loquacious. However, after only a few days of residing here, returning with them felt like a disservice to Simon's goodwill. Fu Zhiqin was troubled. To put it plainly, she had only intended to stay temporarily in this apartment. Once the perfume launched and Siyu had prepared to penetrate the domestic market, she would pack her things and leave. Yet, with these three appearing before her today, it seemed they would not relent until she returned with them. What if it incited a conflict between Simon and Siyu? That would be disastrous. I told you. This house must have been arranged by that old fox Simon, Han Che whispered to Qin Yuan. Fu Zhiqin and Siyu naturally overheard. After Fu Zhiqin's departure, Siyu had indeed contemplated approaching Simon for assistance. However, Simon was no fool. Realizing Siyu was inquiring about Fu Zhiqin, coupled with her urgency in finding a residence, he deduced that a rift had formed between the two. Thus, Simon would certainly side with Fu Zhiqin and would never divulge her whereabouts to Siyu. Was it not Simon who informed you of my residing here? Fu Zhiqin questioned, perplexed. This detail was absent from the narrative. She had always assumed Simon had betrayed her in an attempt to mediate. Realizing he had let something slip, Han Che immediately fell silent. Qin Yuan cast her a sidelong glance, then innocently stared at Fu Zhiqin, thinking, see? Not only within the S group but throughout the entire F country. There's nothing Han Che cannot uncover. Of course. They would not disclose to Fu Zhiqin that they had accessed her phone to determine her location while she reported peace to the Sea Elders. Fu Zhiqin understood that Siyu could easily locate someone in F country. Even without exerting full effort, he could find her with ease, as she had not been actively avoiding them. I will clarify matters with Simon, Siyu assured Fu Zhiqin. As long as you cooperate, the rest will be no trouble. Very well. Fu Zhiqin did not put on airs and patted Siyu on the shoulder. Ah. General, are you all right? Han Che suddenly exclaimed, rushing to Siyu's side. He turned his back to Fu Zhiqin, frantically signaling to Siyu. Indeed, the two shared a remarkable rapport. Siyu's expression morphed into one of pain, and he let out a pained sound. Han Che, with a face full of concern, supported Siyu, who appeared to be suffering greatly as he clutched his shoulder. Fu Zhiqin was utterly bewildered. What is happening here? Miss Qingqing, General CS injuries have yet to heal, and he came seeking you. You may have been a bit too forceful just now, Han Che remarked anxiously. Fu Zhiqin. Her earlier force had not been excessive. It was not as if she had unleashed a deadly technique. Feeling awkward, she glanced at Qin Yuan, who had not rushed to Siyu's side. Then looked at her own hands, resigning herself to misfortune. All right, I had initially hoped to request General CS assistance in tidying up. But it seems I must do it myself, Fu Zhiqin sighed. Though she had only resided there for 3 days, she had acquired quite a few daily necessities. Such expenses could not go to waste. Siyu felt he could no longer maintain his facade upon hearing Fu Zhiqin's request for help. Han Che pressed him down. It's fine, you still have me and Xiao Wu. Siyu? He paused for a few seconds, then understood. Yes. The old injury has flared up, and it's because of you. Siyu gazed at Fu Zhiqin with a look of grievance. Fu Zhiqin. Was he placing the blame on her now? All right. She chose to endure. If she didn't, he concede to Siyu this time. He might bring up his injuries 7 or 8 more times. Chapter 73, is that rascal feeling mischievous again? The trio with dark faces has unexpectedly grown intriguing over time. According to the personalities depicted in the narrative, they would never have shown up at Fu Zhiqin's door to solicit his return after Siyu was beaten due to matters concerning the Fu family. Fu Zhiqin himself is perplexed as to what has altered their behavior. It appears that they have gradually developed a sense of humanity. The advertisement for the wife's revenge has officially launched, igniting a fervor not only in Country F but also achieving unprecedented global viewership and sharing rates across various media platforms in less than a week. Particularly domestically. The sight of internationally renowned brands being represented by someone of their own blood has stirred an immediate surge of patriotism among the populace. Regardless of Xi Jinping's previous fame, she is now the sole global ambassador for the S Group's new product in our country. Dear family. The advertisement is utterly addictive, looping countless times daily. More satisfying than indulging in a light novel. A woman who would never willingly pay a mere 10 yuan for shipping is now eager to cover international shipping costs for the inaugural product. Who can comprehend the worth of that? However, is this product not being released domestically? I haven't seen it in any stores. It is said to be available next year. I'm heartbroken. Does anyone have a purchasing agent for me? In contrast to the domestic anticipation for the perfume, the foreign discourse is decidedly adverse. Are they mad? Who is this ambassador that no one has ever heard of? How cheap must this perfume be if they can't even afford a proper spokesperson? It was reportedly intended for Isabella Martin, but somehow, Xi Jinping was parachuted in. It's laughable. Does anyone actually buy into this? Certainly not me. Nor will I. Regardless of whether the responses are supportive or critical, the S Group has chosen to remain silent. From the advertisement's release until the perfume's launch, they have gradually unveiled images of Fu Zhiqin as the spokesperson, showcasing her beauty in a more multifaceted manner than a single advertisement could convey. Gradually, some have ceased their criticisms. Yet, voices denouncing Fu Zhiqin still prevail, with some of those detractors being individuals who have long held animosity towards her. Nevertheless, the S Group continues to refrain from responding. Fu Zhiqin remains unperturbed. She has endured far harsher words. After all this time, she has developed an immunity to such unrealistic commentary. However, the elder members of the C family are growing restless and have placed a call to the S Group's public relations department. What is the purpose of supporting your department if you remain inactive? Why has the online sentiment towards Fu Zhiqin as an ambassador remained overwhelmingly negative for so long? Seeming expressed disbelief that the S Group's public relations could be bested by others. On the other end of the line, the person in charge trembled with apprehension. Mr. C, it's not that we are inactive, we presented a course of action to Mr. C early on. But he has yet to respond, and we dare not proceed without his approval. See you? Seeming questioned his own hearing. What is going on? Is that rascal feeling mischievous again? Hasn't he learned his lesson from the last beating? Why yes. The person in charge sensed the discomfort, fearing they might misspeak. All right. Understood. Seeming abruptly hung up the phone. What's the matter? I just heard you mention CU, does that rascal have other plans? AI May inquired anxiously. The public relations department mentioned that it was he who forbade any action. Seeming frowned. AI May replied, well then, let us observe the situation. Perhaps they are treading an unconventional path. Ultimately, Seeming chose to place his trust in CU. Chapter 74. The fragrance tasting event. A week prior to the launch of the perfume, S Group organized an exclusive fragrance tasting event, graced by the presence of international supermodels and celebrities. Initially, numerous guests declined the invitation. However, upon learning that CU would be attending in person, they eagerly accepted the invitation. S Group also extended invitations to several esteemed ladies from F countries' elite social circles, who happened to be the mothers of some of the invited stars' boyfriends, thus leaving them with little reason to refuse. The event was conducted in a live broadcast format. On the day of the event, a constellation of celebrities gathered, appearing in a pre-arranged order to check in and take photographs. The venue was adorned with numerous promotional images of Fu Zhiqin, the fragrance ambassador. No matter where one turned, the backdrop for every photo opportunity featured the enchanting visage of Fu Zhiqin. As the guests took their seats, the event commenced. The fragrance tasting was divided into 3 segments. The first involved watching the perfume advertisement. Following this, the perfumer from The Wife's Revenge took the stage to explain the essence of the fragrance, distributing scent strips to each attendee, allowing them to experience the perfume's unique qualities firsthand. While the guests savored the fragrance, Simon began to recount the inspiration behind its creation. In my youth, I had a protégée whom I believed would become my successor, until she married what she thought was the love of her life. After her marriage, her visits to the studio dwindled. At first, I thought she was lost in the sweetness of her new life, but reality delivered a harsh blow. Upon hearing this, many attendees set aside their scent strips, their attention riveted on Simon. As he reached the climax of his story, tears glistened in his eyes. The last time I saw her was at her funeral. I learned that her husband did not wish for her to work at the studio, wanting her to focus on family. After relentless persuasion, she transformed from a confident perfumer into a self-doubting housewife. Her once brilliant spirit ultimately fell victim to her husband's disdain. With infidelity and provocations from a mistress besieging her, she could not endure the turmoil and tragically succumbed. In the audience, Fu Zhiqin listened to Simon's words, tears welling in her eyes. Beside her, Fu seemed to sense her distress and turned to look at her with empathy. After a moment of emotional struggle, Simon resolutely continued, the protagonist of this story did not endure to the end, but I hope that women currently facing misfortunes can, like the heroine in the advertisement, rediscover themselves. With a handkerchief, he dabbed at the tears escaping his eyes. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Cu, the president of S Group, along with Ms. Xi Qingqing, the ambassador for the wife's revenge fragrance, to join us for the final segment of the event. To the sound of resounding applause, Xiyu, seated in the front row, rose to his feet. He then graciously extended his hand to Fu Zhiqin, inviting her to join him on stage. Fu Zhiqin, unreserved, placed her hand in his warm grasp. The electric sensation coursed through their beings. Xiyu paused for a moment, then led Fu Zhiqin onto the stage. The MC presented them with microphones. Adhering to the principle of ladies first, allowing Fu Zhiqin to introduce herself first. "Hello, I am Xi Qingqing," she announced in French. Chapter 75. It was Qingqing's strength that conquered me when the audience beheld the promotional video and heard Xi Qingqing's impeccable French pronunciation. They all assumed it was a product of dubbing. At that moment, they could not help but speculate that perhaps Xi Qingqing had grown up in France. After Fu Zhiqin introduced himself, Xiyu merely stated, "I am Xiyu." The final segment of the fragrance tasting event was a live question and answer session. Initially, the audience exchanged glances, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to voice their inquiries. It was not until a star known for his candor, who had been live-streaming throughout the event, was encouraged by his fans to speak up. It is said that the original spokesperson for this perfume was Miss Isabella. Why was there a sudden change before filming commenced? This question resonated with the audience, who nodded in agreement. It was indeed the greatest mystery in their minds. It was evident that the S Group was heavily investing in promoting Xi Qingqing. Xiyu raised the microphone, ready to respond, but Simon was quicker, interjecting, "I believe I am the most qualified to address your question." A murmur of surprise swept through the crowd. Even Simon was coming to Xi Qingqing's defense. After all, he was notorious for not coddling anyone within any circle. Turning to Xi Qingqing, Simon continued, "Regarding the spokesperson, I must say, the moment I laid eyes on Ms. Xi Qingqing, I knew she was the perfect fit." The audience was taken aback. For the spokesperson of the wife's revenge, I sought someone who could embody the essence of rebirth and revival. Prior to the shoot, several investors recommended numerous candidates, but regrettably, perhaps due to my own experiences, I felt none of them resonated with what I was looking for. Simon's gaze slowly shifted towards the audience, where many contenders had been presented to him before Isabella. Initially, I was quite astonished by how Miss Xi Qingqing evoked that feeling in me. Before her audition, I even questioned whether I was merely enchanted by her beauty, leading me to misjudge. However, when she stood before the camera, delivering a captivating performance, I was convinced that my choice was indeed the right one. Thus, for the result of years of painstaking research, he vowed to secure the endorsement for Xi Qingqing. Having listened to Simon's reasoning and reflecting on his narrative from the second phase of the event, the majority of the audience felt inclined to trust Simon's judgment. Yet, a few remained skeptical, believing it was merely an appeal to emotions. The quality of the advertisement relied entirely on acting. In the fashion and entertainment circles, there were countless options superior to Xi Qingqing. To champion a newcomer while failing to acknowledge this fact seemed quite beneath them. What was Mr. C's perspective on this matter? A brave soul posed the question directly to Xiyu. As the question hung in the air, the room fell silent. The audience discreetly regarded the questioner, silently offering a tribute to the lonely hero. When Xiyu was called upon to respond, he cast a gentle glance across the audience, his expression gradually shifting from coldness to warmth as he looked at the woman beside him, who maintained a serene smile. Upon sensing Xiyu's gaze, Xi Qingqing turned to meet his eyes. His expression was neutral, so subtle that it was impossible for others to decipher his emotions. Holding the microphone, he spoke slowly. "It was Qingqing's strength that conquered me." Chapter 76. Leading the Gu Corporation into international waters. The perfume launch was a resounding success, selling out overnight. Numerous influencers, having secured their purchases, capitalized on the momentum by crafting and sharing live testing videos across social platforms. If one were aware of the creator behind this masterpiece, they would undoubtedly be inclined to invest in it. The internationally acclaimed master perfumer, Simon, dedicated years of meticulous work to conceive the wife's revenge. Its top notes are crisp, the heart notes chilling, and the base notes warm. This fragrance is not merely a reflection of bygone events, it embodies the essence of womanhood. Before acquiring it, my curiosity piqued. I yearned to understand the allure, Upon receiving the bottle and eagerly applying it, I must confess, my affection for the wife's revenge is unequivocal. It exists in a realm beyond mere instances. One may not recognize the spokesperson, Si Qingqing, nor have they heard of the illustrious perfumer Simon. And they may even be oblivious to the S Group's esteemed position within the industry. However, one must not disparage the narrative behind the wife's revenge. Nor dismiss the empowering rise of women. In a fleeting moment, an increasing number of bloggers rose to vindicate the wife's revenge, igniting a fervent desire among women who had yet to acquire the fragrance. Many psychological analysis bloggers began dissecting Si Qingqing's promotional images and advertisements, meticulously editing and explaining each frame. The online community began to sway, yet this time, the resistance was far less pronounced than before. Who could comprehend? Previously, when I observed supermodels discussing the fragrance's contrasting cold and spicy notes, I pondered its true nature. Ultimately, I found it utterly enchanting. What sets this fragrance apart is its harmonious blend of distinct sensations throughout its notes, devoid of any discord. I have purchased it. And I must admit, regret lingers for not seizing the largest available size. As AI May accompanied Fu Zhiqin in selecting a gown for Siu's 30th birthday celebration, she gleefully scrolled through the increasingly favorable online comments. Fu Zhiqin emerged from the changing room, clad in a new outfit, and inquired, "How does this look, Aunt?" AI May looked up, awestruck. "Stunning. All of them are exquisite." In AI May's eyes, only two styles suited Fu Zhiqin, both were equally captivating. The designer, who adjusted the hem of Fu Zhiqin's dress, quickly flattered, "Miss Si Qingqing is naturally beautiful, she can effortlessly carry any style." AI May beamed with pride. "Indeed. Just look at these comments, they all praise our Zhiqin." The designer inquired, "I wonder if we might be fortunate enough to have Miss Si Qingqing sign for us later." "Absolutely." AI May eagerly replied before Fu Zhiqin could speak. In AI May, Fu Zhiqin sensed the pride parents feel for their children. She gently tilted her head toward the sky visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her parents above must surely take pride in her current self. Rest assured, she would strive to become an even better version of herself, putting their minds at ease. Within the Gu Corporation's high-rise, in the conference room, Gu Yuhang and the executive team were deliberating the work plan for the upcoming quarter. Recently, the S Group from F Country launched a new perfume, which has already shattered previous sales records. Reliable sources indicate that the manager of S Group is preparing to penetrate the domestic market. If we seize the right opportunity, we might leverage the S Group to propel the Gu Corporation onto the international stage. After one director presented his report, he projected the wife's revenge advertisement onto the large screen. Chapter 77, the extent of the replica when Fu Zhiqin's visage materialized on the screen. Several seasoned veterans of the Gu Corporation were momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, they turned their gazes toward Gu Yuhang. Initially engrossed in his phone, tending to various matters, Gu Yuhang, perhaps sensing the peculiar glances from those around him, casually lifted his head. In that fleeting moment, he was captivated by the figure displayed on the screen. Gu Yuhang staggered to his feet, his legs inexplicably weak and devoid of sensation. His heart raced erratically, and his wide eyes remained fixated on the screen. Apart from those fortunate enough to have encountered Fu Zhiqin at the Gu Corporation's annual meeting, the others were utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. They yearned to express their concern, yet the fluctuating emotions of Gu Yuhang rendered them hesitant to inquire further. From a distance, one employee quietly asked a colleague, "What is happening? Do you know her?" The other shook his head, replying, "Not exactly acquainted." Another individual, unable to suppress their curiosity, pointed at the woman on the screen, a look of skepticism etched on their face, and remarked, "Is she really not Mrs. Gu?" Gu Yuhang stood before the screen, entirely absorbed in the face before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he wished to avert his gaze. Yet his eyes remained unwilling to part. The advertisement revealed the name Si Qingqing. The employees who recognized Fu Zhiqin's face exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not her. They had attended Mrs. Gu's funeral, and this occurrence was indeed unsettling. Upon seeing the name Si Qingqing, Gu Yuhang felt his heart gradually sink. He turned away, his thoughts in disarray as he returned to his seat. It was not until the woman's voice resonated through the video, speaking fluent and precise French, That Gu Yuhan found himself momentarily stunned once again. A sheen of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He turned back, his expression now more resolute than before. In the conference room, everyone was engrossed in Si Qingqing's performance, yet Gu Yuhan was unwaveringly convinced that this woman named Si Qingqing was none other than his wife. Fu Zhiqin. He knew her intimately. Every expression and gesture in the advertisement seemed to bring Fu Zhiqin to life right before him. Gu Yuhan struggled to convince himself that in this world, two individuals could exist who not only bore identical features but also exhibited such remarkable similarity in their spoken language. It was truly a replication of the highest order. As the advertisement concluded, Si Qingqing's promotional image froze on the screen. The director found herself at a loss. Uncertain whether to continue her presentation. She hesitantly opened her mouth, glancing toward Gu Yuhan's assistant, Fan Bowen. Fan Bowen wished to remind Gu Yuhan that they were still in a meeting. However, Gu Yuhan spoke first, "Assist me in researching Fu, no." He scrutinized the name on the large screen, perhaps having prepared himself mentally, and continued, "Investigate Si Qingqing's background. Explore potential collaborations with S Group." The meeting is adjourned. In those brief utterances, the listeners held their breath, while Gu Yuhan felt a sense of suffocation. Once back in his office, Gu Yuhan immediately sought information regarding Si Qingqing. Unfortunately, the internet yielded nothing but details about his wife's vengeful perfume endorsement, with no further news connected to her. Remarkably, her reappearance coincided seamlessly with the time of her demise. Wife's revenge, Fu Zhiqin, Qingqing. Gu Yuhan murmured these names in a trance-like state. Chapter 78. He clearly did not love Fu Zhiqin that much. Gu Yuhan felt a throbbing headache and a heaviness in his chest. Leaning against the chair, his mind was consumed by the scene from that day when he permitted the doctor to remove Fu Zhiqin's heart. Song Qin's illness lingered on. And given the critical situation at the time, had the doctor not informed him that Fu Zhiqin might not have long to live, he would not have resorted to such a drastic measure. He wished for no one to perish. Perhaps transplanting the heart to Song Qin was the most effective way to prolong Fu Zhiqin's life. After the heart transplant, he anxiously remained by Song Qin's side, fearing she would experience rejection. When he finally returned to deal with Fu Zhiqin's remains, he was informed that she had already been cremated. Ultimately, he had not even been able to see her one last time. Following Fu Zhiqin's demise, Gu Yuhan suddenly found life to be utterly lackluster. Even with Song Qin, who now bore Fu Zhiqin's heart, by his side, the essence that once existed was conspicuously absent. Yet, he was acutely aware that he did not love Fu Zhiqin that deeply. Gu Yuhan had always regarded his feelings for Fu Zhiqin as a form of responsibility. Despite his lingering attachment to Song Qin, as long as Fu Zhiqin remained compliant, he could perpetually uphold his duty to her. It was her jealousy that had eroded his patience. Today, upon seeing that familiar face once more, Gu Yuhan acknowledged that the emotions he had been striving to suppress erupted uncontrollably. He could not help but question if Fu Zhiqin had ever been as close to death as the doctor had claimed. Indeed, the heart that was given to Song Qin may have been deceitfully replaced long ago. How long had Fu Zhiqin been toying with him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Yuhan summoned Fan Bowen. "Prepare the vehicle, we are heading to the hospital." Upon exiting the conference room, Fan Bowen awaited him at the office door, having anticipated his boss's next move. As Gu Yuhan stood to leave the office, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. The perceptive Fan Bowen caught sight of the name Song Qin on the screen and instantly sensed trouble. Despite Gu Yuhan's foul mood, he suppressed his frustration and answered the call. Upon hearing his voice, Song Qin sensed something was amiss. "Yuhan, what's wrong? Is there an issue at the company?" Her concerned tone did little to alleviate his troubles. He pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "Nothing." A woman's intuition is often infallible. Song Qin was aware that Gu Yuhan was concealing something from her. "I called to let you know I'm planning to go out for a while. How about we have dinner together tonight?" Gu Yuhan glanced at the time and hastily responded, "I have matters to attend to. You go ahead, and I'll pick you up later. Be good." He dared not be too dismissive, fearing Song Qin might discover what had transpired that day. Even with his dwindling patience, he had to feign calmness to soothe her. On the other end, Song Qin appeared visibly disappointed but still tenderly replied, "It's all right, you have your work, just handle it." Her magnanimity relieved Gu Yuhan, leading him to ponder that if Fu Zhiqin had been as understanding in the past, perhaps their relationship would not have deteriorated to its current state. After hanging up, Gu Yuhan and Fan Bowen hurriedly departed the company. At the hospital, outside the VIP ward, 4 men in black stood on duty, taking turns to guard the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Yuhan, they expressionlessly stepped aside. Fan Bowen opened the door, and inside, a woman sat beside the hospital bed, lost in her own thoughts, suddenly turning her head. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Gu Yuhan, her previously calm face instantly morphed into displeasure. Chapter 79, I will take you to find Qin Qin. Gu Yuhan paid no heed to the woman's inquiries, merely gesturing with his eyes for the bodyguards to escort her out. Upon receiving the command, the bodyguards advanced, seizing the woman, who cried out, "What are you doing? Don't touch me! Gu Yuhan, you beast! What do you intend to do to a Xian? Is it not enough that you harmed Qin Qin? Now you seek to lay hands on a Xian as well?" Annoyed by her clamor, Fan Bowen swiftly covered her mouth, muffling her protests. Once he closed the door to the hospital room, the 2 bodyguards released her. As she attempted to re-enter, the guards transformed into an impenetrable wall of flesh, forcefully ejecting her from the premises. Seeing her unwillingness to relent, Fan Bowen sighed, "Miss Zhu, had you defended Mrs. Gu with such fervor back then, perhaps she would not have met her demise." Upon hearing his words, the woman fell silent, standing frozen in place, her mind conjuring the visage of a familiar face. Trembling in fear, "It wasn't like this, it's not true." After they exited, only Gu Yuhan and the man lying in the hospital bed remained. The man, handsome and serene, despite being unable to move or speak, still exhibited some awareness of the outside world. Gu Yuhan approached him, scrutinizing his features for an extended period before chuckling softly, "A Xian. Do you know that you and your sister are so astute that I can't help but wonder if you are merely pretending at this moment?" The man on the bed remained utterly still, gazing at Fu Yunxian, whose countenance bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zhiqin. Gu Yuhan was lost in contemplation for a long while. Finally, after a moment of reflection, he made a decision. Leaning closer to Fu Yunxian's ear, he whispered, "A Xian. I will take you to find Qin Qin." At the Si family castle, the lights shimmered brilliantly. The celebration for Siu's 30th birthday unfolded as scheduled, drawing the elite of Country F, rivaling a star-studded gala. Amidst the clinking of glasses and laughter, each guest harbored their own ulterior motives. The arrival of the guest of honor elevated the atmosphere of the soirée. Mr. C. Mr. C. Initially, a few individuals raised their glasses in salute to Siu. Gradually, the current heads of prominent families approached to exchange pleasantries. Although Siu appeared aloof, he responded with polite acknowledgement to each. "Mr. C, Mrs. C." Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted, swiftly honing in on their target. Si Ming and Ai Mei descended the stairs together, with butler Lu trailing closely behind Si Ming. Accompanying Ai Mei was the highly talked-about Si Qingqing, who had recently captured the public's attention in Country F. Witnessing this, the onlookers exchanged glances. Could it be that Si Qingqing was the chosen partner for Siu, as decided by the elder Si couple? Was she not the embodiment of a wife's revenge? She appeared even more stunning in person than in photographs. Simon's discerning eye for beauty was indeed commendable. Amidst the murmurs of the socialites and the scions of wealthy families, Si Qingqing gracefully entered the throng, effortlessly eclipsing all others. Dressed in a fitted white backless gown, with cascading hair that reached her waist, her enchanting figure and impeccable poise captivated the audience. Upon the release of the S Group's perfume advertisement, it became evident that Si Qingqing was a veritable beauty. Yet, witnessing her in the flesh revealed that her allure transcended what any photograph or video could convey. Both those who had encountered Si Qingqing and those who had not were rendered speechless by her stunning presence. Si Ming and Ai Mei were thoroughly pleased with the crowd's reaction. They exchanged a knowing smile and led Si Qingqing to the center stage of the venue. Chapter 80, The Foster Daughter in the Grand Banquet Hall. Thunderous applause echoed. Si Ming's eyes sparkled with warmth as he smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 30th birthday of my son, Siu. I am profoundly grateful for your presence here at the Si residence to celebrate this momentous occasion. As the applause subsided, Ming continued, in addition to commemorating Yu's milestone, my wife and I have an important announcement to make. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes shifting towards Qingqing. Standing motionless beside Ai Mei, she seemed to embody the very notion that she was the chosen future mistress of the Xi family. Meanwhile, Isabella clenched her fists, her gaze filled with malice directed at the woman on stage. Ai Mei gracefully stepped aside, allowing Qingqing to advance slightly. A gesture that shattered the hearts of all the noble women enamored with Yu. Some were so overwhelmed that they felt dizzy and weak, nearly fainting in a most undignified manner. In less than half a minute, the commotion in the hall grew palpable. Ignoring the stir below, Ming proclaimed, as you all know, my wife and I have a foster daughter in addition to our son, Yu, who has been away for many years. Today, we wish to formally introduce her to you. The audience murmured in disbelief. Wasn't the announcement meant to declare Qingqing as the future matriarch of the Xi family? The melancholy of the noble women dissipated. Even Isabella's expression shifted to one of surprise, her clenched fists gradually relaxing. Indeed, the global ambassador for S Group's newly launched perfume, The Wife's Revenge, is none other than our foster daughter, Qingqing. Ming beamed with pride. As Ming concluded his statement, Qingqing elegantly addressed the guests. Hello everyone, I am Qingqing. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. True to her lineage, her impeccable command of French left no room for doubt. The moment I laid eyes on Qingqing, I was captivated by her aura. Knowing her to be the daughter of Xi Lao was undeniable. The Xi family does not produce ordinary individuals. Both Yu and Qingqing are luminaries of their generation. As the guests' praises filled the air, Ming and Ai Mei felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Yu, who had refrained from joining his parents to oversee the proceedings, momentarily questioned if this was truly his birthday. This surprise was orchestrated without his prior knowledge, and the spotlight had shifted entirely to Qingqing. Still under the guise of being his sister, Ming concluded with a few remarks encouraging the guests to enjoy their meal and drink, before descending with his wife and Qingqing to continue the evening's festivities. In the presence of esteemed families, discussions inevitably turned to matters of business. Ming, having long since announced his retirement, remained reticent. The assembled guests were well aware and refrained from intruding, instead seeking opportunities to engage with Yu. Isabella's father, the current patriarch of the Martin family, approached Ming and Ai Mei with his son and daughter, exchanging pleasantries. Xi Lao, it has been a while. How have you been? The few words of Chinese he spoke came effortlessly to Mr. Martin. Brother, you still only know these 2 sentences, Ming replied in Chinese, humorously. Mr. Martin's smile faded, and he awkwardly glanced at his companion, Dafei. Xi Lao is jesting, my father has been diligently practicing his Chinese during his rare moments of respite. However, the richness of Chinese culture is profound, it will require considerable effort. Dafei interjected to ease the tension. Chapter 81, is it you who cannot? Oh? Ming raised a brow in inquiry and then, in an elegant French, remarked, I wonder if you have heard a saying from our country. He cast a fleeting glance at the members of the Martin family before seamlessly switching to Mandarin. With deep effort, an iron pillar can be ground into a needle. Dafei. Ai Mei. Qingqing. He has outsmarted them again. In his heart, Ming thought, it is you who cannot keep up. Not only him, but any member of the Xi family can shift between Chinese and French with effortless grace. Dafei chuckled awkwardly, the elder Xi speaks the truth. The influence of the Martin family in F is still somewhat lacking compared to the Xi family. For years, they have yearned to rise and place the Xi family beneath them. However, whether it was the Ming of yesteryears or the current Yu, their prowess in the industry is unparalleled. Thus, Ming had little interest in preserving the Martin family's dignity. Upon noticing Qingqing beside Ai Mei, Martin remarked, when Isabella campaigned for the title of Wife's Revenge spokesperson, I wondered what kind of woman could rival Isabella's charm. To learn that it is your daughter, Elder C, must leave Isabella utterly convinced. Martin's words no longer masked his insinuation that Qingqing, were she not a member of the Xi family, could never have wrested the endorsement from Isabella. This sentiment, uttered aloud, likely resonated only with a select few from the Martin family. Ai Mei was the first to take offense. Our Qingqing was chosen by Simon. Who dares question Simon's judgment? Martin. De Fei detected the sarcasm in Ai Mei's words and interjected, before the perfume's launch, rumors swirled online, a mix of truth and falsehoods, making it hard to discern fact from fiction. This reminds me of an old saying from our country. Ming began to showcase his fluency in the presence of the Martin family. Rumor cease with the wise. After delivering his final sentence in Mandarin, he even translated it into French. De Fei. Martin's expression turned quite awkward. In his attempts to foster goodwill with the C family, he had made every effort to cooperate during encounters with the elder C couple. Yet, the favor was never reciprocated. Seeing that even the sociable De Fei had failed to make an impact, Martin could only pin his hopes on Isabella. Isabella, of course, recognized that the C family members were not swayed by her father and brother's approach. If she wished to advance their relationship with the C family, the key lay with her. Should she successfully align with Siyu, she would no longer need to regard Si Qingqing, and even Si Ming and Ai Mei, with any seriousness in the future. After all, the Si family is now entirely under Siyu's authority. Isabella shed her previous arrogance, stepping forward with a gentle demeanor and affectionately taking Si Qingqing's hand. Qingqing, please do not hold on to the misunderstandings of the past. In the future, we may very well be family. Si Qingqing? Is this a bold declaration of sovereignty? Upon hearing her words, Si Ming and Ai Mei exchanged glances. Who gave her the audacity to speak such words? Had they acknowledged her? Had Siyu acknowledged her? Nonsense. Seeing Si Qingqing remain silent, Isabella pressed on, isn't there a saying in your country, how can there be lingering grudges among family? Goodness, she has also learned to switch between Chinese and French. Ai Mei shot a displeased glare at Si Ming, muttering to herself, why not show off now? Who would have thought she would apply what she learned? Si Ming ground his teeth in frustration. Plagiarism. An outright act of imitation. Si Qingqing, observing the exasperation on Si Ming and Ai Mei's faces, naturally brushed aside Isabella's hand resting on her arm. Whether we can become family is not for you or me to decide. Right, brother? Chapter 82, Where there is a will, there is a way. Si Qingqing's gaze drifted towards the rear of the Martin family, prompting everyone to follow her line of sight. There, Siyu approached with two of his subordinates. Upon seeing Siyu, Isabella ceased her pretense, unable to hide her admiration. Siyu, she called out sweetly. Brother. Si Qingqing echoed almost simultaneously. Siyu cast a casual glance at Si Qingqing, ignoring her entirely, and nodded at Martin as a greeting. You arrived just in time. We were just discussing you, Si Ming said, eager for a response from Siyu. He would not allow rumors to spread throughout the city after today's gathering claiming that Isabella was to marry into the Si family. No slander must thrive. Siyu raised an eyebrow. Although he was unaware of the topic they had been discussing prior to his arrival, the expressions on their faces suggested he could infer a great deal. Siyu remained silent, taking a few steps towards Si Qingqing and Isabella. Martin and De Fei exchanged glances, silently contemplating the potential for intrigue. Under the watchful eyes of the gathering, Siyu extended his hand in a gentlemanly bow. Isabella assumed that Siyu must have overheard their conversation and was inviting her to dance. She shyly raised her hand in response. However, just as Isabella was about to make contact, Siyu subtly shifted his attention towards Si Qingqing. He lifted his gaze to her and said, the beautiful Miss Si Qingqing. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first waltz of the evening? Isabella? Her raised hand found itself with nowhere to go. Martin and De Fei? Did Siyu mistakenly call the wrong person? Si Ming and Ai Mei. What an impressive son. Si Qingqing hesitated before placing her hand in Siyu's. She cast a fleeting look of regret at Isabella, whose face was twisted with disbelief and anger. After feigning a hint of barely noticeable apology, she linked her arm with Siyu's and, amidst a sea of astonished gazes, slowly made her way to the center of the banquet hall. As the musicians recognized the moment, they gracefully transitioned to a more formal symphony. The moment the music began, Si Qingqing placed her other hand on Siyu's shoulder, and the pair commenced their performance. Si Qingqing's dance steps were impeccably refined, her graceful form convincing the guests of her identity as the Si family's eldest daughter. What a match made in heaven! Among the crowd, someone sighed. What a pity they are siblings. Isn't it merely an adoption? After all, there is no blood relation. The murmurs among the guests were hardly muted. Indifferent to whether those with ulterior motives were listening. Siming and Ai Mei were pleased with the public's remarks. Truly, she is the daughter of a prestigious family. And among this gathering of socialites, no one else could compare. Siming, confident that few could understand Chinese, spoke without holding back. Of course. She hails from a distinguished lineage, naturally, she surpasses the rest, perhaps even by a slight margin. Ai Mei beamed as she watched the dancing pair from a distance. However, with this public acknowledgement of the Si family's child, what would become of their son's future? Old Lu expressed concern, perplexed by the actions of the elder couple. Simultaneously, Siming and Ai Mei turned their gaze toward Old Lu, their eyes conveying a meaning he could not comprehend. After a moment, Siming patted Old Lu on the shoulder. Old friend, there is no need for you to worry about this. Old Lu? Master, do not be too carefree. Soon it will be about marriage, and next, it will be about becoming a Si family daughter. There are so many dilemmas laid before Siyu. Ai Mei chuckled, whether Siyu can win over Qingqing will depend on his abilities. There is an old saying, what is it again? Where there is a will, there is a way. Siming began to showcase his pride in his command of Chinese once more. Ai Mei rolled her eyes at him, stop showing off. Chapter 83, I discovered a secret in the midst of the dance. Si Qingqing suddenly regarded Siyu with a seriousness that caught his attention. After a prolonged moment of feeling her unwavering gaze, Siyu finally lowered his head to meet hers, his expression adorned with a hint of arrogance. Brother, Si Qingqing deliberately addressed him, and as she anticipated, Siyu's brows swiftly knitted together, revealing his discontent. It turned out that he was not fond of this form of address. You seem to have immersed yourself quite rapidly, Siyu remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Each utterance of brother seemed to broadcast to the world that she was merely the adopted daughter of the Si family. Did she truly relish the role of being his sister? What? Does my brother not appreciate my calling you brother? Si Qingqing pressed on, her amusement evident. Siyu. He genuinely wished he could cast Si Qingqing away. Noticing his foul mood, Si Qingqing decided to cease her teasing, otherwise, if they were to attract unnecessary attention, it could lead to complications. Leaning in closer, she tilted her head to look up at Siyu and confessed, I have uncovered a secret. Siyu? Could it be that you have no friends? Si Qingqing stated bluntly. Siyu? He was perplexed as to how she had discerned this truth. Siyu remained silent, merely gesturing for her to continue. Although today is your birthday, and every guest here is exceedingly respectful towards you, each one approaches with ulterior motives. Yet not a single soul sincerely wishes you a happy birthday, Si Qingqing articulated her observations. Upon hearing her analysis, Siyu fell into a moment of contemplation. Si Qingqing's words resonated with accuracy. From the moment he entered this venue, every individual he encountered had merely offered a perfunctory greeting before indulging in self-serving discussions about their ambitions, all while flattering him in hopes of establishing a business partnership. The only ones who had uttered those 4 words to him today were the 2 elders of the Si family and the butler, Old Lu. He studied Si Qingqing with a scrutinizing gaze. You. Si Qingqing? Had her assumptions not been correct? Siyu thought of retorting that she too had not offered him any well wishes. However, recalling the nature of their relationship, which had always been one of mutual exploitation, he could not help but chuckle. Forget it. Si Qingqing. And what about you? Do you have friends? She countered. He knew her past better than anyone. This deliberate provocation was merely to prevent her from thinking she could easily manipulate him. Si Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by Siyu's response, nearly losing her rhythm in the dance. Fortunately, Siyu reacted swiftly, guiding her effortlessly to continue their steps. Friends? She had once had them, but only briefly. Initially, she had intended to chide Siyu, believing his solitary existence to be excessively dull and monotonous. Little did she anticipate that she would instead find herself chastised by him. Perhaps his choices in life were indeed the right ones. Even those whom she had considered dear friends could not be entirely trusted. As the performance concluded, Siyu prepared to depart after demonstrating the final movement with Si Qingqing, but she boldly seized his tie, elevating herself on her toes to draw nearer to him. To Siyu's utter surprise, he found himself defenseless, with no inclination to push her away. During their dance, he had already noticed the captivating aura that surrounded him. Now he was curious to see just how many in attendance harbored secret affections for him. A smile played on Si Qingqing's lips as she leaned in closer to Siyu. To onlookers, it appeared as if the two were on the verge of a kiss. Siyu lowered his gaze, fixating on Si Qingqing. She was likely unaware that her current actions were akin to playing with fire. Chapter 84, Not Your Concern. The intimate actions between Si Qingqing and Siyu attracted a considerable audience, especially the socialites enamored with Siyu, who wished fervently to confront Si Qingqing. Si Qingqing observed the expressions of those around her. Even Isabella and the sycophantic sisters trailing behind her displayed remarkably entertaining faces. After the test concluded, Si Qingqing raised her gaze, intending to release Siyu. However, she found him staring intently at her, his eyes brimming with fervent desire. No longer the innocent girl she once was, Si Qingqing instantly discerned his thoughts. She forcefully pushed him away, muttering under her breath, "You're insane. Siyu. Is this what they call a one-night stand with no recognition?" Si Ming and Ai Mei were utterly mortified. Indeed, Qin Qin lived up to her reputation as a married woman, displaying such abandon. They wished fervently for the couple to kiss passionately right then and there, but alas, they were just a step short. Overcome by her emotions, Isabella could no longer bear the recent display. She approached Si Ming and Ai Mei, demanding, "Aren't they siblings? Did that behavior not cross a line? How could you not intervene? Does the Si family not care for its dignity?" Da Fei had always known his sister to be spoiled and impetuous, but he was taken aback by her audacity to confront the elder Si couple so directly. Nevertheless, he was curious about how they would respond. Si Ming had never held Isabella in high regard and felt no affection for the entire Martin family. Thus, when this junior rudely approached him and questioned him so disrespectfully, he scoffed disdainfully, "The affairs of the Si family are none of your business." Old Lu behind him nodded vigorously in agreement. How dare she show such disrespect to the elder? Although Ai Mei did not favor Isabella, she was not as confrontational as Si Ming. With a light laugh, she remarked, "You young folks are fond of what they call osteopathy, are you not? Isabella?" The elder Si couple displayed such open-mindedness? The guests present were taken aback. The Si couple was known for their strictness, yet here they were, surprisingly liberal. Even Si Ming couldn't help but secretly commend Ai Mei for her boldness. The Martin family, once so dignified upon their arrival, now found themselves unable to hold their heads high. After the banquet concluded, Siyu returned to his room. Exhausted, he tugged at his loosened tie, inadvertently recalling the moment during the festivities when Si Qingqing had nearly kissed him. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the tie he had loosened, as if it still bore the warmth of her touch. Lost in thought, the room's light suddenly went out. After a brief moment of furrowing his brows, Siyu took out his phone and activated the flashlight. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps and instinctively turned off the light. As he contemplated calling Han Che, he was suddenly met with the sound of singing, "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!" Han Che appeared, carrying a cake adorned with the number 30, accompanied by Si Qingqing and Qin Yuan, as they cautiously approached him. Siyu was taken aback. "Mr. Si, happy birthday!" Han Che was the first to extend his wishes after finishing the song. "Mr. Si, happy birthday," Qin Yuan followed suit. Si Qingqing, however, did not rush to speak. "Mr. Si, Miss Qingqing mentioned that since she cannot be the first to wish you today, she shall be the last, and that makes it special," Han Che explained their intentions. Chapter 85, Happy Birthday, Mr. Si. Siyu stood silently, fixated on the cake held by Han Che. Si Qingqing, noticing the candles nearly burned out on the cake, urged, "Mr. Si, quickly make a wish." "Yes, yes." Han Che pressed eagerly, his tone far bolder than usual, for he would never dare speak so casually to Siyu on any other day. Snapping back to reality, Siyu closed his eyes before the flickering candles, silently conjuring his wish. "Happy birthday, Mr. Si," a familiar voice drifted into his ears, causing him to momentarily pause. With a tentative heart, he cautiously opened his eyes. Before him stood Si Qingqing, bent down with her hands resting on her knees, her petite face mere inches from his, radiating a brilliant smile. Han Che's earlier remark, that since he could not be the first to wish him well today, he would settle for being the last yet special, echoed in his mind. A subtle smile graced his lips. Thus, Xi Qingqing was indeed the final person to extend her birthday wishes to him on this day. After Xi Qingqing's identity was revealed, numerous international brands extended olive branches in her direction. Faced with a plethora of offers, Simon found himself in a quandary and had no choice but to summon Xi Qingqing to the studio for a discussion regarding her future plans. Qingqing, I never imagined your allure was so potent, Simon exclaimed, his astonishment laced with admiration. If you are uncertain about your choices, perhaps we could draw lots to decide? Xi Qingqing replied, that is entirely unnecessary. After casually perusing the profiles of brands wishing to collaborate with her, she merely circled the logos of 2 brands on her computer before returning it to Simon. Upon seeing her selections, Simon was initially taken aback, then seemed to dismiss his own thoughts, shaking his head in disbelief. Qingqing, while we certainly need to maintain your visibility to keep your momentum, you need not overexert yourself. Xi Qingqing replied. Besides these 2 brands, we may not be able to accommodate the rest, Simon informed her candidly. Moreover, among so many brands, numerous categories overlap, which is absolutely unacceptable in the advertising realm. He continued, for instance, none of the brands reaching out to you are for perfume endorsements. Is it possible that you are overestimating my capabilities? Xi Qingqing's lips twitched slightly. What I meant was, let us proceed with these 2. With her dazzling manicure, she gently tapped the computer screen twice. Simon blinked in disbelief, glancing at the 2 logos she had circled, repeatedly verifying her words. Are you certain? Without hesitation, Xi Qingqing affirmed. The 2 brands were one in apparel and the other in skincare. While they appeared relatively niche at present, they were poised for a significant rise in the near future. In Xi Qingqing's memory, she recalled that the book mentioned during a time when many international brands faced resistance from the populace, only these 2 brands would remain resilient due to their core philosophies. She certainly would not lay such a heavy burden upon herself. However, Simon stared at the logos, seemingly hesitant to voice his thoughts. But what? Xi Qingqing inquired, remembering that these 2 brands were among those Simon had previously favored for her to pursue. Are you certain you wish to forego all endorsements from the S Group, which has multiple brands? Simon pressed once more. This was, after all, the root of his initial misunderstanding regarding Xi Qingqing's selections. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that the 2 brands he valued most had not captured her interest. Chapter 86, Who has upset Mr. C? Xi Qingqing raised her index finger and waved it dismissively. Not interested. Simon was utterly perplexed. Although she was merely a foster daughter of the C family, the brand's proactive approach to engage with her promised to enhance Xi Qingqing's visibility, driven by their desire to leverage her current popularity to elevate their own recognition. Her disregard for her family's brand would likely be difficult to justify to CU. Noticing Simon's hesitance and concern for potential repercussions, Xi Qingqing reassured him. In a professional capacity, I am at your service. Whichever endorsements I pursue, I shall adhere to your directives, while any concerns from others are theirs to manage. Moreover, you should sincerely reflect on which brand you would prefer me to represent. Xi Qingqing's words instantly clarified Simon's thoughts. Indeed, why should he be apprehensive? He held the authority to decide. Xi Qingqing had already secured the exclusive endorsement for the fragrance Revenge of a Wife, in partnership with the S Group. A privilege that was already quite generous. Upon learning that Xi Qingqing had accepted endorsements from 2 brands unrelated to the S Group, Xi wasted no time in visiting her. At that moment, Xi Qingqing had just finished a delightful bath and was preparing for her skincare routine. Before she could apply her face mask, she opened the door only to be met by a notably grim expression. Taken aback, Xi Qingqing inquired with feigned concern. Who has upset Mr. C? It was unnecessary for her to become the target of his frustrations, it was rather intimidating. Without uttering a word, Xi strode directly into her room. Xi Qingqing glanced at the expressionless duo outside, signaling to Han Che to ascertain the situation. Han Che appeared equally bewildered, ignoring her. All right, fine, the 2 of them are having another episode. With that, Xi Qingqing unceremoniously closed the door, determined to keep the ensuing events a secret from those outside. After all, who was to say who would be more anxious? As expected, the moment Xi Qingqing shut the door, Han Che displayed an expression of shock. He incredulously pointed at the door, then at himself, before turning to Qin Yuan and exclaiming, "How can Miss Qingqing be so dramatic? She clearly knows Mr. C is upset. Yet she acts as though we owe her something." "Not us," Qin Yuan countered, fixing her gaze on him. "It's you." She had been closely following Xi Qingqing and was unaware of the reason behind Xi Yu's irritation. In any case, Xi Qingqing certainly did not hold her responsible. "Han Che, indeed, I have witnessed the influence of proximity to darkness." Inside the room, Xi Qingqing was no longer in a hurry to apply her mask. With Xi Yu having entered, she observed him leaning against the desk with arms crossed, his expression as frigid as when he had previously negotiated with her. She remained silent, standing across from him with an air of unyielding confidence, patiently awaiting his initiation. "Xi Yu, why don't you ask something?" "Xi Qingqing, I choose not to." The atmosphere, charged with tension, pushed Xi Yu to the brink, his lips slightly parting. "You." "Xi Qingqing, what?" "Xi Yu, you truly have remarkable self-restraint." Not wishing to endure a night of silent confrontation, Xi Yu's inner turmoil erupted. Yet his words emerged as icy as ever. "Why did you decline the S Group's brand invitation?" "Xi Qingqing, I knew you would ask that. Why not just state it outright?" This back-and-forth psychological warfare was hardly engaging. Chapter 87, The Elite PUA. Xi Qingqing smiled gently and stepped forward, pausing beside Xi Yu. She leisurely poured a cup of water for him and presented the exquisite teacup to his hand. Observing Xi Qingqing's amiable demeanor, Xi Yu's expression softened considerably. Yet he still awaited an explanation from her. "Ah, so it is due to this matter." Xi Qingqing's tone rose playfully, as if teasing him, which only caused a sense of heaviness in Xi Yu's chest. He subtly furrowed his brows, and upon receiving the cup of water, his desire to drink vanished instantly. "Rather than inquiring about me, shouldn't you first reflect on whether the influence of your own brand is insufficient, hence my disinterest?" Xi Qingqing countered. Xi Yu was taken aback. Was she jesting? In all his years, it was the first time someone had suggested that the influence of a brand under Group S was lacking. Not to mention, the brands he had arranged for negotiation were all well established, both in F Nation and globally. Even a random brand from Group S would be more than deserving of her current popularity. Furthermore, this matter was not one I could decide. If you wish to understand why I did not opt for a brand from Group S, you must direct that inquiry to Simon. Xi Qingqing was once again shifting the blame. "Xi Qingqing." Xi Yu's voice carried a hint of anger. "Others may not understand you, but I am well aware. It could be excusable to shift responsibility to Simon once or twice, and I could turn a blind eye. Yet, if you consistently use Simon as a shield, do you truly believe I am foolish enough to be manipulated at your whim? You wish to utilize me to achieve your goals, yet you have never genuinely trusted me." Xi Yu dangerously narrowed his eyes. "Do you believe such a transaction is fair?" In his frustration, he placed the teacup on the table. Although he did not exert much force, a few drops were inadvertently spilled. Xi Qingqing observed the rippling water in the cup, displaying a hint of displeasure. Biting her lower lip, she raised her head, appearing pitiful. "Xi Yu." She called his name heavily. A strange sensation jolted within Xi Yu's heart, as if he had committed some grave error. "Is it true that you only seek fault in others regarding every situation?" Xi Qingqing expressed her grievance. Xi Yu was at a loss for words. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. "Before accusing me of distrust, why do you not first reflect on your own actions?" Xi Qingqing defended herself. Xi Yu was left speechless. What was he to reflect upon? Not to mention, you presented me with the developmental prospects of those brands, as well as whether their characteristics and philosophies align with mine. If I were to proceed with this, it would undoubtedly signal to the outside world that I, Xi Qingqing, had nearly monopolized the endorsements of Group S's top brands. Do you truly believe that the endorsement fees you currently offer are commensurate with my contributions and my present standing within the advertising realm? Xi Qingqing had prepared for this argument. The tightly furrowed brows of Xi Yu relaxed slightly. Was she implying that the influence of Group S's top brands and the conditions offered were insufficient for her? However, she had a point. If her endorsement were no longer limited to a single product under Group S, but rather encompassed a significant portion of the brand, then a reassessment of the fees was indeed warranted. After all, the current Xi Qingqing was no longer the obscure figure she once was. Dismissed as merely a promoted minor spokesperson. Noticing Siyu's slight concession, Xi Qingqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. As the leading PUA in the country, she was determined to showcase her prowess to this formidable boss from abroad. Chapter 88, Returning to work after hours. Xi Qingqing poured out the lukewarm water and refilled the cup, offering it to Siyu. Mr. C, are you still angry? She inquired. Noticing her pleasant demeanor, Siyu accepted the teacup again. I understand your concerns, but as long as S Group remains standing, I assure you that your position within the circle will remain secure, he promised. He still hoped that Xi Qingqing would take on the endorsement for S Group. He had been uneasy about her signing with Simon's studio, and now she was even reluctant to be associated with him in terms of endorsements, which troubled him greatly. Even if, as Xi Qingqing claimed, it was not about her mistrust but rather her future plans. He believed that the endorsement from S Group would ultimately be the best choice for her. Then, you will have to negotiate with Simon. Xi Qingqing decisively shifted the responsibility. She was convinced that Simon's thoughts aligned with hers. First, you must convince Simon that your brand is suitable for me, she added. Such manipulative tactics, like PUA, would typically fail with most individuals, but they worked splendidly on Siyu, for he was a workaholic. Siyu nodded thoughtfully, mumbling, all right. This time, he did not suspect that Simon was being used as a scapegoat. After concluding their negotiation, Xi Qingqing respectfully escorted him out of the room. Upon opening the door, she encountered Han Che, who had been reluctant to engage with her moments before, and she mirrored his indifferent attitude. Han Che thought to himself, isn't this vendetta a bit excessive? As Xi Qingqing had mentioned prior to closing the door, Han Che was exceedingly curious about their negotiation, with a strong desire to inquire. He glanced at Siyu, only to find him lost in thought, vacantly exiting the room. Without even sparing a glance at Han Che or Qin Yuan, he headed straight out. As Siyu's personal bodyguard, Han Che immediately followed suit. Descending the stairs together, he witnessed Siyu heading toward the exit and promptly intercepted him. Asking, Mr. C, it's quite late, where are you headed? To the company. Siyu replied without hesitation. Ah? Han Che was taken aback. Did you leave behind important documents at the company? He inquired further. Siyu cast him a fleeting glance, do you have an objection? Han Che, of course not. However, this was nothing short of astonishing, returning to work after hours. In another part of the country, Zhu Jiai arrived at the hospital at her usual time. Her spirits high as she walked down the long corridor of the inpatient department. A few days prior, the doctor had informed her that Fu Yunxian had a significant chance of awakening and had shown clear signs of being able to sense the external world during this period. Zhu Jiai had eagerly anticipated this day for a long time. As she approached the door to the hospital room, she noticed the absence of the guard who typically stood watch, which puzzled her momentarily. However, upon cheerfully pushing open the door, she was met with the sight of an empty bed, her heart sinking as if weighed down by lead. After confirming that she had not entered the wrong room, she rushed to the nurse's station. Where is Fu Yunxian? She urgently grabbed a nurse's arm and asked. Fu Yunxian was the only long-term comatose patient on this floor and had received considerable attention from the hospital due to Gu Yuhan's connection. There was not a single doctor or nurse unaware of his presence. As for Zhu Jiai, she had been the only constant visitor throughout Fu Yunxian's hospitalization, which led the staff to regard her as someone very important to him. Miss Zhu, Fu Yunxian was discharged last night. Did Mr. Gu not inform you? The nurse replied timidly. Gu Yuhan? Zhu Jiai released her grip on the nurse's arm, her eyes turning icy. Do you wish for me to intercede with Siyu? Engrossed in endorsing two brands concurrently, Xi Qingqing found herself rather occupied of late, to the point where she was occasionally absent from home. So absorbed was she that she failed to notice Siyu's absence from the manor for several evenings. Upon descending the stairs later than usual, Xi Qingqing was taken aback to see Aunt Wang, who would typically be tending to the garden at this hour, laden with packages and instructing the other maids on household matters as she headed out. "Aunt Wang, where are you off to?" she inquired, sensing a departure akin to retirement. "Miss Qingqing, I'm merely delivering some necessities and supplements to Director C," Aunt Wang responded, her tone betraying a hint of unease, lest Si Qingqing misunderstand. Si Qingqing nodded, then queried, "To the castle?" "Oh, no, Aunt Wang demurred, setting down the packages and waving her hand. "These are to be taken to the company." Si Qingqing was perplexed. Had she not negotiated amicably with Siyu last time, without causing any offense? Why did it seem as though he were moving out? Seeing Si Qingqing's bewildered expression, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to voice her pent-up thoughts. "Miss Qingqing, Director C has not returned to the manor since his conversation with you in your room that day." Si Qingqing was taken aback. "So, it's been nearly 2 weeks? He's been residing at the company for 2 weeks?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Is it because he's displeased with me?" Si Qingqing asked, gesturing to herself. Qin Yuan vehemently denied it. "Well." Qin Yuan found the matter difficult to assess. "Speak slowly, I'll process it gradually," Si Qingqing said. Sensing Qin Yuan's hesitation and eager to understand the reason, Qin Yuan pieced together the recent reports from Han Che before explaining, essentially. "Director C believes that your refusal to endorse the S Group stems from your disdain for the company. Upon reflection, he resolved to personally oversee the rectification of the S Group's various brands, hoping that one day, they might meet your and Simon's approval." Si Qingqing was taken aback. It seemed that not only had she successfully brainwashed Siyu that night, but he had also begun to engage in self-inflicted psychological manipulation. Si Qingqing couldn't help but applaud him silently in her mind. Seeing Si Qingqing's muted reaction, Qin Yuan grew anxious. "Miss Qingqing, there's something that Han Che and I would like to ask of you," Qin Yuan pleaded. Si Qingqing cast a nonchalant glance at her. "You wish for me to intercede with Siyu?" "Indeed," Qin Yuan admitted, adding, "It's Che Ji and we." Despite harboring personal motives, she didn't want Si Qingqing to assume that Siyu was still her sole concern. Moreover, persuading Siyu would alleviate the burden on Han Che, who was by his side. After all, Han Che, as Siyu's capable assistant, had also been tormented enough during this time. Every day, during Siyu's various meetings, he would send Qin Yuan distress signals, while simultaneously berating his boss. However, this was the first time he had expressed resentment towards Siyu, which was quite novel. The delay in broaching the subject was due to Si Qingqing's packed schedule in recent days. Having followed her for so long, Qin Yuan knew what was important and naturally waited for her to be free before divulging the matter, lest she displease both Si Qingqing and Siyu. "Understood." Si Qingqing replied to Qin Yuan, then turned to Aunt Wang, who was hesitant to leave, unsure if there were any further instructions. "I'll help you deliver these items later." With that, she turned back to Qin Yuan and asked, "No announcements today, right?" Qin Yuan immediately shook her head. It was because she knew that Si Qingqing was free today and that Aunt Wang happened to be delivering items that she had revealed everything. Chapter 90, Distasteful Attire. Upon hearing that Si Qingqing intended to go personally, Aunt Wang responded eagerly, "All right. Miss Qingqing, allow me to assist you with loading your belongings into the car." Si Qingqing furrowed her brow, glancing at the multitude of bags, and quickly called out to Aunt Wang. "Wait." Aunt Wang turned around, patiently awaiting Si Qingqing's instructions. This one, and that one, we can leave the larger items behind. Just keep the supplements." Si Qingqing directed. But..." Aunt Wang hesitated, observing the carefully packed essentials. She understood the necessity of these items and had not collected them haphazardly. Noticing Aunt Wang's uncertainty, Si Qingqing clarified, "I instructed him not to overexert himself to the point of neglecting his home. Why bring these along?" Aunt Wang's realization was immediate. Right. How could I forget? Subsequently, she directed several maids to return the larger bags to Siyu's bedroom. Si Qingqing had previously inquired with Han Che about Siyu's whereabouts. Upon learning of her arrival, Han Che was immensely grateful, sending her updates every minute regarding Siyu's status. Mr. C is currently reviewing a new proposal from the head of the brand department. His demeanor appeared less than favorable, indicating dissatisfaction. In a fit of frustration, Mr. C took a sip of cold water to cool his temper. Han Che's messages detailed even the minutiae of Siyu's actions, including gestures like rubbing his nose or twirling a pen. Si Qingqing's phone buzzed incessantly. Through Han Che's texts, she could vividly sense his desperate longing for rescue. However, she remained disinterested, only needing to be aware that Siyu was indeed in a meeting at that moment. With a sense of ennui, Si Qingqing gazed out the window. Noticing the speed of the passing scenery had accelerated considerably. She glanced at Qin Yuan, who was focused on driving, and chuckled softly. "You certainly seem to care about your senior brother." "What?" Qin Yuan replied, her foot pressing firmly on the accelerator. "If we don't hurry, Han Che might even update me on the frequency of Siyu's nose-picking or his restroom breaks," Si Qingqing remarked with exasperation. Qin Yuan responded. "Isn't that why they say Han Che knows everything?" He indeed had the capability to relay such trivialities to Si Qingqing. At present, not only was Simon's studio bustling, but even the entrance of Group S was teeming with fans and paparazzi eager for a glimpse of Si Qingqing. Before disembarking, Si Qingqing had to fully conceal herself, donning an ensemble that could only be described as revolting. A loose-fitting coat paired with the fluffy pajama pants she had not yet changed out of. Aunt Wang had even repeatedly confirmed whether there were any alternative garments in the car. If even Aunt Wang found her attire intolerable, appearing publicly in such a manner would likely result in her being mistaken for a mere imitation of Si Qingqing, someone who had undergone cosmetic surgery to resemble her. Nevertheless, within Group S, it was common knowledge that Qin Yuan had become Si Qingqing's personal bodyguard. When the two, clad in their distasteful outfits, entered the building, the employees could not help but stare in astonishment. Even if she wished to go unnoticed, there was no need to stand out so conspicuously. With an outfit that guaranteed 100% attention, they smoothly made their way to Siyu's office. "Miss Qingqing." Qin Yuan had something to convey. Si Qingqing removed her sunglasses and winked at her. "Shall we maintain a more normal appearance next time?" Qin Yuan suggested, "With me around, no one will mistake you for anyone else." Si Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly, "As long as the paparazzi and fans remain oblivious, that suffices." Qin Yuan could only respond with silence. Chapter 91, Terrifying Strength. Upon receiving the news of Si Qingqing's arrival at S Group, Han Che stealthily slipped out of the conference room. As he approached the vicinity of Siyu's office, he quickly spotted Qin Yuan. Casting a furtive glance around, he inquired, "Where is Miss Qingqing?" At that moment, less than a meter away from Qin Yuan, Si Qingqing leaned against the wall, removed her mask, and pretentiously coughed a few times. Drawn by the familiar sound, Han Che turned his head, momentarily taken aback for several seconds, unwilling to accept the unexpected. Chapter 92, The medicine has arrived. Just as Si Qingqing was about to retort to Han Che, someone at the door urgently called out his name. "Assistant Han. What brings you here?" "General Manager Si has been looking for you." The speaker was Siyu's male secretary. He did not notice Si Qingqing and merely nodded politely at Qin Yuan. Upon hearing that Siyu was summoning him, Han Che's first instinct was to appear by his side immediately. However, upon realizing that Si Qingqing was already present, he wondered what there was to fear. Chapter 93, The Departure of Class Fragrance. This time, Si Qingqing did not argue with Siyu as she had previously. She merely murmured softly, "Aren't you just anxious to leave because you're worried your tonic will cool?" Although her voice was faint, it was sufficiently audible to Siyu. A faint smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he teasingly retorted, "This is not your responsibility." Si Qingqing shot him an exasperated glance. This man truly did not know when to back off. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander of Eastern Wu, was indeed a figure of remarkable caliber. Had it not been for the illustrious work Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Luo Guanzhong, his fame might well have eclipsed that of Zhuge Liang. How could such a person not inspire admiration in Shaoyi? Presently, however, he had no time to squander with this capricious spirit, especially with a multitude of medicinal herbs in hand. With Xiaoyi's words, the four resumed their activities. He accepted a slice of fruit from Jingying and promptly sat on a stool behind his mother to observe the game. Noticing that his mother seemed to be losing more than winning, he felt compelled to encourage her. At that moment, in a corner of the Duan family estate, another arrow of energy suddenly shot forth with a sharp whooshing sound, colliding with the arrow aimed at Mr. O just as it was about to strike him. Under the guidance of Zhang Ziki, everyone entered a lavishly decorated hot pot restaurant that appeared grand from the outside. One who can face a multitude of foes. It seems the King of Yen is indeed formidable. Upon grasping the underlying meaning, Fei Lai nodded repeatedly. Although he found the two boisterous characters somewhat bothersome, they had imparted much knowledge to him, and thus he bestowed upon them this honor. When Wu Jia and Zhou Yu saw Xiao Yi's appearance and learned that his condition had eased, they felt relieved. Initially, they had heard that Pan Feng, Gao Shun, Zhang He, and Chui would come to visit Xiao Yi, but they were deterred by Shi Jizai, who insisted that the complex matters at Yanmen required everyone's utmost effort. Wu Jia and Zhou Yu's presence was already sufficient, and all else could be discussed at a later time. By Li Su, we. Mo Yundua's expression turned grim as she instinctively called for her allies. Huang Xianling had already devised a strategy, upon hearing Huang Zentiger's inquiry. She promptly produced a packet of cleansing powder and placed it on the table. Xing Nancheng was momentarily taken aback and quickly covered his face, glancing instinctively towards the elderly Master Bo. For Li Miaofu and her companions, there was no cause for concern. With Wei Yi standing guard, they felt increasingly secure, allowing them to perform with complete focus and unleash their full potential. Your Highness, Your Highness? She whispered, yet Shan Yuanji showed no response, clearly having lost consciousness. His body racked with spasms. Without hesitation, she seized the silver chopsticks from the table to pry open his mouth, fearing he might bite his own tongue if delayed. Li Jin's deduction was entirely accurate. Only the guard squad awaited outside as the plane landed, but upon exiting the airport, throngs of people awaited. It seemed she had been so engrossed in playing with the remote-controlled plane that she had not been paying attention to the path, resulting in her collision with his leg and subsequent fall, causing the plane to crash as well. Eventually, her wish was fulfilled. She gave birth to her son Mingliang. The first madam dared not break her word, honoring her promise to move to the temple, where she remained for 3 years. Now, Mingliang had grown strong and healthy, and the 3-year period was ending. In 3 days, the second and third madams would come to formally escort her back to the manor. She was now on the verge of motherhood, and before undertaking any task, she always considered the baby within her. Moreover, this time, the Azura King stood directly above the torrent of yellow energy, commanding everything beneath him. The convergence of these two forces felt cataclysmic, as if half the sky itself were rushing towards Wei Yi. Difengwu had long lost consciousness, her face flushed crimson. She felt an overwhelming heat, tearing at her clothes while lunging towards him. The myriad of demonic generals positioned their palms between the two, while one hand patted themselves, cursing under their breath for having forgotten to bring the medicinal herbs needed for the antidote. Chapter 94, I accompany you in response to such statements. The front desk has its own set of rhetoric. However, upon seeing one of the men, who strikingly resembled a male version of Si Qingqing, she found herself utterly at a loss, unable to utter a single rehearsed line. Concerned about potential deceit, she decided to call Qing Yuan, the closest confidant of Si Qingqing, to verify the situation. As Qing Yuan listened to the front desk recount the events, her immediate reaction was to instruct her to expel the two men. A heavy snow blanketed the land, heralding the arrival of winter for the barbarian tribes, enveloping the entire territory in a shroud of white. Although reinforcements paid the ultimate price with their lives, they failed to maintain the defense line, consequently increasing the enemy's numbers. Given that my blood could revive souls, it was only natural for me to desire the resurrection of my parents. Jiang Wushi, without casting a glance at Zhou Li, lunged forward as soon as the latter placed some silver coins down, clutching the coins to his chest. Among his possessions were an unopened pack of tissues, a mobile phone with a charger, a makeup case, and a wallet. An elderly man clad in blood-stained garments, with his eyes closed, sensed a presence and turned his gaze towards the peak where Lin Shan and his companion stood. A player then detached a grenade from his waist, removed the pin, and after a brief pause of about 2 seconds, hurled it into the room. Tinger, can you still taste the tea? Mu Qingqing inquired with a smile, lifting her teacup for a sip while blinking at her companion. After releasing her grip, Yi Chen departed directly, leaving Shi Hai standing there with a fluctuating expression. Yet he did not intervene. Blending the architectural styles of ancient Huaxia with the features of Western castles, Xue Ning had undoubtedly invested great effort into the internal planning of the giant wolf stronghold. Do you not know when I arrived? Is it not precisely because you were aware of my presence that you deliberately chose to avoid me? Upon seeing Fu Wei, Natasha's face was immediately clouded with discontent. Her defensive demeanor returning. The main city is situated to the east while a residence lies to the west, a considerable distance apart. Even a horse-drawn carriage would require over an hour to traverse. It is perplexing why a custom has emerged that necessitates visits only in the morning or early hours. Whether for social calls or to attend to the ill. Ma Zhong took several steps before appearing to sense something, turning back to gaze at the western sky. His eyes focused, he clearly saw the mask shatter, revealing the true face of Anda. Your Highness, I dare not continue, please grant me another position. If that is not feasible, allow me to return home to retire, Jing Yaojin said shamelessly. Yet, when the good news from NA02 prison eventually reached General Ander, Warden Huron, well aware of the matter, understood that it could not escape the keen eyes of General Ander. As for Meng He calling out to the leader from outside rather than barging in, it was simply due to the presence of the second reality. Knowing that the second reality was at the gate of all beings, he certainly would not act recklessly. This sword is exceedingly difficult to handle. No wonder even the king of the underworld has declared it beyond his capabilities, Chu Yunduan lamented. The Western king, realizing his imminent demise, was engulfed in terror. Disregarding his image as he shrieked in desperation. Yuhang found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming in disbelief, I can't believe I am rendered speechless. With a wry smile, he assisted the two in placing the dishes into the trunk of the car. The Azure Dragon turned its hull. The engines behind it emitting a brilliant flare as the ship began to accelerate slowly towards the location where the mechanical mother had detected the presence of the Zak tribe. Two beams of green restorative light enveloped the white whale, while a vast area of persistent energy emerged at the site of the crocodile's demise, rapidly restoring the white whale's vitality threefold in a remarkably brief span. Lin Ran took a sip from her teacup, calming her emotions. Then simply cradled the cup in her hands, her gaze somewhat distant, remaining silent. Chapter 95. In the name of Brother Song Qin, the two of them arrived at the first floor, concealing themselves in the elevator lobby, remaining unseen. The reception area was fully visible, and both Siyu and Si Qingqing immediately spotted the two men, Gu Yuhan and Fu Yunxian. The reception desk was indeed the most conspicuous spot in the entire hall. The two men stood nearby, their Eastern features prominent. And with Fu Yunxian resembling a doll in a wheelchair, they drew even more attention. Upon hearing that they had come for Si Qingqing, Tai Zhanyan felt displeased at the prospect of the Xiaoyao sect retreating. He shouted and clamored to join the fray, only to be restrained by Chu Yang and Yun Shan, who reminded him that their own side was not faring any better, and that the true opponent was not the Xiaoyao sect. Excitement bubbled among the group as they gathered in a corner of the restaurant, engaging in playful banter and raucous laughter that drew the curious glances of other patrons. In that moment, Wei Han found Chu Yang particularly unreliable, however, having made a promise, he resolved to endure the pain, taking a heavy slap from Chu Yang that shattered his meridians and damaged his energy points, rendering his cultivation null and void. The playful exchanges between Hua Bailuo and Hu Baizhi brought laughter to everyone, while Hua Qingyan shook her head, allowing their antics to unfold. Feeling increasingly at peace within. Was this place the reason for Hua Qingyan's disappearance? Was it the source of all the peculiar items in her possession? Yet Dongmen Yanzhu, gasping for air, drank deeply from the water, instinctively flailing in an attempt to swim upstream. Huangfu Luo felt somewhat uneasy, while Ding Yan displayed no emotional response, as if he were still dissecting a corpse, treating it with the same detachment. Hua Shanmen had initially intended to discreetly sell Hua Shi, resolving Hua Yang's debts, thereby stabilizing the Hua family and allowing for the establishment of Hua Qingzhu's school. Not a chance, Liu waved her hand dismissively. However, recalling the tender moments from a few hours prior, Si Yan felt her cheeks flush. The subsequent words caught in her throat, leaving only the sound of her heart racing in the room, echoing endlessly. In recent days, Yu Jian had experienced the wondrous power of signing in, seizing every opportunity to do so, particularly in the forensic and technical departments, where high-tech treasures awaited. Whatever you say is fine, I must be clear, I no longer wish to be with you. I want a divorce, Xingyan Yu stated earnestly to Xiao Lin Shen. Having gathered her emotions, while gripping the crocodile against the wall, with no room for maneuvering, she used her Q skill, spear throw, after an impactful counterattack. The water sprite avoided the assault and immediately retaliated against Molly Luli, inflicting significant damage. In-depth analysis of relevant information regarding Gua Tangxian revealed a close relationship between Guozai Gue, who conducted business in Meizhou, and Gua Tangxian. Curiosity piqued. Everyone watched me as I retrieved a stone from my bag, unwrapping the gauze to reveal its dazzling brilliance. Considering the accolades from major competitions, the team's overall synergy, and the players' performances in the previous season, LGD outshone QG by a considerable margin. However, the sluggish flight speed of dark confinement made it challenging to hit targets in the Summoner's Canyon. And Ning displayed remarkable efficiency as she meticulously outlined their operational plan, ensuring every step was thoroughly organized. At that moment, SKT's 4 players, utilizing the cover of the bushes, cautiously probed their surroundings. In Shenhua Ancient City, there lay the continent's largest auction house, featuring elixirs, spiritual tools, rare medicinal herbs, and various spiritual beasts. Of course, without an invitation, entry was impossible. While the celestial beings engaged in a grand spectacle, the demon realm descended into chaos, as the originally unified anti-demon forces turned upon themselves. And the guardians devolved into infighting. Chapter 96, Teasing Gu Yuhan is as amusing as playing with a dog. The man's aura was formidable. Even though Siyu feigned normalcy in front of Gu Yuhan, the latter could still sense the extraordinary presence of the former. After a considerable pause, Gu Yuhan finally realized that the man was indeed addressing him. Have we met before? Gu Yuhan pondered, aware that he had never interacted with the individual before him. Otherwise, given the overwhelming aura radiating from him, he would certainly have retained some memory. As soon as he stepped into the Zhao family, Taisher CI approached him with a beaming expression. Presenting the gifts from He Jin and the 10 constant attendants to Zhao Yi, filled with admiration for Zhao Yi's clever strategies. Sipping tea while watching a play. The two lost track of time amidst the mundane. Ran Xiaoyu wore a smile, neither praising nor criticizing, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hai. Imbued with a peculiar power. His anger was genuine, an uncontainable flame with no outlet, thus it had to be released upon her. Emerging from the darkened fragrance of the night, he stepped out of the teleportation array, his tall and striking figure accentuated by the shadows of the night. Piano lessons were a requisite for the children of the Yin family, and the final skill level was of little concern. Heartache enveloped her in an instant, rendering her motionless, like a lifeless being devoid of spirit. Yin Xiao, composed, took a deep breath, retrieving a plastic bag from the car to place several strands of hair, complete with follicles, inside. Bai Xian helped carry 2 crates of wine, while Yin Xiao merely smiled, surrounded by various high-end nutritional products, some of which could only be glimpsed behind locked glass displays in shopping malls. As Lin Chan's gaze traversed the map, various place names flashed before him: Shangjing Affiliated No. 2 Middle School, Arrow Path Village, 3rd Agricultural Machinery Branch, Fertilizer Factory, each one swiftly dismissed. Suddenly, a leisure resort named New Garden Club caught his attention. Yi Hua's persuasive efforts yielded only the flag of the Grey Blade Mercenary Corps and the password to unlock the door of truth. How to utilize it was solely his concern. The selection assessment was straightforward, focusing on the exhibition of magical artifacts. As the ultimate goal of such large-scale exhibitions was to promote these items, allowing only those of significant value to participate. Ordinary artifacts would be a waste of quota. As neither Nagua nor Qiongyu had a standardized representative symbol, believers could still use the original flags. Thus, if the Grey Blade Mercenary Corps converted to Nagua, their flag would remain unchanged. What kind of encounter transpired between Angel and Nina on that fateful night at Fenghua Palace? What revelations did she share with Nina? And what actions did she undertake? Despite Arthur's reliance on his team's support to devise his signature move, this achievement was remarkable given his youthful age. While Lin Chen and his companions found solace, the torrential rain did not reach the Andu base. Although the weather remained gloomy, no rain fell. Without radioactive rain, the radiation levels within the base should be minimal. Numerous powerful energy practitioners turned their attention to Chu Xiao. Although they had never encountered him before, at that moment, he became the focal point of countless energy practitioners, the target of their challenges. Milia's smile instantly stiffened, her grip on the steering wheel turning ashen. They felt an indelible bond with the fate of the mortal realm, instilling within them an indescribable courage. Once, the celestial realm stood as the pinnacle of existence, far above, rendering the mortal realm insignificant, yet, in such a short span, the mortal realm had acquired the strength to oppose the celestial plane. Chapter 97, What is that sour smell? Not long after the two entered the car, Han Che felt a profound sense of suffocation. He and Qin Yuan were bewildered, unsure about the recent events. Particularly how Siyu and Si Qingqing had managed to drive Gu Yuhan away. Since the moment the two had boarded the vehicle, they had tacitly maintained a silence that only intensified the oppressive atmosphere within the car. Si Qingqing began to speak. But Siyu immediately shot her a cautionary glance and interjected, Li Chen. Li Chen chuckled softly, astonished to discover that the illustrious headquarters of the Freemasons was merely a commercial office building. Xiao Song. Are you no longer a member of the Su family? You are merely a cousin, destined to spend the majority of your life with us. Are you truly willing to oppose our family for the sake of your cousin? Sumu demanded sharply. Yinjing, is it not your duty to manage her? Rongshi, in tears, was unable to complete her sentence, yet her intent was unmistakable, as she passionately accused Xian Xiao of defaming Gao Kuan. Although internally plagued by a torrent of curses, Zhao Zixian focused on regulating his breathing, ensuring that he could maintain his composure and avoid succumbing to sleep. However, the inability to sleep or move was excruciating. As husband and wife, we are one. Naturally, I do not wish for you to face any threats. If you prefer to ignore this matter, I shall handle it for you, Xian Xiao remarked with indifference. Grandma is concerned that you might hurt your brother. But it is of no consequence, both of you will grow up to be strong men, unafraid of falling. Li Chen said, wrapping his other arm around Zhao Yaji. Sui felt a tinge of embarrassment as she recalled the intensity of Shi's gaze upon her that day, which had made her uneasy. Even now, she was reluctant to engage further with him and softly stated, Shen Sui, before slightly bowing and turning to leave. The man in black removed the veil from his face, revealing sharp features illuminated by the moonlight. Indeed, he was the same man who had shared a passionate encounter with Mu Qingqing in the deserted hall. Tang Jun remained unfazed by this. He even knew that among the more than 20 customers who had purchased the precious fruit essence, some had hesitated after leaving and reported to the police, claiming they had encountered something remarkably terrifying at Baixing Mall. Wang Wei and Du Xing differed significantly. Wang Wei had been a fan of the Fengshen series before his travels through time, his mind teeming with the names of valiant generals and illustrious figures from numerous battles. Upon speaking, he effortlessly recited a long list of names, leaving Emperor Xian momentarily bewildered. As the enemy tank drivers approached the truck, jubilant cheers erupted. Just when they believed they could seize the 3 latest enemy vehicles, 2 of them suddenly veered off the road in a frenzied escape to the east. Especially when recalling the moment thousands of years ago when Wang Hao resolutely destroyed the city walls and departed south of the primordial wilderness, Qian Kuan finally understood his intentions. The latter had foreseen that the unyielding dynasty would not endure and had long since plotted everything. Why are we not included? You have always boasted of your nobility. Why do we eat moldy bread while you indulge in canned beef? Questioned a burly man, fierce in appearance, shackled at the back of the minibus. Upon entering the Qingdi Palace, the demon lord sat regally upon the main seat, while Wang Gu occupied the position of the crown prince beside him. The outer perimeter of the Pingtu Mountain Villa area housed the affluent class of the former world, who hoarded vast quantities of gold and food. Even now, transactions could be conducted with gold within the villa area. The inner circle consisted primarily of followers and members of the Heavenly Sect, including the military organization established by the sect. His arm throbbed painfully, likely scraped during his recent fall, Conan thought as he rubbed his arm. After all, the innate essence within Sui was irresistibly alluring, possessing the potential for a half-step towards the great Tao, or even the Tao itself, who could overlook such a prospect. Chapter 98, The moment has arrived. It would not be entirely accurate to assert that Si Qingqing possesses an intricate understanding of Gu Yuhan, rather, it is simply the essence of his nature. Gu Yuhan brought Fu Yunxian to Country F, leaving Song Qin blissfully unaware. Even though his thoughts are consumed by the search for Fu Zhiqin, Song Qin's significance in his heart remains undiminished. Si Qingqing anticipated that by having Siyu appear before Gu Yuhan as Song Qin's brother, he would inevitably feel a twinge of shame, fearing that his intentions might be unveiled. On their return journey, it was still Xiao Wan driving, while Emo Linson sat with the two boisterous children in the back. The issue raised by Liang Kai had been a persistent source of perplexity for Lin Moshi. How had this seventh prince set his sights on Emo Zhiqin? Since they were merely out for leisure, would it not reflect poorly on me if the princess were displeased? Park Shukuan remarked nonchalantly from the side. This man seems to share an extraordinary relationship with the princess. Who is he? The meticulously crafted plan left little room for flaws, and even after exhausting his intellect, he found himself unable to decipher the intricacies of the situation involving Yun Dong, which incited a genuine sense of trepidation within him. In any case, as a physician, Xiaowan adhered to her own moral principles, with the refusal to accept red envelopes from patients being a fundamental standard. At that moment, a competition concluded, and a large screen at the venue replayed the event, slowing down the footage significantly, allowing the audience to finally grasp what had transpired. With a series of soft pops, Lu Yu swiftly dealt with everyone except the medical staff, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the surgery had only just commenced and that Lucy remained unharmed. Lying quietly to the side, Grandma Chui emerged, joyfully offering them water and inquiring about their dinner preferences, promising to prepare the meal. Suddenly, Lu Jiang noticed Lu Fan's shoes still on the stage, and it dawned on him that Lu Fan had only donned his footwear before dashing out. In terms of military governance and rewards, he differed from Lu Fan. Lu Fan placed great emphasis on military discipline, whereas Cao Cao believed in generous rewards yet cautious punishments, adhering strictly to the principle of rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. He felt that excessively harsh penalties could dampen troop morale and strain camaraderie among soldiers. Consequently, incidents of looting frequently occurred among Cao Cao's troops. The trio each fulfilled their respective roles and contributed their strengths, propelling Qilin Villa to the pinnacle of martial arts, garnering widespread acclaim. Everyone assumed that the Lu and Zhang families had delivered Lu Shanchao to his grandmother's home, only to discover it had actually been sent to the town. Listen closely, there are sounds coming from the coffin. I am aware that many may doubt my words. Hence I wish to let the facts speak for themselves. Yet, I find myself somewhat exasperated that the sounds emanating from the coffin have suddenly ceased. In comparison to other institutions, the traditional Chinese medicine department truly appears to be in a dire state. Just look at the other faculties, none lack a robust faculty team. The Ghost Emperor? How could that be? How could a member of the Ghost tribe possibly rescue someone from the Corpse clan? I found it hard to believe. But as I pondered this, my brow furrowed. The malevolent king that had possessed Jingyu once spoke of the simultaneous emergence of the Ghost, Evil, and Corpse clans. Could this imply an impending alliance among these three factions? His previous actions had been exceedingly gentle, with every nuance perfectly measured, which left her somewhat entranced. When the Qingjiang fish had simmered in the hot pot for about 5 minutes, the induction cooker automatically powered down. Although this pill cannot eradicate the poison afflicting Lu Jingyuan, it can alleviate some toxicity and relieve a measure of suffering. After all, it is regarded as one of the premier treasures collected by Qin Fan as he traversed the myriad realms. After approximately half a TS worth of time, the two gradually parted. Lu Miaoyao wiped her mouth, her cheeks flushed as she scolded, "Who is your wife? Who is your wife? I have not acknowledged it. You insufferable Yi Feng." As she spoke, Ling Shuiyan intended to punch Yi Feng, but he had already unleashed his aura and taken flight. It was then that Yi Tianzong was revealed among the corpses, alongside Elder Mu of the Yi family, who possessed considerable strength. Both stared wide-eyed, their mouths spewing forth purplish-red liquid. Chapter 99. Not yet. The S-Group's entry into the domestic market will take some time. Are you so impatient? Siyu's demeanor had softened considerably, no longer as resolute in his refusal as before. My brother is in his hands. A Xian is my last blood relative in this world. Although Si Qingqing had long anticipated that Gu Yuhan would use Fu Yunxian to force her to appear, witnessing Fu Yunxian right before her eyes, under Gu Yuhan's control and unable to resist, stirred her heart. If one is unwilling to sever ties, even in the spiritual realm, they will still be bound by relationships from the mortal world. For some cultivators, these connections are not merely a responsibility but a burden. Go, I shall drink alone, said Zwawumo. He understood that in such circumstances, Jingyang would certainly prefer he not be present. The two commanders wished to say more, Yet the king disregarded their words, gesturing for them to withdraw. Chen Mu once again activated his copper skin technique, and at last, the yellow-haired one complied. Swinging his stick to strike Chen Mu's back. He had long since discerned the monkey's nature. This fellow was the type to seek trouble for no reason. Without a beating, he would dare to ride atop you. Yet, with no better options available and a mission looming, he had no choice but to muster his courage. In his discerning eyes, the two songs performed tonight, both in concept and melody, were exemplary works. Coupled with the reputation of Yang Luo, this genius composer, these songs were destined to become a sensation across the land in the days to come. He Mei then realized that her lack of scrutiny was largely due to the local cultivators vouching for her, saying they were acquainted with her. Qing Yang cast a questioning glance towards the soul-guiding pool, and moments later, he once again beheld the white light gliding beneath the water's surface. Recalling that Chu Fan might be injured, Xie Jianjia retrieved a bottle of safflower oil from the drawer, hurriedly thrusting it into his hands as she lifted his short sleeve to inspect the extent of his injuries. The floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with light pink, and a swing stood nearby. Xin Mian took a seat, while Shang Yu naturally pushed her from behind. Wan Qingyu's decision to break off her engagement was evidently supported by Cui Bin, and now, he was powerless against him. Remaining here would only lead to further humiliation. After hearing Erju's bitter remarks, I felt less fear, considering I had only 30 yuan left for the rent due in 2 days. Was President Shen always so composed? Shang Yu raised his brow slightly, finding the drink quite unpalatable. Yao Zhao rushed in and out swiftly, leaving the 6 elders of the Radiant City with a multitude of uncertainties. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers of the ruined country severed a rope beneath their feet, causing a section of the wooden wall of the camp to collapse, with massive logs barreling toward the Liang kingdom. Upon closer inspection, remnants of bare branches still clung to these logs. After defeating the Du Kaluo faction, Lu Yi and his companions dispersed throughout Liang kingdom. Even though Liang kingdom was formidable, it had become exceedingly weakened after losing 150,000 men, making this the perfect opportunity to expand their victory. Xiao Lanyuan feared she would worry, lose sleep, and be unable to eat. He was also concerned about her burden of preparing supplies while carrying a child, and he dreaded that she might not be able to wait any longer and would come to the Dark City herself. The Dark Sorcerer, enveloped in malevolence, struck my millennial-old peach branch, leaving a gash on my back. Yan Bei spoke the truth, straightforward and clear. If there were a weapon that could fully represent the Han people, it would be the ring-handled saber, without exception. So this is the return? Yan finally comprehended that from the moment the thrown wooden spear was knocked down by the boomerang to the ensuing close combat, all evidence confirmed that the return indeed countered the human spear formation. The two sides exchanged welcoming signals at F6. The signs of LZ and EC in the finals were exquisitely made, and Li Goddard delightedly showcased them as if performing tricks. However, Jiang Yunfei's reckless words were undeniably detestable, and he deserved to be punished and taught a lesson. Thus, Su Tong was both anxious and furious, her featureless eyes misty with unshed tears. Yet her lips remained tightly pressed, silent. But he paid no heed to this. Instead, he intently fixated on Elder Yin Zhu, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. When Qi Bao and the others arrived, the ground was strewn with corpses. Many factions, already heavily depleted, suffered further losses. The Poison Rose remained unfazed. This mission dictated that no matter the conditions presented by the other party, they could not refuse, and such a gaze could be easily disregarded. What? Lao Qian and the others turned simultaneously to face the front, stunned in place. He had now completely adapted to this era. Seizing this opportunity, he would exert every effort to excel. Under the guise of a wandering monk, he had greatly assisted Zhu Chongba, sparing him much trouble and allowing him to observe the Yuan dynasty closely. The tanks of Gij crossed the river, 2 vehicles drawing close to connect with a fuel hose to begin transferring oil. It would not be long before, with a stroke of luck, the young prince might even bring back a prince consort to present to the Empress. Jun Lianqing jested, expressing a desire to amuse the Empress. Lilith had once warned her that if she dared to escape, she would kill her mother and then abandon herself to the red light district, subjecting herself to the whims of all manner of men. Tao Jin approached Duan Luoyun, who was crouched in the pavilion, noting that his back was already dampened by the deep night dew. When Wang Yingwei heard that Lu Ping had instructed him not to seek her out for an entire week, he was utterly astonished. Upon hearing the name young Master Gong, Tang Ruoran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she turned to look in that direction. It is well known that generals, protected by armor, and mech warriors, shielded by heavy exosuits, possess the ability to withstand a significant number of laser gun shots. No. Who would want that guy to come? Sister. Are you inviting him to your birthday party tonight? No, I detest that fellow, please don't let him come. At the mere mention of that Kai, Su Zuiyan immediately erupted, shouting in protest. However, Su Yabai had previously harbored suspicions, so he must have some connections with the police. In fact, he knew many officers, with numerous contacts related to law enforcement. Now, as he sought to cleanse his company's reputation, it was evident that the business would no longer be lucrative. And he would not allow that to happen. You've returned. As Yi Kaiqing was momentarily lost in thought, Su Zuiyan's voice broke through, differing from her usual carefree demeanor, carrying a hint of tenderness. Even her gaze towards Yi Kaiqing bore a trace of affection. Let us go, let us go, let us go. Don't bother me here. Tang Xian impatiently urged a few individuals to leave. After much contemplation, the only plausible excuse to send Xing Mingho out onto the street was to procure dinner. Surely the officers and reinforcements needed to eat. Chapter 100, Fragments of Peace. Eager to return home, Si Qingqing devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work, swiftly bringing her current tasks to a close. During a break in filming, Qing Yuan approached and whispered, Miss Qingqing, Gu Yuhan took Fu Yunxian back home this morning. Si Qingqing nodded, then seated herself in the lounge, lifting a glass of water to her lips. What is the progress on our return procedures? She inquired. The four of them, luggage in hand, arrived at the helicopter, stowing their bags in the cabin. Lu Xiao and Yan Xiao entered and closed the door. Lingling and her companions were directly escorted to the prison. Even before they entered, they could hear the cacophony of voices from within, as if the space were teeming with people, deepening Lingling's confusion. Despite Lin Qin's transformation into a mother, she still evoked fear, leaving others uncertain if she retained the essence of the former demon she once was. Splendid. Once I confine him within myself, we can escape together to a paradise of bliss, the masked man said, his eyes brimming with dreams. Even if someone believed him, how would he confront the scorn of unknown individuals, unable to hold his head high, fearing the repercussions on the Chong family? Huh. Who do you think you are? The King of Heaven or the Jade Emperor? My family affairs are none of your concern, the man scoffed, clutching the child and attempting to flee. I can do it. Fu Enya replied without hesitation. Though it was a temporary measure, she was resolute in keeping her promises. Upon hearing the sounds outside the carriage, Lingling's face registered shock. Was she hallucinating? Manager Fu, are you certain they are the saviors of this prince? Zhu Jinyang finally spoke. The finest perfumers of the Great Zhou had gathered in Xiongdu Day, and given Mu Wanqiu's familiarity with the enterprise, Li Jun naturally assumed she sought to engage with it. The bullying was not merely a matter of Lu Gongzi or Lu Leiwei bringing people to fight. This area, not traditionally known as a wealthy district of the capital, had the Lu family as a notable exception, making their presence particularly conspicuous. The voice was soft, seemingly playful, yet Princess Qingwan sensed an underlying truth. For her sake, he would not only marry her as a primary wife but would not take concubines throughout his life. Matchmaker, how does that sound so off? As if I were paired with Li Lin, she mused. Upon hearing his name, Guan Yu's complexion turned pale. He pressed his hand to his chest, struggling to swallow the blood that surged within him. Aster's eyelids flickered, yet he was accustomed to concealing his emotions, merely bowing his head in response without further comment. After lunch, Chunning bid farewell to Sure Air, boarded a carriage, and returned home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she promptly settled the fare and eagerly entered, sharing news of the Eastern Manor's business with her father. Ha ha ha, the old woodcutter pays his respects. An old man appeared before Chu Qing, wielding a sharp axe and a rope around his waist. Finding Lin's establishment was no easy feat. Lin Sa insisted on a 2-year commitment, which she readily accepted. Li Qingzhao gazed at her surroundings, unable to resist reaching out to touch the tangible reality. However, as her fingertips made contact, ripples erupted, gradually dissipating. To battle. Hua Xiong leaped from the high platform, descending like a feather in free fall, landing atop a magnificent Shiliang steed. Yi Chenxi yawned contentedly before logging into the account of Tai Ba's old K, preparing to randomly address questions from novice trainers. The leader of the Tianling camp surveyed the inevitable defeat before him, his expression ashen. He longed to intervene personally but sensed that Zhou Neng, who had been close to Mo Yuhan, far surpassed him in skill. Should he engage, the camp's chances of victory would plummet to zero. Mo Yuhan smirked, raising her left hand to catch a punch from Uncle Gang while brandishing her right hand, thrusting a spear toward Liao Yang, who sought to defend himself. Your sister has not lost her memory, Li Wei said confidently. After years in medicine, he had never misdiagnosed a case. He trusted technology over subjective judgment. All tests indicated her brain's memory sponge was intact, leaving little room for amnesia. A cold snort echoed as the surging waves of the vast sea erupted, revealing a massive blue serpent leaping from the water. Brother Wang, what troubles you? Huang Yamo rushed to Wang Chen, who lay on the ground. This is ancestral knowledge. It must not be disclosed. Quickly depart and do not disturb me, Wang Lao said, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes as he addressed the impatient individual outside. Though Su Shan cared for Mei Lin, she was not overly indulgent, having raised him to be quite sensible. However, the anticipated attack failed to manifest. Duan could only watch as Lu Jia's terrified expression slowly faded. Whom can I entrust to protect this realm, ensuring my peace of mind? After a century, will the one seated in this chair be capable of safeguarding the empire? The emperor pondered, secretly questioning whether the esteemed position he granted Xiao Yongya would yield loyalty in return. Ah, no wonder this is the VIP room, only here can one truly wager. Those outside are but trifles, he mused. Will you agree? I have but one condition. If not, you may act now or reveal all. Lu Yi stated calmly. The Morong Water Village, having undergone reconstruction, now boasted a larger and more expansive layout. To prevent a recurrence of previous incidents, watchtowers were established at 4 corners, 50 meters surrounding the village. Gu Yingguo had long received word from Gu Yanghe but had restrained his eagerness. With Gu Yanghe seeking counsel, he understood the importance of patience. The best performances required meticulous preparation, and with official duties pressing upon him and concerns for a Chu, he could not afford to be distracted. What measures shall we take? Meng Ke responded with a smile, his demeanor suggesting he had already devised a plan. Chapter 101, he nearly lost his life after concluding the meeting. Siyu returned to his office only to find Si Qingqing and Qin Yuan engaged in a fierce struggle. His expression immediately soured, as the sense of relief he had just experienced dissipated in an instant. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, the two ceased their physical confrontation. Miss Qingqing, Xiao Wu. What on earth has led to this brawl? Han Che exclaimed, bewildered and astonished. Hadn't their relationship already improved? Was it possible that, in the absence of others, they had reverted to such hostility? Since that fateful afternoon, Li Daniu had not encountered Su Yuan again, feeling as though their lives were now devoid of any intersection. Yet, fate often provides opportunities for those with affection. On this day in early November, Li Daniu's departure for the Middle East loomed ever closer. With a cheeky grin, Li Daniu turned to Gao Tian and Mu Hongling, extending a gentlemanly invitation, only to be met with their frightened headshakes. On that day, your dance was ethereal, on that day, your grace was unparalleled. A single performance imbued with artistry, poetry, and song was truly unmatched across the realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Mubashef had managed to uncover so many details about his exploits. It seemed he had indeed invested considerable effort into understanding him. The most precious aspect of brotherhood lies not in the material support extended during mundane times, but rather in the ability to face death together when confronted with mortal peril. Wu Zhen recognized this quality in Li Daniu, evoking many cherished memories. Their mutual admiration led him to adopt Li Daniu as his godson. Jiao Menger, too, displayed her generosity by downing a drink. Once one indulged in libations, the atmosphere naturally lifted. The first step was to stabilize Abinate and extract the information I sought from him. Chow Xiao, a car approaches from behind. Chow Binqian's associate spotted a Rolls-Royce speeding toward them. Long Yang reclined on the couch, the purple hue at his fingertips gradually fading. struggling to open his eyes. He hazily beheld two breathtaking visages gazing down at him, one resembling a celestial being, the other a breathtaking beauty. Lila De's mouth moved. Yet I could not discern his words, all I perceived was his startled expression, which inexplicably tugged at my heart. Lu De contemplated the situation. It was evident that the Gao family sought to extend an olive branch. Lu De, too, required the support of a prominent family to ally with the esteemed families of Beiping. The Gao family, though among the top families in Beiping, was merely average and possessed a capable individual like Gao Tian, making them an ideal partner. On a lofty earth mound, two wooden watchtowers stood sentinel, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings for miles. Regrettably, he could not return, otherwise he would surely have illuminated the Dao Alliance in celebration for a decade and a half. The words, reminiscent of a demoness whisper, echoed incessantly in Xiang Xiaoyang's ears, tempting him to commit increasingly shocking acts. Bai Susu, at the tender age of 17, became a concubine to Yang Ji, while Yang, already in his 60s, was the subject of Zhao Xian's sardonic remark. A deafening roar erupted as cultivators from the Burning Heaven Gate and the Martial Spirit Alliance gazed skyward, their eyes meeting the fragmented body and spirit of the cloaked elder. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. Master, is this sufficient? Ku Ai, witnessing the mist converge, could no longer maintain his facade and collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Upon completing the artwork, Uncle Chen flung the blazing star gun behind him and lunged toward the cloaked figure. As they advanced toward the final obstacle, the sound of piercing arrows slicing through the air grew increasingly intense. Lin Chen's silence, however, was interpreted by these individuals as cowardice. They believed that if Lin Chen truly possessed strength, he would surely be enraged rather than remain mute. The fearsome visage of the ghost recoiled at the touch of the green leaf, ultimately retreating back into Lin Xiu's consciousness. Chapter 102, This is Beyond Your Control. Si Qingqing successfully completed the remaining tasks. On the day of her return to the country, as previously discussed with Siyu, she dressed meticulously and arrived at the airport alone. To avoid drawing attention, Siyu and the others did not accompany her. After smoothly checking in her luggage, Si Qingqing prepared to pass through security. Utilizing the VIP lane, she bypassed the queue. As she removed her facial covering, she contemplated the formidable resilience of the demon beast's skin, which posed a challenge for Yifeng to handle. Furthermore, most demon beasts contained latent bloodline powers within, which, if mishandled, could easily turn toxic and lead to silent demise. As time passed, the soldiers guarding the city walls were gradually drawn to the advancing commotion. Meanwhile, the trebuchets within the secondary city shattered the silence of the defenders with a thunderous roar. This was a single drop of the princess's primordial blood, which could reveal her location. No matter the circumstances, they would bring the princess back entirely. Failure to do so would render their return unnecessary. The old woman's voice grew stern as she observed the 10 generals kneeling outside the tent. Are you still residing here? Kong Yong inquired, perplexed. Yet he quickly deduced that his method must have mirrored his own, driving others away. However, this was preferable, as once he expelled him, there would be room for the young master's guests. Her previously stern expression darkened to an ashen hue, and Bai impatiently tugged at the corner of her mouth. Although she managed to stifle Yi Susu's words before they fully escaped her lips, the thought of touching those lips, which had been kissed by countless men in a past life, rendered her hesitant. In truth, it boiled down to her own laziness. The audience and media present in the afternoon were numerous, reflecting the achievements of China's economic development and the improved social conditions. Major cities were beginning to follow the path of developed Western nations, carving out time from their burdensome work for leisure and enjoyment. There was no need for undue anxiety, for the delay tactics of the rebel leader had been unraveled, and before Fide could finish, a mercenary rushed in from the cave's rear, clutching a white dove in one hand and a note in the other, while the dove, tightly held, emitted a pained coo. You orchestrated this auction. I concede defeat with grace. However, I look forward to our next encounter. Huang Tianhu declared, tossing 2 source crystals forward. Do you believe your presence here is merely coincidental? No, I assure you, it is precisely because of the chief's specialized microcomputers that I merely guided you here, old ISU stated. Fide recalled that the Republic of Mal had not fallen under the influence of the mercenary guild. Yet he did not anticipate that the Moon Shield Mercenary Corps would send representatives, particularly Julian, Alan's right-hand man. It seemed that under Alan's leadership, the Moon Shield Mercenary Corps would not adhere to their former staunch beliefs. Kid felt frustration as he was about to forcefully weigh into a mistake, only to be thwarted. The immense size of the giant tiger was striking, as it caused trees to topple and mountains to crumble in its wake. These sea mists lacked the so-called emotions of humanity, and Tang Huang could only momentarily cast out such a colossal bait to persuade the diamond. The 12th pick belonged to the Magic team. Since O'Neill's departure, the Magic's interior had become exceedingly vacant, prompting them to select the towering Michael Doriak from the University of Utah, standing at 2.11 meters tall. The engine exhaled orange flames, and in the absence of any defenders, the spacecraft descended prematurely. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the youth, Colin huffed and lifted the coffin out of the Odin Empire's palace. Chapter 103, Ultimately, she endured everything. Meanwhile, as Siyu was on his way to work, he encountered an assault. Han Che's driving skills are considered top-notch throughout the entirety of F country. In his early years, before he accompanied Siyu, he had indeed mingled in the racing circuit. However, the adversary was neither inclined to compete in speed nor intimidated by collisions. 3 vehicles raced in parallel, and Han Che's was ultimately sandwiched in the middle, coming to a halt. In the passenger seat, Qin Yuan gripped the handle, her complexion pale. Unlike previous battles, this time the audience in Oda Island comprised various masters, among whom were many formidable individuals, some of whom even Yunfei dared not claim victory. Suemo Shang remarked that it was, of course, jewelry, particularly the exquisitely crafted pieces by Sister Luo Yan that were truly remarkable. Senior Shanqing might wish to take a look. Miyamoto Izumi had a tuft of rogue hair atop his head, which was unexpectedly jarred by a spoon, causing broth to cascade down onto his face, hair, and clothing, leaving him drenched in the sticky liquid. He abruptly stood up, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Upon witnessing the relentless rain of arrows falling before him, the commander shouted, "Charge! Advance upon the thieves without hesitation." He swung his reins and swiftly dispatched a northern Xiongnu soldier, who had hesitated and slowed his mount in fear, though this individual had been forcibly conscripted. Unconsciously, a thought emerged within him, which subsequently ignited a series of horrific tragedies. From that moment forth, the central encampment of the extreme south truly transformed into a hell on earth, where only slaughter and being slaughtered could be found. What follows is a matter that even General Qi and Yunfei preferred to keep from knowledge. Not for any other reason but because he himself held little certainty regarding it, and it pertained to confidential affairs. Nevertheless, through the deployment of the sword array, a miraculous transformation occurred, amplifying combat abilities akin to the power of life and death, swiftly reversing the situation. "We are here for rescue. Rescue demands both strength and speed. I can provide both of these necessities, so why not bring me along?" Sure, you spoke candidly, leaving no room for doubt, for his words were undoubtedly true. Fanmi sought assistance, yet after a considerable time, no one responded to her call. Mu Qing realized they were summoning help, initially wary. She scoffed when it became apparent that no one was forthcoming. It was not until they formally adopted the dog that the 2 children recounted the entire episode to their parents, a tale known solely among their family, unbeknownst to outsiders. This technique, once versatile, had evolved. Xiao Tian, in the early stages of his training, could only perform a straightforward attack, yet now had acquired an additional method. The Xiang family of Lingnan found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile with Chang'an, and Chang'an held no desire for reconciliation either. Zhu Yozhen of Yizhou would certainly not yield, though Fu Zhiqin and Guiguan might waver. "Speak of your circumstances. If you are not virtuous, then treatment is unnecessary, so it matters not whether you can be healed." Niamule countered with a question. Chen Song had procured quite an assortment of items, or rather, the stalls in town offered a comprehensive selection, including not only window decorations but also traditional peach charms. However, curious gazes and extended necks betrayed their true intentions, prompting Song and Ping to admonish the increasingly boisterous Song Feichuan and Chenana. "How pathetic. Struggling in poverty while trying to save face, yet still inviting me for drinks," Luo Wan remarked as she removed her mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage marred by a white bandage on her left cheek. Chen Anfu's armor was not plate armor. but rather custom-made full-body armor for commanders, rendering such arrows a negligible threat to them. In contrast to the heavily armed Wu cavalry, the Khitan people appeared far more destitute. Most donning sheepskin cloaks, their faces and hands riddled with frostbite, shivering in the biting wind. Chapter 104, What should I do? Don't you realize that Siyu is one of us? Isabella scolded. The man who had been struck dared not utter a word. He had already acted according to Isabella's orders, employing every means at his disposal to bring the individual here without inflicting harm, ensuring he was treated with utmost care and hospitality. After reprimanding the man, Isabella turned and, adopting a servile demeanor, implored, "Siyu, please do not be angry with me." Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and we returned to the villa without incident. Under normal circumstances, my abilities would have allowed me to pin the assassin against the wall with a single strike. Yet, I found myself devoid of strength, my arm stiffened, which hindered my aim. However, I was acutely aware that I must confront the present situation. Jing Wei and Hong Ming sought to take my life, and that was the immediate concern. Upon hearing Long Tian's words, Jing Peng looked at him with gratitude, recognizing that Long Tian was providing him with an opportunity for retribution. Were it not for Long Tian, he would undoubtedly have met his demise today. There was no desire nor ability to compel her. A forced situation would yield no sweetness. If she wished to sue me, so be it. Given my actions, her desire to do so was entirely justified. The atmosphere of the program had already been significantly marred, leaving the audience at home quite displeased. Fortunately, this era was devoid of bullet comments, otherwise the virtual space would have been flooded with rotten eggs and a plethora of insults. Jing Shihuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to make a gesture towards Hong Ming and quickly returned to assist with the box. Mr. Wei and I crept over, and upon closer inspection, we discovered the box was indeed uniquely shaped and made of sturdy material, explaining its resilience against decay after prolonged exposure to the sea. Winona and Cece had already taken their rest, while Ron sat on the ground, resuming his practice of the sun and moon heart method. Meanwhile, Anna and the Hughes brothers rested beneath another tree, and the forest once again returned to its tranquil silence. Duanmu Wujia remained silent, suddenly shedding his armor to reveal a golden dragon robe beneath. He then adorned himself with a dragon crown and adjusted his disguise, presenting himself with an air of composure, as if exuding the noble demeanor of a sovereign. The thunder dragon roared, and the fearsome arcs of lightning surged forth, encasing Yang Tian's body, attempting to crush him within. Observing Ling Yefeng's anxious demeanor, I realized the situation was dire. Could one truly refine a soul from a corpse? He stared at me, his gaze unwavering, the depths of his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions I could not decipher. "But you just touched him," Lin Jiejie remarked, as she was about to abandon her persuasion when Fu Zhiqin spoke up quietly. An anonymous informant had taken a few hasty snapshots of my diary entries. Some images were blurred and indistinct. Lin Jiejie, lacking the inclination to argue further with the sales staff, proceeded to the cashier to make her purchase with the size she had suggested. Before the introduction of the imperial examination system, aristocratic families monopolized nearly all avenues to officialdom. In other words, aspiring to hold office without the endorsement of a noble family was a futile endeavor. This route had been traversed by him earlier that morning, but the plan was interrupted due to Lin Shiwen. The water temperature was excessively high, causing her fair skin to redden slightly. A large, coarse-bore bristle brush relentlessly swept across her smooth body, much like a broom sweeping the floor. I needn't have been told. My attention was once again drawn to the dark figure in Mirror Lake. After sealing the life and death stone with the fire seal, he suddenly shifted his angle, turning his back towards us, as if his hands were in motion, though it remained unclear what he intended to do with the life and death stone. I exchanged a glance with Zhuang Yan. Prior to Uncle Zhang's arrival, the four of us had already discussed the details. Zhuang Yan and Jiang Yang agreed that we should simply speak the truth, merely adding the fact of Bao Yuanyuan's miscarriage among the consequences. Thus, although I felt nervous, my response was decidedly sincere. Chapter 105. It was evident that Isabella held a profound regard for the matter of endorsement. The enmity between her and Si Qingqing originated from this very issue. The Martin family's enduring prominence in Country F was not solely attributed to a century of legacy. In this merciless world, Isabella's father and brother were notorious for their ruthless nature. Like CU, they were figures that instilled terror throughout Country F. The mere presence of Song Shihuan in Yun City was confirmed by the arrival of these individuals. Even without the Song family, with Song Fei's current capabilities, as long as he could secure Song Shihuan within Yun City, locating her would not pose a challenge. Standing alongside him was Han Duoling, who, upon seeing Jiang Hao, greeted him with a sweet smile before ushering him into a private booth, introducing him to the crowd as the one who had rendered her significant assistance. Albeit awkwardly glancing at Jiang Hao since she was still unaware of his true identity. Despite the absence of any recorded famous blades, the ghostly sword, as perceived by Ron, was indeed remarkable, tainted with an aura of darkness akin to a curse. The Qing family regarded him with admiration, while Zhao Liang looked down upon him. The weight of their words was unmistakably clear. At a glance, they had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the last two bodyguards. Although the bodyguards were formidable, they were at a disadvantage due to their opponents being well armed and prepared, leading to a chaotic scene of bloodshed. This wedding had attracted many distinguished figures. Among them Shen Yujing. Ordinarily, guests would not be entitled to interfere in such a commotion, for it was not a matter within their purview. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Shen Yujing unexpectedly intervened. After Master Meng reinforced the troops at Yumen Pass, he launched several counterattacks against Yangguang City, all of which were repelled by the well-supplied Iron Blood Army. Thanks to the burgeoning prosperity of Yangguang City, the workshops thrived. And the artisans under Jizhou's jurisdiction felt a sense of gratitude towards the great General Wu, though they found it difficult to express openly. Bai Xiangla flashed his golden sword and subsequently revealed his 12 golden beads, originally 16, 3 of which had been destroyed by a certain golden finger. Muyi led her inside, stopping at the foot of the bed, while he approached the bedside, lifting the bedspread and pressing a button beside the headboard. Yet Shen Muqing appeared indifferent to these events, maintaining her ever-present smile regardless of her emotional detachment, much like in the present moment. Meng Yu, with his hands clasped, followed Ying Mei in conversation, eliciting a gentle smile from Su Yingmei. Behind them, Hua Qian announced that dinner was served. Qi Kuanping recognized his own lack of foundation and diligently practiced martial arts. By the age of 15 or 16, he had become one of the most distinguished disciples under Li Hen. Suddenly, Ling Miao felt a tightening in his body, falling into a warm embrace. Before he could ascertain the identity of his captor, a muffled grunt sounded above him. As everyone could see, 3 transparent bags hung above the stage, each containing a delicate embroidered ball, filled with balloons of various colors. The atmosphere was electrified with applause and cheers from countless viewers, each voice brimming with anticipation. Upon recognizing his face, Lan Baobei, who had initially appeared devoid of emotion, was instantly filled with surprise, causing the box she held to clatter to the ground at someone's feet. "Second young master!" Qin Yang exclaimed urgently, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Are you not lonely, being invincible in this world?" I mused aloud, as if speaking to myself. And Chenzi seemed to perceive my thoughts, urging me to refrain from overthinking, offering comforting words and sharing a few jokes to lift my spirits before retiring to her room. I closed my eyes and swallowed the snake gall, which caused me to retch uncontrollably, nearly expelling it. However, the combination of snake gall and pure yang wine proved effective, warming my heart and protecting my veins from the poisonous effects, alleviating my trembling and cold sweat. Having been raised under the care of the elderly matriarch, he returned to the lady's side after her passing. He yearned to be dutiful, yet always felt a certain distance between them. He had not seen Xiao Yu recently, and when Xiao returned from the western mountain villa, I would certainly discuss this matter with him. Xiao Yu and I would surely avenge brother Luokuan, you need not worry. Yu Xiao confidently assured that he would join forces with Xiao Yu to vanquish that old witch. Meanwhile, a third off-road vehicle swiftly approached, evidently attempting to flank the elongated car from the opposite side, intending to trap it in between. "Your Majesty, Nan Kongqian has been brought forth," Su Qing reported. While Nan Kongqian continued to struggle, attempting to cast a spell to break free, the spirit fox, perceiving the situation, cast a minor spell, momentarily calming him. Although he retained a glimmer of rationality, his gaze fixed on Han Yanchan as if to issue a warning. The prophecy of the Kuan god had not come to fruition, indicating that something amiss had transpired. Yet, Hong Jun's anger had subsided. He no longer required 5 or 10 years to assess his feelings for Li Jinglong, which had deepened since their past. Although he verbally expressed irritation, his heart longed only for a lifetime spent together. Xiaoyan understood that chaos would soon engulf Handu. And as the Princess Tang Mu, she might find herself trampled underfoot. Previously, her interactions with the opposite sex were few, let alone the exchange of gifts. However, if this dress indeed came from Ah Xian, his significance in her heart must have grown considerably. Fortunately, the child recognized the situation, dutifully shedding tears while penning his name. Hong Yue, what troubles you so? Is it true that Jin Bei is in peril? July entered, her heart restless, sensing impending trouble. Disturbing news from Jin Bei left her unable to eat or sleep, as her uncle and aunt were there, and she could only hope for their safety. Chapter 106, The right to withdraw is not yours. Observing the blatant exchange of glances between the two, Isabella realized that they utterly disregarded her presence. She swiftly drew a knife from her possession, its blade menacingly poised against Si Qingqing's cheek. The razor-sharp edge loomed dangerously close, and as Si Qingqing instinctively leaned back, she was forcefully held in place. I warned you, should you harm her, I will not spare you, Siyu reiterated with a grave tone. At this juncture, do you truly believe I would still harbor fear? The authority of the higher-ups resonated through the digital ether, surprising the youth, who straightened in his seat. Squinting at the projection of the middle-aged man before him, his voice a hoarse whisper. Strangely enough, upon examination, I found Xin Yao's vital signs to be remarkably normal, save for the unusually heightened activity of her soul. Yi Xiao, accompanied by a throng of followers, gradually approached the castle's checkpoint, where several soldiers of the Amour Empire regarded them with hostility, brandishing their iron halberds and roughly driving Yi Xiao and his exploration team away from the castle gates. The trainees behind them shouted in unison towards Yunhao, causing the onlookers to step back in fear. With a thud, Yu Chao slammed the mask he had been toying with onto the table. The two turned to him, only to see a wry smile etched across his face. This is precisely what I feared. If the Tianwu sect's emerging young martial artist possesses such prowess, we may have yet another formidable rival in this year's martial arts competition. Dao Zhongtian remarked solemnly. Thank you, boss, the doorman said with a bow and a smile after receiving his payment, his movements fluid and polished, indicative of specialized training. The realm of martial emperors feels distant and unattainable for Su Chen and the others. And only after the crowd had retreated over 1,000 meters did they begin to feel a semblance of relief. This single strike sent Qin Jin staggering back several paces, leaving a deep gash on both his arms, the tremendous force causing his blood to surge violently. Upon noticing the demonic blade in Qin Jin's grip, the young man, who exuded a carefree demeanor, immediately adopted a solemn expression, revealing his seriousness towards Qin Jin. He instinctively dodged to the right, only to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning his head, he was horrified to see his right arm soaring into the air, only then realizing the gravity of his situation. Hearing Fang Jin's words brought a flicker of joy to Wei Gong, who understood that Fang Jin was willing to accept him. Haizi had once questioned Abing, perplexed as to why their leader, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, would still send survivors to fight for their lives. Moreover, he noticed Lin Yan deliberately placing his hand on Li Shi's shoulder, signaling to Lin Yan that the true victor in winning the heart of the beauty would ultimately be himself. Having prepared a draft in advance, the brief and appropriate introduction left a favorable impression on these professionals. Meanwhile, within the Sunset Tavern, numerous skilled individuals lay in wait, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Feeling the surge of magical power, she gained considerable confidence for the ensuing battle, no longer resembling the near invisibility of the previous days, save for a healing spell. Now situated on an open platform, Qing Feng let out a sigh of relief, sitting cross-legged on the ground to rest while awaiting the tremors to subside. It wasn't until the arrival of two young men from Huagua that they received an invaluable piece of information. Upon returning to the vehicle, Yan Qiong started the engine, not heading towards the northern city gate but veering in another direction. The back mountain of the Lin family connected to a section of the Wuyo mountain range, specifically a cliff where few dared to tread. Do not blame her for being selfish, love is inherently selfish. She already has someone she loves. And these 7 are merely fleeting visitors in the world. Luo Tianqing recalled a night 9 years ago in Qingyang City, the competition with the former half of her soul. The moment the Qing Yun ring hidden within her spirit emerged, the other half of her soul fell silent. As for her rival for Bayer's affection, whether it be Nangong Xiener or Nangong Menger, all it would take is a wave of her hand to dismiss them. Now, the He family had become the target of scorn, no one purchased their medicines anymore, and their shop had been vandalized. If nothing unexpected occurred, the sign of the apothecary hall would soon be taken down. He understood well that many cultivators, having endured the trials of the blood-soaked battlefield, were utterly fatigued. Although they had survived the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had lost the will to compete. Loosening his garments, he glanced at the lingering scars on his chest and waist and called for Mint to wait outside before asking her to come in. Leaves gradually fell, forming a thick carpet on the ground, while the weather turned overcast, hinting at an impending rain. The Xingtai pharmacy was quite expansive, spanning 2 stories. Yan Qiong parked the car behind the pharmacy's entrance and stealthily led Zhang Qilin into Xingtai. Su Yang watched Yuan Yi, whose joy resembled that of a child. Feeling both pity and envy, sometimes, a touch of innocence is indeed a blessing. The vehicle rolled along the road, by Xingyi gripping the steering wheel, casting a glance at Zhang shouting in the passenger seat. If this opportunity could be seized, perhaps Zhou Keiji could be rescued from the cold palace. The mere thought brought me joy as well. Zhu Shiyan embodied the quintessential sunny, cheerful boy. He paid no mind to Lu Yiqing's demeanor, cheerfully stating, "Hey, don't think of me as a stalker. I truly just happened to see you trying on that outfit in the mall the other day." The shield-bearers of the Northern Army led the way, followed by axemen and long-gun soldiers, with archers flanking the formation, continually compressing their ranks. The term fiancé instantly warmed Mo Wantian's cheeks, leaving her embarrassed as she sat beside Bai Yu. According to Lu Anqing's perspective, students were meant to focus solely on their studies, and it was inappropriate to buy them extravagant items. Yang Tian could only exert all his effort to placate the concubines until afternoon, when peace finally returned. Meanwhile, Zhou Keiji instructed me to spread the word that he had recovered. This was also a chance to guide the third prince not to hesitate but to seize the moment to entrap him. Who is the Empress Dowager? She is a legendary figure who has endured through 4 dynasties, an irreplaceable leader of the harem. Yet, with her sudden collapse, who wouldn't be curious about the reasons behind it? After all, many within the harem acted according to her whims. Chapter 107, No one is allowed to harm Siyu. If Miss Si Qingqing had been harboring a glimmer of hope moments ago, she now found herself engulfed in hesitation. As her gaze shifted to the small knife resting on the floor, the pupils of Siyu and his 2 companions dilated in unison. "Miss Qingqing, do not worry. We are quite resilient," Han Che exclaimed urgently, fearing that Si Qingqing might succumb to despair. Although the F country's robust men could not comprehend Han Che's words, they could surmise that he was attempting to dissuade her from dark thoughts. At that moment, Ma Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He attempted to flee the toxic mist, yet he found himself devoid of strength, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. After all, with his family's affluent background, who would dare risk offending a powerful clan to share trivialities with him? In contrast to the somewhat delayed reaction of the ordinary person, Zhen Yi, Ma Lu's inquiries often left her pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before responding, her words failing to flow smoothly. It is no wonder that Cao Cao entrusted the crucial task of guarding to Su Chu, even though Ling Ning had acquired formidable strength. He still felt more at ease with Su Chu on watch. After articulating his thoughts, Lin Bei nodded at the department head, who appeared momentarily dazed. Witnessing this, Lin Bei could not help but shake his head. Particularly, the way Lu Ming gazed at Lu Qing was reminiscent of someone contemplating vengeance against him. Over the years, he had invested thousands of strands of golden crow spiritual fire into nurturing this monstrous beast's egg. This brazen conduct not only failed to incite Bai Yi's ire but rather delighted him unexpectedly. It was the first time he had experienced Lin Hao's voice so closely. The sensation was nothing short of overwhelming. Upon entering the room and discovering his father lying on the floor, trampled upon, they both realized the imminent danger. Trembling in fear and hastily silencing themselves. How do we escape the ghost realm? Lu Qi pondered, aware that the square-faced man must have a plan. Otherwise he would not have sought them out. Regardless of whether we can catch anything, if you intend to visit the market, Lu Qing, do inform me at my home. There are certain protocols to observe, Wang Dashan advised. Then he observed the hunters, excitedly surrounding the wild man, deliberating on how to transport the wild man's corpse back to their stronghold, assigning infants to undertake tasks of quintuple difficulty. They must prepare for facing quintuple the risks every day. Very well. Yan Xuanzhou's deep, fox-like eyes turned cold and bloodthirsty. Had her gaze been tangible, Shenlu would have been riddled with wounds, having perished countless times under her scrutiny. Over the past month, she realized that her mother was not as loquacious with everyone as she was with her. Zhang Qinchuan suddenly recognized that he had posed a rather foolish question. Indeed, shows that are currently unpopular hardly warrant commentary, much like the dramas his uncle once starred in. It's peculiar, Sister Huang is usually punctual. It's already 15 minutes past our agreed time, why hasn't she arrived? Su Ai mused. Cradling Lin ran with one arm while retrieving her phone from her pocket with the other. Ho Junji was gasping heavily. Li Xiang's piercing words had truly driven him into a corner. Part of their procurement included a significant stock of vegetable oils, lard, bean oil, tea oil, caustic soda, and sorghum from the day before. However, among the male classmates, Hu Xuanhao recognized a few who hailed from influential families. This time, however, Xiao Zhan held a sandalwood box adorned with intricate patterns. The ailment within Yin Yan drew closer to manifesting, exacerbated by the morning's skirmish and the recent emotional upheaval, rendering her complexion increasingly dire. As a bounty hunter, any part of one's body could be wielded as a weapon. Ado was so focused on defending against Skoda's punches that he did not anticipate that Skoda would use the nail of his longest finger as a blade, slicing through his left eyeball. Chapter 108, I would give my life for you. Qin Yuan's shout abruptly pulled Siyu back to reality. Ignoring the pain radiating from his leg, he seized the knife from Si Qingqing's hand, gripping the blade tightly in his palm. Qin. You promised me you would not place yourself in peril. Siyu exclaimed, his gaze fixed sternly upon her face. She only intends to mar my visage. She does not seek my life, Si Qingqing replied with an air of nonchalance. However, the arduous journey she had undertaken to reach this point was not to be underestimated. Snow had fallen relentlessly for an entire day, accumulating to a depth of 6 feet upon the ground. Within the military tent of Liangshan, Song Jiang gazed at the swirling snowflakes in the fierce wind, perceiving them as fierce and clawing, obstructing his path forward. The realm of the sages was but a legend in this universe prior to the emergence of the Xianyuan sacred land. It had been eons since a worthy sage had graced the world, underscoring the rarity of such unparalleled talent. Perhaps, when Huisher Ao arrived later and confronted him, he should have acquiesced, graciously presenting the God-Eater blade and the demon sound bell to his counterpart. Gu Yuan, your pride has certainly diminished. You have tolerated my calling you a scoundrel time and again. What say you? Shall we sit together and enjoy a drink? We are, after all, old classmates. I have spoken highly of you before Meng Shan, Su Qing remarked, her expression stiff. Moreover, according to the hierarchical classification of the system, a 10th tier martial saint corresponds to level 90, logically, level 100 should signify the pinnacle, indicating that there may exist even more formidable beings beyond the martial saint rank. This serves as a stratagem employed by the ruling powers to facilitate governance, establishing a policy that strengthens the elite while weakening the periphery. Coupled with the siphoning effect of wealth, the more prosperous a region becomes, the more it attracts the accumulation of riches. Long Si stated, Isn't this a mere formality? He urged his horse forward, knocking an arrow and swiftly releasing 4 shots, each striking down the 4 hanging braziers at the entrance of the Rihang gate. Xiaofeng interjected, not long ago, I infiltrated the city, and now the best of the Biki realm are all imprisoned within, cursed by some arcane means. He recounted his findings from his nocturnal visit to the Bairi Gate in detail. Hearing the commotion, Xiaofeng halted his strikes, overwhelmed with joy. In a moment of exuberance, he leapt into the air, performing 3 somersaults in delight. The 10 ancient clans, a total of 10, were indeed numerous, on Li Zhao's side. There were only tens of thousands, and in the span of 3 to 4 months, countless lives had been lost, leaving a ground strewn with corpses and blood. There had been no gradual flow of camaraderie, nor had any bonds been forged, thus when I accepted his kindness, an undercurrent of anxiety gripped me. She was indeed a dignified 3rd-tier mystical practitioner, yet here she found herself relegated to such menial tasks, all due to Chu Fan. Upon witnessing this, Yu Wuchen's expression darkened. It turned out Bai Hong possessed one of the 6 sacred physiques, the heavenly gang sacred body. He had known that Qin Yan Tian bore one of the 6 sacred physiques, yet he had not anticipated that Bai Hong was similarly endowed. Further discourse was futile. He refrained from saying more, casting an indignant glance before burying himself under the covers to sleep. In her days at the garment factory, Qin Yongmei earned over 60 yuan monthly when work was plentiful. These swords bore the life imprints of these remarkable disciples. The sword intent their masters had comprehended during their lifetimes could be manifested from them. The Sword Tower's secret realm was a unique space, allowing these swords to preserve their sword intent without dissipating, hence it only opened once every century. Is it finally over? This was the first question most posed upon seeing Ruan Meng set down her instant noodles. An inexplicable urge to stifle a laugh welled up within me, flooding my mind with an array of unexplainable emotions. Oh my! Ruan Meng took a step back, for Ji Meina's expression was far too impactful. Baiku staggered through the wind, occasionally observing large plastic bags and old newspapers swirling in the air. Chapter 109, You have not won. Even Han Che noticed that Qin Yuan was acting strangely. Setting aside the earlier events, how could Qin Yuan, who had fought alongside him for many years, be so easily defeated? It seemed improbable that she would resort to such base tactics, particularly against a woman like Isabella. Could it be that Qin Yuan, unwilling to see Siyu and Si Qingqing suffer further harm, was forced to take such desperate measures? However, in her movements, she felt a tremendous force push her down, and with her eyes tightly shut, she had no idea who had just propelled her. Ji Xia and the welfare department were filled with longing after witnessing the fierce battle between the two, both pondering what kind of spiritual beast they might acquire in the future. What does this mean? Do they share our confidence in victory? Nan Yao's back had transformed into 2 towering, pulsating lumps, as if something within was on the verge of breaking free. In the next moment, a tear was finally ripped open. There was neither applause nor cheers, all present were paralyzed with fear at Nan Yao's actions. Even Mi Huayuan, who had just ascended with Nan Yao, cowered to the side, stunned by the display. It seems they were more focused on the Zhao family's official resources in the mainland, as well as Yang Mi's influence in Hong Kong. Yiting cast a glance at her sister, her eyes seemingly inquiring, "What were you two whispering about just now?" The He family had encountered significant challenges entering various industries within the country over the past decade, influenced both by historical factors and the old patriarch's stubbornness regarding certain matters. This is precisely the characteristic of the nightmare beast, possessing 2 sets of skeletons, the inner skeleton supporting bodily movement and the outer exoskeleton resembling armor. In pursuit of a powerful faction and personal strength, one must employ not only talent and cultivation but also cunning strategies. Xian Yan was hardly concerned about where Wang Xuanzi should reside, for he now represented a significant force in southwest Lu. Utilizing the Earth's position relative to Jupiter as a backdrop provided an excellent filming opportunity. Noticing that Fu Qingqian displayed no signs of distress, he felt it unnecessary to worry any further. Upon hearing Fu Qingqian's words, the driver promptly turned the vehicle in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Fu Quan departed in an SUV. Li Zhong was somewhat surprised but nodded in agreement. When he saw Yi Qian place 100,000 yuan directly on his desk, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The display screen suddenly flashed a bold 100 kilograms, followed by the message exceeds maximum range, before it was shattered with a loud bang by Wang Jun, fragments scattering from his hands and striking Wang Duobao and the onlooking students. The back of the card bore a simple set of instructions. Just fill in the corresponding stock code on the back of the card for it to take effect. The streets remained desolate, with only a few scattered breakfast shops bustling with activity. In this villa, there were thermometers for measuring both oral and axillary temperatures, and Mu Ziren unhesitatingly chose the latter. When Chen Pifu and Yi Yun entered the detective agency, stepping onto the pristine floor and gazing at the spotless living room, they were astonished. They then noticed Wang Pengzi, De Zhuang, and Hunyo gathered around the coffee table, their faces brimming with anticipation. Before they could speak, the kitchen wafted enticing aromas that heightened their appetites. Orders were given to retreat 5 nautical miles and rendezvous with Matsunozawa, preparing to engage in combat backed by the Naruto Strait. Hanma Tadao cautiously considered the possibility of enemy forces encircling their rear. As Awaji Island spans 53 kilometers from north to south, and the enemy could potentially approach from the north via the Akashi Strait. Chu Tianzu experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant light as the bloodline of the Dark Sword King surged within him, roaring forth with the sound of the mighty Yangtze River. The dragon sword danced in the air, as a tempest howled, and a vast ocean of swords erupted, simultaneously engulfing 3 beams of sword light. Chapter 110, The Noble Sock. As soon as the cloaked figures departed, Han Che hastened to the side of Si Qingqing. Miss Qingqing, I comprehend this matter well, I shall assist you in unraveling it immediately. He then turned to Si Yu, instructing, Mr. Si, please take Xiao Wu and that woman away first, I shall handle things here. No, you must leave first. I shall manage on my own. Si Qingqing grasped Han Che's hand, resolutely preventing him from aiding her. Miss Qingqing, now is not the time for bravado, do not concern yourself with gender roles, he implored, as the colossal hand advanced step by step, forcing the luminous sphere to retreat. Despite the continuous influx of spiritual energy from Bai Yanjun and Emoshi Bai, the sphere maintained its original form, though none realized it was merely a fade. Your entire family is selfish and despicable, willing to employ any means to achieve your ends. You have wronged others and faced retribution, yet you show no remorse. You seek vengeance against the Liu family. Yet how many lives have been sacrificed due to your so-called hatred? Do you not feel the weight of your conscience? Bai Yi, I too wish to pat your head. Bai Zhe exclaimed, rising to reach for Jin Bai Yi's head. Ever since Feng Ran discovered her remarkable martial talent, he had been contemplating this notion. Behind him, a throng of generals clamored, their expressions brimming with pride and excitement. The imminent victory nearly clouded their judgment, immersing them in boundless joy. Pei Yibai felt no anger. This was not the first time he had witnessed Song Wei in tears. While it pained him, this time, her tears were shed for her foolish mother. He had clearly seen that it was the seal of a feudal lord, yet he had unwittingly offended this person, causing the countenance of the Tiger Pass commander to shift dramatically. A fleeting smile danced at the corners of Yi Xian's lips, her gaze momentarily drifting to Fu Dianchen beside her, filled with sympathy. Their eyes met, and within Pei Yibai's dark, profound orbs flickered a glimmer of subdued fury and a warning. One must not harm their kind. Master Yuan-san attempted a playful wink but ended up producing merely a bored roll of his eyes. This time, the Central Army deployed tens of thousands of elite troops yet gained not a shred of advantage. In contrast, Li Yunlong, commanding less than a regiment, achieved a resounding victory over nearly an entire division of Japanese forces, a feat that defied belief. It is lamentable that this wretched world breeds such insatiable greed within the human heart. To shatter the shackles of reality, one must tread the path of self-improvement. Can I utilize my possessions to alleviate some of Tian Lin's impending suffering? Qing Qing pleaded with her counterpart, yearning to ease the anguish that awaited Tian Lin. Lu Mengmeng, somewhat perplexed by the elder's intentions, instinctively slowed her pace of eating. She glanced at the severely damaged house, surprised to find Bai Yi seated on the sofa. Observing that Tian Lin was genuinely contemplating how to procure the gem flesh, Mei recalled the other party's generous nature and hesitated before persuading him. Chen Yang's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated encountering a relatively formidable opponent here. Su Feng rested upon a tree, the sun now at its zenith. After casually consuming some food, he set up a simple warning mechanism and reclined. However, if it did not flee, 2 possibilities remained: it had either been slain or had found allies. Aware of its pursuers, he finally recalled who Erickson was he not the semi-nude singer that Lu Mengmeng admired? Initially, when it was not operating, one could not locate it. Even if it suddenly activated, one would need to ascertain its identity and conduct a technical analysis. A single punch sent a metallic taste of blood coursing through my mouth, my teeth loosened. Patrons in the restaurant erupted in cries. Some brandished their phones to capture the moment, while others fled in panic. The following day, seizing the opportunity to send fruits and trinkets to Qinyu, she also dispatched the items intended for Shinxing Qiao. Chapter 111, Who Am I Really? The intruders were none other than the police from F. Don't Move. They swiftly surrounded the area. The signs of struggle were evident, injuries and fatalities littered the scene, a grim sight indeed. Mr. C, I sincerely apologize. Martin and his group were exceedingly cunning, and we were delayed longer than anticipated. Are you all right? The one conversing with Siyu was their superior. Does he appear to be fine? Siyu retorted silently. Yet, among the few internet users from Donghai, their numbers were too meager to mount a rebuttal before being overwhelmed by the throngs from Jing'an. Gue Yuan, noticing Tang Fei's serious expression, realized that his earlier remarks had been rather abrupt. If word got out, it could indeed bring trouble to his master. Upon entering the outer hall, they found Princess Chang'an and Luing seated together, their faces alight with smiles. Clearly, my client acted with this intention, issuing a notice for suspension and rectification. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the busy Tongxiang cavalry paused their tasks, flocking to the camp for sustenance. He Jing, filled with resentment, dropped her hands and strode away, ignoring the vitriolic outbursts of Zhang's mother behind her. She feared that if she turned around, she might be unable to resist throwing a punch. Upon glancing down, she noticed a check for 500,000 for Huaisu, who bore no reputation in this world. It was a significant sum, especially considering it was for work he was not entirely satisfied with. Although Yang Huaiyu felt somewhat disheartened by his own lack of prophetic abilities, he soon reflected that if this matter were indeed deduced by his elder brother, it would be quite impressive, perhaps even surpassing mere foresight. After listening to Zhong Hao, Yang Huaiyu promptly retrieved a black thumb ring made of horn from his pocket. As he always carried a bow and arrows, this ring was indispensable for archery. At this juncture, with their intellect, how could they not discern that the entire Taoist conference was merely a fade? Even Dao Zhen, who currently stood on stage, was but a pawn in the game. Brother Zhang, what do you believe I should do? Long Di was evidently indecisive and turned his gaze toward Wei Yan. Meanwhile, another youth, assuming a similar posture, appeared to have suffered a significant loss, particularly Yuan Hai, the deputy leader of this faction. Just then, Lei Jiqiang, who had fallen to the ground, groaned a few times and regained consciousness. Lin Feng's powerful strike had knocked him out, causing him to spit blood. Times will began to turn once more. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout these days, there had been little significant change in Ziyun City, which was now beginning to recover. The strength of those who could rival Shajia was indeed comparable, at least for the moment. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to look in another direction, only to find it devoid of any presence. Yu Wushuang had vanished without a trace. When Robert's corpse hit the ground, Su Zhe and the others remained momentarily stunned. It took a while before shock spread across their faces. Many were unaware of Lin Shifan's true depths, leading to ignorance and, consequently, fearlessness. Thus, numerous individuals sought to gauge Lin Shifan's capabilities, oblivious to the dismal fates that befell those who dared to challenge him. The emaciated man was no exception. Hearing from the loquacious Shanglu that this bronze cauldron had never been publicly displayed and was the highlight of tonight's auction, he noted that the price was quite reasonable, an opportunity that would be impossible to find elsewhere. It is merely a contest, there's no need for such exaggerated theatrics. This intensity should suffice, Liang Dong thought, sensing the aura emanating from the engraver and believing he could withstand the engraver's onslaught. It was time to know when to withdraw. However, Morong Zhuixia felt a tinge of anger. He despised disobedient patients who, despite knowing their frail condition, insisted on undertaking tasks beyond their capabilities. Chapter 112, Speak without gasping. The bullet lodged in Siyu's leg was extracted, and after a rudimentary bandaging of the wound, he was required to remain hospitalized for observation. On the way back to the hospital, Han Che struggled to comprehend the recent events. So, this was your plan? The 3 of you, while I was left out? He lamented, pointing at himself pitifully. I was only involved in the matter of disguise. Qin Yuan quickly distanced herself, adding that it was 2 days prior. Si Qingqing's arrangements had been quite sudden. She acted as if it were merely a formality. Despite her words, Su Qing's gaze bore down on him intensely, as though he would be met with dire consequences should he utter any words in agreement with Yun Yi. Yet, looking at the portly figure before her, with a pronounced belly, a round face, and a mouth full of yellowing teeth, she found it rather difficult to accept. June brought with it the peak of summer, the sun blazing fiercely. With youth fading and all coming to an end, the true cost of growing up became evident in the passage of time. In Baiyan City, there was yet no alchemical factory. And Xia he was capable of repairing magical cannons only through the use of restorative magic fluid. The expense of repairing such large-scale equipment with magic fluid far exceeded that of crafting new ones. Perhaps my gaze was too intense, as she noticed it and stared vacantly at me. In a moment of misstep, she tumbled off the wall, landing in my arms and, in that instant, also into my heart. Nailan Zhao's eyes brimmed with memories of the past, so earnest and engrossed that Xiao Yuan could not bear to interrupt. This wine is quite exquisite. I simply do not understand why your majesty would choose to brew such a thing at this juncture. When the general was accepted into a university in Xi'an, his father withdrew a bundle of cash from the bank, counting the notes one by one, each soaked in saliva, repeating the process time and again. No one knew of the letter Yi Wei was writing. With each character penned, she felt a drop of blood spill from her heart. She no longer cared who she was embracing, she merely sought a confidant to vent her anguish and distress. Beside her, Li Yunmu awkwardly found himself at a loss for words. This was an inevitable confrontation, and perhaps facing it sooner rather than later would be for the best. The white-haired demon led me to a secluded room, while Kong Linlin went to brew a pot of tea. I sat across from the white-haired demon, savoring the tea. To Lu Ping's surprise, Wang Xianglian did not express any opposition. When he had called to threaten Wu Ming, Lu Ping had ensured that an unfamiliar voice delivered the threat. And Wang Xianglian's cries were merely feigned. What manner of person would sing such ethereal and eerie melodies upon this desolate mountain? Could it be that I had truly encountered something bizarre? Let alone the water deity, even if a disciple of the water deity were to come here, I feared that neither I nor Bio and the others would stand a chance. The ghostly consort let out a piercing scream. Her pale arms sliding down the ancient corpse's neck like two white serpents, effortlessly dislodging Wei Yuwei's hooks from the corpse. In truth, Su Meiren did not directly address Jing Anya's inquiry, for at that moment, he was unaware that Mo and Mo Yi were his nephews. The only reason he had taken a longer look at Mo was due to the resemblance of her eyes to Su Ruhua's. From the onset of violence to the moment of death, the entire process was swift. By the time the escaping light from various directions reached the scene, Yueying had long since departed from Qianqing City. After this wave of siege monsters was eradicated, nearly all the mages experienced a significant increase in level, a truly astonishing figure. The elite air force of the First Terror Organization dropped 4 missiles in the Middle East, causing catastrophic destruction, obliterating 3 assembly camps of the Allied forces and resulting in countless casualties, thus marking the commencement of a prolonged conflict. As the scenery shifted, I returned to the mountain hollow where I had previously hidden, removing the iron-bodied bough from my shoulder. I stealthily approached a high mound opposite the castle, lying in wait. Within less than 3 minutes, a patrol of soldiers turned the corner from the right of the wall, led once more by that purple-faced chief. Chapter 113, Journey Together, Sharing Honor and Shame. Fortunately, the timely acquisition of bullets meant that Siyu only needed a period of proper recuperation to recover. Although Ming and AI may often express disdain towards Siyu, witnessing him lying on the hospital bed rendered them speechless. The light-hearted jokes they only dared to share behind his back now seemed impossible to utter. This marked the first time since Siyu's birth, when he was brought home from the hospital, that he stayed in a medical ward. Though the injury was not life-threatening, it still caused concern for his well-being. At this moment, Su Luoshua finally raised her gaze to meet Feng Lai's, noticing a handprint on his face and a footprint on his body. There was no doubt about the outcome of the recent expulsion vote. Player 12 would undoubtedly be forced out of the game. The following days were spent awaiting a response from Master Qi Yuan, and fortunately, the wait was brief. Within 3 days, he dispatched a negotiator, a 4th-tier pangolin, bearing with him a Qi Yuan fruit. Anxiety began to spread among the group. Their earlier resolve, once as solid as a dam, now showed signs of cracking, threatening to collapse at any moment. How could you speak to your mother like that? Lu Liangshi raised her hand as if to strike, but ultimately refrained. Recognizing Feng Xian, Luo Sanchi erupted in fury, his anger threatening to burst forth. If looks could kill, Feng Xian would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Moreover, if the guards were shrewd, they would likely guard him on Christmas Eve, as the Wolf clan was well aware that the guards would prioritize protecting the seer, even at their own peril. However, Gu Li was not yet finished. Given his current condition, he could only match his opponent evenly. To truly overcome the adversary, he would require greater strength. Thus, he revealed his trump card for the first time in front of these individuals, showcasing his ultimate technique. In the grass, Yuan Jing listened with a scowl, utterly disinterested in what was being said. It was quite nauseating. The aerial battle temporarily ceased, yet the ground conflict continued unabated. With the vanguard's artillery firing relentlessly, the barrels glowing red from the exertion. Yuan Huanchuan remarked, this is a deliberate evasion, intentionally maintaining distance from local officials. I heard his mother didn't even host a banquet for her 80th birthday. Even if she belonged to the Blood clan and he to the Wolf clan. What did it matter? Even if these two races were sworn enemies, did it change anything? Wang Tian nodded in agreement, considering there was nothing further to discuss. Since academia was paramount, it was necessary to handle matters accordingly. After concluding this discussion, he glanced at the time and decided to leave, as he still had to attend to business matters with Zhao Luchan. I set aside a portion of my allowance each month into another card, and over time, it has accumulated a substantial amount, Yuli said as she opened the door. Yuan Xiuhua retorted, what right do you have to tell me to leave? This shop is mine, this space is rented by me, and I sustain this establishment. If anyone should leave, it's you. I don't rely on you for my livelihood, yet you treat yourself as a treasure, thinking I would compete with others for your favor? Do you take me for a dog, eating scraps? At that moment, Wang Tian regained his composure, sensing something peculiar about the situation. It was undeniably a familiar scenario. During his own pursuits, particularly the first encounters when he was less acquainted, he would seek the company of a close friend. The difference now was that he was the one driving, while the roles had completely reversed. Another stunningly handsome man, akin to Lin Hongjian, stood before them. Albeit slightly older and devoid of Lin Hongjian's youthful innocence, exuding an even greater charm. Yang Wang had yet to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the three young individuals when he recalled that Lu Qing seemed to have discovered his matters that morning. Thus, he dared not linger and hurriedly made his escape, mirroring his actions from the morning. Just as he was about to withdraw, the central young man suddenly turned his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Chapter 114, The human heart is the most terrifying element. Noticing the change in Siyu's expression, the others exchanged worried glances, fearful that Siyu might act impulsively and seek out that woman. What did their earlier confident declarations amount to? Were they merely idling away their time? After the officer spoke, he straightened up, awaiting Siyu's response. Once the officer stood, Siyu concealed the remnants of his astonishment and replied, "Tell her, at her discretion." The officer responded with confusion. Madame Liang wore a grave expression throughout the day. Upon seeing Qiao Yu, she was almost tempted to strike her, casting a cold glare and tightly clenching her jaw. The young master remained unchanged, yet it appeared he had invested in another project, as Uncle Jiang noted. On the side of the fearsome Wolf King, witnessing Guanxi's spirited demeanor and the continuous flashes of blades around him, the feelings of doubt and fear began to swell. Wendy nodded, and Esther, after exchanging a few words with Liang Jingrui and Yi Sushuan, took her sister back to school. At the moment the 8 golden dragons lunged towards Liu Bang from all directions, Li Yuan felt a surge of fear. However, with his grand move already unleashed, it was too late for regret. He stumbled backward, falling to the ground in shock. Even the skillfully deceptive Jiang Lu found herself at a loss before Nan Shu, let alone Fu Sisi and the others. With Qiu Ziheng absent and Xiang Wan's face too alluring, Wan Zi had no choice but to act as a shield herself. Lu Qingdai spoke slowly and calmly, remarkably refraining from raising her voice. The 4 brothers recalled, albeit faintly, that Lu Qingdai had once inquired about them outside the eastern gate of Zhifang. The Grand Tutor was the founder of science. He is our ancestral figure. Is he here today to impart knowledge? It seems that various guilds are currently recruiting. Should we not also partake in this opportunity? Leah remarked to the shadow beside her. In truth, it may not be as dire as you suggest. Perhaps we have simply become rusty due to prolonged inactivity. Such foolishness. Has our intellect truly dwindled? Chimei tentatively proposed. Excellent. Truly splendid. I invite each of you to join my Hellion sect, to fortify our community. I promise that should you contribute significantly, I shall reward you with a surprise, perhaps an ascension of the divine rune seeds. The holy Sun Long presented a compelling allure. Thus, The threat posed by Yan Yunqing sounded to their ears more like the desperate yelps of a dying dog. Lin Feng was about to seize the moment to discuss matters outside with Emma when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He raised his head and, with a swift motion, captured a bird that had been circling in the sky. There are various tactics to consider, such as light armored archers, light infantry, fire suppression, siege tactics, and even pursuits and ambushes. The industry is fraught with complexity. It may seem harmless, yet one cannot discern if there are lingering grudges from the past. Ganjing could only silently reassure himself. The auxiliary short-flight divine rune weapon marks a historic innovation. Throughout history, many spiritual and sacred craftsmen have contemplated this concept. Yet none have succeeded, merely accumulating experience. Whether the future holds allies or adversaries remains uncertain. It is wise to leave room for future encounters. While Ganjing felt a bit weary from the calls he had taken, his spirits were lifted, especially upon reading the comments from netizens on Weibo. Forging weapons requires not merely formidable spiritual might but precise control and application of mental power, using the mind as a mold. My Lord Chiral. Shall we return underground tomorrow or remain here to observe? The restored fallen sorceress's voice had taken on a beguiling tone. Perhaps the brevity of its humanoid form has made the journey more arduous than others. Xiaochen speculated. Chapter 115, Let us marry. Gu Yuhan returned to the country, yet he had not heard any news of Si Qingqing's return. After inquiring from various sources, he realized belatedly that he had once again been played. His emotions were once more in turmoil as he contemplated whether to embark on another venture to Country F. Accompanied by Zhu Jiayi and Fu Yunxian. As this thought occupied his mind, Song Qin entered his study. Yuhan, I noticed you seemed quite troubled since your last business trip. Unable to eat properly. I prepared some of your favorite dishes. The online news flooded in, especially after the recent display of affection, with Su Luo promptly expressing gratitude for an invitation from a certain Spring Festival gala. The related media under that network quickly began to promote the Dream Factory. Yichu felt a thin sheen of cold sweat on her brow, a hint of fear lingering. In this lifetime, she had no ties to Lu Huai. The bold decision she had just made left her uncertain of whether he would harm her. Even if you wished to undermine Bosin, precautions were in place, with strategies at hand. Furthermore, releasing her own film at this time could serve as a distraction, compressing your public relations space. As the frenetic opening music surged, the stage lights illuminated, casting vibrant beams that danced chaotically. The audience swayed in rhythm with the music and lights, gazing at the black ceramic cup. How could one not feel awe? How could one refrain from reverence? A chilling wind swept through, revealing a vague silhouette, disheveled like Sadako. Fortunately, Mizuki had grown accustomed to such sights, and with few people around, trouble was unlikely. Shinjio's eyes darkened with a sinister glint, and his subordinates swiftly subdued the figure, dragging him out of the metropolis in mere seconds. Xue Tingliang's words rang true, the prices of subsequent shops were no less than 50,000 taels, and their locations and sizes paled in comparison to the first. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a tremor coursing through him as boundless energy surged into his being. They journeyed tirelessly, traversing hundreds of thousands of miles, and 2 weeks later, finally reached the waters near the Central Sea Island. Since the water gate had pawned his Nine-Tails chakra, allowing Naruto to harness its power, Naruto had been relentlessly striving to extract more from the Nine-Tails. A frigid aura emerged, enveloping Zabuza and gradually spreading. Thus, their origins could be deemed entirely innocent, unlike characters from time-traveling stories who were regarded as outsiders by the heavenly path. As a vampire of noble rank, despite having a broken sternum, her movements remained largely unaffected. It is not sufficient to dwell outside the circle, believing one can unleash destruction upon it. To achieve annihilation overnight, one must begin from within. However, preparations in this regard were somewhat lacking. Infiltration was easy, yet completing the task proved challenging. Even masters of transformation, hidden in deep mountains and vast marshes, could not escape the eyes of special operations teams. Seeing Li Yang in a predicament, Lin Yuna couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Li Yang to glare at her fiercely. What the hell? You still have the nerve to laugh? This is all you're doing. Their words were largely superfluous. Zhang Yinan looked at Li Yang, hoping he could clarify. For he was the first to enter this place and the first to meet Professor Liu. You may do as you wish. Your affairs are no longer closely tied to ours. Remember, do not come here without reason in the future. That is my advice. Should anything arise, I will have Ziyun contact you, Wang Jin said solemnly. Regardless of whether Jiraiya would truly intervene, his name alone carried significant weight. He Xiao held considerable assets. And if we could join forces to eliminate He Xiao, I would agree to a 3-7 split, ensuring she received ample profit. Upon inspection, I found a detailed cooperation agreement, with all specifics clearly outlined, including a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement. Chapter 116, The Century Wedding. Isn't the president of the Gu family the one whose wife recently passed away? How could he find a new love so swiftly? Pay attention to the context. The term white moonlight suggests that the woman Gu Yuhan is about to marry had feelings for him even before her marriage to Fu Zhiqin. Perhaps this is a case of a long-lost reunion. What, then, is the nature of his relationship with Fu Zhiqin? A marriage before love? Nonsense. That is merely a case of matching social standings. When Anya witnessed this scene, she felt neither shock nor surprise, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. She bit her lip, glancing at her pale-faced senior who had collapsed on the ground. After a moment's reflection, she exchanged a look with Gu Qi before stepping outside to discreetly signal for help. One of the guards promptly rushed inside, while the other 3 remained stationary, seemingly indifferent but filled with curiosity. Shangguan Jiner had been incessantly calling for the leader of the demon sect under the influence of Qiu Yu, which was not her original intent. Now, upon seeing Hua Ying leading numerous subordinates towards her, she was left bewildered and at a loss, her delicate face displaying sheer astonishment. "Why are you here, Secretary Feng?" Li Mu inquired, raising his voice slightly before Feng Yuya could initiate an embrace. Once in the car, we sat side by side, with her leaning against the window. Today, the vehicle was not crowded, leaving the compartment rather empty. I scanned the surroundings cautiously, finding nothing amiss. I remained uncertain about the nature of the test she had mentioned. The inscription on the Long Yuan sword lingered vividly in his memory, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Yishi's hand. Chen Tao began to write a few powerful characters on the blackboard: Airborne Assault Infantry Combat Tactics. Moments later, he slowly rose from his chair, clasping his hands behind his back while gazing out the window. The once bright moonlight had been obscured by wisps of mist, lending a layer of dust-like haze to its brilliance. Suddenly, a door opened in the adjacent room, revealing a man clad in white standing at the entrance, precisely positioned in the center of the corridor. Another elder, adept in fire-based techniques, stepped forward, palms together in a gesture of focus. Flame surged within his grasp, growing ever more vigorous, leaping to a height of over 3 feet, casting a crimson glow upon his weathered face. Yun Wanwan was abruptly jolted awake by the icy temperature that had enveloped the room, shivering involuntarily. Eric's artistic foundation was profound. I had specifically consulted with my mentor, who stated that to reach the level of Mr. Eric's prowess would require at least 2 or 3 decades of dedicated practice. You truly underestimate the situation. Why don't you hurry and come out? Zhao Kuan scoffed. By the time the 3rd elder was blindfolded and led away, Yun Wanwan had completed this round of trials. When Su Zhiqin inquired, his tone rose enticingly, leaving Milo utterly unsettled. However, when it came to cohabitation, Milo believed caution was paramount. "Instructor, I would like to discuss something with you." Suahui leaned closer to Injun, lowering his voice. The Hua family currently finds itself in a precarious position due to the incident involving Hua Tingting, garnering public sympathy and presenting a timely opportunity for transformation. They would indeed act with prudence. As for the issue of repetitive plot points, this rabbit is unable to discern where the repetitions occur. As it is a connected mobile device, for this, I sincerely apologize and extend my regrets to those who voiced their concerns. In the blink of an eye, the 3 young masters who had just been wreaking havoc were now curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. If we were to recount the significant event that transpired 18 years ago between the Fu and Wei families, her biological parents were murdered, along with the only son of the Wei family. Chapter 117, He is my brother. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony of Gu Yuhan and Song Qin commenced in earnest. Song Qin, already possessing a certain charm, was further adorned by Gu Yuhan's lavish expenditure to craft her exquisite appearance for this day. The bridesmaids, prominent first-tier actresses in the entertainment industry, stood beside Song Qin, rendering her beauty even more radiant by comparison. Yuhang extended his hand towards Song Qin, welcoming the bride as she gracefully approached him. At that moment, a stir erupted in the audience. All media reporters simultaneously turned their attention to Aslan and his retreating associates. Chu Feng, with a cold smile, recalled how Yuhang had just fired at him. Although he had no intention of striking him down immediately, he felt it necessary to impart a measure of suffering. Is this the mischief of that unfilial son from the Ye family? Lin Wu was utterly astonished. This maneuver, while seemingly as gentle as a breeze, concealed deadly intentions. Each blossom and petal harbored rapid vibrations, rendering it perilous and untouchable. You see, my sister cherishes Fanqing, yet Fanqing does not reciprocate her feelings, and moreover, my sister is already betrothed. Just moments ago, both my sister and Yinai fell victim to Fanqing's wrath, Qian Shui revealed. Village chief Li Tai harbored grave doubts about the three individuals before him, who had just moments ago been intent on violence. They were the very monsters listed on the wanted posters. At that juncture, Dongfang Pu made his way towards the Demon King. While the supreme assassin recognized Dongfang Pu as the root of all chaos, he understood that eliminating him would render the remaining threats negligible, thus redirecting his attack towards Dongfang Pu instead of the Demon King. The middle-aged man, the prime minister of the Sun Country, found himself ensnared by a massive presence merely a meter away. His legs weakened, leading him to collapse onto the ground, his trousers unmistakably dampened, fear had overtaken him. This indicated that, after the two had succumbed to slumber the previous night, no entities had visited this place, including the Ant Devourer. Within the ancestral hall of the Divine Palace, the Saint of Yanhuang once again knelt outside for an extended period, beseeching the summons of Ancestor Hua. Attacking, Bai Tiandao shouted. And one of the elders among them pointed with two fingers, causing hundreds of beams of light within the formation to surge forth like shooting stars into the sky. Fanqing observed her cold demeanor and chose not to pursue further engagement, opting to remain aloof. His body stiffened, eyes wide with shock, as his hand inadvertently brushed against something soft in an inappropriate place. The debates between King Taylor I and Duke Aquitaine within the magical barrier ceased abruptly as they instinctively focused on the dragon crystal stone in Lei Changya's possession. The surrounding nobles and magi, who had been whispering, fell silent as their eyes magnetically drew towards the stone. Chapter summary: In the early morning, following a rain shower, the sky cleared, revealing a splendid day devoid of clouds. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Muan chuckled and shook her head, reflecting on how she had become increasingly sentimental with age, a thought that left her with a bittersweet feeling. Princess Xian initially intended to express her anger, but upon learning that it was mentioned by Dan Xingjin in the past, she felt a surge of joy. Lei Changya inwardly chuckled, realizing that Zishuan's strategy had been in vain, as he planned to seize the opportunity today. His wrist had gone numb, and the excruciating pain radiating from the wound threatened to render him unconscious. Muan stared in shock at Dan Xingjin, who silently nodded in response to the words spoken. Have you forgotten how he treated you? How can you still hesitate to follow him? This question was nearly shouted in anguish. Li Hongmei observed the signature dishes with a darkened expression, yet refrained from voicing her displeasure, aware that the waiter was nearby. Any complaint would only lead to embarrassment. In the front yard, Yu Chu had planted vegetables on one side, while on the other, a loquat tree thrived in the corner, accompanied by a flourishing grapevine nearby. Chapter 118, How audacious of you, ha ha ha, are these two being comical here? If it weren't for the barrage of comments, I would have thought I misheard. Gu Yuhang claims that Si Qingqing is Fu Zhiqin? My goodness, I just stepped out to verify, and lo and behold, Si Qingqing and Fu Zhiqin bear an uncanny resemblance. Almost as if they are family. Shock, nowadays, how many celebrities share similar features online? Setting aside the scandals of the Fu family, Fu Zhiqin, in her own right, is a stunning beauty, resembling Si Qingqing to an extraordinary degree. With a casual flick of his wrist, 3 ethereal runes surged forth, swirling around him like a trio of revolving lanterns, forming a protective barrier. The essence of these runes suggested they were formidable defensive spells. Does it hurt? Speak the truth. Wu Sanyang stood frozen, at a loss for words. She hesitated to utter anything, fearing I might deduce her thoughts. Yet, the prolonged silence spoke volumes. It seemed that Regardless of the circumstances, she could not match my strength. The terrifying sword light merely obliterated a corner of the eternal divine palace, leaving a gaping hole of about a meter wide. The black mist surged violently, akin to a tide engaged in a desperate struggle. A strange aura permeating the air as it rushed towards Song Ming's location. Despite the overwhelming number of venomous insects, neither the Heavenly Buddha sect nor the Order's disciples were weaklings. In particular, the elite among them unleashed the power of their heroic treasures, effectively suppressing the poisonous creatures, rendering them incapable of causing any significant threat. After a glance, Xueqing immediately spoke up. Contemplating his enigmatic lineage, the irretrievable memories, and the shocking revelation that his grandmother could also be his wife, it left him pondering the true extent of his age. Ultimately, this bizarre tomb could only be described as a miraculous sight, yet it was far more complex than merely a burial site. The dark radiant demon lord in the cave shifted his expression, seemingly instinctively recoiling a few steps deeper into the darkness. However, at the moment Nan Guangyang spoke these words, his previously narrowed eyes tightened further, and the smile on his face deepened subtly. Mu Xianling exclaimed with excitement, her expression brimming with eagerness, as if she had become enamored with the task of cooking. In this world, finding a spirit beast is a remarkable feat, and with so many martial artists surrounding, one could hardly predict when the recovering spirit beast might be snatched away. Li Ting then realized that Xing Linger had already orchestrated everything, all in anticipation of his single word. While escorting Suyu home, Lin Yi received a text message from an unfamiliar number. The gray-haired elder, witnessing this scene, became frantic, simultaneously fending off the attacks of the mischievous demon ape while shouting at the fleeing individuals. Indeed, nearly all the doctors who heard Ranfeng's method declared that he was endangering the elder of the Mo family. Under Tang Yao's guidance, Meng Ruoyu refrained from further comments after expressing those 5 words. Elder Fei's words were not unfounded, her abilities were merely at the acquired realm. Should anyone discover her relationship with Chu Feng, she would undoubtedly be captured and used as leverage against him. Muli was furious. Yet faced with the overwhelming might of the Netherworld Valley, she could only suppress her anger, feeling utterly frustrated. Ning Yuner giggled, replaying the video she had just recorded on her phone, proving that Yi Yun had indeed recited the poem backward. Although Wang Lei verbally expressed otherwise, he understood that Jin Sa's adorable antics concealed a heart on the brink of collapse. So early? Zhang Xiao felt an ominous premonition, something must have occurred. Or else he wouldn't have called so early. Thank you for your rescue, Senior. I merely wish to know how to exit the abyss of 10,000 demons. Tian Xuanzai, though cautious, maintained a respectful demeanor while inquiring of the elder. Chapter 119, We Are Married Qin Qin. Gu Yuhan reached out, longing to embrace Song Qin. Yet she evaded his touch. He stood there, stunned, as if a treasured gem had shattered at his feet, his heart aching profoundly. Yuhan, if it were not for my love for you, I would not don this wedding gown and follow you to this bustling place. Song Qin surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the attention she was meant to command had instead rendered her the most conspicuous figure at the airport. These words were not spoken lightly. Chao Yu and Gue Ji stepped out of the Wanhua camp and, after a few paces, encountered Heya, who approached with a ledger in hand. The enormous stone at the bottom of the well, which could cultivate such pure demonic energy, was certainly no ordinary object. The crystals derived from absorbing this energy must be remarkably extraordinary as well. At this moment, Wanhua found himself utterly at a loss against Heya. Who could have imagined that the once timid Heya would now dare to sternly discipline him in person, armed with undeniable logic that left him without a retort? Thus, Wanhua had no choice but to concede. Regarding formations, the memories of the flame dragon were of little use, however. The flame dragon scripture from Mother Earth contained annotations on various formations and methods of unraveling them. As Zhang Xiaofei observed the surroundings, he began to correlate them with the formations described in the scripture, thus grasping the current situation. Of course, Emilia was unaware that Harayukiki was referring to this world. She believed he meant relocating from some place to the north, the burgeoning region of the Most Empire. In the depths of the forest, one may see deer, in the blue sea, one may glimpse whales. In the depths of dreams, one may encounter the cherished. Alas, When the forest thickens with fog and the sea roils with waves, the dreams fade, leaving no trace of deer, whales, or the longed-for beloved. Such is often the plight of lovers in this world. After Yang Xingkuan departed, Yuan Chonghuan immediately set about preparing to meet the emperor, contemplating how best to convey his intentions. The shadows of fists and hammers collided mid-air, erupting into a dazzling display of silvery orbs, resplendent in their brilliance. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. If I cannot sever it, then I shall strangle him. The wolf demon gritted its teeth, reaching out its arm to constrict Sun Wukong's neck, pulling with all its might. With a surge of power, the 12 defining pearls on Li Feng's body flew back to him. As he clasped the pearls together, Songdu felt as though countless dents were being pressed into his chest and back, with blood gushing forth uncontrollably. To the onlookers, Huang Erchuan had become an insurmountable thorn on the path of Tian Ermio. Mr. Tian, I thank you as well for saving our lives and for caring for my elderly mother, who can no longer see clearly, Hui Ge added. However, none of these matters held significance anymore. They lived in the present, cherishing their beautiful memories forever in their hearts. In the eyes of the outside world, Emperor Qin was viewed as overwhelmingly arrogant, unable to tolerate anything but himself. Anyone who opposed him faced dire consequences. Once the shadow snakes had all entered the infant's belly, the shaman would return home with the child. The infant would not perish immediately, instead, he would suffer and cry. For the shadow snakes had enough corpse oil to sustain them for the time being, preventing them from gnawing at the child's flesh. Lu Yifeng's heart tightened. To obtain the fire spirit infant, he would first need to eliminate Ming Tianji. Ming Tianji was a formidable beast of spiritual level, already possessing a degree of intelligence, making it impossible to lure him away from his domain. It was as though the heavens were collapsing. A deep, bottomless pit appeared, nearly causing the entire square to collapse and stirring up a tempestuous storm. Under the radiant light, the aura of the Eastern Emperor grew increasingly potent, stirring the primordial sea of clouds into a relentless tumult. Zhou Yan giggled, casting her gaze towards Yang Xian, and ceremoniously introduced, Senior Yang, this is my father. And these two are my elder brothers, Zhou Rulong and Zhou Ruhai. Chapter 120, I wish to meet him. What do you mean? Song Qin gazed incredulously at Gu Yuhan. The fleeting blush that had graced her cheeks moments ago vanished without a trace. Gu Yuhan's expression was solemn, devoid of jest. Qin, we have yet to obtain our marriage certificate. His words served as a caution. A pang of alarm surged within Song Qin's heart. In your heart, do you only acknowledge Fu Zhiqin as your wife? She pressed. If Si Qingqing truly is Fu Zhiqin, what do you think will happen to us? Are you worried that these robots will turn against you? Tang Yu retorted with a derisive laugh. Should a breakthrough occur, he would find himself lamenting the lost opportunity to enhance his strength through the bridal garment divine skill. After all, as one ages, the yearning for filial piety and familial harmony becomes paramount. Even if such harmony is somewhat flawed, yet the devotion remains steadfast. Under the vigilant scrutiny of Li Ji's officials and the disciplinary committee, no significant issues have arisen thus far. Do not fret, if they refuse to let us thrive, then none shall prosper. Zhang's father reassured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Lin Yud executed the frost protection measures for the saplings impeccably, wrapping each one meticulously in felt and straw. In simpler terms, her lifespan may have been slightly curtailed, but not excessively, otherwise she would not possess merely a few strands of white hair or exhibit such minimal anomalies. Amidst the cacophony of various sounds, I traversed this astonishing area with a grim demeanor, ultimately following Yao Ai's winding path to a vast space brimming with an array of delectable treats. As she moved, the onlookers appeared to awaken from their stupor, gazing longingly at her backpack, wishing to savor the sight a moment longer. This may elucidate why remnants of a city destroyed in 1997 were discovered in Southampton. It is plausible that this Southampton emerged from a timeline intersected by a judgment day in 1997, suggesting a confluence of multiple timelines. Xian Yuanlang was taken aback by the uniqueness of Shen Lian's identity. The meticulously crafted plans he had devised would undoubtedly require alteration. Lin Kuan picked up a photograph. It was a black and white image depicting only a fragment of a structure, making it challenging to ascertain what building it represented, and the implications within were even more elusive. The truth validated my words. Tanger, familiar with the surroundings, guided us directly to the Hall of God. The bodyguards, perceptive and proactive, swiftly dispatched a few unsuspecting security personnel. And Rand's gaze remained fixed ahead, her expression reverent like most others, her beautiful eyes shimmering even beneath the dim light. Although the Earth's vitality continuously nourished Ji Shanghan's body, he could feel his strength augmenting with each passing day. At this juncture, their physical conditions mirrored those of Li Yu and Lu Ningen, having transformed to resemble ordinary individuals. If the principle of justice hinges on whether the endpoint of power service possesses moral or intrinsic value, how does society navigate the varying perceptions and beliefs regarding goodness among different individuals? Utilizing the example of same-sex marriage, students debated the feasibility of disentangling the moral legitimacy of sexuality from the ultimate purpose of marriage. As a high school teacher, Guan Shijing possessed a keen insight. How could she not discern Manager Lu's underlying intentions? Peng Jia remarked, everything has its repercussions. Today's efforts yield a bountiful harvest in the future. Today's neglect leads to future regrets. Avoid actions that will cause sorrow in the future, strive to commence today. In a scenario where he could drive and had acquaintances who could procure a license in advance, Gui unhesitatingly engaged in an unlawful act. In truth, he had no direct acquaintances, but Zhang Hongyan did. She requested him to drive her around the streets twice. Observing that he handled the vehicle adeptly before making a phone call. Chapter 121, My Sister, Only You before starting his workday. Fan Bowen came across a reply from Si Qingqing. Dear, thank you very much for your invitation, but regrettably, Miss Si Qingqing's developmental direction does not entirely align with your brand's philosophy. Wishing you success in finding a more suitable partner. Best regards. Fan Bowen had anticipated Si Qingqing's refusal, yet he was taken aback by the promptness of her response. The email bore an official tone. Thus, the four of them drew closer to the White Tiger Temple, setting up camp to rest when they were a mile away. Younger ministers nearby envied the scene before them, yearning for the man embraced by Princess Ningqing to be themselves. Lin Xiao remained silent. Having invited Lin Cixi to be his teaching assistant not only to assist but to spend more time with her, he wondered if Lin Cixi understood his intentions. If he did not keep her close, would she not drift further away? Typically, Lin Xiao was cautious not to scrutinize Lin Cixi's figure too closely, fearing he might lose control. However, today, noticing her slightly less modest attire, he could not help but observe her pronounced figure. Lu Shaofeng and Jin Jingjing had gone to watch a thrilling car race, an exhilarating yet perilous endeavor that left Lu Shaofeng breathless. The following day, Tang Wanwan feigned illness. Claiming a sore back and aching limbs, reluctant to rise, even lacking the strength to walk, and cleverly concocted an excuse to send Gu Jingxiu away. Here. Have a bowl of soup, it will help restore your strength, she said, offering him the bowl. Within the elder's chamber, Wu Qingyi did not leave immediately. His gaze tracing Qingyi's silhouette until it vanished before turning back to the elder. The landscape was adorned with vibrant, peculiar flora, many of which bore an array of fruits upon their branches. Mario's attention was fixated on those. The news of the TT Group's seizure and the international police's involvement spread rapidly through the business circles of the capital. Tang Manchi was summoned to the police station to assist with the investigation. In the village, there stood a tree that seemed somewhat absent-minded, oblivious to the world around it, continuing to bow its head as it walked forward. At this pace, it would not be long before his dizziness skill could be upgraded once more. This skill was a divine martial technique, one of his strongest trump cards. As for the Ma family's kin, today marked their demise. Suemo declared, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique. Previously, he perceived Ma Yu as a formidable adversary, however, now, in his eyes, Ma Yu appeared as feeble as an ant. With a single strike, Ma Yu's head was severed. For the first time, Suemo felt that his father was an utterly unreasonable individual. Due to his disdain for Aunt Lu, he could incessantly drag her into discussions. It was no wonder that he now harbored such distrust towards him. At that moment, Yun Chuchu remained on the ground, not because the overwhelming pressure from the Master of Goodness rendered her immobile, but rather due to her exhaustion from the long journey. Meanwhile, Shui Xiaobai had not meditated for long when he heard a series of knocks at the door. In another corner, Lan Ruoxue wore a serene expression. This was her first glimpse of Hong Lian since the external competition days. She had been in seclusion and seldom ventured from the peak of soul body. The ill-tempered Jiang Yi was naturally furious, and she feared he might suddenly unleash his wrath and annihilate them. It was known that after this deity descended to the mortal realm, his thoughts on humanity leaned towards, should some of them be eliminated? Upon entering, she discovered that Huang Yu had already departed. The wooden cover leading to the basement by his bedside had only just closed with a soft thud. Now, watching by Qian cheerfully arrange the dishes on the table, Zhiqin felt an acute discomfort at the sight of the vibrant array before her. Chapter 122, the second fall into the quagmire. Han Che was drenched in sweat. What a series of deathly questions. Did they really have to be so blunt as to reveal Miss Qingqing's identity? Yes, Siyu admitted. Han Che. At last, the weight on his heart had lifted. He found himself at a loss for how to salvage the situation. Resigned, Han Che decided to embrace the moment and enjoy the meal. She truly was alive. If the trio of novices had no viable strategy, their journey in this competition would come to an abrupt end. Madonna sat gracefully amidst the clouds, swaying slightly. Transforming into her youthful visage, clad in a flower-patterned dress reminiscent of her portrait, she bowed deeply before Kuang Tianyu, offering her apologies. Just as old Huang finished speaking, Miao Shan struck with a swift blow, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though 1,000 hands reached toward old Huang. This villa was infinitely superior to other residences, boasting ample space. Yi Xian estimated that its area alone was equivalent to 1/3 of all the elders' dormitories combined. Exuding an air of opulence. Manager, who felt a sudden tightening in his chest, instinctively sensing the immense pressure emanating from Gubei, nearly rendering him breathless. Countless forces thrived in the vast northwest, some were strong, others weak, but the Shin family was undeniably a behemoth. Even on the outskirts of the floating island, the Shin family held a prominent position. Lu Chang, upon hearing of the complete withdrawal of the zombie legion, was filled with curiosity and decided to investigate the scene to uncover the truth. Wang Feng scoffed, having thoroughly reviewed his opponent's data. He was acutely aware of Lu Li's technical prowess. While the floating island may not be an ideal location for other ancient martial artists, he felt no such apprehension. With strength, one could traverse the world unafraid. As a cultivator, he possessed this confidence. For if they were to divide their forces for an assault, they would inevitably find themselves in a precarious two-front conflict, with hope of victory dwindling. He swallowed the poison concealed within his sleeve, his eyes widening as he succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Just as Shen Jingzhou reached for her back to untie her inner garment, Ji Nanyan swiftly flipped over and mounted Shen Jingzhou. Upon hearing their conversation, Yifeng untied the sack, releasing the 7 captured venomous snakes into the Yan family's flower shop. A plausible reason had to be concocted. It was imperative that neither the Ministry of Justice nor the Supervisory Court bore responsibility, nor should he himself be held accountable. Thus, facing the subordinates of his adoptive fathers, despite their overwhelming numbers, Li Xuanjia remained undaunted. In her pursuit of securing the project from the Changmei Corporation and retaining Yi Feng within the Lin family, Lin Wanqing humbly expressed her desires. Observing the silence from Qin Zizhao, he promptly prepared to command his lackeys to seize the opportunity. Your father has consumed more salt than you have rice. Elbu is nothing but a reckless fool. Xuanda is the true hero of our time. Shen Jingzhou raised his hand, poised to knock on the door, only to halt abruptly. What troubled Yu Qian even more was the fact that he could do nothing but passively await news, a sense of helplessness that proved utterly tormenting. After Sun Zhao's departure, the caravan soon came to a halt, every individual on high alert, while Sun Xiao and several bosses hurriedly approached. I buried it 30 meters underground with a few slaps. Then offered it as a sacrifice, Yunchen remarked indignantly, anger rising at the thought of that vile entity daring to harm Shen Siyu. The astute Mo Wuaner speculated that Chen Lin's desire to meet Meng Jianming was far more significant than mere idol worship. There must be important matters at hand. However, she noted that Chen Lin had no intention of broaching the subject, so she wisely refrained from inquiring further. Chapter 123. Please think twice. Fu Yuhan never anticipated that they would be released so effortlessly. Could it be that Fu Yunxian had played a role in this? Indeed, it seemed that only her brother could effectively manage Fu Zhiqin. Gu Yuhan's smug expression caught the eye of Zhu Jiai, who cast a concerned glance at Fu Yunxian. uncertain of Gu Yuhan's ulterior motives in bringing them to such a place. The residents of this community were either affluent or of noble lineage. The Gu group was now a formidable entity, however, the art of combat was not something that could be learned by just anyone. It was a privilege reserved for the elite. Otherwise, even if commoners attempted to master such skills, they would find it futile in altering their fates. Jiang Li harbored a faint smile, as Ji Shuran mistakenly believed she had merely removed a thorn from Xiangqiao. No. She had no time to squander on the trivialities of the Jiang family, some matters were better resolved decisively to avert future complications. News arrived that Qi Qingqing had perished. And her body was now being transported back. Shen Outyin added, "The Azure Sea, where we currently reside, is known to me. Your mention of this suggests that we may indeed be on foreign soil." Yi Xiang expressed surprise, realizing that this scroll, which sealed the laws of space, had somehow transported them to another land. Yi Mingyu also turned to her. Although he had discovered these shells, their practical application eluded him. When he acquired those peacock feathers, he had not anticipated venturing into commerce, he merely found them appealing and purchased them as a rare novelty. Vivian, upon hearing Aima's words, was left at a loss. Ever since departing from the imperial city, she had relied heavily on Aima, but now he insisted that she make decisions independently, leaving her uncertain whether to follow her heart. Though Uchiha Itachi lacked extensive experience, his exceptional abilities, coupled with the support of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Hakudai, ensured that the Hidden Heaven village remained orderly and stable. "I believe I have made myself clear. I will not serve two masters. You need not humiliate me further, simply present my head to the bandits. And they may find their fighting spirit reignited. This idea should not be flawed," Mokarabin remarked sarcastically. As she gazed at the receding figure, Shui Yan suddenly let out a cold laugh before making her way toward the village entrance. Moreover, under the brilliant and martial rule of Bai Mo, the beastman exhibited a blind adoration and fervor for her. Upon witnessing Bai Mo introduce something novel, they eagerly prepared to partake in the experience. Huang Fu Yunqing's momentary relief was quickly replaced by anxiety. The Su family, with the favored Su Guifei in the imperial harem and a powerful prime minister from the previous dynasty, meant that Su Liangren's words were often met with deference from the emperor. Wei Qixia disembarked with a large floral basket, as she did daily, bringing her freshly cultivated flowers to the shore in exchange for money. The following morning, Qin Liangyu returned from her morning exercises and encountered the just-awoken Lu Jinghuai. She stood still, awaiting his arrival for class. Xing Xing's gaze darkened as he stared intently at Wei Qiqiu, the effects of alcohol clouding his thoughts, entangling him in unspoken feelings. Wei Qiqiu remained silent, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, feeling a suffocating sense of loss as memories of her long-buried mother resurfaced. The morning sky appeared overcast, as if anticipating a heavy snowfall. The cold wind howled past the window, kept at bay from the warmth and fragrant atmosphere within the chamber. Later, it was heard that the bloodshed in the 12 cities of Lancao had been washed away by rain and the waters of the Longdu River for an entire fortnight before dissipating. From afar, Lin Jenny spotted Chu Amo approaching, a high-stemmed goblet in hand, his expression shifting slightly. Chapter 124. The tone of Qin Yuan's speech and the aura she exuded made Gu Yuhan realize that she was no ordinary maid. No longer daring to underestimate Qin Yuan, Gu Yuhan ultimately took a step back, acknowledging, "I was indeed abrupt. I did not consider that my actions might have an adverse effect on Si Qingqing." The transformation in Gu Yuhan's demeanor rendered Fan Bowen, who had been lamenting on the ground, speechless. Initially intending to exploit the situation for personal gain, his plans were thwarted. Li Qiguan approached by Majuan, observing his younger brother's height with a sense of delight. They had not seen each other for a long time, and their bond as blood brothers had faded since their last musical endeavor together. Cracks began to appear throughout the space, resembling numerous branches extending infinitely, filling the entire area. Contemplating the fairies that had descended into the human realm, she feared that humans might have already fallen victim to them. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozhu appeared lifeless. Devoid of any vitality, his hair disheveled as if he had not washed it in days. His breath was so faint that one could hardly perceive he was still alive without getting close. Despite various maneuvers to extricate the Zhou family from peril, a shift in the attitude of the Zhou family's ancestor would lead to a seismic shift in the situation within Longqing. A prospect neither the Qin family nor the Jin family wished to witness. Indeed, it was a challenging matter. This was a valuable asset. A misstep could render it utterly useless. Not accustomed to spending lavishly, one had always been frugal, especially in the past when every penny was meticulously saved. On the mountain, wild baijiu was abundant, with current market prices hovering around 180 per pound. Li Xiaolu inquired about this. And Bai Majuan was somewhat taken aback and surprised, I and brother Xingzhu. Subsequently, they boarded the imposing, yet largely unrecognized, brabus and departed. Fan Xianxian displayed an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Fang Yi, showing no inclination to admit any fault. The failure of the mission loomed over him like a sword, ready to cast him into oblivion at any moment. Tong Biao, though not as affluent as Chu Feng, was still a wealthy second-generation heir with a net worth in the millions. In their class, Tong Biao ranked fourth in cultivation, following Yang Yutong, Chu Feng, and Li Shiqi. While others believed that old must make way for the new, he was the new who refused to let go of the old. Just a few days prior, his peers had celebrated his elite shield, only for him to trade it for a worthless trinket. Upon receiving a response, Lu Mulei felt a headache coming on. Realizing it was perhaps better to remain uninformed, Yan Ke chuckled, lightly shaking his star card, revealing a mysterious beast measuring several dozen feet in length, which materialized on the auction stage. The elder raised his hand, thrusting a potion into Hu Qinyuan's grasp, dismissing him with a wave, clearly disdainful. However, once the sword attacks entered the sea of blood, their speed waned, and the power they contained gradually diminished, vanishing before they could reach the Blood Clan's formidable warriors. Was this territory mission truly so formidable? It felt more akin to a clash-change quest, Wind Rouge pondered aloud. Shen Zhizhong, unwilling to concede, attempted to cling to old Lady Shen's garments in a bid for mercy, only to be met with the sight of old Shen wielding a broom, ready to strike. While studying beside Su Jing, he frequently created peculiar objects or conducted intriguing experiments. You must tidy up your belongings, what if you lose something again? Yu Bai remarked, pointing lazily at the watch lying quietly on the table. Lin Ruoyan hastily contacted Professor Qiaoyiji, seeking his assistance in finding experts to evaluate the furniture situation. Only then could she reach out to the original owner to arrange for the items to be sent abroad. Chapter 125, The best of friends. The Fu family has faced bankruptcy, and consequently, the Zhu family, which has long depended on them, is also experiencing hardship. With the funding chain severed and clients terminating contracts, troubles of all sizes are incessantly accumulating. Zhu Jiai, who is of the same age as Fu Zhiqin, has already joined their family business. During this critical juncture for the Zhu family, she must inevitably shoulder great responsibilities. After much effort, Zhu Jiai finally secured a meeting with a client, but during the engagement, she found herself at a disadvantage. Although the fate of the Zhu family is paramount, she still cannot tolerate the insufferable advances of others. Just as Lu Liangxing was reveling in his moment of power, his expression suddenly shifted as a shadow loomed above him. It was the old Taoist, King Xuanzai, whose imposing aura radiated from him. With a swift motion, he executed a downward sword strike. The sharpness of his technique aimed directly at Lu Liangxing's forehead. The fire barrier consists of 5 fire rings and 5 fire walls within a 50-meter radius. The fire rings, hovering 1 foot above the ground, have flames extending half a foot long, requiring one to pass through the center. The fire walls, rising to a height of 1 meter with flames extending 2 feet beyond, create formidable barriers. If only 1 or 2 fifth-level demon beasts were involved, it might be manageable. However, with 3 of them, including a flying black flame phoenix, the situation becomes perilous. Jin Ji, obedient and amiable, brought great joy to his teacher's wife. Dongfang Linglong gently caressed Shen Ji's head. Though he was reluctant to endure such affection, he pretended to relish it. Anticipation filled the air, as the master appeared almost divine in the eyes of the onlookers, transcending all notions of divinity. Stop. Must I really become your disciple? Zhen Ji exclaimed in frustration. He felt utterly despondent. He could neither end his own suffering nor escape this relentless cycle of being beaten. Where in this world could one seek justice? Unbeknownst to him, he employed an extraordinary force, one that was clearly not spiritual energy, to unleash a peculiar martial technique. A strange and fierce beast emerged. directly devouring the ice spirit conjured by Shui Yunqing, thus achieving ultimate victory. A disciple who had witnessed Liao Chen's battle through a recording explained the events to the others. What was once hot yet relatively fresh air now turned murky and acrid, filled with dust and debris, reducing visibility to a mere shadow of its former clarity. Even if Liao Chen could see in the dark, his range was severely limited. Shang Qingyu left the house to rest, while Feng Lingyun remained indoors. Pondering the ramifications of the world's conflicts and how Feng Haoyan's poisoning might entangle various individuals. It was not until midnight that he finally lay down to sleep. The murmurs of classmates drifted into Ling Yan's ears, yet he remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to their chatter. Su Ke's mother, once pale, had regained a healthy hue, with her heartbeat returning to a vigorous rhythm, even more robust than that of an ordinary person. However, Li Chunlin's livestream was limited to only 5,000 viewers, rendering the vast majority of players unable to join the room. A resounding explosion reverberated through the grand hall, shaking it violently. As the formidable presence of the demon flute envoy, Paijis, erupted once more. "General Xiao, this is a golden opportunity for your renowned fame," Wei Jia remarked casually. Since the reality could no longer be altered, it was best not to dwell on it. Come what may, they would confront any adversities that arose. In the air, a dense swarm of cursed insects hovered, as fog curses gradually enveloped the square from all directions, colliding violently with the frenzied blood-sucking insects amidst the sound of the exorcist's flute played by Jingqiuli and her companions. It was indeed a tragic irony that this individual had entirely forgotten his earlier intentions to make things difficult for Li Chunlin, having already executed a decisive move. A sense of excitement surged within the crowd, filled with anticipation for the future of Yushu Star. For from this moment forth, Yushu Star would transcend the ordinary, graced with the protection of an unparalleled powerhouse in the realm of Shroud Sky. The beam of sword light struck the figure of the underworld lord Tiankajia, who was in pursuit of Tang Yi, causing him to stagger unexpectedly, caught off guard. Chapter 126, What offense has he caused this ancestor? After Gu Yuhan and the others departed, Qin Yuan ascended the stairs. Upon entering the leisure room, she found Si Qingqing pouring 2 cups of tea. Si Qingqing raised a cup, gesturing for Qin Yuan to take it. Qin Yuan promptly approached, receiving the tea from Si Qingqing's hands. "Miss Qingqing, I have completed the tasks you assigned," she reported. The remarks made to Gu Yuhan earlier were all part of the probing assignment given to her by Si Qingqing. Si Qingqing murmured, bringing the tea to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Dao Zhan's words had warmed Ning Qian's heart. She felt fortunate to have such a good friend. During her moments of distress or difficulty, he had consistently shown quiet concern, running errands on her behalf. Yet, Su Lin could not reveal this in front of Shen Chunren and the others. At that time, Su Lin had questioned herself, was this truly the right course of action? "Young Master Feng, do not think your handsomeness makes you exceptional, I merely disdain those superficial beauties," he remarked, turning away with a dismissive expression. However, the tone of his words struck an awkward chord. Unbidden, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was akin to a particular ailment, where the initial symptom manifests as a nosebleed. Within the depths of the Eastern Palace, the Grand Commander Qian Gongwu was sat in deep contemplation, with only the final sprig of Shuyang grass remaining. Their battles had always resulted in varied outcomes, but the influence of the Guanhan Palace was undeniably greater here, especially compared to the Abyssal Demon Clan, whose numbers paled in comparison to those from the primordial realm. Observing the complex emotions on Sarah's face, Huyi began to comprehend her sentiments. John was, after all, Sarah's son, yet he had been tainted by the web of the heavens, rendering him akin to the deceased. From this perspective, the present John stood as Sarah's nemesis, and she would not easily let him escape. Meanwhile, Ling Shuzi and Cixin were dispatched down the mountain to relocate the villagers to the rear slopes, where the terrain was comparatively secure. Before the words of this fellow could conclude, Huyi responded with bullets. With 2 gunshots, both men fell, each sporting a bloody hole in their foreheads. The pair, who had been so full of themselves moments ago, collapsed simultaneously, becoming lifeless corpses. Everything seemed to reach a conclusion with Rong Xiaoqing's utterance. The diners in the restaurant ceased their discussions on the topic and resumed their evening meal. Enough. He is merely a child. After all these years as a soldier, let us not stoop to his level, Liang Youfu interjected. Charge. On the official road, chaos ensued. Guan Yu, hesitant to utter the word battle, swung his long blade towards Guangping City. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, Wei Guangwei eagerly sought out his top enforcer, the imperial censor Qin Jiuqiu, demanding he draft an immediate petition to impeach Xiang Xiang and Wei Dazhong for collusion. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, 100 million. Gong Jida's hands began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his brow. There is no need for that, you are not bound by any oath. Besides, I have always believed in you. Long Linma replied, shaking his head. Is this how it shall be concluded? The strategies we have meticulously laid over the past day and night would be rendered futile, Xiahou Dun exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency as he confronted Lu Long. Upon hearing Yuan Dehai's grievances, Ji Yong remained unconvinced, stating, Yuan Sifeng need not worry, the Black Flag Archer Corps may be nominally non-existent, yet in reality, they still persist. Albeit. He hesitated, seeking Lu Yingquan's input. However, this would cause the Spirit Alliance to be unable to engage in offensive operations for a period, reducing pressure on the Wushuang Divine clan while simultaneously increasing the burdens on the Unbeaten War God clan and the Garden Elf clan. The mountains and forests here contrasted starkly with those outside, teeming with languishing spiritual fruits and countless spiritual herbs. Wei Wuji refrained from extensive plundering, merely sampling a few delicacies before withdrawing his hands. Chapter 127, I Shall Never Betray You. Siyu was utterly captivated by this woman. In a moment of peril, as both Han Che and Qin Yuan shielded their eyes, Si Qingqing fainted in Siyu's embrace. The lips that were so near suddenly vanished, leaving Siyu in a daze, lingering on the intoxicating scent of liquor that clung to her. Han Che and Qin Yuan cautiously peered through a narrow gap between their fingers, only to realize that the two had not shared a kiss, and Si Qingqing had succumbed to a deep slumber. Siyu gently used his toe to nudge a small stone from the ground into his palm, pinching it between his index and middle fingers as he slowly leaned against the hollow of a tree. Since she had become aware, her suitors had multiplied. Yet the joy that should have graced her face was conspicuously absent. Her gaze seemed to harbor something profound, shrouded in melancholy. Alchemy was the lifelong pursuit of Elder Lu Hua, and rather than competing with the other two elders, he was, in truth, challenging himself. The expressions of the prison warden and his deputy, who were observing the dining hall through a monitor, were markedly different. Tax evasion? Nishinamiya Hayuk had served as a town official for many years, priding himself on his extensive knowledge, yet he had never encountered such a notion. When the elder of the four great sacred academies spoke, a tumultuous uproar erupted, resonating throughout the square, igniting a fervor even in the usually composed heart of Qin Yang. With a slight nod, Ling Dian pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the bus surged forward with tremendous force. Yes, mother, I understand you have your struggles. Could you share them with me? I wish to unravel the mysteries of my lineage, including everything about the Qin domain. Qin Yang nodded, inhaled deeply, and inquired. The essence of dimensions lies in cause and fortune, which can be seized and traded as though they were tangible entities, resembling reward points and side quests. Fortunately, with the remaining reward points and side quests available to the Central Continent team, the items and tools they could exchange were sufficient to confront most horror film worlds. The loungewear was crafted from a stretchy, smooth fabric, slightly loose, allowing many to wear it as undergarments in summer, simply donning pants and an outer garment to venture outside, and shedding them upon returning, an effortless convenience. However, the inhabitants of Lingxiao City seemed devoid of marital intentions toward her and appeared to harbor a modicum of goodwill, otherwise they would not have resorted to such substances, which, while inducing drowsiness, also served to restore bodily balance. Yet, before the heart of the young man, Elric, this configuration merely evoked a sense of animosity, leading Elric's gaze to deepen and become mesmerizing in an instant. Akali's expression shifted as she hastily retreated, just as Elric unleashed a skill that sent her flying. First was Wan Chen's introductory remarks, followed by the invitation for the three judges from the Shanghang competition zone to take the stage. I shall not yield, even to the will of the task issuer. I will wield my strength to alter this situation. Muse's fist was tightly clenched. Shang Jia, one can only say there is preliminary hope. Even if Director Wu is willing to assist, the final review of the Agricultural Department's project will require alternative strategies, Bao Feiyang stated. Within the castle of Ainsbaron, Li Lin recited this incantation once more. Although the language used to summon Nero was not ideally suited for this invocation, Li Lin believed that if that child were to discover another incantation was employed in summoning her, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Andrew Desai contemplated whether to emulate his soldiers, finding a time and place to address the issue of excessive hormone secretion. However, the rampant syphilis across the European continent deterred him from acting on his thoughts. Chapter 128, The instigator is your wife. At the entrance of the hotel, luxury cars congregated. After Siyu alighted, he walked to the other side to assist Si Qingqing. With her arm linked through his, they traversed the red carpet, while media reporters, having found their angles, fervently snapped photographs of the couple. Behind them stood the freshly arrived Gu Yuhan and Song Qin, whose surroundings appeared starkly desolate in comparison. At last, Gu Yuhan beheld the woman he had long yearned for, yet he could only gaze from afar, too timid to approach. No problem. When do you start the live broadcast? I'll help you promote it while I'm streaming. Su Yeye expressed her unwavering support. For Qin Jiarwei was not only her devoted fan but had also assisted her in real life. Lin Yu. Qingxi. Moxin. She called out, waving at them. Lin Yu scoffed and turned away, while Qingxi shrugged at her retreating figure and followed suit. Li Kuei, having resolved his work issues, felt elated and chose to overlook Feng Heng's constipated demeanor, instead engaging in amiable conversation with Feng's mother. By the time Song Ci grasped the nature of the so-called Qinghua gang and the identity of Brother Hua, she had already been led into the bar by Tang Haoze. The tumult surrounding Xing Fu's debts had temporarily subsided, yet Xing'er's animosity towards Lei Ming intensified. She despised Lei Ming, and even more so, Xiaoxia. She was determined to devise every possible means of revenge against them. In a bid to gather blood donations, Scarnos ordered all personnel to the medical area to contribute. And the hundreds aboard the vessel responded eagerly, fostering a rare bond of trust. This was precisely why Taimu Industries had chosen them. Song Ci had been away for a while, but the training at the pumpkin camp had not faltered. Each day, individuals departed as before. The sweetness of the present was exquisite, and Xiaoxia cherished everything before her. Yet she feared the possibility of losing Lei Ming. If that day were ever to arrive, how would she confront it? Watching Xing'er's retreating silhouette, Lei Ming pondered the true nature of her whimsical spirit, what was genuine and what was mere pretense. Consequently, Li Ming, in search of solace from Li Qin, resorted to unrelenting means to elicit a response. The Vietnamese person smiled at me, and I suddenly realized that I, too, could be a fighter. A man who could evoke tremors in Zhu Ling and Bai He with a mere glance. Fortunately, the cave was quite deep, approximately 20 meters. With the light dimming the further and one ventured. I pressed myself against the back, crouching in the shadows, appearing merely as a silhouette. The palace matron personally came forth to welcome the esteemed physician, displaying exceptional courtesy upon learning of their arrival. She guided Mao Lian and Prince Qing inside. Possessing the ability to evolve the cosmos, he had not once but numerous times foreseen the impending culmination of the calamity ravaging the world. Although he was unaware of the specifics, that day was certainly drawing near. If you do not wish to attend the coronation, you need not go. In that case, I shall also refrain from attending. Long Xiaoyan mused momentarily before responding decisively to Yilan Yao. The toad croaked in distress, and as its cries subsided, a fissure appeared along its back, revealing a golden Buddha statue concealed within the alcove behind it. During their training in Baoding, Li Jiayu sparked a connection with Gu Deong. But due to the ongoing war, they had not consummated their relationship. The logistics chief was concurrently held by the director of the supply department from the rear, Qin Jianzhua, with Ma Jiuhuan as his deputy. They exercised caution, allowing only the studio to intervene, while the company itself refrained from action, narrowly escaping disaster. Demon realm? Monsters? What on earth are you speaking of, senior? What exactly are these entities? Shen Tong asked, perplexed. A chilling fear enveloped her, as though some ancient beast had set its sights upon her, sending tremors through her very soul. Chen Jiang remarked, under my watchful gaze, no one can follow you. If anyone were truly tailing you, I would undoubtedly know. It was as if he had pierced the veil of her innermost thoughts. Chapter 129, Two Selves in the Past. Song Qin often pretended to be a delicate flower, exploiting her disadvantaged position to elicit sympathy from onlookers. However, times have changed. The current Song Qin not only enjoys the status of Mrs. Gu but, upon discovering Siyu's true identity, has willingly added the prestige of being a young lady of the Si family to her own. There is no longer any need for her to feign vulnerability. In truth, she is acutely aware that in this realm, fame and status reign supreme. Su Xing opened the door and discovered a considerable quantity of wine, nearly a dozen bottles, amounting to tens of millions. What? Such a matter exists? Why didn't you inform father sooner? Chigue was taken aback. Since her parents wished to play the role of negligent guardians, she resolved to educate their wayward son on their behalf. However, the identification presented to Tang Yong by the plague god was of a notably superior quality, akin to a license for a powerful being. This incident caused Yi Chen's body to age overnight, turning his hair white and making him appear 20 years older. And he had not attempted to break through the Qi cloud realm since. Li Shuiyao had been neighbors with the Mu family for many years. Even if they had never exchanged words, it was improbable that she would not recognize Mu Jingyun. All the deeds you have committed, do they truly warrant my kindness towards you? Zhang Dahua rolled her eyes, regarding her as if she were a fool. This way. There was no need to seek out members of the Restoration Society to eliminate, simply waiting for visitors at the Hidden Sword Villa would suffice. Working was no longer an option, it was an impossibility for this lifetime. Even if he ventured into business in the future, Qin Jingyun would only participate as an investor. He uttered a statement whose recipient was unclear, yet the moment the words left his lips, Gao Yuan recognized him. The individual was none other than Sunan's team S scout, a fellow from Heilongjiang, who had served in the military and maintained a decent rapport with Gao Yuan. His swimming prowess earned him the nickname Flying Fish among Gao Yuan's crew. The three of them gasped in astonishment, such innate talent was unparalleled in the Dolua continent. Had they known Ling Feng's strength from the outset, they would never have dared to provoke him. However, Qing Feng understood that concealing Jianning was ultimately an unrealistic aspiration. Jianning possessed her own thoughts, she was not merely an object for his amusement. The intricate and absurd relationships of the affluent, akin to exaggerated familial dramas, were utterly shocking. When he perceived Huafeng as described in legends, his gaze resembled a deathly stare, instilling both fear and awe in those upon whom it fell. Within the Grand Seoul Arena, the stakes extended beyond mere victories and defeats. Numerous gambling houses awaited outside the arena. After everyone registered, Dean Flander led Ling Feng and the others into one of these establishments. As for the conflicts among the three realms, if trapped in the moonlit pool, what contention could there be? It bore no relation to previous powers. Qing Feng recognized that his mindset was flawed, he should not restrict Jianning's freedom. Yet, he could not help but yearn to know what Jianning was doing at every moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuge Xuantian and Zhuge Qingyun each summoned a portal and stepped through, vanishing from sight. His expression darkened suddenly, in an instant, his demeanor turned ominous. And a murderous intent surfaced as his long fingers caressed her smooth, jade-like neck. With a fleeting gaze, he expressionlessly tightened his grip. Sister-in-law. When you say you like everything except the characters, do you mean what I think? Ji Mingzhu looked at Xie Zhao in shock, having never known such a notion existed. Consequently, she was relentlessly pursued and scolded by Grandma Sher, who insisted that she rest properly at home. She had never anticipated encountering him in such a state, so fragile and vulnerable. That brutal, cold-hearted individual now lay before her, eyes closed, eerily still as if he were non-existent. So, the divine whip is in your possession. Quite impressive. After a few exchanges, Yunxiao began to grasp Su Feng's capabilities, compelled to admire his prowess. Chapter 130, The Beloved Daughter. Si Qingqing. Upon witnessing Song Qin's misfortune, Si Qingqing exchanged a knowing glance with Simon, silently commending each other. The performance by Simon was meticulously orchestrated by Si Qingqing from the very beginning. Before returning to the country, she had been eagerly anticipating this day. Since signing with Simon's studio, she had been strategically planning to ensure that Song Qin would find no opportunity to exploit. If Siyu were to resolutely align with her today, Simon's appearance would merely serve as an unexpected delight at the banquet. However, upon arriving at the battlefield and hearing the briefing on the situation from the Deputy Inspector Zhen Xiang of Huangpu Beach, her anger twisted her features. The presence of dragons on Morning Light Continent is exceedingly rare. Throughout the millennia of human history, there have been but a handful of dragon sightings. She could hardly fathom whether she would be able to withstand such an impact if it were to truly descend. As everyone gathered, the team leader announced, "Tonight, rest well. If you fail to rise for the early morning flight, do not blame us for leaving you behind." Liao Fusheng dared not be negligent, yet he remained unperturbed. The principle of observation and inquiry led him to discern from Yingji's expression that there was no cause for alarm. Particularly noticeable were the ample curves that, under the fabric of the shirt, were accentuated to an almost proud degree. Xia Qing placed a card on the dual plate and declared, "Let us activate the entrance effect of Albus." Xia Qing's own deck was similarly centered around the wizard archetype, thus, he could not utilize the magical blockade within the magical faction and was left with no choice but to relinquish it as collateral. Moreover, those privileged enough to ascend to the second floor would not come here for free. Conversely, during times of abundance, they were often the least likely to appear. This unique deer antler cassava from the Northern Territory could survive in frozen soil, more capable of staving off hunger than bread. Though its sole drawback was its toxicity, overindulgence could prove fatal. "Not at all, I came here specifically for that bottle of wine. Mr. Warner. Do you still have any of that wine?" Tang Ming inquired anxiously. For Su Kan, the most pressing concern was to reach B level within 3 months, ensuring his place on the elite roster of the otherworldly combat team. Some individuals are inherently devoid of the aptitude for cultivation, destined to remain ordinary throughout their lives. Meng Chaoga felt as though her heart had been pierced. Clutching her chest, she couldn't help but lament, the allure of male beauty can lead one astray. System notification, dear player, welcome to the game. Your journey officially begins now. In the early stages, there will be special game instructions, and a game sprite will guide you through the content. Do you accept the sprite's guidance? Upon hearing Lin Haixin's reprimand, Lin Mengqian, who had been curled up and weeping softly, lifted her head and cast a complex glance at Lin Qingping, the man beside her, who appeared awkward and was still impaled by a pitiful creature on his sword. Could in no way resemble the dashing youth from her sister's dreams, he was so vibrant and exceptionally talented. "Brother, our class has accepted a sea-level mission. We are going out to the village tomorrow. At long last, I am finally leaving the village," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "Let's not stop now. Since we're setting it up this way, we might as well turn this dungeon into a game scenario. In that case, let us add another role, the Lord," Wang Yu suggested. "Give it to me first." She snatched the phone from him, instinctively glancing at the screen, uncertain of how much Qiao Rongshan had overheard. A robust body was cloaked in a fiery red fur, which became disheveled after kissing the earth, losing all semblance of neatness. Among its most striking features were the prominent, protruding fangs of the flame long-haired rabbit, an appearance that could only be described as grotesque. As one approached, it became evident that Qian Ning's skirt was stained with blood, and her elbow's garment was tattered and worn, leaving her looking utterly disheveled and covered in dirt. Chapter 131, A Xian remains in my grasp. The man, named Xingtianze, serves as the president of the Haiqing International Chamber of Commerce. Not only Gu Yuhan, but even Siyu, must show him due respect. Gu Yuhan's words momentarily stunned Xingtianze, causing a flicker of suspicion as his gaze flitted between Gu Yuhan and Si Qingqing. Ultimately, his attention settled upon Si Qingqing, who regarded him with an air of poise, her face betraying not a hint of unease or guilt. Xingtianze managed an awkward smile, acknowledging that without her commanding presence, as the highest decision-maker of the company, her words would lack authority. Eventually, the butler brought a cushion to elevate the chair, allowing Yu Yuran to sit properly and enjoy her meal. The white-eyed wolf let out a sound of surprise, seemingly astonished that I not only evaded but could also retaliate. The wolf crossed its arms defensively, and after a rebound, I found myself airborne, landing on the opposite side. With purpose in his shopping, he didn't even take a basket. Instead, he grasped a few items in his hands and headed straight for the checkout. Late at night, with few shoppers around, there was no line, and he promptly placed his items on the counter. Seizing the moment while the cashier scanned the barcodes, he discreetly selected a few boxes of TT to purchase as well. After much discussion, it all boiled down to a one-on-one confrontation. This iron-faced man truly had a remarkable presence. Jifeng could hardly disclose the source of his funds, he merely deflected the inquiries with casual remarks. Although Ji Yid and the others didn't quite grasp where Ji Feng's wealth originated, they did comprehend one undeniable fact: Ji Feng had indeed prospered. Of course, it is possible, and you may enter at any time. However, the system has yet to fully integrate with you, so when your soul enters, your body will remain unconscious, akin to a state of coma. Therefore, to enter, you must find a safe place, the system elucidated. Could it be that she had found her brother? If that were the case, would I truly let her brother go? She clenched her hands, appearing exceedingly anxious. Now, the situation had unexpectedly transformed. And the Liu family was utterly enraged, feeling severely insulted. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Mr. Li's form seemed to disintegrate like tattered fabric, soaring outwards. The two short-tailed crocodiles remained motionless on the ground, their tails, which should have been ablaze, were now extinguished. Upon returning to the Qinglong Academy with Bai Fan, it was already the afternoon of the following day. After the adult ceremony, Zhang Tian and Bai Fan did not leave immediately but chose to remain at home for a day. Yi Xingchuan gestured grandly, causing the primordial spirit shimmering between Liu Shaotian's brows to burst forth, which he then grasped in his hand and unhesitatingly consumed. The potency of the witch fire was indeed formidable, yet before the king of fire, one could only bow in submission, such is the way of heaven, immutable by any. In the rotating city, many sought solace in the deep mountains and forests for secluded cultivation. It was entirely normal for Jiangyi to practice within a cave. General, while this matter is somewhat perplexing, I cannot evade responsibility for the total annihilation of the troops. Please administer punishment, Bo Kong stated. The acclaim from previous feats, regardless of the occasion, stemmed from Yi Shou's brilliance and dazzling performance. On the sixth morning of the beast rampage, as the dawn broke, Su Wanqing narrowed his eyes, and a piercing killing intent shot forth from his gaze, almost manifesting intangible light that pierced through the two beasts before him. Although the banquet was modest, it was not a special occasion, and no one found fault, rather, flattery and sycophantic remarks abounded. Shen Luo glanced at his surroundings, crouched down, and retrieved a fragmentary grenade from his backpack, eyeing the environment before pulling the pin to prepare. How domineering. Controlling everything. Even intruding upon her WeChat moments, did she still possess any freedom? Chapter 132, Cold Violence. Gu Yuhan released his grip on the car door. His action did not signify fear. Rather, he recognized that continuing to hold his ground against Si Qingqing might not yield a favorable outcome. Moreover, it could expose her identity to those with ulterior motives. As the banquet concluded, Si noticed the absence of Han Che. He called Han Che to inquire about his whereabouts. On the other end of the line, Han Che exhibited no trace of anxiety. The elder in the yellow robe, with his hands clasped behind him, wore an air of disdain, clearly indifferent to the ascension of the three princes to the throne. Mo Wuning had communicated his thoughts to Lime in an exceedingly blatant manner, persistently winking at him, leading Mo Wuning to believe that Lime would certainly indulge his wishes. Upon the return of Zhanbu and Xiaoling, Enai Miaodong began tidying the room with Xiaoling. As Zhanbu had agreed to stay at their home, thus vacating Xiaoling's room for him while Xiaoling and Enai Miaodong shared a room. With the affair concerning Zhou Xiong concluded, Lin Jun and the others felt little inclination to linger, opting instead to return home and prepare for the tasks ahead in 2 days. Some might perceive such a place as a veritable paradise for hunters, an ideal locale for capturing spirit beasts. The presence of talented individuals in the community has long been a belief held by Wu Di. Yet he never anticipated that some could survive in such a manner. When did civil servants in Longwu attain such remarkable efficiency? With such capabilities, how could the nation not flourish, becoming a harmonious society characterized by prosperity and integrity among its officials? I turned to glance back, only to find that Zhang Qishan had already drifted into slumber. My sheets and duvet had been entirely replaced with pristine white linens, indicating that she had not been idle during my absence over the past 2 days. The leader of the Xuanwu clan at that time was Shi Xuanwu, who would later ascend as the Xuanwu emperor. He had just advanced to the early stages of the Earth-Yuan realm and, after years of cultivation, had nearly attained the strength to rival the Xingyue demon clan. However, to the onlookers, it appeared as though Wei Bao had made his move but was too late to prevent Zhanbu from seizing Yi Zhao. Frowning, his countenance grave, he abruptly clenched his pristine white teeth against his lower lip. Contemplating this, Zhao Yu's confusion dissipated like the clouds at dawn, instantly illuminated by the sun's clarifying rays, leaving his mind refreshingly clear. In Central City, with so many formidable beings, could it be that the locator was still unaccounted for? Such a notion seemed implausible to him. He did not believe that mere assistive devices could possess any tracking capabilities. The various factions fell silent, while youthful enthusiasm was commendable. It became concerning if this young individual had been nurtured by their most dedicated mentors from each department. After departing from Chinatown, he hurried to clock in at the company, only to realize upon arrival that it was closed, an unfortunate reminder that it was Saturday. Fabian, holding a cup of coffee, arrived at the company as usual, receiving greetings from everyone as he stood at the entrance. Yuhang, squinting against the blinding sunlight, managed to lift his head just in time to see a middle-aged man in sunglasses emerge from a black sedan across the street, grinning and waving enthusiastically at him. Living again offers a chance to choose a different path in life. Perhaps having dealt with money for so long in his previous life, he felt impoverished for too long, prompting him to embark on a venture at the beginning of the year, immersing himself in the world of finance. In the next moment, golden grains of wheat cascaded from Su Lan's palm like a waterfall, each kernel plump and larger than the ordinary. Ling Feng was the only brother of Yuan Jiaqing. Despite being aware of Ling Feng's capabilities, he wished to shield him from any harm. In summary, the array of options was dazzling, leaving Long Yichen, a prodigious student from the Mecha department, in a state of awe. On Saturday afternoon, a call from Huiji's mother prompted me to visit the Hua family's grand residence. Chapter 133, What he seeks is merely an answer from Si Qingqing. Meanwhile, Han Che hurriedly returned, panic evident in his demeanor. President Si Xiaowu is missing. Not only Qin Yuan, but even Si Qingqing had vanished without a trace. Observing the pitch-black room, Si Yu, with a composed expression, inquired. Did you personally escort them back? Yes, indeed. Han Che answered, his voice laced with unease. Damn it. He had seen with his own eyes Si Qingqing and Qin Yuan safely enter the villa before he felt assured enough to fetch Si Yu. Si Yu remained skeptical, questioning both the so-called upright father and the sovereign who had placed her in peril. Li Bing, overhearing, felt a surge of delight. If I risk everything for a big score, I would achieve financial freedom for life. With renewed vigor, Xing Manjiang promptly fetched paper to begin his research. The five-clawed golden dragon, as its name suggests, consists of 5 claws and is, after all, a golden dragon. With determination, he was confident he could create it. He devoted an entire night to his studies and eventually crafted a kite that resembled a 5-clawed golden dragon quite convincingly. However, in just a month, you managed to surpass Jin Jian, a professional 6th Dan player, who had reportedly defeated 3 or 4 9th Dan players in the Dream Cup. The vine snapped and splintered, dozens of green capsules bursting, taking with them segments of the green tendrils. Moreover, venturing northwest posed another disadvantage, the covetousness of others. Though he had made a name for himself before the apocalypse, those who needed to know were certainly aware. Wasn't this akin to the potential for earthquakes and sinkholes occurring at any moment? The fact that the authorities could broadcast such a statement indicated a degree of accuracy regarding the matter. Li Luo rambled about a scenario where Ling Huchong reprimanded the villains, garnering favorable sentiments from Yu Lingshan, and subsequently joined the table of Xing Biao. Yet, he first needed to seek approval from Yang Guang, after all. The general of the 16 guards held a second-rank position, and he could not simply appoint him without due process. This time, Yang Guang departed with only a handful of high-ranking officials. Many prominent figures in the court remained, for he understood that he was merely indulging himself while taking away those who actually managed affairs. How could the nation continue to function under such circumstances? To reward him for his storytelling efforts, Dugu Liuli took the opportunity to enter a trance, concocting throat-soothing elixirs while he narrated his tales. Suan remained silent. Anyone paying a modicum of attention could easily discern the nature of their relationship. How could the astute Hualing not realize this? Yet, no matter how clever she was, she never anticipated that he harbored a secret affection for their homeroom teacher. Morong-yi was taken aback, bolting away without a second thought. At that moment, she cared little for disguises. Discarding her elevated shoes, she now possessed a doll-like figure. Nonetheless, there were numerous advantages to this situation. Most notably, Shuya had once been a renowned star, and merely bearing that title would ensure her business flourished immensely. Regardless of the tempestuous winds and surging waves, I remained steadfast, resolutely advancing towards my predetermined goal. Suan's gaze was momentarily transfixed. He had never witnessed such genuine joy radiating from Xiao Rua. Her smile was pure and clear, bathed in the resplendent glow of sunlight, almost leading him to question if he were dreaming. Was Xiao Rua not an angel adorned with a halo? As the crowd in the marketplace grew, Jiang Nankong had long since grown impatient. However, he had no desire to confront Jiang Nanyue, as he suspected a conspiracy was afoot. Remaining in the vehicle felt like the safest course of action. The onlookers exchanged glances, some among them evidently grasping the gravity of the situation. They were entranced by the Taoist, excitement bubbling within them. Are you implying that you know the location of the buried camel and are familiar with the unique scent it possesses? Chao Yusin observed the portly figure, now clutching a bag of glutinous rice. He rushed towards the rotund man, intent on rescuing him. Since they were close friends, having risked himself for Chao Yusin earlier, he felt compelled to return the favor and save his companion. Chapter 134, Is this something they can hear? In an effort to assert his presence, Han Che pressed the doorbell once more, accompanied by a few firm knocks against the door. The entrance remained resolutely shut. See you, following suit, raised his hand to ring the bell again. Just then, a click echoed as the door swung open, revealing Qin Yuan, her face etched with impatience and seemingly just awakened, reeking of alcohol. Siyu's expression darkened immediately. Han Che inhaled sharply, taken aback. He approached and grasped Sun Iran's wrist, as Qin Sanfu strode past the villa's threshold, casting not a single glance at the Sun family members. Yi Ningxi rolled up her sleeves, deftly picking up stones from the ground, nimbly stepping onto a stone pedestal, her movements precise and unfaltering. When confronted, Helian Yu, looking dejected, admitted, I stole it from a green-eyed blonde. This very city was home to Zhoujiu, the head of the Lingfeng Chamber of Commerce, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Tianwu City lay adjacent to this primeval forest, a frontier settlement in the northeastern region of Donglong Kingdom. Utilizing his spiritual force, he methodically gathered the fresh corpses into neat piles, consigning them to the cremation chamber adjacent to the underground room where the zombies were confined. Brother Shen, a familiar voice called out. And Xu Xingchen squinted to recognize Luo Wanner. There was no need to sneak into the office for lunch anymore. She could now simply knock on the office door at the end of the workday and patiently await Qi Yanjing to finish his tasks before dining together. Lost in thought, Wang Yi suddenly reached out, drawing her into the room and swiftly shutting the door behind them. Although Wang Yi was unaware of the specifics of the conversation, he could grasp the essence of the other party's intentions through their mental bond. It turned out that Ma Chao had repeatedly sought permission from Ma Ting to lead troops against the Xianbei and Bingzhou, but Ma Ting had consistently denied him. Even when Ma Chao wished to see Ma Ting again, the latter had evaded him. Confused, Ma Chao sought counsel from Yao Chong. Starting tomorrow, she would accompany Zhou Xianying as her assistant. Zhou Xianying could delegate tasks such as employee attendance and updating the Yapinju WeChat signals to Wu Yan. Shirley had already secured a credit limit of 50 million from the Dark Knight Eye, allowing them to assist him. And the expenses incurred for their services could be deducted from this limit. If, as Guan Yu claimed, there was no need for him to lie. General Li's face turned a deep shade of purple, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Subsequently, Rao Mingyang went outside to retrieve 100 potato seeds from the trunk of the car. Joseph's expression shifted dramatically. He was reluctant to accept Shirley's words. Yet the sincerity in Shirley's demeanor compelled him to believe. The term doukai refers to a ceramic craftsmanship technique that combines underglaze blue and overglaze multicolors, creating a stunning artistic effect where both styles compete in beauty. This inspired Yang Xiao to consider seeking opportunities to visit Europe and encounter the enigmatic descendants of the bloodline. Curious about the abilities of these legendary races that had persisted for millennia, as depicted in numerous films of his past life. In essence, the delectable offerings at Yapinju served to replace the addiction and cravings of those detoxing. Furthermore, the cuisine at Yapinju was harmless and devoid of side effects. It would never resort to the pretentiousness of certain renowned wineries that meticulously selected grapes by hand or labeled their products with grand titles. only to categorize their annual production into tiers, with the highest grade yielding a mere 200 to 300 bottles, each fetching upwards of $5,000. As twilight descended upon the western woods, the shadows deepened, and a gnawing hunger stirred within Li Yang, pulling him from his reverie. He rose, dusting off his trousers, and began to scrutinize his surroundings with renewed intent. Chapter 135, willingly yielding to Fu Zhiqin was still clad in the gown from yesterday's banquet. She certainly would not confess that she had just removed her makeup and washed her face, preparing to change her attire when she heard Siyu's words, prompting her to hastily rush to the door. She feared that if she delayed even a moment longer, Siyu might utter some unthinkable words. At a glance, Zhiqin spotted Han Che, who was standing nearby, engrossed in his phone. A mere glance from her startled him greatly. Meanwhile, Lu Yicheng had long since begun promoting the renowned culinary establishment, the first taste of the world, during an interview with Huanglong City Television. The news had bombarded the papers for an entire week, making not only the residents of Huanglong City aware of Lu Yicheng's endeavor but also garnering attention from many in Songjiang province. As the serpentine spinal nerve emerged, it unnervingly twisted and contorted, breaking free from Qin Feng's restraints, swiftly extending outward like a colossal centipede, suspended in the air, poised and menacing. As for Bai Fian, she refrained from direct confrontation with anyone and instead unleashed her domain. Gao Yanluo's face revealed his excitement upon hearing such unequivocal words. The Northern Manchurian Field Army first encircled the strategic points of Tamhui, luring and annihilating the nationalist reinforcements around Zhangmazigu and Jiajialing while simultaneously vanquishing the Tamhui defenders, ultimately decimating 2 regiments of the nationalist New First Army and a portion of the security team. Zhongkue? What is the meaning of this? Is there truly someone bearing such a name? Perhaps the owner of this real estate company has summoned him as a deputy general with the primary aim of exorcising malevolent spirits, a plausible notion indeed. The 5 individuals began to search their minds for suitable candidates. At that moment, a weary voice interrupted. Liko was so enraged that she felt like scratching the walls. Her gaze towards Morin filled with the desire to bore a hole through her. Ah, how modest of you. Spare me your bluster. I know that at least half of what you say is false, and I shall not be deceived. Furthermore, with your capabilities, Kelly, even a mediocre talent could achieve greatness. How could your students possibly be inferior to ours? Fei Yue swiftly dismissed Kelly's claims with just a few words. Sister Zhou, do not rush. I merely wish to see your needlework. If you lack it here, you may return home to fetch it, and I will take a look, Ranwei said gently. As Wan Ningzhu sat down, a maid promptly presented a towel for her hands, followed by freshly brewed fragrant tea and an array of fruits. Within the Indu home, the atmosphere was tense. Qingyi had already bandaged his arm, yet his face radiated with fierce anger. At 14, Luo Qingrong gazed at the strikingly beautiful rouge before her. Reflecting on how she had once been blinded by greed, heedlessly following the Zhang family's advice to entrust the rouge to someone else. She had prepared a lavish dowry for a man rumored to admire the rouge, but alas, it never returned. Do you truly believe that this 3-year confinement means one must remain indoors for the entire duration? Zhang Lan found such a rule hard to accept. Being confined for 3 years would surely drive anyone mad. Her own team members had been barred from entering the shipyard's perimeter. They had no choice but to venture out themselves. Now you know fear? When the priest instructed you to leave earlier, why didn't you heed his command? It is too late now, you shall remain here quietly. The constable scoffed before continuing his patrol of the prison. As Zhong Shan uttered various items, they simultaneously manifested beneath his feet, falling to the ground and solidifying the faith of the Gonggong tribe in him time and again. What has become of you? After the excitement, Tai Ruoren scrutinized Long Qianxuan, who now bore a head of white hair, filled with questions. Chapter 136, Are you intentionally tormenting me? Upon hearing Zhiqin's words, Yu Dahai curled up in fear. The mere sight of her had already terrified him, and now her words solidified his belief that she had come to collect his life. Yu Dahai, a diligent employee of the Fu Group, had worked faithfully under Fu Zhiqin for many years despite his modest education. However, following the bankruptcy of the Fu Group, he found himself unemployed, facing a midlife crisis. Compounded by his status as a long-serving employee of the Fu family, Yu Dahai felt utterly lost. In recent years, the Zhiqin dynasty seemed to be embroiled in turmoil, with the court preoccupied by myriad affairs. While ordinary soldiers adhered to strict regulations that forbade them from retaliating against common citizens, the Special Forces team was different. They possessed the authority to respond to emergencies with force. Many locals from Xingtian even drove to the outskirts to inspect the abandoned buildings. Hua Xiong widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his chest where his heart felt a chill from the unexpectedly elongated nose of his opponent. Fa Ran fell silent for a moment before activating the Jade token, which transformed into a radiant screen, allowing any inquiries to be answered through mental engagement with the display. Hooking Soul Eyes, Shadow of the Night. Deng Gue, intercept Lucario, commanded the masked figure swiftly to his Pokemon. Numerous martial artists voiced their opinions. Their trepidation towards the cloaked individual evident, yet their suspicions regarding his identity prevailed. The 10,000 Poisons sect had historically operated solely in the southern regions, rarely venturing northward. Now, the infinite game had commenced. With a sense of accomplishment, Lu Yunzong began to seek out partners of lesser strength, eventually finding a comfortable corner to immerse himself in the infinite game. Su Shiqing's Mandarin was not particularly refined. Lin Ruofeng had warned him that this might pose a disadvantage on stage. The Yin-Yang Fist, a further evolution of Li Qingyuan's concept of Haoyang, had already established its own school, and even a slight demonstration exuded a masterful aura. Ji-Wan winced in pain but bit her lip in silence, a fleeting coldness flashing in her gaze before it returned to a tranquil demeanor. Upon seeing the gift, Yun Yi's expression shifted slightly. She looked up at Mu Shou Yuan, and upon receiving a reassuring nod from him, she felt at ease. Inside, Wang Shi couldn't help but chuckle, given her mother-in-law's temperament. It was hard to believe she could endure such indignation without attempting to assert her authority. Perhaps it was due to her interest in the 10 or so taels of silver brought by Feng Lan, hoping to use it for building a house or purchasing cattle in the future. Thus, she found herself unable to be assertive at this moment. Xin Zhenju fell into a prolonged stupor as the cold morning breeze swept through. Li Shi shivered, rubbing his reddened nose. And it was only then that Xin Zhenju regained her senses, turning to head back home with the brocade box in her arms, refraining from further inquiries. When new subjects in the third category were all scheduled relatively late. The first to commence was music, already on the 6th day, with painting on the 8th. And the final subject, contemporary studies, on the last day. Although the schedule was tight, Wen Yu found it quite agreeable, as having contemporary studies on the final day afforded her extra time to prepare. As they conversed, Wang Shi entered and took a seat. Chen Suishi smiled and conferred with Wang Shi, noting that this year coincided with Baozhu's pregnancy, so she feared she might not be able to contribute significantly to the banquet. Hence, she urged Baozhu to rest in the inner chamber while she collaborated with Wang Shi on the guest list. Jiang Kaiping was amidst a flurry of distractions when she heard a series of shouts from behind, resembling the voice of the Princess of Linjin. Yun'er supported Jiang Kaiping as they turned to see the Princess of Linjin rushing through the forest path, accompanied by the Empress Dongfengyi. Previously, the black young master was unaware of the situation. Aside from the initial contract, there had been no further collaboration with the Huangpu family, as Li Jun clarified. Upon promotion, there was also an apparatus for purchasing items related to military ranks. Zhao Lei perused the list, which included items for health restoration, mental recovery, antidotes, and status enhancements. Here, the currency for consumption was not points but merit value. Chapter 137, You Finally Dare to Confess Your Identity. The livestream was inundated with comments. To be frank, I believe this lady has the least appealing appearance among all the contestants. Those above, please exercise caution. She is not unattractive, merely not as refined as the other participants. It's amusing, you all truly are my mouthpieces. With such a look, how dare you question our dear Qing? Even she does not seem to mind her glaring presence diminishing the program's quality. How can she audaciously bark here? Hua Jiaming furrowed her brows, pondering the weight of her sins, feeling as if nothing could be a graver punishment than death itself. Yet, at that moment, Wei Lian was utterly convinced that the one who had slain Salus was indeed alive, for he had witnessed the boy's formidable prowess, although he might not prevail against Ayakafu. Escaping was certainly not beyond his capability. After all, she usually interacted with powerful figures like tribal leaders and council members, momentarily forgetting that others might not withstand her potent soul will. In an instant, the sword in his hand shattered, and he could distinctly perceive the surging power of thunder coursing along its blade. The invitation extended to Su Yuan, a practitioner of the 7th level of the condensing spirit realm, astonished them profoundly. "Wait, I just arrived, allow me a moment to catch my breath," Xianwu lamented, feeling dismayed while the others seemed to have regained their composure. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples, and a series of perplexities flooded Wu Feng's mind, leaving him flustered. The magical ring offered no response, as he executed the 4 symbols and 2 instruments step with measured grace, unfurling the wind-splitting blade technique with each movement. Summoning winds and clouds in a tumultuous dance, the blade transforming into a thunderous force. In the ancient forest, withered branches and fallen leaves danced in the wind, while the blade's blossoms ensnared the azure waves. These fleeting thoughts barely crossed his mind when Aokafor rolled aside, reaching for the dagger at his waist with his empty left hand. Reno and Elena eavesdropped, exchanging glances that confirmed the identities of the two as elven traffickers. Reno's anger flared. It seemed the earlier words of the elf were indeed true. Lu Changhe observed the cold, resolute expression on Li Xingnan's face as she fired her weapon. A nagging doubt gnawing at him, this woman should not be provoked, she was truly capable of murder. The emergence of Batman clarified many matters, illuminating the conflict between Gotham's corrupt elite and the burgeoning forces yearning for change, which would undoubtedly shape the city's future, with Bruce Wayne as a representative of one faction. Received. Huang Yu returned to reclaim her handkerchief, then sent a lengthy message to Guliang. Wang Fan scoffed, reflecting on the previous night that was difficult to recount. Having listened to 2 young ladies gossip for an entire evening, the experience was quite overwhelming. "Now, you ought to believe my words. We harbor no animosity, had there been any. You would have perished long ago," declared Boss Wang. "Fine, I shan't pry further. Since my uncle places such trust in you, I will not undermine that bridge. As long as you are sincere in following me, we shall prosper together. Should you dare to privately withhold anyone's wages, I shall not spare you," Yang Fei asserted. "Not a problem, we can also take a group photo later, a picture of us galloping together," said Chao Yu, tightening his embrace around Xinghan, then playfully striking a horse's rear with his whip. The two hurriedly declined, exchanging polite refusals before mimicking the others and settling onto the cushions. Huang Yinger's gaze flitted between the two, scrutinizing Li Xingzhu's expression, then glancing at Bai Majuan's face, gradually retracting her hand to cover her mouth. Huang Yinger was astounded by her own revelation. However, unbeknownst to them, the yellow bird had already arrived, patiently awaiting the mantis to launch its final strike. Chapter 138, Fu Zhiqin pronounced Song Qin's name with utmost emphasis, as if deliberately underscoring her identity. Song Qin, taken aback, had not anticipated that Fu Zhiqin would address her as Madame Gu. She was momentarily stunned, entirely unaware of the game he was playing. At this juncture, she had also forgotten Gu Yuhan's warning about Fu Zhiqin's extraordinary intelligence. On the barrage, comments streamed in, "Wow, my sister Qing is so impressive, what should we do, family?" The judges in front were indeed watching, but they were merely spectators, and Smith's antics were undeniably amusing. Of course, Lu Hai could not guarantee that the results of his photography would meet his expectations. The buyer numbered 613, who had piqued everyone's curiosity and frustration, made a grand entrance. Lu Dei remarked, "I am neither the wrath of an emperor nor the ire of a director, merely a common man's indignation. Having lived half a lifetime, I have seen all kinds of skins, but yours is simply absurd." As they gambled, the crowd erupted in laughter and drinks flowed. Upon seeing the man so vividly before her, Su Zhixia felt an immediate sense of support. Her voice was soft and gentle, akin to a fist striking cotton, evoking a sensation akin to a tickle. Zhao Feng casually cast his gaze toward the 4th prince, whose presence was notably less significant than the others. The call was abruptly disconnected, and Pei felt a pang of concern for her friend and attempted to call back, only to be met with a broad chest pressing against her back. He was boasting to his colleagues, saying, "It's easy to find living people, anyone can do it. If you have the skill, go charm a few street vendors. Look at me, if I don't have the finesse, I 1T peel the garlic. If I lack the diamond, I 1T handle porcelain work." His colleagues burst into laughter, covering their noses. However, when Manstein turned away, he gave Jiang Shouyun a thumbs up and resumed his playful gestures. "What is this? This coffin. The soldier entering the secret chamber was immediately struck by the statue. Then noticed the crimson coffin hidden behind it, and quickly approached Sanqing, wide-eyed and astonished. The two fell silent once again, continuing to drink. After consuming another 3 jugs of liquor, Wanbei raised her gaze to him. Indeed, the giant python writhed frantically in the flames, the fire rapidly spreading, engulfing its head and obscuring its form, resembling a giant eel roasting over a fire, albeit far too enormous. The so-called 4 brutes were the 4 elite members of the gang, fierce in appearance and robust in stature. Following the chieftain's orders, they lifted the sedan chair and leaped down, sprinting forward with great agility, while the sedan remained steady, experiencing no jostling. I turned my attention to Fu Zhiqin, whose youthful face bore innocence. He was the companion who ran alongside me until the end and uncovered the enemy's identity. When he fell silent in death, he passed the information to me, urging me to escape. I barely had time to glance at him. The gang leaders had begun to surmise that the Grand Marshal possessed formidable abilities, likely beyond the realm of mere corporeal integration. The thought was chilling. Could he be a superlative being of the ethereal realm? Gazing at her pale, sleeping face, Fu Zhiqin reached out to caress her smooth forehead. With a pallid complexion and faint breaths, Mu Shuling resembled a fragile paper doll, incapable of enduring any shock. Leaning against the headboard, she sipped water, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at her phone beside her. Yet, a sudden pain shot through her head, prompting her to seize her phone and dial Heating Phase number. The stone figure has moved. At that moment, Chao Wei spoke tremulously, breaking the tension.